The blazing sun hung high in the wilderness, a gentle breeze rustling through the waist-high grass, creating waves of green. From the depths of the grass came occasional rustling sounds, as if some unknown creature was lurking there. At this moment, a man was standing in the grass looking around, but the scene before him was completely different from the environment he remembered. The northern mountains stretch across the sky and earth, their steep peaks covered with snow that never melts. To the south lies an endless primeval forest, its layers of canopies blocking out the sun, and from its dark depths come faint, low growls. A wide river meanders from the foot of the snow-capped mountains, flows through the vast wilderness, and finally disappears into the depths of the forest. There are no roads, no modern cities, and no trace of human civilization here. The unfamiliar surroundings left Chen Ci completely bewildered. Just then, a transparent crystal appeared out of thin air in his palm, emitting a soft light. Immediately afterwards, a cold and emotionless system notification sounded in his mind. Your planet has been destroyed. All humans aged 16 to 60 on Blue Star have been transported to the Ruins world to participate in a Lord selection trial. Only those who pass the trials can officially become Lords. Those who are eliminated will die. Each player starts with a sanctuary crystal and needs to find a suitable location to place the sanctuary core as soon as possible. A good location can significantly increase your chances of survival. Once a shelter is activated, it cannot be moved. Losing a shelter means losing your status as a survival lord and the protection of the world. This world is characterized by scarce resources, frequent extreme weather events, and the presence of various dangerous wild animals. Everyone must gather resources, upgrade their shelter, defend against natural disasters, hunt monsters to increase their strength, and compete with other players for survival. The trial day will arrive in 3 days. Has the world been destroyed? The cold notification in his mind, the transparent crystal in his palm, and all the experiences before he transmigrated all reminded Chen Ci that he had to accept the reality before him. As he gradually calmed down, Chen Ci couldn't help but fall into memories. About a month ago, the Blue Star Federation suddenly issued a doomsday warning to the entire world. According to observations and calculations by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the sun is about to undergo a helium flash, and the resulting solar wind will ignite the Earth, officially ushering in the countdown to the destruction of human civilization. Blue Star also ushered in its final day amidst endless chaos. At that time, Chen Ci stood by the window, looking at the street. Those riders, whose minds had been destroyed by fear, were wandering aimlessly, looking like a group of zombies. The shops along the street were already in ruins, and the entire city was rapidly turning into wasteland. No one was left to maintain order. The federal leadership had already escaped into space aboard hastily constructed spaceships. Those who remained rational chose to stay with their loved ones and spend their final moments together. Chen Ci lived alone until the very last moment of destruction, facing it all by himself. Chen Ci secretly rejoiced. No matter how bad his situation was after transmigrating, it was still better than staying on Earth, which had become an oven. The most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the surroundings as soon as possible, survive this brutal trial, and become a formal lord. Afterwards, they continue to build and expand their territory, recruit their own troops, and begin a completely different life. Coming to his senses, Chen Ci immediately looked down to examine the crystal ball in his hand. Sanctuary Core. Level 0. Quality perfect. Once a suitable location is chosen, it can form a shelter of 100 square meters. The initial shelter has extremely weak disaster resistance and protection capabilities. As Chen Ci focused his attention, several lines of small text appeared next to the core of the shelter. Chen Ci's mind raced, recalling the world notification he had just heard. After scanning his surroundings, he decisively abandoned the idea of immediately placing the core. The shelter is of great importance and must be carefully considered. Chen Ci took a deep breath and noticed a high earthen slope to his left, which would make it easier to observe the surrounding situation. He immediately ran over there. Standing atop the slope, Chen Ci began to gaze in all directions. To the north lay a vast expanse of shrubs, beyond which stretched a continuous mountain range. Snow-capped peaks were faintly visible on the summits. It's still early autumn with relatively high temperatures, so we can conclude that the mountain range must be extremely high in altitude. On both sides are vast wildernesses, with sparse trees and waist-high wild grass growing among them. The vegetation is so lush that you can't see the boundary at all. Behind them lay a forest. As far as the eye could see, the dense trees stretched out like a green ocean, lush and verdant, making it impossible to judge the exact size of the forest. On the right, shimmering water can be faintly seen in the wilderness. A river flows from the mountains toward the forest. Although the distance is too great to accurately determine the river's size, its visibility from such a distance suggests it is quite wide. There are currently two options. The first is to place the core nearby and build a shelter directly. This place is adjacent to the forest, so resources should be plentiful, but the disadvantages are also obvious. It is too close to the forest and the terrain is relatively low. The second option is to locate the core near a mountain range and a river. The advantage there is its proximity to water and higher elevation. The disadvantage is that the sufficiency of surrounding resources is currently unknown. Chen Ci's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons of the two locations. If he built a shelter at his feet, the forest teemed with wild beasts, and he would need to defend 4 directions simultaneously, making it easy to attack but difficult to defend. If you go to the vicinity of the mountains and build a shelter against the mountain walls, the defensive pressure will be greatly reduced, but the surrounding resources may be relatively scarce, and subsequent development will also be limited. No matter which position you choose, it's impossible to be perfect. The key is simply which aspect you value more. In the end, Chen Ci gritted his teeth and made a decision. Only by surviving can we be qualified to consider the later development. After all, this is not a game where you can be resurrected. It is better to develop slowly than to prioritize safety. Having experienced the impending apocalypse, Chen Ci was already accustomed to preparing for the worst in everything. Once he made his choice, Chen Ci didn't delay any longer. He glanced up at the sun and realized it was almost noon. He had to set up the shelter before sunset. The night in the wilderness would undoubtedly be even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Chen Ci immediately ran to the right front, while cautiously observing the surrounding movements. The bushes ahead were densely covered with vegetation, the trees grew haphazardly, and the ground was completely covered with weeds. No one knew what might be hidden inside. Chen Ci had already observed that this thicket covered a vast area. Fortunately, the edge was not far to the right, allowing him to go around it. Let's take a detour. Trying to get through this thicket without any tools is practically suicide. With Chen Ci's current physical condition, there's no way he can get through smoothly. Even if he doesn't get lost, he'll probably become food for poisonous insects or wild animals. After a short rest, Chen Ci turned to the right and continued on his way, intending to bypass the bushes and reach his chosen destination as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen Ci noticed something alarming. There seemed to be a wooden box at the edge of the bushes. A box? Could there be other humans here? Chen Ci cautiously approached to examine it, and found that it was indeed a wooden box. However, although it was called a box, it was only about the size of an adult's fist and looked more like a watch box. The system then notified Chen Ci that he had discovered a wooden treasure chest. Upon seeing the notification that appeared before him, Chen Ci was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but wonder. Could this be a game world? Have I become a character in a game? Are these treasure chests the resources the system mentioned earlier? Complaints aside, one cannot miss out on a benefit presented before them. Chen Ci bent down, picked up the wooden treasure chest, and examined it closely. The treasure chest wasn't locked, but no matter how hard Chen Ci tried, the lid wouldn't budge and he couldn't open it. Do I have to kill a monster first to get a key? Chen Ci felt somewhat helpless and could only temporarily stuff the treasure chest into his pocket and continue on his way, planning to study it slowly after the shelter was settled. This time, however, Chen Ci switched from running to brisk walking. This was partly because his stamina could no longer sustain him in prolonged running. On the other hand, Chen Ci wanted to find more treasure chests along the way. Based on his more than 10 years of gaming experience, the early stages of the game are often the period with the highest probability of treasure chests spawning. Chen Ci walked for 3 hours straight. He was exhausted and thirsty. The only good news was that he found another wooden treasure chest along the way, which somewhat relieved his frustration. We're almost there. Chen Ci could now clearly see the foot of the mountain and the river flowing below. However, as the saying goes, looking at a mountain makes you feel like you're running out of time. And Chen Ci continued walking for another half hour before finally reaching his destination. Here stands a massive rock wall. It rises abruptly from the ground as if cleaved by a knife, its surface extremely steep, as if someone had wielded a giant axe to split the mountain in two. In front of the rock wall is a large, flat open space. Apart from weeds and a few pebbles, there are no other obstacles on the ground, making it perfect for placing the core of the shelter. Chen Ci excitedly stepped forward, and after a brief consideration, placed the shelter core about 50 meters away from the rock wall. The system asked Chen Ci if he confirmed activating the shelter core. The system then instructed the survivors to immediately move away from the core. Chen Ci followed the instructions and retreated, but his gaze remained fixed on the shelter core. A virtual wooden house appeared above the core, and then the illusory image quickly solidified, transforming into a real wooden house in just a few breaths. The wooden cabin's main door faces the forest, with a window on each side of the entrance, but the windows are empty and have no coverings. Several fist-width cracks were also visible on the surface of the wooden walls, stretching from the ground all the way to the roof. It really is a drafty wooden house. The system has indicated that the shelter has been successfully established, and the survivor panel features are now unlocked. The attribute panel, chat panel, trade panel, and crafting panel are all available. Chen Ci also received a newbie gift pack. Although the wooden house was almost bare, Chen Ci's anxiety was greatly relieved. The existence of a house does indeed provide a certain sense of security. Chen Ci didn't immediately open the panel to check, but instead walked around the shelter first, briefly observing the surrounding environment. While traveling earlier, Chen Ci had roughly determined the location of this place based on the direction of the sun's movement and his past habits. The mountains are to the north, the forest to the south, the rivers to the east, and to the west of the cabin lies an endless wilderness. The cabin is about 40 meters from the rock face. Once we build a wall, we can turn this place into a backyard. There's a river to the east, so we don't need to worry about water for now. The nearest resource point is the bushes to the southwest, where we should be able to find timber and wild fruit. Chen Ci became increasingly satisfied with the inspection. Most importantly, he found no trace of large animal activity nearby. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Ci pushed open the wooden door and walked into the room. As expected, it was empty and devoid of anything. There are several large holes in the roof, through which sunlight shines and leaves bright spots on the ground, preventing the interior of the wooden house from feeling too dark. The floor of the cabin was still the original grass, with the pebbles and weeds perfectly preserved. Chen Ci found a stick and carefully swept the ground several times to make sure there were no unexpected surprises like snakes or hedgehogs inside. A drafty wooden hut, pockets cleaner than a face. We're truly penniless right now. I wonder what the system panel does. I hope it offers some perks, and please don't make me repair the house myself. Chen Ci was well aware of his own practical skills, which were practically non-existent. If he were to personally repair the house, he would likely make it worse. Chen Ci opened the system panel, and the interface before him was immediately divided into 5 parts. The 5 functions were attributes, chat, crafting, trading, and items. In the upper right corner of the panel, there is an icon displaying a 3-day countdown. When Chen Ci focuses his attention on the countdown, the corresponding system prompt automatically appears. The countdown represents the new player protection period, which currently has 3 days remaining. New player protection only lasts for 3 days. No, to be precise, there are less than 3 days left, and you must acquire sufficient self-defense capabilities within this time frame. Chen Ci's eyes flickered slightly, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. He immediately opened the chat panel. This function should allow Chen Ci to communicate with other people. The page then changes. The chat panel is divided into 3 sections: World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friends Channel. The system then indicates that users can only speak once a day in the World Channel, and their real avatar, ID number, and name will be displayed when they speak. The regional channel allows 10 posts per day, and will display the user's real avatar, ID, and name. The Friends channel has no posting limit. Chen Ci paused briefly before entering the world chat. I'm not dead. I actually survived. Ha! Even the apocalypse couldn't kill me. I was just on the spaceship a moment ago. Does anyone know what happened? Why am I suddenly here? What is now confirmed is that everyone starts with the same conditions, and each person only has one sanctuary core. Chapter 2: Activating Talents. Chen Ci exited the World Channel and entered the Regional Channel instead. The screen showed that the current number of players in Regional Channel 1992620 was 9971000. He couldn't tell whether the 3 missing people were already dead, or whether the area was never full to begin with. The channel was buzzing. Someone who had just transmigrated was shouting that he was the protagonist, and even yelled, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens!" Chen Ci's lips twitched at the sight. Soon, some people poured cold water on the idea, saying that 5 billion people worldwide had already worn it, so don't get your hopes up. Others speculated that people in the same area were close enough to gather together, but were immediately reminded that they couldn't even tell which way was which in this place. Just then, Xiaohua, who claimed to be the protagonist, posted a picture showing a fireball actually floating in his palm. The channel exploded instantly, and everyone realized that superpowers were no joke. Lu Igua then reminded everyone to open the newbie gift pack, which contained talent awakening stones that could awaken innate superpowers. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat. He immediately closed the chat and went to his inventory. The newbie gift pack lay quietly inside. The system indicated that there were 10 slots in the inventory, and similar items could be stacked infinitely. He focused his attention on the gift pack, and a prompt immediately popped up, asking if he wanted to open it. Chen Ci chose to activate it. The next second, he received 7 portions of dry rations, 7 bottles of mineral water, a flint and steel, and a talent awakening stone. While the food and water were important, his attention was almost entirely drawn to the awakening stone. The awakening stone of talent is of perfect quality, and is the last gift of the will of Earth. It can help the humans of Earth awaken their supernatural talents, but the success rate is only 50%. Upon seeing this number, Chen Ci immediately felt uncertain. After all, he had never been lucky enough to win in gacha games. But there was no turning back now. Sooner or later, he had to take this gamble. He looked down at his dirty hands, carefully wiping them on his clothes as if performing some kind of ritual, then whispered a prayer, hoping that Mother Earth would bless him. Once he confirmed its use, the talent awakening stone immediately emitted a soft white light, enveloping his entire body. That warm and reassuring feeling made him feel as if he had returned to his mother's arms. Just as he was immersed in it, a golden light suddenly shone from his chest, quickly covering his entire body and slowly merging with the white light, eventually shrinking together into his mind. A system notification sounded, "Talent awakening successful." Chen Ci subconsciously reached for his neck, only to pull out a red string. The pendant that had been hanging on the string was gone. That pendant held great significance for him. Chen Ci was an orphan. Both his parents worked on an archaeological team and often traveled together. When he was 13, they were involved in a plane crash on their way back from an archaeological mission, and all 100 or so people on board perished. After his parents' death, Chen Ci was sent to an orphanage, and from then on, he became taciturn and accustomed to being alone. After reaching adulthood, he rarely went out, almost always staying at home, communicating only with friends online. The jade cauldron-shaped pendant was a birthday gift from his father, and also the last gift he received. It was only the size of a peanut, yet exquisitely crafted, resembling a genuine antique. The system popped up another notification, congratulating him on successfully awakening his talent, synthesis. Chen Ci immediately checked the information. This talent was level 1, with a quality rating of none. The description stated that it was a product of the fusion of the will of Blue Star and an unknown primordial rule, with stringent awakening conditions, impossible to replicate, and a unique talent. The ability description is straightforward. he can summon a synthesis furnace, using one item as the main material and adding 2 to 9 auxiliary materials to fuse them into a new item. The new item may be an enhanced version of the original item, or it may mutate, making it highly random. Chen Ci was stunned for a moment. His only talent didn't sound like an ordinary ability. Based on his experience reading novels, this was basically a protagonist's standard cheat code. More importantly, he vaguely understood that what he had originally awakened wasn't synthesis, but rather the combined effect of the furnace pendant and the talent stone that had transformed his talent into what it was now. He couldn't help but laugh. The pendant hadn't truly disappeared, it had simply continued to accompany him in a different form. Unfortunately, he was currently penniless and had very few materials to synthesize it, so he had to temporarily set aside his hopes. Chen Ci put all the items from the gift pack into his inventory, then opened the attribute panel. The panel was divided into 2 parts, personal attributes and shelter attributes. His personal level was 0, Constitution 4, Spirit 6, Perception 5, Energy 0, no skills, and his talent was synthesis. The system noted that the average attribute for an adult was 5. This result was not unexpected. Chen Ci usually lacked exercise, often stayed up late, and had an unhealthy diet, so it was normal for his physical condition to be below average. His above-average mental state, however, was perhaps related to his long hours of playing games and reading novels. He quipped to himself, "Staying up late is like cultivating immortality." Next, he checked the shelter panel. The wooden hut in front of him was level 0 and rated as dilapidated. The system also reminded him to upgrade it quickly, otherwise this kind of hut would not be able to protect him at all. The facilities section was empty. Upgrading would require 100 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 1 piece of iron. After viewing the information, Chen Ci automatically received the relevant details. Building structures requires blueprints and materials. Blueprints can be obtained by opening chests, while materials must be collected in the wild and converted into standard units when placed in the inventory. For someone like him with poor dexterity, this gamified approach is actually commendable. The trading panel is temporarily unavailable. Your shelter needs to be upgraded to level 1. The crafting panel is usable, but currently only stone knives, stone axes, stone pickaxes, and workbenches can be crafted. Other items will be unlocked after the workbench is built. Whether upgrading your shelter or crafting tools, materials are essential. Chen Ci drank half a bottle of mineral water and ate a portion of dry rations before heading out to collect wood and stones. But as soon as he stood up, 2 boxes fell to the ground, the treasure chests he had picked up earlier on the road. The system notified him that a treasure chest had been found and asked if he wanted to open it. Chen Ci then realized that the condition for opening the treasure chest was to build a shelter. He immediately perked up. He was penniless at the moment, so anything he found would be useful. He chose to open them all. The treasure chest contained 10 loaves of bread, 10 bottles of mineral water, 20 units of wood, 20 units of stone, and a fence blueprint. Chen Ci examined the blueprint first. The fence was a Tier 0 ordinary defensive structure that could block enemy attacks, requiring 1 unit of wood per meter. After seeing the cost, he immediately abandoned the idea of building a yard and put the blueprint away for now. With the materials in hand, he decided to make the stone axe first. The crafting panel showed that both the wood and stone met the requirements. After confirming the crafting, a stone axe, as long as an adult's arm, quickly appeared on the ground. The handle was made of wood as thick as a wrist, and the blade was polished from an unknown stone, appearing smooth and sharp. The system even joked that it was a brand new axe, a perfect tool for chopping wood, making him the coolest guy in the primitive society. Chen Ci picked up the axe speechlessly and tried it a few times, and the feel was surprisingly good. If he were to sharpen it himself, he probably couldn't do it to this extent even if he worked himself to death. With the tools in hand, he decided to chop down trees first to gather the materials needed to upgrade his shelter as soon as possible. He left the cabin and headed southwest. On his previous visit, he had seen a thicket and several small trees there. The edge of the jungle was relatively safe, making it ideal for a beginner to collect wood. Reaching the bushes, Chen Ci didn't waste any words. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up his stone axe, and officially began chopping wood. The thuds of chopping wood quickly echoed across the wilderness. But after chopping for nearly 10 minutes, he finally felled a small tree, only to find 3 units of wood in his inventory. He was panting heavily, realizing that cutting down trees was far more difficult than he had imagined. The tree wasn't thick, but he had never done logging before and didn't know how to exert force. He just blindly chopped, and his arms quickly became sore and weak. However, Chen Ci didn't give up. He would rest for a while when he was tired, and then continue chopping when he recovered. He didn't stop until the sun was almost setting. That afternoon, he harvested a total of 24 units of timber. His hands were covered in blisters, and his arms were almost too heavy to lift. Luckily, he had an inventory, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry all the timber back. As dusk fell, Chen Ci dared not linger outside any longer. The journey back to the cabin was peaceful. Perhaps due to the newbie protection period, he encountered no wild beasts, nor did he see any of the mutated creatures the system had mentioned. When he returned to the shelter, only the last rays of sunlight remained on the horizon. According to the beginner's guide, during the 3-day protection period, wild animals would automatically ignore the shelter and would not attack at night. Therefore, even though the cabin was dilapidated, he was still safe tonight. The large hole in the roof allowed some light to remain inside the wooden cabin. While he could still see clearly, Chen Ci opened the crafting panel, intending to build a workbench first and see what useful items he could unlock later. The workbench requires 2 units of wood and 2 units of stone, and the materials are sufficient. After Chen Ci confirmed construction, a virtual outline appeared on the right side of the wooden house near the gate. As the materials slowly disappeared, the workbench gradually solidified. Soon, a system notification sounded. The workbench was successfully constructed. Chapter 3 Bronze Treasure Chest. Crafting Table Quality, Common. Description: the core of crafting items in the shelter, containing basic blueprints, and can be used to craft everyday items. Chen Ci walked to the crafting table, and as soon as he focused his attention, a semi-transparent virtual panel appeared before his eyes. The list on the left showed the items that could be crafted. He scrolled up and down and found that most of them were basic furniture such as wooden beds, wooden tables, wooden stools, and wooden barrels. "Isn't this just a furniture factory?" Chen Ci couldn't help but complain. Aside from the wooden furniture and tableware, there were no more practical items like torches or bedding on the panel. After closing the panel, he saw wood files, hand planes, saws, and other woodworking tools on the workbench. He only recognized some of these tools and had never actually used them. Fortunately, the production didn't rely entirely on craftsmanship. The workbench had both automatic and manual production methods. Automatic production could only produce ordinary quality items with relatively fixed sizes, but that was sufficient for him now. Chen Ci pulled up the wooden bed blueprints and immediately confirmed production. "We can do without sleeping mates, but we can't do without a bed." The panel then displayed that the wooden bed required 2 units of wood, the materials were sufficient, and the production time was 0.2 hours. After confirming, he didn't continue assigning tasks, since wood was limited and needed to be saved for upgrading the shelter. He then took out some dry food and water from his inventory, sat down against the wall, and ate while opening the chat panel. Messages scrolled rapidly in the world chat. Some people had already compiled survival tips, which were far more useful than ordinary casual conversation. A user named Chiang388 shared their assessment. The new player protection period is only 3 days, after which you're likely to encounter the mutated creatures mentioned in the hints, so you must gather the resources to upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Unless someone gets a gold mine directly from their new player gift pack, you'll have to rely on yourself in the early stages. He also mentioned that he searched a 2-kilometer radius during the day but didn't see any other survivors, indicating that the ruins world is extremely vast and everyone is very far apart, meaning he can only cope alone for now. However, there are plenty of natural resources in the wild, and treasure chests can be found, which can contain supplies, although it's uncertain whether they will respawn. Additionally, the trading function is unavailable before upgrading the shelter. Resources must be collected manually. Only after upgrading can players exchange resources through the trading channel. Qi Yang also reminded everyone that wild animals are scarce during the beginner phase, with large animals being almost never seen, possibly as part of a conservation mechanism. Finally, he said that the original world had been destroyed, and the reason why the ruins world saved humanity was unknown, but humans must still have value and wouldn't be consumed indiscriminately. The most important thing right now is to survive, and he included some wilderness survival tips, hoping everyone would share their knowledge. The world chat was quickly flooded with thanks. Some said that someone had finally provided a guide, while others boasted about finding 2 treasure chests. Chen Ci also replied with thanks, as these experiences had indeed given him a lot of inspiration. One feature that impressed him deeply was that collecting wood didn't necessarily require cutting down trees. As long as enough branches and leaves were added to his inventory, the system would automatically combine them into 1 unit of wood. This significantly saved stamina and time, which was crucial for someone like him who was just starting out. There are some really talented people among the viewers. Chen Ci secretly noted down this method, planning to try it out tomorrow. Then he opened the regional channel and found that the messages were still refreshing, but the talkative people from the daytime were no longer appearing, probably because they had used up their chances. He scrolled up, finding mostly posts asking for help or boasting about awakening superpowers. Lu Igua, however, had retweeted several survival tips from the world chat, seeming like a helpful older brother. After finishing his meal, Chen Ci got up and returned to his workbench. The wooden bed was already finished. It was a single wooden bed, about 1.8 meters long. Chen Ci was 1.75 meters tall, so it was just the right size for him. He dragged the wooden bed to the north side of the cabin, away from the door, and placed it against the wall. He then stretched his aching body briefly, put the stone axe at the head of the bed, and then leaned against the bed, lost in thought. The day's tension, exhaustion, and the shock of traversing the apocalypse finally overwhelmed him. Before long, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he soon fell asleep. He had a dream in which his deceased parents also came to this world, the family reunited, and together they built a luxurious shelter. As the sun rose and set, the sky gradually turned a pale white. Since his parents' passing, Chen Ci had suffered from chronic insomnia, often waking up in the middle of the night with extremely poor sleep quality. But this time, the thrill of time travel combined with physical exhaustion allowed him to finally have a long-awaited deep sleep, and upon waking, much of the pent-up emotions in his heart had dissipated. The cabin was still dimly lit in the early morning. Chen Ci groped his way out of bed, took care of his basic needs, ate some bread, drank some mineral water, and then followed yesterday's route back towards the bushes. This morning, his goal remained the same: timber. I only need 61 pieces of wood and 1 iron block to upgrade my shelter, Chen Ci calculated as he walked. Both the hints from the ruins world and the experience shared in the world channel emphasized that the shelter was fundamental, so upgrading it must be the top priority. Timber was relatively easy to collect. The real problem was iron. Chen Ci planned to gather enough timber in the morning and then wander around in the afternoon to see if he could find any iron. Lost in thought, he returned to the spot where he had cut down trees yesterday. This time, instead of hacking away with his stone axe, he began collecting leaves and shrub branches, piling them on the ground, and then trying to put them into his inventory. The next second, a system notification popped up: 1 unit of wood obtained. It worked! The experience post was true! Chen Ci's eyes lit up. This method saved so much effort. At least for the time being, the timber problem wouldn't be a major concern. Time slowly passed, and half a day flew by. Chen Ci wiped his sweat and looked at his inventory: 115 units of wood, 30 wild fruits, and 20 units of plant fiber. The wood was enough for the upgrade, and the wild fruits and plant fiber were byproducts he obtained while collecting branches and leaves. The wild berries were very sour and not exactly delicious, but Chen Ci still collected them all. He couldn't afford to waste anything that could provide nutrition, especially since these things were a good source of vitamins. He decided not to continue gathering wood in the afternoon. No matter how much wood he had, he couldn't exchange it for iron, and his shelter still wouldn't upgrade. He decided to explore westward along the mountains to see if he could find other resources. Returning to the shelter under the blazing sun, Chen Ci ate a quick bite, then opened the tool table panel and selected to craft a stone knife. The stone knife was made using a system-provided blueprint, requiring only 1 unit of stone. Shortly after confirming, a smooth, already sharpened stone knife, about 30 centimeters long, appeared on the tool table. He needed to prepare for exploring a new environment that afternoon. He chopped down too much wood, and his stone axe was chipped and practically unusable. Having a stone knife with him would give him peace of mind. "Let's go," Chen Ci said, taking the stone knife and heading west along the foot of the mountain, constantly observing his surroundings. The treasure chest wasn't large. It was easy to miss if you weren't looking carefully. After walking about 2 kilometers, he found a pile of rubble. He approached it and added it to his inventory, gaining 14 units of stone. Chen Ci immediately realized that directly collecting resources was much easier than gathering them bit by bit, although the yield was unstable and entirely dependent on luck. He continued forward, walking about 3 kilometers more, until a small grove of trees appeared ahead. The trees were sparse and low, and didn't seem dangerous. Chen Ci wanted to go in and see if there was any fruit, since his newbie gift pack was full of dry rations. If he could find fruit, he might be able to exchange it for some good items once the trading system opened. But as soon as he entered the woods, his gaze was drawn to a metallic gleam in the grass beneath the trees. Half hidden in the grass, its shape was square. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a bronze treasure chest. Chen Ci's face lit up instantly, his heart pounding. A bronze treasure chest! This is going to be a windfall! He excitedly strode forward and hurriedly reached for the box. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the bronze box, Chen Ci's expression changed drastically, and his body suddenly fell to the side. Chapter 4 Shelter Upgrade. Before Chen Ci fell, he only saw a triangular head brush past his hand, and the back of his hand even touched the wet, slippery scales. If he hadn't been on guard and noticed it out of the corner of his eye, he would probably be considering how many bowls of Manhwa soup he would drink by now. He rolled on the ground after landing, pushed himself up with one hand, and looked down at the ground with a livid face. In the grass, a snake about 50 centimeters long was coiled up, its head as large as a triangle, its fangs exposed, and its body covered with fine emerald green scales. It was clearly a bamboo viper. It was just now that it suddenly darted out of the bushes and almost bit Chen Ci. After recognizing the enemy, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, lowered his center of gravity, gripped the stone knife in his right hand, and slowly approached. Just as the venomous snake was about to swing its tail and launch itself forward, he preemptively swung his stone knife down. With a snap, the stone knife struck the snake's body, the immense force sending it flying. But Chen Ci didn't hesitate. He immediately released the stone knife, took out a stone axe from his inventory, and swung it down on the snake's head with both hands. 1, 2, 3 blows, until the snake's head was smashed to pieces. He finally stopped, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Trying to bite me again? See if you die!" This wasn't out of bravado, but out of fear. In this wilderness, a bite from a venomous snake is basically a death sentence. Chen Ci leaned closer to examine the snake's body. The previous strike had only grazed its scales. The stone knife hadn't caused much damage. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to switch to a stone axe and smash it, the outcome would have been uncertain. After calming down, he put the dead snake into his inventory. Although he didn't like eating snake meat, it was still meat, and once the trading function was enabled, someone would surely want it. After retrieving the stone knife, Chen Ci was smarter this time and didn't reach for the treasure chest directly. He cut off a long branch and repeatedly poked around in the nearby bushes to make sure there was no other bush assassin, before bending down to pick up the treasure chest. A notification appeared. 1 bronze treasure chest obtained. Someone mentioned this in the chat yesterday. Currently, treasure chests come in 2 types, wooden and bronze. Wooden chests mostly contain basic supplies, food, and water. As for bronze chests, although no one has publicly shared their loot, their quality is undoubtedly high. Chen Ci didn't even wait to return to the shelter. He immediately chose to open it. A cyan light emanated from the treasure chest, and when the light dissipated, 3 orbs of light appeared inside. He picked up the first one. Inside the orb was a faint outline of a knife. After crushing it, a horizontal sword fell into his hand. He intently examined the attributes. Tang Hingdao, Tier 0, common quality, forged from refined iron, 100-fold forging. Chen Ci gripped the sword, his eyes gleaming with undisguised joy. Compared to the stone sword, this felt like a real weapon. From now on, it would be his primary weapon. After the second orb of light was crushed, a piece of parchment appeared, covered with incomprehensible symbols. The message indicated that this was a torch blueprint, of common quality, useful for illumination and dispelling darkness, essential for nighttime travel. The crafting materials required were only 1 part wood and 1 part plant fiber or cloth. Chen Ci immediately realized that this item was very valuable. Last night, he dared not light any fires in the wooden hut, fearing he might accidentally burn down the shelter. But in the darkness, without a light source, it was too dangerous. Once the trading function was enabled, torches would likely become highly sought-after commodities. With nearly 5 billion survivors worldwide, someone will inevitably need lighting tools. As long as the raw materials are sufficient, he wouldn't even need to painstakingly chop down trees. He could acquire resources through trade. However, the problem is obvious. Relying solely on self-collection will certainly not yield enough plant fiber. The last orb of light contained a scroll. Chen Ci examined it, his heart filled with joy, yet also with a touch of helplessness. It was a blueprint for an arrow tower, a common defensive structure capable of automatically firing wooden or stone arrows, and also allowing personnel to stand on the watchtower and fire, used to protect shelters. The required building materials are 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 unit of iron. While arrow towers can significantly improve security, resources are currently scarce, and upgrading the shelter is the primary goal. Like the fence blueprints, they will have to be put aside for now. After sorting through his loot, Chen Ci found his inventory almost full. It contained food, water, flint and steel, wood, stone, plant fiber, a stone axe, a stone knife, as well as blueprints for arrow towers and torches. He left the wild fruit at the shelter, and held his sword in his hand. While it was still early, he decided to continue the search. Upgrading the shelter was just 1 unit of iron needed. If he could find it, it would be completed immediately. He started from where he stood and carefully searched a kilometer radius around the shelter. Perhaps the bronze treasure chest had exhausted his luck. For the next 2 hours, he only collected 15 units of wood and 10 wild fruits. He didn't even see a glimpse of the treasure chest, let alone iron. Chen Ci was disappointed and frustrated. It felt like a progress bar stuck at 99.99%, just a tiny bit more away, yet utterly unable to move forward. After circling around again and confirming he had found nothing, he could only return to the shelter, feeling resentful. Before sunset, he went into the cabin. A few red clouds drifted in the pale blue sky, and the afterglow cast a warm glow on the cabin. Chen Ci put down his stone knife and axe, then used a unit of wood to make a wooden bucket at the workbench, and carried it towards the river to the east. He'd been sweating a lot these past few days, and his body already smelled sour. Even though he was in a survival situation, he still needed to wash. The river was about 40 meters wide, the water was very clear, and the current wasn't fast. Strangely, he couldn't see any fish or shrimp. Chen Ci first used a wooden stick to test the pebbles on the shore to make sure his footing was firm, then tested the water depth, which was only about 1 meter. With no one around, he simply took off his clothes, stood on the pebbles, and took a cold shower, throwing his clothes into the water to rinse off the smell. Just as he was joking with himself, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a wooden box peeking out from under some pebbles in the distance. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went over and moved aside the stones. Sure enough, there was a wooden treasure chest hidden underneath. He had a strong premonition that this time, he would definitely succeed. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Chen Ci reached out and opened the treasure chest. A notification appeared: congratulations on obtaining 20 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of stone, and 5 iron ingots. Chen Ci immediately burst into laughter, all his frustration vanishing. He immediately gathered his supplies, grabbed his bucket, and hurried back to the shelter, more than twice as fast as he had come. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Back in the cabin, Chen Ci immediately took out 100 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 1 unit of iron. The system prompted that there were enough materials and asked if he wanted to confirm the upgrade of the shelter. He confirmed without hesitation. The system then prompted the survivor to leave the shelter and prepare for the upgrade. Chen Ci walked to the open space in front of the door and saw the entire wooden house radiate a dazzling white light. After a few breaths, the white light subsided, and the shelter looked brand new. The next moment, several lines of notifications appeared automatically. Shelter upgrade successful. Trading function unlocked. Personal gathering function unlocked. Personal exploration function unlocked. The trading function is currently only available within shelters and cannot be used in the wild. Items for sale must be placed in your inventory and automatically transferred by the system after a transaction is completed. Items for purchase are temporarily stored in the system and must be confirmed and withdrawn within a shelter. Chapter 5 Resource Trading, Shelter Level 1. Basic Wooden Cabin Design, Weak Protection, Dry Weather, Be Careful with Fire. Facilities, Crafts Table. Upgrade Requirements, 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, 2 glass. Chen Ci stood in front of the brand new wooden house, examining it carefully. The crack that had run through the house was gone, and a window had been added to each of the east and west sides, improving both the light and the view. He pushed open the door and went inside. The frightening hole in the roof had also been repaired, and the floor had been paved with stone slabs. The wooden walls were much thicker. He tapped them, and they made a resounding thud, no longer as thin and unsettling as before. The interior of the cabin was divided into 3 sections. Upon entering, there was a square space where his belongings were piled up in the center. Chen Ci considered that this place could be used as a warehouse for easy access, or a table could be placed here as a buffer zone in case wild animals broke in. Logically, this should be the living room, but he was the only person for several kilometers around. Where would guests come from? To the right of the main gate is a wooden door. When you open it, you can see a workbench placed under the window, making it easy to observe what's happening outside while working. Clearly, this is the work area. Chen Ci walked through the hall and into the innermost rectangular room. A wooden bed was placed in the corner. This was the bedroom. Its location further inside offered greater security, and he was fairly satisfied with the layout. After inspecting the cabin, he immediately opened the system to check out the new features unlocked after the upgrade. Chen Ci first opened the trading system, thinking to himself, "Whether I can become a capitalist or not depends on this." The trading panel is divided into 2 parts, left and right. The left side is the market, where various survivors' shops offer a dazzling array of goods, from ants and butterflies to tables and chairs, all sorts of strange and unusual items. Chen Ci glanced around briefly before focusing his attention on the personal shops on the right. The system instructions are clear. Survivors can list items for sale, add them to their inventory, and set a price. Once a transaction is completed, the system will handle the delivery. This also means that the trading shop cannot be used as a storage exploit, and the variety of items listed cannot be too large, otherwise it will take up valuable inventory space. Chen Ci shook his head, abandoning the idea of finding a loophole. He then took out the bamboo viper and tried using its detection function. The system immediately provided the information: bamboo viper, rank 0, common, tubular fang venomous snake, good at hiding, highly venomous. Chen Ci used the gathering skill again. The next second, the venomous snake was broken down into 1 portion each of snake meat, snake skin, and snake venom, all of ordinary quality. His eyes lit up. This skill was practically a godsend for a beginner. With reconnaissance, it's less likely to miss treasures and avoids accidentally ingesting poisonous creatures. With gathering, he doesn't have to personally handle these bloody prey. Chen Ci couldn't help but complain that the upgraded system was finally complete. Before, they were practically like guest accounts. He sat down on the edge of the bed, eating his dry rations while opening the chat channel. As soon as he entered the regional channel, a system notification popped up. Regional channel speaking restrictions have been lifted. There is no longer a limit on the number of times you can speak. Chen Ci was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but curse under his breath. It seemed that the void world was forcing everyone to upgrade their shelters. Only by upgrading could they be considered permanent employees, while those who didn't were just temporary workers. The chat channel quickly became lively. Some asked if everyone had returned to the shelter and how their day's harvest was. Some complained that they had been cutting down trees all day and still didn't have enough materials. Others were running out of water and continued to ask for help in the channel. Soon, someone mocked him, saying that their shelter was right next to a lake, but they couldn't give the other person water, and urged him to upgrade quickly. Others exposed that the person hadn't even left the shelter, and had already asked for water 7 or 8 times. Some people were curious because they hadn't encountered any animals all day, and hadn't had a chance to test the power of their abilities. Then, someone who had successfully leveled up jumped out to boast, saying that after unlocking the feature, chatting was no longer restricted and they planned to chat for half an hour first. The channel instantly erupted with praise for the expert, and a bunch of people were asking where to find iron blocks. Chen Ci looked at the screen filled with, "Still need one more iron block," and couldn't help but feel lucky. Iron blocks were now as hard to come by as some kind of rare card. He lurked in the regional channel for a while, but didn't see much valuable information, so he went to the trading market to check prices. Since it was still early, most of the items on the market were useless personal items. Nose rings, necklaces, and the like weren't priced very high. Clothes are expensive, with even a single piece costing over 100 units of wood. That's normal. If someone truly possessed weapons, they wouldn't easily sell them. No one would be foolish in this situation. Even iron blocks are rarely for sale. Most of the items listed are materials whose current uses are unclear but are relatively easy to obtain. Logically, the most scarce resources in the early stages of survival should be food and water. However, the beginner's pack includes food and water directly, depriving those with shelters near water of a chance to strike it rich. On the market, 1 liter of water could be exchanged for about 3 units of wood. There was profit, but it wasn't excessive. Chen Ci pondered for a moment. If he went to the river to fetch water and then returned to the shelter to trade, it might indeed be slightly better than cutting down trees or mining, but it would still only be hard-earned money. There are clearly many people needing water. Some are already listing hundreds or even thousands of liters at a time in the market. In contrast, food prices are much higher. 1 unit of food can be exchanged for 8 to 10 units of basic resources. Currently, food mainly comes from treasure chests, making the acquisition channels unstable. Everyone is afraid of not having enough to eat, naturally driving up prices. This is even with the newbie gift pack as a safety net. Without that initial food supply, food prices would probably have skyrocketed, with one item costing 100 not being unusual. Chen Ci certainly wouldn't sell staple foods, at least not until he found a stable source. In fact, he even considered stockpiling some if given the chance. He did see 2 blueprints, one for a scabbard and the other for a trash can. They had little practical value, but their prices were outrageous. Medicines and bedding were scarcer and more expensive, often costing hundreds of pieces of wood, with some even asking for 500. Chen Ci shook his head. Survivors in the early stages had limited supplies, and only a few were upgrading their shelters. These prices were ridiculously inflated. However, after observing the market, he confirmed his direction. He opened his personal shop and listed wild fruit. Trade item: 1 wild fruit. Required items: 5 plant fibers or cotton. The note read, edible wild fruit, sweet and sour taste, replenishes vitamins, and can also satisfy hunger. Don't miss it! Lighting tools were scarce and expensive in the market, making a torch business entirely viable. With food prices currently high, exchanging wild fruits for raw materials was a perfect opportunity. Before long, Chen Ci received numerous private messages. Some wanted to trade wood, some wanted to add him as a friend to build rapport, and others directly tried to negotiate prices. Although exchanging wild fruit, which even pigs might not like to eat, for 5 units of resources was indeed a rip-off, food was valuable these days. A moment later, he finally saw a useful message. The sender, Lucia, said she had 45 units of cotton and wanted to exchange them for 10 units of wild fruit. If he agreed, the trade could proceed immediately. The profile picture showed a woman with delicate features and short, spirited hair. Chen Ci's eyes flickered slightly. The fact that the other party could produce 45 units of cotton at once didn't necessarily mean it was from opening a box. it was more likely that there were wild cotton fields near the shelter. If a stable source of cotton could be secured, a slightly lower price wouldn't be unacceptable. So he replied that with food prices high, cotton wasn't very useful for the time being, and 5 units for one wild fruit was already very cheap. Lu Xiaoya was also very direct. She said that since Chen Ci was buying cotton in large quantities, he must have the relevant blueprints, and she did have a cotton field nearby that could provide a stable supply. Cotton wasn't very useful to her right now, and she needed Chen Ci to buy it, so she wouldn't back out at the last minute. Chen Ci thought for a moment, and said that if she could continue to provide cotton tomorrow, the price could be negotiated. Lu Xiaoya immediately agreed, but explained that she needed other resources tomorrow. Wood and stone were both acceptable, 1 wood for 1 stone, and 1 stone for 2 stones. Chen Ci felt he could bear the risk of acquiring 5 units of materials, so he agreed to the transaction. Soon, the 10 wild fruits in his inventory disappeared, and a pile of cotton appeared on the ground. The system log showed that he had obtained 45 units of cotton. Meanwhile, in another similarly styled wooden cabin, Lu Xiaoya looked at the wild fruit she had obtained, a look of delight on her face. She was dressed in sportswear, her short hair neat, her demeanor clean and spirited. There was indeed a field of wild cotton near her shelter, but there were no stones around. Fortunately, she had found several treasure chests beforehand, which not only provided the upgrade materials, but also yielded a blueprint. It was a blueprint for a herbal tea called Qingwen tea, of common quality. Its effects were to prevent the flu and boost the body's immunity, making it a practical and affordable drink to keep on hand. The required ingredients were 1 part banlangen, isatis root, and 1 part wild fruit. Lu Xiaoya found isatis root in the treasure chest, but couldn't find any wild fruit nearby, which is why she traded with Chen Ci. Now that she has all the ingredients, she immediately prepares to make Qingwen tea and put it on the market for sale. For her, finding a channel willing to buy cotton was equally important. Once this trade route was stable, collecting resources wouldn't have to rely entirely on treasure chests and luck. Chapter 6 First Synthesis. After completing the transaction with Lu Xiaoya, Chen Ci put all the cotton on the ground into his inventory. He glanced at the trading shop, thought for a moment, and then casually listed the snake meat as well, priced at 10 units of cotton. He didn't plan to eat the snake meat. While food prices were still high, he might as well exchange it for more useful materials. After completing the transaction, he went to his workshop and took out the torch blueprint. As he selected to use it, a flash of white light appeared, the blueprint disappeared into the workbench, and a torch option immediately appeared at the top of the crafting list on the left. Chen Ci took out the materials and directly selected to craft it. A notification appeared quickly. The torch was successfully made. It was a common lighting tool, windproof, not easily extinguished, and could burn continuously for 2 hours. The torch was about 1 meter long, with a thick wooden stick. Chen Ci picked it up and tried it out. It didn't need any additional kindling. He just touched the torch head to the stone's surface, and it ignited with a pop. Chen Ci nodded in satisfaction. Even a small torch exuded the aura of the system's advanced technology. The simpler and more useful something was, the higher its value. He opened the trading channel and found that all the snake meat and wild fruits had been sold out. He now had 49 units of wood and 214 units of plant fiber and cotton. He immediately decided to produce 49 torches to test the waters in the market. Half an hour later, all the torches were completed, and he put them up for sale. Seller Chen Ci 997, selling 49 torches, each in exchange for 5 units of wood, with the note: lighting marvel, self-igniting, ignites instantly, lasts for 2 hours, limited stock, first come, first served, 1 per person. Most survivors currently lack lighting tools. Modern people are accustomed to bright lights, and it's nearly impossible to move in complete darkness. Basic lighting items like torches are in high demand. As for limiting purchases, Chen Ci has his own considerations. Torches are consumables, and people will inevitably buy them repeatedly in the future. He wants to first let more people see them and gradually filter out repeat customers. Once the shop gains a reputation, there's no need to worry about finding buyers for other items. It's similar to Blue Star Live. The bigger the reputation, the more stable the traffic, and the faster the money comes in. Soon, the World Chat channel became lively. Someone noticed torches appearing in the trading area and asked in surprise how they were made. Immediately, some concluded that this technology must be a system invention, while others exclaimed, "Lucky God!" Soon after, someone proudly declared that they had snagged the last one, and that it was indeed very useful. Immediately, someone nearby groaned, lamenting that even after transmigrating, they still had to rely on speed. This initial surge of positive word of mouth was quickly overwhelmed by other messages, but Chen Ci was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to attract traffic himself through the chat channels, but he hadn't expected the torches to sell out so quickly. It seemed that the search popularity for lighting tools was even higher than he had anticipated. The transaction record popped up immediately. All 49 torches had been sold, in exchange for 245 units of wood. Chen Ci couldn't help but laugh out loud. Doing business was indeed more profitable than working a regular job. This wave of profits had already surpassed what he had painstakingly earned from chopping down trees for a whole day. Looking at the remaining 165 units of cotton, he felt he couldn't miss the opportunity, so he devoted all of it to torch production. 2 hours later, 165 torches were produced. During this time, he also spent 10 units of wood to make himself a set of tables, chairs, and cabinets, a small treat to improve his life amidst his busy schedule. Looking at the torches scattered across the ground, Chen Ci decided not to exchange them for wood this time. He had enough wood for now, but he was short of stone for the next shelter upgrade, so he decided to take out 50 torches and trade them for stone, keeping the rest for later. Tomorrow was the last day of the beginner period, and the survivors would likely bring out some good items to prepare for the challenges. 50 torches were quickly sold out after being put on the shelves, earning him 250 units of stone. Chen Ci calculated that he now had 80 units of wood, 290 units of stone, and 4 units of iron, plus the remaining torches, which brought him very close to upgrading his shelter again. At night, he returned to his bedroom, lay on the wooden bed fully clothed, and reviewed the news. Today's gains were substantial. Among survivors, he should be considered to have some assets. If he worked hard tomorrow, the probability of upgrading his shelter again was quite high. Lost in thought, the torch burned out, plunging the cabin into darkness. The forced-off lights environment quickly brought on drowsiness, and soon snoring filled the room. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Ci opened his eyes to see the system panel automatically appear. The system notification stated that today was the last day of the new player protection period, and all survivors should strive to upgrade their shelters. Additionally, the number of treasure chests and wild resources spawning would increase. 2 major alerts instantly dispelled his sleepiness. Chen Ci opened the chat channel, and sure enough, all the topics revolved around this matter. Some hoped to find more treasure chests today so they could upgrade their shelter as soon as possible. Some realized that the system's repeated warnings meant the dangers to come would be far from simple, and others, who had been hiding in their shelter for the past 2 days, were now panicking and at a loss. Messages scrolled rapidly across the channel, a mix of mockery, panic, and excitement. Chen Ci, however, had no interest in reading them. Every minute in the early stages of survival was precious. He quickly got up, washed, and ate his bread, his movements swift and efficient. His goal for today was clear: to continue accumulating resources and strive to upgrade his shelter again. Before leaving, he began clearing his inventory, leaving behind anything he wouldn't need for the time being. As he took out the stone knife and stone axe, he suddenly paused. He already had the Tang-style horizontal sword. The stone knife was useless to him, and no one would buy it, yet throwing it away seemed a waste. Listing stone knives and axes on the trade channel would probably only make people laugh at him for being crazy. But the Chinese tradition of thrift and frugality made Chen Ci unable to bring himself to waste them. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered his synthesis furnace. Perhaps he could try to reuse it. Chen Ci focused his attention, and the synthesis furnace flew out from his sea of consciousness. Inside the furnace were 10 spatial compartments, 9 of which were auxiliary material compartments arranged in a circle, with the main material compartment in the center. He tried putting the materials in, and soon a prompt appeared: main material, stone axe, Auxiliary materials: stone knife, stone material, 5 units. Success rate, 100%. Mutation rate, 1%. Synthesize? He then tried replacing the stone with wood and iron blocks, but the success rate dropped significantly, while the mutation rate increased considerably. For his first synthesis, Chen Ci didn't intend to take any risks and ultimately chose the safest option, starting directly. The next second, he felt something flow into the synthesis furnace in his brain. A blue light emanated from the furnace, and in less than 2 minutes, a stone axe appeared in his hand. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he immediately used his detection skill. The result showed that this was already a Tier 0 excellent grade stone axe, with the added attribute of sharpness, increasing its sharpness by 30%. All the nicks on the axe blade had disappeared, and the entire stone axe was brand new, with a faint blue light flashing across its body from time to time. Chen Ci quickly realized that the result of synthesizing similar materials was more like enhancement, upgrading the ordinary white quality to a premium blue quality. This ability was stronger than he had imagined, almost like creation. Although a premium stone axe itself might not be very valuable, if it were made of higher grade materials, its prospects would be completely different. Unfortunately, synthesis isn't unlimited. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt something being drained from his mind. Looking at his attribute panel again, his spirit had dropped from 6 to 5 points. It was the current spirit that decreased, not the maximum. This meant that this synthesis consumed 1 point of spirit energy, and he could only synthesize a maximum of 6 times consecutively. Chen Ci wasn't sure how quickly his mental energy recovered, nor did he know if the stone axe consumed a little energy, or if all the synthesis consumed the same amount. Even with just a little less mental energy, he already felt drowsy. If he continued experimenting, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the house today. He quickly suppressed his curiosity. This ability was clearly better suited for research later when resources were plentiful. Right now, the most important thing was to search for treasure chests on the last day of the beginner period. Chen Ci didn't delay any longer, put the exquisite stone axe into his inventory, picked up the Tang-style horizontal sword, and went out. Today's itinerary had already been planned. In the morning, they would collect plant fibers from the bushes to make torches. In the afternoon, they would search for treasure chests and supplies. Chen Ci, familiar with the area, arrived at the bushes from yesterday, took out his exquisite stone axe, and randomly selected a small tree, chopping it down. In no time, the sapling crashed to the ground. Chen Ci looked at the stone axe in his hand and finally couldn't help but sigh. The superior grade was indeed powerful. The logging speed had almost doubled. It seemed that this synthesis experiment was not only successful, but the results were also far more valuable than he had expected. Chapter 7 Brains are more important. The morning passed quickly, and Chen Ci, the workaholic, was already drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked and dried repeatedly, leaving large salt stains. But looking at his inventory, he was still in a good mood. The satisfying feeling of reaping resources bit by bit with his own hands was truly addictive. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on harvesting 260 units of wood, 80 units of plant fiber, and 10 wild fruits. Chen Ci found a shady spot to sit down, took out his dry rations and bottled water, and decided not to return to the shelter at noon. He would eat something simple and then continue working. He had planned to spend the whole day outside before leaving. Now, with time running out and the task heavy, as long as his body could hold on, there was no reason to slack off. In the afternoon, he planned to search the forest to the south, circling along the edge of the bushes, and eventually returning to the shelter. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Ci stretched his body. He was definitely tired, but being young, he recovered quickly and could still handle it. In fact, the more he worked, the more he felt as if some hidden attribute of his body was being activated, and his fatigue was mixed with excitement. He walked south for a kilometer with his head down, and soon found his first resource point. It was an apple tree, its branches laden with fruit, standing out conspicuously in the grass. Chen Ci was certain that this tree hadn't been there when he passed through on the first day. He grumbled about whether the world was experiencing time acceleration or simply teleporting things here, but his hands moved swiftly, immediately unleashing his detection skill. The information indicated that it was an ordinary Fuji apple tree, with crisp, sweet and sour flesh, of superior quality. Chen Ci's mouth was practically watering, but he didn't rush forward. He first used his knife to sweep through the surrounding grass, making sure there were no lurking dangers, before picking all the apples from the tree, a total of 31. After taking a bite, he stared at the apple tree, then suddenly placed his hand on it, attempting to pick them. The next second, the apple tree vanished, leaving only a deep pit in its place. The system notified him that he had obtained an apple tree seed. Chen Ci was stunned for a moment, not expecting his casual attempt to succeed. He hadn't been able to harvest the seeds directly when chopping down trees before, so it seemed this apple tree was likely a resource point. He then examined the tree species with his probe. The apple tree was merely a level 0, common variety. It could be planted and propagated, yielding ordinary sweet fruit. Chen Ci was slightly disappointed. He had hoped it might be some kind of spirit fruit tree, but it turned out to be just a normal tree. After finishing the apple in his hand, he continued on his way. Based on previous experience, he should be able to see the forest after walking a little further. But for the next hour or so, all he saw was grass, and not a single treasure chest in sight. The prolonged fruitlessness began to frustrate him. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Chen Ci stopped and took a careful sniff, immediately recognizing the smell as roasted meat. He followed the aroma, parted the grass, and froze. Floating on the grass was a ball of light, inside which was a freshly roasted Quanju duck. The information displayed prominently featured Peking duck, a world-famous dish, with crispy skin, tender meat, and a golden brown color, a perfect balance of crispy exterior and tender interior, making one's appetite soar. Chen Ci couldn't help but curse. This world is utterly absurd. Yesterday we were struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and today a premium Peking duck has appeared out of the bushes, its aroma and steam practically wafting out. He shattered the sphere of light, tore off a piece of duck meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. It was so hot that he gasped for breath, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. After 2 days of dry rations and intense labor, even ordinary roasted meat could become a delicacy, let alone such a famous dish. As Chen Ci ate, he felt his newly rebuilt worldview shatter once again. He refrained from eating it all, only tasting the piece in his hand, and put the rest into his inventory, intending to go back and see if he could exchange them for something better. After tidying up, he looked around and realized that he was not far from where he had first found the treasure chest. It seemed this area really was a blessed land. Looking up at the sky, Chen Ci decided that it was no longer appropriate to rush into the forest, and it would be better to continue searching in the vicinity. This decision was also more prudent. The forest wasn't necessarily safe. Venomous snakes and insects were likely to be present, and he was still wearing summer quick-drying clothes, which wouldn't protect him from snake fangs at all. With this in mind, Chen Ci decisively adjusted his plan and turned to search eastward. Not long after, he discovered the situation. Ahead stood 3 large trees, each over 2 meters tall, huddled together like a strange family of 3. What truly attracted him wasn't the trees themselves, but a bronze treasure chest nestled among the branches of the middle tree. Chen Ci's eyes lit up instantly, but he didn't rush towards it. Yesterday, someone had calculated that survivors encountering bronze treasure chests almost always face danger, leading to the conclusion that bronze treasure chests were likely guarded. He slowed his pace, cautiously approaching to observe. Soon, he discovered a beehive the size of a human head hidden next to the treasure chest, with a large number of wasps swarming behind the leaves. The investigation revealed it to be a yellow-legged hornet, a level 0 common hornet, venomous, vengeful, extremely territorial, and highly aggressive. It was not recommended to provoke it. Chen Ci looked at the beehive, then at the treasure chest in the tree, feeling a bit of a headache. To get the treasure chest, he either had to climb the tree or cut it down, but either way, he couldn't avoid the swarm of hornets. He couldn't possibly gamble that these wasps would be completely unresponsive to his attempt to steal the treasure chest. Tang Hingdao was useless in this situation, and he couldn't possibly transform into a peerless swordsman and cut down all the wasps in the sky. He did have a long wooden stick, but childhood experience told him that poking at a beehive usually only led to his own demise. After a moment's thought, Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he turned and ran back to the area where he had found the roast duck. He remembered there was a patch of mugwort nearby. Back in the orphanage, the old director often used mugwort to repel insects, and he decided to try that method. Upon returning to the so-called lucky place, Chen Ci used his Tang-style broadsword to cut down a large bundle of mugwort, gathered some branches, and carried them back to the grove. Confirming the wind was from the northwest, he quietly piled the mugwort and branches upwind, then retreated to a safe distance and lit a stick with a flint. Holding a burning stick, he carefully approached the pile of mugwort and slowly ignited it. Once the fire started, thick smoke billowed up quickly, heading straight towards the beehive. Chen Ci immediately retreated, watching what happened next, a strange excitement, like that of a mischievous child, rising within him. As the thick smoke billowed into the hive, a massive swarm of enraged wasps erupted, far outnumbering the number he had initially observed. But even their ferocity was no match for the billowing smoke. Just as his sword had been ineffective against the swarm, the situation was now completely reversed. Before long, wasps began to fall in large numbers, pelting the ground like raindrops. Some even flew into the flames like moths to a flame, making small popping sounds. Seeing that his method had worked, Chen Ci prepared to deliver the final, fatal blow. He crouched low and approached the base of the tree, confirming that the number of flying wasps had decreased significantly. He then raised his long stick and quickly ran to the base of the hive. After finding the right angle, he poked the hive down with the stick, then flicked it, knocking the nest into the fire. He then turned and ran, his movements swift, precise, and ruthless. After running for more than 10 meters, Chen Ci looked back. The remaining wasps flew out of the hive, but were quickly engulfed by the flames. Only when no more wasps flew up did he approach again and use a stick to pry the hive out of the fire. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the survivor for winning the battle and obtaining a battle treasure chest. Chen Ci was overjoyed. Although he didn't know exactly what the battle treasure chest contained, he figured that as long as it was a treasure chest, it couldn't be anything bad. After upgrading the shelter, the system unlocked a simple QA function. Chen Ci immediately inquired about the source of the battle treasure chests. The system replied that in individual battles or territory wars, defeating the stronger or fewer forces would give one a chance to obtain a battle treasure chest after the battle. Upon hearing the words, "territory war," Chen Ci's ears perked up, and he pressed for an explanation. The system coldly replied with an insufficient permission message. He was disappointed, but not surprised. Yesterday, he had asked why Blue Star was destroyed and what the Ruins world was, only to be blocked by the same permission issue. Unable to obtain further information, he put away the battle treasure chest and then used the harvesting function on the beehive. The system notified him that he had obtained 200 grams of honey and the corpse of a queen wasp, and that the queen was actually an elite-level wasp. Chen Ci then understood why the system had judged him to have defeated a stronger opponent. Facing something like this, brute force is simply unrealistic. Battles definitely require strategy. After dealing with the beehive, he immediately started chopping down trees, and before long, the bronze treasure chest was in his hands. Looking at the two treasure chests placed side by side in front of him, Chen Ci finally couldn't contain his excitement and whispered, "Open the chests!" Chapter 8 Mysterious Blade Technique. Open the bronze treasure chest. The system notification immediately popped up, and Chen Ci obtained a wind-chasing bow, a dose of golden wound medicine, and a small round shield blueprint. Immediately afterwards, he opened the battle treasure chest, which contained a blood spirit mushroom and a skill book Mysterious Blade Technique. With the cultivation technique, equipment, and blueprints all in hand, Chen Ci was in high spirits, and casually put everything into his inventory. While it was still light, he didn't rush to examine the spoils but continued searching outside. However, he quickly regretted it, feeling that he should have returned to the shelter before opening the chests. He then walked east to the riverbank, and then north along the river, focusing his search on the area within 200 meters of the west bank. Whether it was a stroke of good luck today, or the newbie rewards in this world were particularly generous, he found 3 more wooden treasure chests, plus a solar-powered power bank. Before nightfall, Chen Ci returned to the shelter with a bountiful harvest. He put down his things and immediately went to the workbench, took out the plant fibers he had collected that day, and set it to produce 80 torches. After arranging them, he sat back down at the wooden table, lit the torches, and began to tally his harvest. 3 wooden treasure chests were opened one after another, containing 150 portions of wood, 100 portions of stone, and 15 portions of iron. Chen Ci thought it was acceptable, considering they were all basic resources. The beginner's benefits were indeed direct. As long as survivors dared to go out and find treasure chests, upgrading their shelter to level 1 was basically not a problem. He piled the basic supplies in a corner, then took out the truly important spoils of war. The Windchaser bow was a Tier 1 high-quality composite bow, increasing the initial velocity of arrows by 30% and having a maximum range of 300 meters. The Golden Wound Medicine was a common healing potion, specifically for treating knife and axe wounds and bruises. The small round shield blueprint is a common one, requiring only wood and iron to craft. The Blood Spirit Mushroom, however, caught Chen Ci's eye even more. Although only Tier 0, it was a high-quality item, permanently increasing Constitution by 2 points. Finally, the Mysterious Void Blade Technique was also a Tier 1 high-quality skill, increasing attack speed by 30%, and upon mastery, further increasing Constitution by 2 points. The system notification states that item quality is divided into 5 levels: common, fine, rare, perfect, and mythical. Common items have no additional attributes, fine items have 1, rare items have 2, perfect items have 3, and mythical items are random. Additional attributes only apply to creatures of level 1 or lower than the item's level. This means that after reaching level 2, practicing the Mysterious Void Blade Technique will not grant the speed bonus. Blood Spirit Mushroom, Mysterious Blade Technique. Chen Ci's breathing quickened. Like many Chinese, he had dreamed of becoming a martial arts hero as a child, and now that dream seemed almost within reach. The Void World not only possessed extraordinary powers, but in the future, it might even give rise to immortal beings. After the initial excitement, he quickly calmed down. The Blood Spirit Mushroom was a precious medicine for enhancing physical constitution, and he certainly couldn't leave it to someone else. As for whether to consume it now or wait until his attributes were even higher, he hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. Only by staying alive could he have a future. Keeping such a treasure on his person might eventually benefit someone else. Chen Ci broke off a small piece of the blood-red Ganoderma lucidum and put it in his mouth. To his surprise, it didn't taste bitter at all. Instead, it had a faint sweetness. Having searched all afternoon, he was already hungry, and seeing that it tasted good, he simply ate it in large bites. In less than 3 minutes, the entire blood-red Ganoderma lucidum was gone. At first, there was no reaction, but soon, a surge of heat rose from his stomach, rushing throughout his body in the blink of an eye. His skin began to redden, his blood felt like it was boiling, and he felt uncomfortably bloated. Chen Ci's heart sank. He realized he had eaten too quickly. He forced himself to calm down, taking deep breaths to suppress his panic. Just then, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, he grabbed the skill book on the table. The moment the pages were turned, a flood of information, enveloped in white light, rushed into his mind. He seemed to transform into a strange martial artist, practicing the profound void blade technique day after day, year after year. In reality, Chen Ci involuntarily stood up, drew his Tang-style sword, and practiced swinging it following the images in his mind. Once, twice, 3 times, he couldn't remember how long he had practiced. When he regained consciousness, all the soreness and swelling in his body disappeared, leaving only a refreshed mind and abundant strength. Chen Ci couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, he had turned misfortune into blessing. He even felt that he could now take on 10 people. He then summoned his attribute panel and found that his physique had increased to 6 points, his spirit to 6 points, his perception to 5 points, and the mysterious void blade technique had been added to his skill bar, reaching a proficiency level of 76%. The Xuanqu sword technique has moved beyond the beginner stage and entered the proficiency stage. Holding the Tang sword, Chen Ci immediately felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. How to hold the sword, how to exert force, how to strike, All seemed etched into his instincts, far surpassing his previous ability to only perform simple slashes. Although his physique only increased by 2 points, it felt almost as if his strength and agility had doubled. His body felt lighter, the belly he had developed from staying at home had disappeared, and his abdominal muscles were starting to show. Knowing that his beginner period was about to end, the pressure in his heart finally eased considerably. At this moment, the system notified him that the torch production was complete. Chen Ci walked to the workbench, put 80 torches into his inventory, and began preparing the supplies for tonight's trade. He could sell 180 torches, keeping only a dozen or so for himself. Wild fruits, apples, and roast duck could also be listed for sale. He suddenly remembered the blueprint for the small round shield. He had 19 units of iron, and upgrading the shelter required 10 units, leaving him with 9 units to craft the round shields. Chen Ci entered the blueprint into the workbench and set it to produce 9 small round shields. Each shield took 5 minutes, so all of them would take 45 minutes to complete. After making the arrangements, he opened the chat channel to see if there were any new messages. The world channel was already buzzing with activity. Most survivors had found treasure chests and upgraded their shelters that day. Although the regional channels no longer restricted speech, the world channel was still the most active. Some people were chatting, while others were showing off their loot. Xiaohu showed off an apprentice staff, a tier 1 high-quality item that could increase fire damage by 30%. Chen Ci remembered this person. On the first day, he had boasted in the regional channel about awakening his fireball ability, and now he had obtained the matching equipment. His luck was indeed quite good. Next, someone showed off a dimensional ring, which contained 3 cubic meters of space, but couldn't store living creatures. Someone else posted a Sworn Brotherhood scroll, allowing 2 survivors to become sworn brothers or sisters and merge their shelters. The channel erupted in exclamations, with messages of worship and requests to befriend the survivor flooding the chat. Soon after, a man named Qiamin spoke up, claiming to be a former high-ranking official in HB province. He said he had contacted former government staff and armed police to establish a survivor alliance called Xia Alliance. The alliance would exchange resources and share supplies to provide survival guarantees for ordinary people. Currently, they were recruiting survivors who possessed special items, crafting scrolls, and abundant resources. This message was like a starting gun. Recruitment ads quickly appeared from various groups like the Eagle Alliance, the Freedom Society, the Brotherhood, and the Skull and Bones Society. Chen Ci looked at these recruitments, but his reaction was indifferent. The alliance led by a former high-ranking government official certainly sounded influential, but he was already used to living alone. Even if he were to transmigrate to the ruins world, Chen Ci felt he could thrive. More importantly, he didn't want to be led by anyone. As a free-spirited homebody, working was out of the question, absolutely out of the question. Chapter 9 Blood Fiend Alliance's First Appearance. Chen Ci watched the world chat for a while and found that the messages were quickly flooded with recruitment ads from various survivor alliances. The overwhelming slogans made it almost impossible to find any truly useful information. With the newbie protection period about to end, morale was wavering, and all sorts of shady characters were emerging. Chen Ci switched to the regional channel and found the atmosphere even more tense. Not only in the world channel, but even in his own region, an alliance had been formed. This organization was called the Blood Fiend Alliance, and its leader was Zhang Biao, a man with a scar on his face. He was aggressively recruiting in the channel, promising that as long as they followed orders, all members would have plenty to eat and drink and be safe. Xiaohua and Esper was the first to stand it up and started cursing in the channel, saying that Zhang Biao was a thug and a villain who would never keep his promises, and anyone who joined him was asking for death. Zhang Biao immediately retaliated, saying that Xiaohua was slandering him, and if he couldn't guarantee everyone's survival, he shouldn't hurt those who were willing to help. As soon as Zhang Biao spoke, a group of people immediately chimed in. Some said that Boss Zhang was genuinely thinking of everyone's best interests, while others accused Xiaohua of having superpowers but not helping the weak, calling him selfish and petty. In just a few minutes, Xiaohua seemed to have been pushed to the opposite side of everyone. Deep within an unknown forest, in a wooden cabin, Zhang Biao lay lazily on a large solid wood bed. His face was rugged and muscular, a scar running from his lip to below his ear, making him look fierce and dangerous. He toyed with a round stone, completely ignoring Xiaohua. He'd seen far too many young men like this, spouting slogans about justice and morality, completely oblivious to what ordinary people truly wanted. Zhang Biao looked down at the bedside, where a thin man was kneeling. The man wore broken gold-rimmed glasses. When Zhang Biao asked him if public opinion could be manipulated, he immediately agreed, even flattering Zhang Biao by saying they could handle Xiaohua without Zhang Biao's intervention. Zhang Biao smiled at him, but his tone suddenly turned cold, asking why, if he was so clever, he hadn't completed his mission today. The bespectacled man trembled with fear. Zhang Biao then adopted a lenient attitude, saying he'd let it go since it was the first time, but the shortfall had to be made up by tomorrow. He added that the shelter was too poor to support idlers. The bespectacled man, as if stared at by a beast, quickly promised to finish by tomorrow. Zhang Biao waved him off to work and walked to the window. Outside, several other people were sitting around a fire. Clearly, there were more than just the two of them in this shelter. On the regional channel, the accusations against Xiaohua continued. Some people tried to calm everyone down, including Lu Yang and Lu Aigua, whom Chen Ci had met before, but they were few in number and their voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages. At this moment, Xiaohua sat at a wooden table, a fireball that was constantly expanding and contracting in his palm. The firelight cast flickering shadows on his face. He was only about 20 years old, and he gritted his teeth, cursing these people for being insane, unable to even see through someone like Zhang Biao. Faced with the barrage of insults, Xiaohua finally couldn't hold back any longer and threw the fireball out the window. After a loud explosion, he shouted angrily that Zhang Biao had better not run into him, or he would definitely kill him with his own hands. The war of words ended with Xiaohua saying, "We'll see." He left the channel and stopped replying, while the Blood Fiend Alliance seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand, their reputation soaring and recruitment ads flooding the screens. They claimed that anyone could join the Blood Fiend Alliance, and that joining would grant members a powerful defensive treasure. Others even came forward to testify that their leader, Zhang Biao, would provide members with such items, proclaiming that humans are social animals and must unite, and that their brothers and sisters were waiting for them. Chen Ci watched the whole spectacle unfold, but he didn't believe Zhang Biao's empty promises. There are no saints in this world without a reason. The other party must have some ulterior motive. It's like a pyramid scheme. They call each other brothers and sisters, but in the end, they're all after profit. However, even if he saw the problem, Chen Ci wouldn't jump out and expose it like Xiaohua did. Those who actively place their hopes on others are often not easily awakened by a few words. What he was truly curious about was how Zhang Biao planned to fulfill his promises, and how he would remotely control those who joined the Blood Fiend Alliance. And what exactly were these so-called protective treasures? Many clear-headed people clearly shared the same questions, but until they understood, no one was willing to provoke Zhang Biao. Seeing the regional channel gradually being flooded with messages from the Blood Fiend Alliance, Chen Ci simply turned off the control panel and went into the workshop. By this time, the small round shield had been completed. It was a wooden arm shield of Tier 0 white quality, 90 centimeters in diameter. Chen Ci put it on his left arm, took out the Tang horizontal sword with his right hand, and actually looked somewhat like a swordsman and shield soldier. He quickly realized he was missing a set of armor. But after searching the trade channel, he knew the chances were slim. Everyone was short of armor. No one would easily sell theirs. After a quick scan, he found another seller. Someone was also selling torches, 1 torch for 8 units of wood, but the quantity was limited and sold out as soon as they were listed, clearly indicating a similar shortage of materials. It's normal for torches to go up in price. Once midnight passes and the newbie period ends, having an extra source of light at night always makes you feel more secure. Among basic materials, iron ingots are also rising in price, probably because some people are preparing to upgrade their shelters to level 2, driving up demand. After checking the prices, Chen Ci didn't hesitate any longer and put all 180 torches up for sale. Each torch could be exchanged for 8 pieces of wood, 6 pieces of stone, or 1 iron block. He also noted that other items could be obtained via private message, and that he was buying glass. He had no other choice. No one was selling glass in the trading channel, so he could only post a buy order and try his luck. After doing all this, he remembered Lu Xiaoya and sent her a private message, asking how much cotton she had collected that day and whether she wanted to trade it. Lu Xiaoya quickly replied, saying she had 120 units of cotton. Other survivors had contacted her earlier, but she hadn't sold them. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he asked if the price was too low. Lu Xiaoya replied no, she had promised Chen Ci and didn't want to break her word. Besides, she was looking for a long-term ally, and she thought Chen Ci seemed like a decent person after seeing him limit torch purchases to one per person yesterday. Chen Ci realized she had misunderstood, thinking the purchase restrictions were to accommodate more people. However, this beautiful woman, whom he had never met, was indeed decisive in her words and actions, and most importantly, she had recognized his strengths. So Chen Ci replied with a smile, expressing that he also wanted to find long-term partners to complement each other's resources. He proposed setting the transaction price based on the daily prices of basic materials. 1 unit of cotton would be purchased for 3 timbers or 2 stones, and he would take all 120 units. Chen Ci had carefully calculated this price. The cost was slightly high, but the torch business could continue for a few more days, and he needed a stable source of raw materials. More importantly, he planned to dedicate time to practicing the mysterious void blade technique, which would inevitably reduce the time available for collecting plant fibers, making reliable suppliers crucial. Lu Xiaoya was very satisfied with the quote, which was much higher than she had expected. She replied that it was no problem, and then requested 120 units of timber and 160 units of stone, sending over the order details. After confirming that everything was correct, Chen Ci immediately agreed to the transaction and quickly received 120 units of cotton. After the transaction was completed, he thought for a moment and then sent Lu Xiaoya a new order. This time, he was selling a small round shield in exchange for only 1 unit of wood, noting that it was a gift for her self-defense and investment. Back on Earth, Chen Ci inherited a large fortune, but he managed to preserve most of it by appropriately distributing his wealth to gain assistance. He understood then that relationships based solely on affection were unstable, and necessary investments couldn't be spared. Money and resources were important, but in crucial moments, people were even more important. He needed to maintain good relations with Lu Xiaoya, his raw materials supplier. A small round shield could increase her chances of survival and also earn her gratitude and recognition. Even if he misjudged her, using a shield to see through her wouldn't be too costly. On the other side, Lu Xiaoya, dressed in sportswear, looked at the transaction application with a complicated expression. From childhood to adulthood, almost no one had truly cared about her. Her parents gave all their love to her younger brother, and she even doubted whether she was their biological child at one point. After graduating from university, she faced considerable harassment and gossip because of her appearance and figure, and most people around her approached her with ulterior motives. Chen Ci's seemingly simple act of kindness brought her a long-lost sense of warmth and goodwill. She didn't exchange many pleasantries, simply replying with 2 words. "Thank you." She then agreed to the deal, a slight smile playing on her lips. She hadn't made a mistake in choosing this partner. Chapter 10 Small Chat Group. After completing the transaction, Chen Ci didn't think much more about it. It was just a casual move, and regardless of the final outcome, it wasn't worth his time. He had plenty of other things to deal with. Just then, a system notification sounded. Chen Ci opened the panel and found someone tagging him in the regional channel. The message was sent by Zhang Biao of the Blood Fiend Alliance. He claimed that people in the same area should help each other, and many people didn't have torches yet. After the protection period ended, everyone would need to defend themselves. Therefore, he was willing to provide 50 sets of materials first, asking Chen Ci to trade him the torches from the shop, and he would provide the remaining materials the next day. Soon, a group of survivors began to chime in. Some said that Boss Zhang was loyal, others said that everyone should contribute the materials and let Zhang Biao coordinate the distribution. Still others directly advised Chen Ci, saying that he was only making torches at the workbench, which didn't take much effort, and that he could contribute to the group. Chen Ci almost laughed in anger when he saw those messages. According to this group, he would not only waste his time but also have to provide the materials first, and then they would use a few sweet words to steal the torches for free. Zhang Biao sent another message, saying he wouldn't let him do it for free. As long as Chen Ci joined the Blood Fiend Alliance, he would be given a vice leader position, and making torches would earn him extra alliance contributions. The Blood Fiend Alliance members immediately flooded the chat, saying this was a meteoric rise, and that joining a large organization of over 500 people wasn't something just anyone could do. Some even pretended to be serious, saying Chen Ci probably wouldn't take advantage of the situation, since everyone was just trying to survive. A cold smile crept onto Chen Ci's lips. He originally didn't want to pay attention to these people, but the Blood Fiend Alliance controlled the narrative, and with a group of survivors eager for drama egging him on, nobody on the regional channel cared about his thoughts anymore. The number of messages tagging him increased so much that he couldn't ignore them anymore. He replied directly, "If you want a torch, go buy it in the trading channel. I don't have time or interest in playing house with you guys. The Blood Fiend Alliance, such a low-class organization, doesn't even deserve to recruit me. I advise you all to rely on yourselves. Relying on these scoundrels will only lead to your own downfall sooner or later." After sending that message, Chen Ci didn't check for any further reactions and immediately closed the regional channel. He knew very well that there wouldn't be any pleasant comments. Not long after, the system notification sounded again. Chen Ci frowned, thinking it was just those people going on and on, but when he opened it, he found it was a private message. The other person, named Wang Zixuan, said he was in the same region as Chen Ci and a classmate of Xiaohua. He told Chen Ci that the regional chat channel was now a mess, basically controlled by the Blood Fiend Alliance, and had no value anymore. So he and Xiaohua created a small chat group, which they would only use to exchange resources and wouldn't involve any organizations, and asked Chen Ci if he was interested in joining. Chen Ci didn't agree immediately, but instead asked how the chat group was created and who was in it. Wang Zixuan explained that the item was something he found while searching for supplies that day. Besides him and Xiaohua, there were 3 other people in the group, all of whom were reliable survivors and each had their own unique resources. Wang Zixuan then sent a description of the item. Small chat groups can be created within the chat channel to bring together like-minded people, with a maximum of 10 members. Chen Ci thought about it, and felt there was no reason to refuse. Even if it wasn't a good fit, he could simply leave. More importantly, he genuinely needed a few people with whom he could reliably exchange resources. Wang Zixuan quickly added him to the group. Xiaohua was the first to chime in, asking if there were any new members. Lu Aigua sent a welcome message, while Lu Yang immediately asked Chen Ci if he was a superhuman. Chen Ci frowned. Asking such a private question right after joining the group was a bit inappropriate. Wang Zixuan quickly explained that Lu Yang was just a goofball, and he was the only one in the group who hadn't awakened his superpower, so he had to ask everyone who joined. Chen Ci then replied, "No, I don't have any special abilities." Of course, he wouldn't reveal his synthetic talent. No matter how deep their friendship, such a unique ability was too complicated, especially since they had only just met. Lu Yang immediately expressed his gratitude, saying that from now on they would be like half-brothers. Chen Ci was speechless for a moment, confirming that this guy was indeed not very bright. Then, Wang Zixuan began introducing the group members. Xiaohua is skilled in fireball magic and has strong combat abilities. There aren't many local specialties near his territory, so he can mainly provide meat from hunted animals. Lu Yang has an open-pit iron mine near his territory. If you need iron blocks, you can contact him. Lu Aigua is a retired soldier whose special ability is explosive power. He has coal and stone resources. The last one is Song Yeri, a professional doctor whose special ability is called Heart of Nature, though she herself doesn't fully understand its specific uses. She possesses blueprints for rattan armor, allowing her to craft and trade rattan armor. Iron blocks, coal, meat, stones, and rattan armor, these resources are all very useful to Chen Ci. Wang Zixuan added that his ability was Eagle Eye, which was suitable for searching for supplies in the wild, and then asked Chen Ci to briefly introduce himself. Chen Ci avoided the main point and said that there was a river nearby with abundant water resources, and he also had 2 blueprints that could be used to make torches and small round shields. After saying that, he sent the attribute description of the small round shield to the group. Lu Yang immediately became restless, declaring he'd sell everything he owned to get a better one, and asked Chen Ci what he wanted. Wang Zixuan reminded him that the group advocated mutual help. Good items could be traded internally first, but there was no need to deliberately lower prices, just go by market price. Lu Aigua agreed. Everyone should prioritize internal use of good items, and only put any surplus on the market, ensuring no one loses out. Chen Ci originally planned to exchange a small round shield for 5 iron blocks or 50 units of wood at the market, so he said to Lu Yang, "It normally sells for 5 iron blocks, but you can give me 4. Consider it a red envelope for joining the group." Lu Yang immediately thanked him, and the transaction was quickly completed. Subsequently, Lu Aigua used 5 units of coal, Wang Zixuan and Xiaohua each used 4 units of iron, and Song Yarui used rattan armor, each exchanging for a small round shield. They had already traded their day's earnings before Chen Ci joined the group. After the protection period ended, everyone was busy, and after a brief introduction, they logged off one after another without continuing to chat. Chen Ci also had his own things to do. He first went to the workbench, issued a production task, and made 120 torches in one go. Then, he opened the trading channel to check the previous torch sales. As soon as he entered the trading page, success notifications kept popping up. All the torches he had listed were sold out, in exchange for a large amount of wood and stone, and there were also many messages from people wanting to buy them. Some asked him to notify them in advance before listing the torches again. Some said they would acknowledge him as their boss if he gave them just 1 torch, and others sent messages with pictures, even pleading with him. Chen Ci calmly studied the pictures, then replied to everyone, saying that he would be listing torches again later. Besides the purchase requests, numerous survivor alliances also sent recruitment messages. Some tried to intimidate him with righteous indignation, while others offered sweet deals, but Chen Ci ignored them all. He directly withdrew his earnings, receiving 800 units of wood and 480 units of stone. This time, there were no iron blocks or glass. Iron blocks were still rising in price, and no one would exchange glass for torches. Including his existing inventory, he already had 953 units of wood and 705 units of stone. Once the new batch of torches was sold, his basic supplies would soon exceed 1,000. Chen Ci planned to make another batch of small round shields after the torch production was completed, to use for trading iron blocks or glass. He then continued browsing the trading channel. After the protection period ended, the variety of goods had significantly increased. Soon, he saw a small desk lamp from Iwu. It was of average quality, with only 8 hours of battery life remaining. The seller requested to exchange it for self-defense items. Chen Ci privately messaged them to ask how to charge it after use, but received no reply. He continued browsing and saw someone selling an iron knife. He wondered if it was based on blueprints or made by some superhuman. The fact that they were selling weapons meant they definitely had extras. Not long after, Chen Ci discovered another truly valuable item, a personal water purifier blueprint. The description was straightforward. In wilderness survival, to avoid diarrhea, one must either boil water or use a water purifier. The seller requested other blueprints or weapons in exchange, with the highest bidder winning. The blueprint's appearance immediately sparked a lively discussion online. Some people were seeing the blueprints for the first time, some guessed they came from a treasure chest, and others didn't understand their value, thinking that with rivers and lakes everywhere, a water purifier was useless. They were immediately ridiculed by others. Various alliances also offered their bids. Some were willing to trade long swords, others offered food, iron blocks, and glass, and still others offered torches, bows and arrows, and even core alliance positions. Chen Ci was very envious, especially of the glass in the price list. But he knew very well that he probably had no chance. He couldn't possibly give away the Wind Chaser bow and the Tang blade, and the small round shield wasn't heavy enough. The alliance could use a lot of resources to buy everything, making it difficult for a single survivor to compete. Just then, the person selling the lamp replied, stating that they only wanted to exchange it for a self-defense weapon and would not accept bargaining. Chen Ci proposed exchanging a small round shield for the lamp. The seller, however, felt this wasn't enough and wanted 10 more iron blocks. Chen Ci immediately objected. The lamp only had 8 hours of battery life left. After that, it would be useless, while the small round shield could be used indefinitely. With just a wooden spear, it could handle most ordinary dangers. If there was any price difference, it should be the seller making the difference to him. After some haggling, the seller finally relented and agreed to exchange the small round shield for the lamp, without further charges. Chen Ci immediately made the deal, took out a small desk lamp, and turned it on. The white light instantly illuminated the wooden house, far more effective than a torch. Most importantly, the lamp didn't require any materials, and Chen Ci happened to have a solar-powered power bank on hand. To others, this lamp might be a disposable item, but in his hands, it was a completely different story. Chapter 11 Recombination. Chen Ci strode to the workbench and traded 25 torches to Wang Zixuan and the others in exchange for 25 units of iron. He then added the remaining 95 torches to his inventory and listed them for sale in the trade channel. The item for sale was torches, 95 in stock. The trade condition was 1 unit of iron. In the notes, he added, "DM me if you have glass, looking to buy glass." He now had 47 units of iron ingots, and without hesitation, Chen Ci arranged for them all to be used to produce small round shields. Once the workbench was running, he suddenly found himself with some free time, so he decided to acquire some more materials to test the synthesis furnace. As for what to use for synthesis, he already had an idea while browsing the trading channel. Soon, he acquired 5 snake skins, costing only 5 units of stone. Chen Ci glanced at the channel and couldn't help but shake his head. Trying to find bargains in the trading channel wasn't realistic. There were too many smart survivors, and various alliances were watching. Even if there were bargains, he wouldn't get a chance without spending a lot of time. Instead of competing with others, he should focus on developing his crafting talent. Chen Ci summoned his crafting furnace, preparing to use the small round shield as the main material and the snake skin as the secondary material. Combined with what he already had, he would have 6. A notification appeared quickly: 81% success rate for synthesis, 77% mutation rate. Chen Ci raised an eyebrow. The mutation rate was ridiculously high this time. He guessed that perhaps the greater the difference in material composition, the easier it was to trigger mutation. After noting this conjecture, he activated the synthesis furnace. The next second, a large amount of mental energy was suddenly drawn away, and Chen Ci felt a wave of dizziness, his body becoming heavier. The synthesis furnace flickered with orange light, and the entire process lasted for nearly 15 minutes. Then, with a soft thud, a shield fell onto the table, and Chen Ci immediately focused his attention. It was a snakeskin shield, a Tier 1 rare quality shield, with attributes that increase block success rate by 60% and increase the wearer's constitution by 1. The description was also quite strange, as if it were a complaint about how slippery and sturdy snakeskin was. Chen Ci was overjoyed. A rare quality item with 2 attributes. He immediately consulted the system and learned that each tier of item was divided into common, fine, rare, perfect, and mythical, corresponding to white, blue, orange, red, and gold. Common items had no additional attributes, fine items had 1, rare items had 2, perfect items had 3, and mythical items had no restrictions. This time, it was as if he had been kissed by Lady Luck. He had actually synthesized an orange tier item. The snakeskin shield was covered in leather, the snake patterns possessing an eerie beauty, and looked quite exquisite. After Chen Ci put it on, the +1 to his physique effect immediately became apparent, even making the Tang-style horizontal sword in his hand feel much lighter. This success greatly boosted his confidence. He then spent a large amount of wood to acquire several mediocre blue items in the trading channel, continuing his attempts at crafting. Soon, a 3-piece wedding bed set appeared before him. It was a Tier 0 premium item, capable of improving sleep quality by 30%. Originally, the main material was just a miniature plaything, but the synthesis furnace had directly magnified it into a real thing. Chen Ci hadn't expected the synthesis furnace to have the effect of turning a fake into a real thing. He had thought it would at most produce a premium toy set. He smiled, tossed the 3-piece set onto the bed, and then prepared to synthesize it again. This time, he took out the queen bee corpse he had harvested during the day, along with several items he had just bought, and put them all into the synthesis furnace. The main material was the beehive, and the auxiliary materials were the queen bee, 6 ants, a banyan seed, and a butterfly corpse. The notification showed that the synthesis success rate was 80%, and the mutation rate was 60%. After Chen Ci confirmed the synthesis, his mental energy was once again greatly drained, and its strength was no less than that of the snakeskin shield he had synthesized earlier. His mind went blank for a moment, a sharp, stabbing pain and overwhelming drowsiness washing over him simultaneously. Chen Ci forced himself to stay awake and pulled up the panel, finding that he only had 1 point of mental energy left. He immediately judged that this synthesis had consumed 2 points of mental energy. The synthesis furnace lit up with an orange light. If he wasn't mistaken, this was at least a rare-grade item. The next hour was particularly agonizing for him. He kept dozing off, like he was falling asleep in class, and could only stay awake by pinching himself. He persevered, just to see the finished product with his own eyes. Finally, the equipment was complete. It was the Goo King Beehive, a second-to-rare quality item with the attribute of attracting bees. It had a huge attraction to bee swarms and increased the queen bee's level by 1. The description was even more astonishing. This is a bee swarm arena. 1,000 bees are needed to activate the swarm-raising mode, and the winner becomes the queen bee. If the queen bee dies, the swarm-raising mode must be restarted. Chen Ci's weary brain was jolted awake, instantly clearing his head. This was a second-tier orange-grade equipment, and a strategic level 1 at that, capable of controlling a swarm of bees in battle. Just imagining a large number of poisonous bees in the future was exhilarating. He grinned as he added the beehive to his inventory, then forced himself to sit up and put all the small round shields produced at the workbench up for sale. 47 small round shields, each exchangeable for 6 units of iron or a piece of glass, limited to 1 per person. After finishing, Chen Ci could no longer hold on, staggered to the bedside, and buried himself in the covers. His last thought before falling asleep was that he must never be so reckless in the next synthesis. After an unknown amount of time, a series of loud bangs and scratching sounds suddenly came from the direction of the wooden door. Chen Ci was jolted awake, forcing himself to sit up despite the throbbing pain in his head, and searched for the source of the noise. After several deep breaths, his mind cleared slightly. He hadn't removed his rattan armor before going to sleep, so he immediately took out his Tang-style broadsword, strapped on his snakeskin shield, and tiptoed to the door. It was still dark outside, with only a faint light. Through the window, Chen Ci saw a leopard, easily 2 meters long, banging and scratching at the door. The loud noise from earlier was its doing. The next second, the leopard seemed to sense his gaze and abruptly turned its head. The two, man and leopard, locked eyes through the window, and system information immediately appeared. Hungry leopard, rank 0 elite, attribute, beast roar. The description states that it had been imprisoned by a mysterious force for 3 days and was starving. Upon discovering Chen Ci, it made its choice. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar erupted, and Chen Ci froze in place. The leopard leaped up, its hind legs exerting force, and pounced. Just as its gaping maw was about to crush Chen Ci's head, he suddenly awoke, instinctively bracing his foot against the wooden wall, using the momentum to fall backward. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. Ignoring the pain in his back, Chen Ci rolled to his feet and looked around. The window was shattered, but the leopard hadn't rushed into the house. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had bitten his tongue in the shock. Luckily, the pain had woken him up, otherwise he would probably be a headless corpse by now. Chen Ci muttered to himself, this beast reacted too quickly, it spotted him with just a glance. He tried to calm his near-death experience by talking, but his heart was still pounding in his chest. Silence soon fell outside the door, but Chen Ci knew the leopard hadn't left, it had its eyes on him. What was more troublesome was that it was cunning. Despite being starving, it had refrained from jumping in through the window. The cabin's main hall was piled high with supplies, and once the leopard entered, its agility would be greatly reduced. The two faced off in silence through the darkness. Chen Ci gradually calmed down, realizing he couldn't let it stay outside any longer. Outside, the leopard had a clear advantage in speed and agility. He had to lure it in. Chen Ci applied snake venom to the blade, then strode to the door, put the iron block blocking it into his inventory, flung open the door, and quickly retreated. The cheetah slowly appeared, stopping at the doorway, its body low to the ground, ready to pounce. Chen Ci shouted, lowered his center of gravity, used the snakeskin shield to protect his chest, and gripped his Tang-style broadsword to provoke it. A moment later, Chen Ci took the initiative to approach. When they were only 2 meters apart, he suddenly strode forward, knife in hand. Provoked, the cheetah took a half-step back, then leaped into the air and pounced on him. Chen Ci was prepared. He braced himself in a lunge position and used his snakeskin shield to block the oncoming claws. With a loud bang, the claws struck the shield, and the impact sent him staggering backward. But he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the momentum, Tang Hingdao unleashed his Xuanqiu sword technique, slashing twice across the cheetah's back to create wounds. Blood immediately gushed out, but the cheetah seemed oblivious to the pain, roaring and continuing to swing its claws. In a series of exchanges, Chen Ci parried with his snakeskin shield while simultaneously counterattacking with his Xuanqiu sword technique. When they separated again, the cheetah had 7 more wounds, and Chen Ci's skin was also torn by claw marks penetrating its fine armor. He slowly retreated, creating distance again, and stared at the hungry beast before him. Although injured, he knew very well that he had the advantage in equipment, and he could win this battle. Chapter 12: The Great Harvest from the Silver Treasure Chest. After creating distance, Chen Ci and the cheetah stopped simultaneously, facing each other coldly across the messy house. He didn't rush to attack, but waited for the snake venom to fully take effect in the cheetah's body. The cheetah was also in a dilemma, finding it difficult to attack its prey, yet unwilling to give up. A moment later, Chen Ci keenly noticed the cheetah's movements begin to change, and a surge of joy welled up within him, but he still suppressed his impulse. Only when the cheetah's body clearly swayed did he suddenly lunge forward, unleashing a series of slashes with his Tang Hingdao. The cheetah's reaction time had been greatly reduced after being poisoned, and it could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Chen Ci's swordsmanship, however, became increasingly fluid, and after a few moves he severed most of its head. The battle finally ended, and as his tense mind relaxed, exhaustion immediately washed over him. He waved his hand, casting a harvesting skill on the cheetah's carcass. The corpse quickly vanished, leaving only a mess in the room. A system notification appeared, indicating he had harvested animal hide, fangs, and 5 portions of animal meat. Immediately afterward, another notification lit up. Survivor Chen Ci passed the first test with a perfect rating and received a silver treasure chest. A flash of white light appeared, and a silver chest appeared before him. Chen Ci didn't open it immediately. Instead, he set the chest aside and checked the chat channel. This near miss with his mental energy almost cost him his life, a lesson he silently learned. He was bombarded with private messages, reaching 99+, but ignored them and checked the system announcement instead. The newbie protection period had officially ended, and the seals on plants, animals, weather, and mutated creatures had all been lifted. Even more troublesome was the fixed test at the end of each month, a beast siege, with a 27-day countdown. In addition, random challenges will occur during the survival period. Currently, the system has detected the acid rain challenge, with a 7-day countdown. After reading the announcement, Chen Ci's expression turned solemn. He remained silent for a long time before opening the newly created small group chat. The atmosphere in the group was completely different. Xiaohua had regained his enthusiasm, posting a photo of himself with a tiger corpse, proudly declaring that just as Wu Song fought the tiger in ancient times, Xiaohua now slays it. Lu Yang exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder he's the protagonist. His combat power is off the charts." Wang Zixuan said he encountered a hyena, while Lu Aigui encountered a python, speculating that the trials might be arranged based on individual fighting abilities. Song Yerui also spoke up, saying she encountered a weak wolf and was almost scared to death. Lu Yang immediately broke down, realizing his own trial was a German shepherd, Was its combat power even lower than Song Yarui's? As they were talking, he noticed that Chen Ci hadn't commented yet. Chen Ci then spoke up, saying he had just finished, and his opponent was a leopard. Lu Aigua marveled at Chen Ci's extraordinary strength. Since everyone in the group had successfully passed the test, it was indeed something to celebrate. Lu Yang quickly reminded everyone to check the World Channel, where the number of users was plummeting. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere in the smaller group, the world and regional channels were now filled with cries of despair. A flood of pleas for help and desperate cries for assistance went viral. Many who had passed the test were severely injured. Some were offering exorbitant prices for healing items, others were trading supplies for their lives, and still others cried out in despair, lamenting that they had barely escaped the apocalypse only to die in this world. Medicine prices skyrocketed instantly, and any healing items listed on the trading channel were almost immediately snapped up. In just 3 days, the survivors had very few medicines left, with supply far below demand. The so-called test was actually a brutal elimination process. Those who were physically weak or unable to adapt to reality would be weeded out. To survive, the injured survivors pulled out their most treasured items, including crafting blueprints, attribute-enhancing equipment, and top-tier supplies. Chen Ci took the opportunity to search the market and quickly spotted a backpack blueprint. The seller only wanted wound medicine. After checking it, he confirmed it was a very useful blueprint, so he contacted the seller, explaining that he had wound medicine, mainly for treating external injuries, especially lacerations. The seller immediately replied, saying that he had been scratched by claws. Chen Ci didn't try to take advantage of the situation and directly sent the medicine's properties. After reading the description, the seller immediately sent a transaction request, clearly fearing something might go wrong if they delayed. After the transaction was completed, Chen Ci received the backpack blueprint. A regular backpack requires 1 animal hide and 2 sets of rope materials. He had the hide, only the rope was missing. Chen Ci was quite satisfied with this transaction. He had saved a life and obtained the blueprint in return, a win-win situation. As for his own injuries, they had scabbed over and were no longer a problem. Having run out of medicine, he stopped watching the trade channel. He then went to collect the spoils from dismantling the small round shield, obtaining 240 iron ingots and 7 pieces of glass. The shelter upgrade materials were finally complete. He only needed to wait for dawn to upgrade. It was pitch black outside, and no one knew if there were any wild beasts left. He didn't plan to risk going out. He could wait a few hours. With a moment to himself, Chen Ci glanced at the regional channel again. The number of people had decreased by nearly 300, leaving only a little over 700 in the entire region. Almost a quarter of them hadn't survived this ordeal. The channel had practically become a propaganda machine for the Blood Fiend Alliance, with people constantly praising Boss Zheng's life-saving artifact. Some accused the Blood Fiend Alliance of deception and exploitation, but their voices were quickly drowned out by a barrage of counterarguments. Chen Ci had some doubts about the so-called life-saving artifact, but with too little information, he had to put it aside for the time being. More important matters awaited him, opening the silver treasure chest. A flash of red light, and the silver treasure chest opened. Chen Ci first crushed the light sphere on the right, obtaining 200 kilograms of high-quality chitai flour. The reward wasn't exactly groundbreaking, but it was certainly substantial. Since arriving in the ruins world, he had been eating dry rations every day and had long wanted noodles and steamed buns. As a northerner, he felt like he hadn't eaten properly if he didn't eat noodles for a few days. Moreover, food is absolutely essential currency in the void world. Currently, no one has the ability to grow food, so food is basically only obtained through gathering in treasure chests. Thinking of steaming noodles and buns, Chen Ci's heart was filled with longing. After collecting the flour, he picked up the second orb and crushed it. This time, the system notification displayed the Vajra breathing technique. This is a Tier 1 perfect quality technique, possessing 3 attributes: physical fitness, immunity to evil, and Vajra body. It's a foundational cultivation method for Buddhist disciples in this other world, requiring a minimum of 8 points in basic constitution to enter. Physical fitness can be permanently improved through cultivation. Immunity to evil enhances resistance to charm and control skills, and Vajra body is an active defensive skill that forms an all-around protective shield around the body after activation. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. This was an incredibly lucky find. The cheetah's roar still lingered in his mind. If he mastered this technique, he wouldn't have to worry so much about similar situations in the future. Chen Ci had always preferred a tanky build, believing that you can only deal damage if you can stay alive. Unfortunately, his base physique was only 6 points, and the snakeskin shield's bonus didn't count as a base attribute, leaving him 2 points short of being able to cultivate it. Left with no other choice, he could only temporarily store the cultivation technique in his inventory, while secretly fantasizing about obtaining a few more extraordinary fruits. He crushed the last orb of light, revealing a charcoal blueprint inside. The charcoal was a Tier 0 high-quality product, with the attribute of long-lasting combustion, and its description even called it a barbecue marvel. The required materials were simple, just one piece of wood. Chen Ci looked at the blueprints but found them somewhat useless. With the weather outside so hot, he had no need for heating and no desire for a barbecue. After thinking for a moment, he casually added the blueprints to his workbench, figuring they might come in handy later. After taking stock of all his finds, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He felt completely drained. Chen Ci decided to take a nap and upgrade the shelter at dawn. Chapter 13 Second Level Shelter. As dawn broke and the rising sun had not yet shone into the wooden house, it remained dimly lit. Chen Ci pushed open the bedroom door, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, instantly jolting him awake and dispelling most of his remaining sleepiness. He frowned and murmured that the weather was getting colder. When the group arrived in the ruins world, it was late summer or early autumn, and the climate had remained comfortable during the newbie protection period. However, as soon as the protection ended, the morning breeze already carried a noticeable chill. Chen Ci opened the chat channel as usual. In the few days since arriving in the ruins world, he had developed the habit of checking the channel early in the morning. Even without new information, he could find some amusement in the survivors' casual conversations. But today, as soon as he opened the panel, he saw a familiar name pinned to the top of the world channel. Chiang388 posted a long message. He first reminded everyone that yesterday's test took many lives, but those who survived should not wallow in sorrow, because a new test is approaching. He then summarized several important changes after the end of the new player protection period. First, the ruins world had lifted the restrictions on wild animals. Before dawn, Qi Yang explored a 1-kilometer radius around his shelter and discovered that a large number of animals had suddenly appeared, including rabbits, squirrels, wild dogs, goats, and even ferocious beasts such as lions, tigers, and black bears. Many of these animals should not have been in the same environment, and he suspected that they also came from Earth and would compete with humans in the future, forming a new food chain. Secondly, the system has relaxed climate control. Autumn has already arrived, and based on current temperatures, the winter here will certainly not be mild. It may even be harsher than in the northern part of the Blue Star China region. Qi Yang reminds everyone to stock up on supplies in advance, especially warm clothing and food. Finally, and most importantly, the acid rain test will begin in 7 days. Judging from the intensity of the first test, the acid rain will be anything but simple. Prolonged acid rain could potentially trigger famine and make wild animals even more dangerous. Qi Yang emphasized that everyone must prepare water, food, and weapons in advance. He also shared some good news. The Level 2 shelter was a stone structure equipped with a fireplace and other heating facilities, and the Level 3 shelter should be even better. Upgrading the shelter is clearly key to survival going forward. At the end of the message, he expressed his hope that everyone would help each other and persevere together. The world chat exploded quickly. Some said Qi Yang was a wilderness survival expert with rich experience, and that made a lot of sense. Others were chased back by wild boars as soon as they went out to cut trees, immediately proving that the dangers in the wild had increased. Still others were moved by this reminder, and felt that they finally knew what to do next. Of course, some people were sarcastic, ultimately reminding everyone to upgrade their shelters. The comments section quickly went off topic, turning from thanks for sharing into mutual attacks. However, some noticed why the message was pinned to the top of the world chat, and soon someone posted the item description. That's a global megaphone, capable of pinning a message to the top of the global channel for a whole day, almost equivalent to the effect of today's headlines. After understanding it, Chen Ci searched around again, confirming there was no more valuable information, and just then finished eating his dry rations. He closed the chat channel and his gaze fell on the shelter panel. A level 2 shelter requires 200 pieces of wood, 200 pieces of stone, 10 pieces of iron, and 2 units of glass. In his inventory, he had 859 pieces of wood, 700 pieces of stone, 335 pieces of iron, and 7 units of glass, which was more than enough. Chen Ci immediately confirmed the upgrade. The system quickly popped up a notification, indicating that sufficient materials were available, and asked if he wanted to further enhance the shelter facilities. Immediately afterwards, a series of optional items appeared before him. The bedroom can include flooring, a double bed, and a power outlet. The living room can be equipped with a fireplace, solid wood tables and chairs, wooden flooring, and a power outlet. The kitchen has iron cookware, a stove, and water and electricity outlets. The workspace can enhance the quality of the workbench and allow for the production of other materials and high-quality items. The warehouse offers 2-dimensional shelves, each with 20 slots for items. The bathroom includes a shower and a rooftop stone water tank. The system also notes that these facilities can be added as optional extras, but retrofitting after an upgrade will increase the cost. Chen Ci was speechless for a moment. This model was just like a real estate developer selling houses. A regular upgrade was like a bare-bones house. If you really wanted to live comfortably, you had to continue spending money on materials and renovations. He couldn't help but feel that the system had suddenly become incredibly down-to-earth. However, he wasn't conflicted. Although some facilities might not be urgently needed right now, he had blueprints and resources, giving him confidence. More importantly, since the system specifically listed these projects, they would definitely be useful later. So Chen Ci directly selected to confirm all of them. The next moment, the shelter was once again enveloped in white light, and the materials on the ground continued to disappear. About 10 minutes later, a brand new stone house appeared before him. The stone house occupied about 200 square meters, twice the size of the previous one, and was made entirely of blue stone. The exterior walls showed no signs of splicing, as if they were a single, natural piece. A square stone water tank sits atop the roof, integrated with the entire stone house. The exposed windows are encased in protective netting formed by iron pillars, making it virtually impossible for ordinary wild animals to break the glass. Chen Ci entered the house. Both the living room and bedroom had wooden floors. The living room was fully furnished with tables and chairs, the original simple table and chairs having been modified by the system to match the room's style. In the center of the living room was a fireplace occupying about 3 square meters. According to the instructions, there were also pipes inside the stone walls that could transmit the fireplace's heat to various rooms. The kitchen was equipped with a stove, an iron pot, and all sorts of tableware and cooking utensils. Seeing this, Chen Ci finally felt much more at ease. At least he wouldn't have to keep eating cold food anymore. The supplies that had been scattered around the house were automatically organized into the warehouse shelves. He then went to the workshop and opened the crafting panel. The upgraded workbench, in addition to everyday items, now contained 2 extra weapons, a wooden-handled iron knife and a wooden-hilted iron spear. The iron knife required 2 pieces of iron and 1 piece of wood, while the iron spear only needed 1 piece of iron and 1 piece of wood. Chen Ci stared at the panel, a thought surfacing in his mind. The system didn't seem to treat survivors merely as entertainment, watching them struggle on the brink of life and death. It encouraged development, encouraged combat, and provided sufficiently high-quality survival conditions. However, he quickly suppressed these speculations. With so little information, there was no point in overthinking. All he could do now was keep moving forward and try to survive. He casually checked the upgrade requirements for a level 3 shelter. Level 3 required 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, and 20 glass, as well as 1 defensive building, 1 altar, and 1 resource building. Defensive buildings included fences, arrow towers, pets, and protective shields. Resource buildings included mines, farmland, salt fields, and herb gardens. As for the altar, the system provided no information. Chen Ci had the blueprints for fences and arrow towers, so defensive buildings weren't a problem. What he really lacked were the core altar and resource buildings. He checked his supplies and searched the trade channel, but still found nothing. After compiling the shelter information, he didn't immediately build fences and arrow towers. While he had enough resources, he needed to reserve some for crafting torches and small round shields later. Besides, the fences might not be as strong as the stone walls of a level 2 shelter, so he could wait. Only then did Chen Ci remember the message Lu Xiaoye had sent last night. She was lucky. The beast that attacked her shelter was injured and had been starved by the system for 3 days, so she dealt with it without much effort. However, she also warned that there were more wild animals outside the shelter, making it difficult to collect cotton today. Chen Ci wasn't surprised. The wild beast had been starving for 3 days, so the danger level outside must have increased dramatically. He replied to Lu Xiaoye, telling her to act according to her abilities, and then told her that he had upgraded to a level 2 shelter, where he could craft iron knives and wooden-handled iron spears, asking her what weapons she needed. Lu Xiaoye was deeply moved upon seeing the message. She hadn't expected Chen Ci to not only not blame her for delaying the cotton picking, but also to prioritize her safety. She didn't refuse, but insisted on sending the materials over, not wanting Chen Ci to bear the costs for her. Chen Ci did not refuse. There's a limit to being a good person, excessive help can become a burden. Soon, Lu Xiaoye traded 5 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of iron, explaining that her special ability was better suited for ranged weapons and that she wanted to make 5 wooden-handled iron spears for use as javelins. Chen Ci returned to his workshop, and the 5 wooden-handled iron spears were quickly completed. He traded the weapons to Lu Xiaoye, telling her to contact him immediately if she encountered any danger, before closing the chat. After completing the transaction, Chen Ci assigned the production task of 200 small round shields to the workbench. While searching for upgrade materials earlier, he discovered that many people were already selling wooden-handled iron knives and wooden-hilted iron spears, and even torches had become more common. Clearly, many people had produced blueprints after yesterday's test. Chen Ci had anticipated that the high profits from torches wouldn't last long, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Fortunately, the small round shield was still quite profitable, ensuring his income for the time being. After arranging the automated production, Chen Ci decided not to go out today. The wild beasts have been rampaging these past 2 days, making the outside world too dangerous. Since that's the case, he might as well take this opportunity to practice the mysterious void blade technique and strive to raise his proficiency to the master level as soon as possible. After making his decision, he went to the open space in front of the door, drew his sword, and stood still. In the gradually brightening morning light, he began to practice his swordsmanship again and again. Chapter 14 Collecting Wasps. Chen Ci focused intently on practicing the Xuanshu blade technique in front of the shelter for the entire morning, raising his proficiency to 88% and deepening his understanding of the technique. During this time, he occasionally saw wild animals passing by, but the area was remote and the vegetation was not lush. Instead, many animals headed towards the river to the east. He had considered ambushing prey that came to drink, but the river bank was too open, and wild animals were extremely wary. Although Chen Ci had a good bow, he had never practiced archery, and his ranged attacks were only barely usable. Right now, he didn't know when he would be able to master the mysterious void blade technique. Time to eat. Chen Ci rubbed his stomach. After a morning of intense training, the dry rations he had eaten that morning had long been digested, and hunger was mounting. He returned to the shelter and went to the kitchen first to check the current food supplies. 10 portions of dry rations, 10 bottles of water, 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, 200 grams of honey, 1 roast duck, 5 pieces of leopard meat ribs, and 200 kilograms of flour. The variety seems plentiful, but the quantity is clearly insufficient for winter. Chen Ci quickly realized that he needed to stockpile food as soon as possible, especially meat. Flour could last for a while, but his cultivation consumed a great deal of energy, and he needed meat to replenish it to ensure his physical growth and prevent it from collapsing. After Qi Yang's reminder, food prices on the trading channel had already begun to rise, and the situation was more urgent than he had thought. As he pondered, he took out the roast duck and heated it up. Originally, he wanted to trade the duck for a blueprint or some high-quality supplies, but the survivors were all very shrewd, and no one was willing to offer even a useless blueprint. He didn't lack basic materials, so he simply ate it himself today, which would make up for the energy consumed during his cultivation. The roast duck, after being reheated, naturally didn't taste as amazing as it did when it was fresh out of the oven, but it was still far better than dry rations. A short while later, Chen Ci leaned back in his wooden chair, let out a satisfied burp, picked his teeth with a stick, and couldn't help but smile wryly. In the past, he would never have been able to eat a whole roast duck by himself. He could feel the food being rapidly digested as soon as it entered his stomach, and his whole body was craving energy. Chen Ci didn't know that this wasn't simply because the Xuanqu sword technique consumed an astonishing amount of energy, but because the energy fruits he had eaten earlier hadn't been fully absorbed and were continuing to exert their effects through cultivation. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't have been so rapid. The food problem had become urgent. Chen Ci hadn't originally planned to go out today, but if he continued cultivating in the afternoon, the few pieces of leopard meat he had left would barely last, and they would run out of meat tomorrow. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and decided to risk going into the mountains that afternoon. Before setting off, Chen Ci went to the tool shed and listed the 200 small round shields he had made that morning in his personal shop. He would exchange half of them for wood, with each shield worth 20 units of wood, and the other half for iron blocks, with each shield worth 4 units of iron blocks. He had enough stone for the time being, but most of the blueprints he had required wood and iron blocks, so he needed to accumulate them as soon as possible. After dealing with these trivial matters, Chen Ci put the Gu King beehive into his inventory, closed the shelter door, and headed west along the foot of the mountain. This trip was different from the previous days. The protection period had ended, and the number of wild animals outside had increased. He could no longer travel at full speed and could only move forward while keeping an eye on his surroundings. After walking for a full half hour, he finally found a gentle slope from which he could enter the mountains behind. Looking up, he saw a forest on the hillside, its branches and leaves dense, and its shade overwhelming. The bushes beneath the trees looked vibrant, but also implied that more dangers were lurking. Chen Ci hesitated slightly at the edge of the forest, but quickly composed himself. He would have to face these dangers sooner or later, and to secure a stable supply of meat, he couldn't rely on trading forever. After a moment, his gaze returned to calm, and he slowly stepped into the forest. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly lush. The forest was dominated by elm and poplar trees, their tall, straight trunks and abundant foliage blocking most of the sunlight, leaving only scattered patches of light on the thick layer of humus. Chen Ci walked cautiously, the sound of dead branches snapping underfoot echoing clearly in the quiet forest. This grove was unusual. Birdsong was scarce. Chen Ci walked for a long time and only saw a few sparrows and squirrels, with almost no large animals in sight. He wasn't disappointed though. His main purpose for coming out today wasn't hunting, and encountering fewer wild beasts would actually save him some trouble. As he continued onward, a dense buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. Chen Ci's expression shifted, and he immediately determined that the sound was coming from the direction of his right. He adjusted his route, bypassed several large trees, and soon saw a swarm of wasps going in and out of a tree hole. Found it! Chen Ci's eyes lit up with joy. His main purpose in venturing into the mountains this time was to replenish the Gu King beehive with gladiators. The wasps near the tree hole had yellow heads, jet black thoraxes covered in hair, yellow and black abdomens, and 3 poisonous stingers at the end. After careful examination, Chen Ci confirmed that it was a bullhorn wasp, also known as a 3-eyed stinger, with potent venom and a strong aggressive nature. He did not approach rashly, stopping only about 2 meters away from the tree hole. Getting too close would provoke an attack, and a counterattack could alert the entire hive. He took the Gu King beehive from his inventory, gently placed it on the ground, and put all 200 grams of honey he had obtained earlier into the hive as bait. Then he placed his hand on the hive, concentrated on activating its properties, and maximize the attractiveness of the bee colony. After doing all this, Chen Ci quickly retreated, took out the wind chaser bow that he hadn't used yet, and nocked an arrow. The arrowhead wasn't metal, but wrapped in a cotton ball that had been soaked in peppermint oil, something he had prepared specifically before setting off. He took a deep breath, aimed at the tree hole, and released the bowstring. The arrow grazed the tree trunk and finally embedded itself in the grass behind the hole. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chen Ci's face. He had originally intended to shoot it directly into the tree hole. Fortunately, no one was around, otherwise, his aim would have been quite embarrassing. He nocked the arrow again, adjusted the angle, and fired once more. This time, the arrow pierced the tree hole accurately, and the minty scent from the cotton cloth quickly spread inside. Before long, a large swarm of bees roared out of the tree hole, buzzing wildly around it, clearly quite bothered by the fumes. Soon, the wasps noticed the Goo Queen beehive not far away. The beehive emitted a faint orange glow, and drawn by both the honey and its special properties, these ordinary wasps, as if losing their minds, flew into it one after another. The allure of a Tier 2 rare beehive was simply irresistible to them. 10 minutes later, no more wasps flew out of the tree hole, and the swarm outside had all disappeared into the Goo King beehive. Chen Ci didn't wait any longer, walked to the tree hole, took out his long and used fine stone axe, and chopped down the tree in a few strokes. After the tree fell, the beehive hidden in the tree hole was finally revealed. The beehive lay flat on top of the hole, like an upside-down hat, and there were no wasps moving inside the densely packed cells. Chen Ci used his tang-style scalpel to cut open the beehive, and quickly found the plump queen bee inside. His queen beehive operates on a breeding mode, automatically selecting and producing a new queen bee. The original queen bee was useless to him. After dealing with the queen bee, Chen Ci used his harvesting skill on the hive and successfully obtained 500 grams of honey. The moment the gathering was completed, a wooden treasure chest emerged from the tree hollow. Chen Ci looked at the chest, a guess forming in his mind. It seemed that killing or clearing these wild nests also had a chance of dropping treasure chests. The system was clearly intentionally encouraging survivors to fight and hunt. He casually opened the treasure chest. Inside were 10 portions of dry rations, a pair of ordinary hiking boots, and a book on beekeeping. Chen Ci was somewhat pleasantly surprised upon seeing the title, but was greatly disappointed after opening it. It wasn't a skill book, just an ordinary reference book, even with a suggested retail price of 9.9 yuan printed on the back. Chen Ci tossed the book into his inventory, changed into his hiking boots, and threw away his already worn-out sneakers. He then checked the Goo King beehive, which now contained over 8,000 wasps and had automatically entered goo-raising mode, beginning the selection of a new queen bee. The entire process would take 24 hours. Thinking about seeing the new queen bee's attributes tomorrow, Chen Ci's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He picked up the beehive and used his harvesting skill on the felled tree, obtaining 6 units of wood. His objective was achieved more smoothly than expected, and since it was still early, he didn't immediately return. Instead, he continued towards the mountainside, intending to search further. Chapter 15: Snatching Food from a Tiger's Mouth. Chen Ci carried a beehive in one hand and gripped the Tang sword in the other. Even without the snakeskin shield, his physique had already reached 6 points, exceeding the average level of an ordinary adult. Therefore, even though he didn't often walk on mountain paths, he wasn't struggling at all. On the contrary, he had plenty of energy, and his steps were very steady. Not far ahead, a plump wild rabbit suddenly darted across. It froze for a moment when it saw Chen Ci, as if startled, and then quickly fled to the left. Chen Ci instinctively thought of spicy rabbit heads, but unfortunately, both his hands were occupied, and he didn't have time to draw his bow. Even if he had time to shoot an arrow, with his current archery skills, the probability of hitting a fast-moving hare wouldn't be very high. His gaze followed the hare as it hopped around a few times, but he unexpectedly caught sight of a bright red patch in the grass. As Chen Ci approached, he saw a patch of bright red wild mushrooms. The light red, brick red, and orange-red hues stood out vividly against the green grass. His first thought was that they were poisonous. After all, in common knowledge on Earth, the more brightly colored the mushroom, the more dangerous it was. However, He did not give up rashly, but instead released his detection skill. The information quickly appeared: red umbrella mushroom, common, edible, nutritious, delicious, and unique in flavor, a rare delicacy. Chen Ci paused for a moment, then laughed. This was the ruins world. One couldn't rely entirely on his experience from Earth to make judgments. He put down the beehive, squatted down to pick mushrooms, but examined each one carefully before picking it. It's always better to be careful. Before long, he had harvested 56 red umbrella mushrooms. After finishing, Chen Ci was in a good mood and continued searching up the mountain for another half hour. But unfortunately, he didn't find much more, so he prepared to go down the mountain to end this exploration. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from about 500 meters to the left and rear. Chen Ci's body tensed instantly, and his expression turned serious. He quickly looked around, chose a large tree, climbed up it, secured the Goo King beehive, and hid it. He quickly climbed down the tree, retrieved his snakeskin shield, and crept towards the direction from which the sound came. 500 meters wasn't far, and even with the trees obscuring the view, he quickly approached the scene. Before he could even see what was happening, he could already hear the heavy breathing of a wild animal. Chen Ci bent down, half squatting, and moved behind a banyan tree that would take 3 people to encircle, cautiously peeking out. In the open space, a brown wild boar more than 2 meters long was patrolling, its body covered in fat, its mane standing up like pine needles, exuding a fierce aura. The wild boar's patrol center was a half-dead elm tree. There were obvious impact cracks on the trunk. The loud bang from earlier was clearly from it hitting the tree. Chen Ci's gaze swept past the wild boar and around, quickly discovering that there was more than one wild animal present. On the left side of the tree branch, a lynx was crouching. It was stout, nearly 1.5 meters long, with long limbs, a short, thick tail, and dark spots on its reddish-brown fur. Its eyes were also fixed on the elm tree. Chen Ci looked up at the sky again, and a dark shadow circled above. It was a brown eagle, its eyes fixed on the ground, making several preludes as if to pounce. The wild boar, the lynx, and the eagle, the 3 wild beasts all seemed to be targeting that half-dead elm tree. Chen Ci quickly realized something was wrong. They weren't staring at the tree, but at the inconspicuous little red berries nestled among the elm branches. The berries were small and hidden among the branches. He had almost missed them several times before. Something that could make 3 wild beasts fight over it simultaneously was definitely no ordinary item. Chen Ci's heart stirred. He really wanted a piece of the pie. But a direct confrontation was clearly unrealistic. He might be able to maneuver around the lynx, but the wild boar was no match for him right now. He'd heard before that in the mountains, wild boars and black bears were practically on par in terms of ferocity. With his current physique, he was nothing more than a fragile assassin in front of a wild boar, and not even particularly agile one at that. If he were to get hit by one, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Ci stared at the location of the 3 beasts, his mind racing. After a moment, he quietly retreated, and once he was out of their range, he suddenly ran back more than 50 meters, then circled around to the right, returning to the direction he had been facing earlier. He slowly moved to a large tree not far from the half-dead elm and hid behind it. There were no wild animals in this spot, and he tried his best not to disturb the wild boar. He bet that the wild boar's first ramming of the tree wasn't just a show of force, but rather preparation for breaking the elm tree next time. Time ticked by in the standoff. Suddenly, a rich, fruity aroma filled the air. Chen Ci immediately understood. The red fruit hadn't ripened yet. No wonder the 3 beasts hadn't attacked immediately. The atmosphere tensed instantly after the fruity aroma filled the air. The wild boar stopped its patrol, the lynx lowered its body, and the eagle stopped circling and landed on the top of the tree closest to the elm tree to Chen Ci's side, its eyes locked on the red fruit, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, each of the 4 sides occupied a corner. Chen Ci faced the wild boar across the elm tree, with a lynx to his right and an eagle atop the tree to his left. All of them were waiting for the moment when the red fruit would be fully ripe. The fragrance grew stronger and stronger, and Chen Ci's legs were getting numb from squatting, but he dared not move. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy, as if every cell in his body had been awakened by the aroma, desperately craving the red fruit, even his eyes turning slightly red. Just as he was wondering why the fruit wasn't ripe yet, the wild boar suddenly moved. It suddenly accelerated, charging straight at the elm tree. The lynx and the eagle pounced almost simultaneously, but their target was the red berries on the tree, while the wild boar's target was the trunk. The next instant, the wild boar crashed heavily into the already cracked spot. With a loud crack, the elm tree snapped in two upon impact. The boar's massive body slammed onto the trunk, its weight propelling the tree rapidly in one direction. The lynx and the eagle had only just reached the spot where the red fruit had been. In midair, the eagle suddenly soared upwards, its sharp talons slashing across the lynx's back, leaving 3 bloody gashes. The immense force sent the lynx crashing to the ground. Using the momentum, the eagle swooped down on the red fruit again, seemingly about to succeed. Just then, 2 arrows pierced the air, heading straight for the top of the red fruit. That was precisely the path the eagle would inevitably take to swoop down on it. The archer was naturally Chen Ci. He had already observed the direction of the wild boar's first charge and correctly predicted that the elm tree would fall in his direction. Forced to dodge by the swift arrows, the eagle missed the red fruit for the second time and could only take flight. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ci immediately put away his wind chaser bow after firing 2 arrows, took out his snakeskin shield, aimed at the direction where the red fruit would fall, and charged out. He used the snakeskin shield to protect his head, then used a nearby tree trunk to push off, leaping into the air and grabbing the branch bearing the red fruit with his right hand. The snakeskin shield boosted his constitution to 7 points, and in a burst of power, he actually tore off a branch as thick as an arm. The moment he got his hands on it, Chen Ci immediately used his gathering skill, quickly adding the item to his inventory without even checking the system notification. A dark figure was already charging towards him, the wild boar he had intercepted. Even before Chen Ci was fully airborne, he caught sight of the wild boar's bloodshot eyes. The ferocious beast stared intently at him, its furious killing intent almost palpable. Chapter 16 Orange Mistletoe. In midair, Chen Ci raised the shield with his left arm and braced it with his right hand. Using the force of his fall, he slammed the shield down hard, sending it crashing onto the head of the wild boar that was charging towards him. A muffled thud rang out, and Chen Ci was thrown backward by the shockwave, landing on the ground a few meters away. His face twitched, but ignoring the pain, he immediately got up and sprinted into the depths of the dense forest, constantly changing direction along the way. Behind him, the wild boar was momentarily stunned by the head-on collision, and by the time it regained its senses, Chen Ci was already far away. It shook its head, roared angrily, and with all 4 hooves pushing off, it chased after him like a runaway tank. On the other side, the lynx that had been knocked to the ground recovered. Seeing Chen Ci snatch the red fruit, it immediately chased after the wild boar, but the 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds on its back clearly deformed its originally agile body. The eagle in the sky didn't give up immediately either, but Chen Ci deliberately chose to burrow into dense foliage, giving it no chance to swoop down. After several unsuccessful pursuits, the eagle finally circled away, as it dared not easily land on the ground. The wild boar continued its relentless pursuit, not even flinching at large trees, but instead smashing its way through them, carving a straight path. However, being only flesh and blood, its speed gradually decreased after repeatedly crashing into trees. Chen Ci changed direction as he ran into the densest part of the trees. After more than 10 minutes, he heard the rumbling sound of trees crashing behind him gradually drifting away. He gritted his teeth and ran for a while longer, making sure he had shaken off the wild boar, before finally stopping against a large tree. He gasped for breath, his chest burning like fire. This was the first time in his life he'd ever run at such extreme speed through the forest. He'd been sustained only by his survival instincts, and now that he'd stopped, his lungs felt like they were about to burst. As his breathing gradually calmed and the danger temporarily receded, his tense mind relaxed, and only then did the sharp pain in his left arm suddenly pierce his mind. Chen Ci's expression changed, and he reached out to tentatively pinch it. The bone probably wasn't broken, but it was very likely cracked. It really hurt, but he couldn't suppress a smile. The thrill of successfully snatching food from the mouths of a wild boar, a lynx, and a hawk was exhilarating, making him feel hot all over. Just then, a soft sound came from beside my ear. Chen Ci's expression instantly turned serious. He whirled around and saw a figure had already stealthily crept up to a short distance away. It was the lynx. The sound he had just heard was from it snapping a branch. To be able to track them all this way, they truly deserved to be called jungle hunters. Chen Ci was surprised, but his actions were not hesitant. He quickly drew his Tang-style broadsword with his right hand, and despite the pain in his left arm, he raised the snakeskin shield, staring intently at his opponent. Only then did he see clearly that the lynx had 3 terrible wounds on its back, its fur stained red with blood, and its bones were almost exposed. No wonder it had accidentally broken a branch, it had just been severely injured by a hawk. Logically, after suffering such an injury, it should have sought refuge to heal and avoid encountering other predators. However, the allure of the red berries was too strong, and greed led it to drag its wounded body after them. The lynx didn't attack immediately, but instead crouched low to confront the beast. Chen Ci, however, didn't want to drag things out. The smell of blood and the noise could attract other wild animals, especially the wild boar. If it came running at the sound, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it in his current condition. Since the lynx wouldn't attack, he forced it to attack. Chen Ci's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly took out a red fruit from his inventory, waved it in front of the lynx, and then quickly put it away. But the fruit's fragrance had already spread, and the lynx's eyes immediately turned red. Unable to hold back any longer, it suddenly pounced on him. Chen Ci had been waiting for this moment. He dodged the attack by sidestepping, and with his right hand, he used the Xuanxu sword technique with his Tang Heng Dao, his sword movements wide and powerful, precisely slashing at the old wound on the lynx's back. A flash of light, and the lynx's scream tore through the dense forest. Wounded on top of its injuries, it was cleaved to the ground by the blow, struggling several times but unable to rise again. Chen Ci went forward and saw that its back was a bloody mess, its white spine broken in 2. Although his 7 points in constitution were not as good as a wild boar's, they were enough to overwhelm this heavily injured lynx. Chen Ci did not hesitate, and quickly finished it off with a blow, ending its suffering. The battle didn't take much effort, nor did it particularly excite Chen Ci, but it gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. He then immediately used the harvesting technique on the lynx's corpse. He obtained a tattered animal hide, 2 blue fangs, and 3 blue meat chops. A wooden treasure chest also appeared nearby, but Chen Ci did not open it and directly put it into his inventory. He couldn't stay here any longer. The commotion and the smell of blood could attract new predators at any moment, and with his injured left arm limiting his movement, he couldn't afford to be dragged down by greed like that lynx. After determining the direction, Chen Ci carefully returned to the location of the red fruit by following the marks left by the wild boar. He then followed the marks he had left earlier to find the Gu King bee box that had been placed on the tree. He sheathed his Tang sword, picked up the beehive, determined the direction, and stopped searching, heading straight down the mountain. Although he heard several strange noises and discovered some resource points along the way, he forcibly suppressed his curiosity, and did not approach them. After safely reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Ci had only one thought: he wouldn't go anywhere else. The wounded should obediently return to the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, it was still some time before dark. Chen Ci placed the Gu King beehive by the living room door and sat down at the wooden table. Only then did his tense nerves slowly relax, and the soreness in his body surged up. He glanced at his left arm, remembered Song Yarui from the survival group, and opened the chat channel to send a private message, asking if Dr. Song was online and if he needed to consult her. After waiting a while, he didn't receive a reply, probably because she was busy and hadn't seen it. Chen Ci wasn't in a hurry. He first opened the trading channel to check the sales of the small round shields. The message instantly flooded the screen. All the shields listed had been sold out, earning a total of 2,000 units of wood and 400 units of iron. The private messages were also full of requests to buy things. Some people were trading strange items, some wanted to buy on credit, and some invited him to join the alliance, even offering him the position of commander of 1,000 men. Others complained that the small round shield was too expensive, thinking that the material cost was not high. Chen Ci ignored him. There were many people selling wooden-handled iron knives, but few selling shields. Scarcity drives up prices, so he sold them at market price. After tallying his spoils, he closed the trade channel and finally retrieved the red fruit he had risked his life to steal. It's time for the lottery draw. A light screen appeared, displaying its name, Orange-Red Mistletoe. Level 0, rare quality. Its attributes are a slight increase in physical constitution and a slight increase in mental potential. The description states that it strengthens muscles and bones, protects the liver and kidneys, and is highly beneficial to both physical constitution and mental state. The maximum consumption at the same level is 10. Chen Ci looked at the light screen, his face flushed red, and finally he couldn't suppress his excitement, and shouted out in a low voice. This is a superpowered fruit. Chapter 17: The Water of Life. Although the orange-red mistletoe is not as powerful as the previous superpowered fruit, and cannot directly increase any attribute, it has the advantage of being plentiful. Chen Ci obtained 16 of them in one go. He carefully stored all the red berries in his inventory. Only when they were there could he truly feel at ease. Now was not the time to eat them. Based on his previous experience, he would consume them while practicing the profound void blade technique to absorb their effects more quickly and incidentally improve his proficiency in the technique. Then, Chen Ci took out his last loot, a wooden treasure chest he obtained after killing the lynx. He opened it immediately, and the system quickly provided the results: 24 packs of braised beef noodles, a raincoat, and a serving of cumin. It was a whole box of Red Elephant brand instant noodles. Chen Ci immediately recognized it as the most valuable item in the treasure chest. Compared to dry rations and bread, instant noodles are high in calories, convenient to eat, and taste good, making them perfect for wilderness survival. More importantly, the seasoning packet contained things like salt, powdered sugar, MSG, and star anise powder. In the unindustrialized ruins world, spices were even more precious than gold. Chen Ci hadn't eaten salt for several days and had originally planned to buy some on the trading channel that evening. As for the raincoat and cumin, their value was only SOSO. Acid rain was coming, and ordinary raincoats might not be able to keep out much of the rain. Cumin wasn't very useful, but it could come in handy when grilling meat. He put the raincoat in the warehouse and the cumin in the kitchen. As soon as he came out, a private message notification popped up from the system. The message came from Song Yarui. She had just returned to the shelter and asked Chen Ci what he wanted. Meanwhile, in a wooden cabin, a beautiful woman with a ponytail was tidying up her things while replying. She had a gentle and aloof demeanor, wearing rattan armor, her white shirt underneath stained, and black slim-fit trousers that accentuated her long, straight legs. Song Yarui was somewhat puzzled. She and Chen Ci had never contacted each other alone before, and she didn't understand why he suddenly contacted her. Chen Ci quickly explained the situation, saying that he had injured his arm while searching for supplies that afternoon, and Wang Zixuan had mentioned that she was a doctor, so he wanted to ask her for help. Without hesitation, Song Yarui asked him to send her a photo of his injury. Chen Ci explained that he was holding a shield when the wild boar bumped into him, and his arm was now red and swollen. He then sent the photo. Song Yarui looked at the photo carefully, secretly surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Ci to escape unscathed after provoking the wild boar. After a moment, she determined that the problem wasn't serious for the time being, and asked Chen Ci to gently press around the swelling and tell her how it felt. After Chen Ci followed his instructions, he described the pain and sensation. Song Yarui concluded that there was most likely no fracture, but a possible bone crack. Since there were no X-rays available, further confirmation was impossible. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci breathed a slight sigh of relief. He himself didn't think it was a fracture, but hearing the professional's assessment finally put his mind at ease. However, Song Yarui immediately reminded him that even a fracture shouldn't be taken lightly. She advised him to avoid lifting heavy objects with his left hand and to avoid fighting as much as possible, otherwise a second injury could worsen the situation. Chen Ci's heart, which had just settled, sank again. The inability to lift heavy objects and fight was a near-fatal limitation for a survivor. He had finally gained a slight lead, but if his movements were restricted, he could easily be overtaken or even eliminated. His face darkened, and he cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected a simple bone fracture to have such a severe impact. Looks like he'd have to go to the trading channel later and buy medicine at a high price. Chen Ci knew very well that there might not be any healing items left in the trading channel. The midnight test had injured many survivors, and all usable items had long been snapped up. Even if someone had some left, the price would be prohibitively high for ordinary people. Meanwhile, Song Yeri sat at the wooden table, her expression hesitant. She held a small, transparent medicine bottle in her hand, the red liquid inside gently swirling. It was her only bottle of the water of life. She would have to wait for the flower of life to bloom again before she could make a new one. She bit her red lips, thought for a long time, and finally made a decision. Now that they had met, and she knew Chen Ci was injured, she couldn't bear to watch him be eliminated because of his injury. Song Yeri had witnessed countless deaths in the hospital, but she still felt deeply distressed whenever she encountered critically ill patients. She always wanted to do her best to help, even if it was just a little bit. It was precisely because of this kindness that she remained at the hospital on the day the apocalypse came, caring for the patients in their beds. Chen Ci was frowning, racking his brains for a solution, the pain in his left arm making his head throb. Just then, the system notified him that he had received a transaction request. He clicked on it and froze. The item being traded is called Water of Life, a Tier 0 rare quality item. Its effect is to instantly heal minor injuries and increase the recovery speed of serious injuries by 60%. The description even explicitly states that it's a small red bottle made from precious materials and crafted with complex techniques, making it a rare and precious artifact. Chen Ci had many valuable items, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a truly life-saving medicine. Having it was like having an extra life. Song Yeri sent him a message, asking him to accept the water of life to heal his wounds first, and then return it to her if he had anything else. She also said that it was very simple to use, just apply it to his arm. At that moment, Chen Ci was truly moved. Since his parents' passing, it had been a long time since anyone had helped him so selflessly, especially with something so precious. He sincerely thanked them, without any feigned refusal, because he genuinely needed the bottle of life-giving water. But he didn't take it for nothing. He would remember other people's kindness, but he also had to repay what he owed. Soon, he initiated another trade with Song Yeri, exchanging 6 orange mistletoe fruits for the water of life. Each person can only eat a maximum of 10 orange red fruits. The remaining 6 were originally intended by Chen Ci to be exchanged for better items. When Song Yeri saw the transaction request, she didn't even bother to read what orange red fruits were before clicking agree. After the transaction was completed, she checked the properties of the red fruits in her hand. Upon seeing their effects, Song Yeri's eyes widened in surprise. The value of these 6 fruits was no less than that of the water of life, and even more precious to most survivors. Even more coincidentally, with these fruits, a blueprint she had been hoarding could finally be used. Song Yeri told Chen Ci that the orange-red fruit was very valuable, and that she had gotten a good deal this time. She had a lot of potion blueprints, and if Chen Ci obtained any medicinal herbs or plant seeds in the future, he could give them to her to cultivate, and the profits would be split between them. Chen Ci readily agreed, then asked if the potion blueprints were made at the workbench. Song Yeri explained that no, she had a special alchemy table, and she had also heard that there were alchemy furnaces, talisman rooms, and other similar structures. Chen Ci then realized that such special structures existed in the ruins world. Pills and talismans were rarely seen on the trading channel. He didn't know if it was because production was too low and they were being consumed privately, or if no one controlled them. But judging from Song Yeri's situation, the former was more likely. Remembering that he had previously obtained an apple tree seed that he hadn't used, Chen Ci directly traded it to Song Yeri. The two chatted for a while, exchanging some information, before closing the chat window. Chen Ci didn't delay any longer. He needed to treat his injury immediately because the pain in his arm was so intense that it was making his head ache. Chapter 18 Fences and Arrow Towers. After closing the chat window, Chen Ci immediately picked up the water of life and carefully, and evenly applied it to the wound on his left arm. The moment the medicine seeped into his skin, a sharp, itchy sensation shot through him, making him almost want to chop his arm off. Immediately afterwards, a warm sensation seeped from his skin all the way to his bones. Before long, the soreness, itching, and pain all disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Chen Ci tried to clench his fist, then pressed hard on the wound with his right hand. It didn't hurt at all anymore. After confirming that his left arm had fully recovered, he finally smiled. Today was a close call, but it also served as a reminder that he couldn't overestimate himself in the future, and that he needed to stock up on wound medicine in advance. Thinking of the medicine, he also thought of the water of life. Unfortunately, Song Yarui's flower of life wouldn't bloom for another half-month, and with insufficient materials, he couldn't make it for the time being. Now that his arm was healed, Chen Ci stopped worrying about it. He had more important things to do. He pushed open the shelter's gate, went to the open space in front of it, and walked around the shelter. The shelter is now about 50 meters long and 40 meters wide, and he plans to build a fence to enclose the entire shelter. A yard must be left between the fence and the shelter to facilitate planting in the future and to reserve space for future upgrades to the shelter. After much deliberation, Chen Ci decided to leave about 20 meters around the perimeter and a little more on the north side, about 45 meters, extending the fence directly to the foot of the mountainside. After determining the area, he returned to the center of the living room and focused his mind to summon the shelter's core. The facility blueprints had to be used at the core, and as he summoned it, the core slowly rose to chest height. Chen Ci took out the fence blueprints, placed them above the core, and confirmed their use. The next second, the blueprints turned into white light and disappeared into the core, and a three-dimensional top-down view immediately appeared before his eyes, showing the shelter and the surrounding terrain clearly. The system prompted him to select the area for fence construction. Chen Ci mentally circled the location according to his previous plan. After confirming, the system prompted him to select the height and thickness. A normal fence is only 1 meter high and 1 layer thick, but it can be upgraded to 2 meters high and 2 layers thick by consuming additional wood. Without hesitation, Chen Ci maximized the height and thickness. The system immediately displayed that this area would require 1,200 units of wood. After Chen Ci confirmed the construction, the wood in the warehouse vanished instantly. White light simultaneously shone from 3 directions around the shelter, and a long fence gradually formed from the ground. About 10 minutes later, the light faded, and a 2-meter-high dark brown fence had completely surrounded the shelter. Chen Ci approached for a closer look and found that the fence was at least 20 centimeters thick, with gaps of about 10 centimeters between the wooden planks, allowing him to observe the outside situation through the gaps. It was more like a wooden wall than a fence, providing an almost immediate sense of security. The only problem was the gate. The 2-meter-high wooden gate looked sturdy and reliable, but the lock, like that of an ancient city gate, was a horizontal bar about 20 centimeters thick. A person had to push it open from the inside, and once it was closed, he could only get out by climbing over the wall, and he would have to climb over the wall to get back as well. Chen Ci looked at the gate and scratched his head, finally consoling himself that the flaws didn't overshadow the merits. After all, the value of this defensive line was undeniable, and a little trouble was acceptable. Building blueprints are all disposable items. They can be either learned by one person and built manually, or given to the system for direct construction. Once used, the blueprints disappear. If you want to build the same facility again in the future, you must obtain the blueprints again. After admiring the new fence, Chen Ci returned to the shelter, summoned the core again, and placed the arrow tower blueprints he had obtained earlier onto it. The system quickly popped up a prompt, asking him to confirm the arrow tower's construction location. The same 3D top-down view appeared before them. Following the original design, Chen Ci placed the arrow tower in the southwest direction of the shelter, near the right side of the gate. This way, it could both guard the gate and cover a large area of the outer perimeter. After the location was confirmed, the system prompted that building the arrow tower would require 100 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of stone, and 1 piece of iron. Chen Ci confirmed immediately. A white light flashed, and the arrow tower seemed to be accelerated, rapidly taking shape from its foundation to its main body. After the arrow tower was built, Chen Ci went to inspect it. The base was a square stone pedestal measuring 3 meters by 3 meters, and the tower itself was made of wood, about 3 meters high. Climbing up the stairs, there was a platform at the top where people could stand and shoot outwards. There's also an automatic firing port at the top of the tower. As long as it's filled with wood, the arrow tower will automatically attack enemies within a 200-meter range. Chen Ci checked its attributes and saw that it was a Tier 0, common quality automatic defensive building. Each unit of wood could be converted into one wooden arrow, with a firing interval of 30 seconds. There are no enemies now, so we can't test its power yet, but this thing is clearly a money-devouring beast. One unit of wood can only be exchanged for one arrow. Despite saying this, Chen Ci still put in 65 units of wood to ensure the arrow tower had basic ammunition. He calculated that he had only 700 units of timber and 150 units of stone left, bringing his resource level back to middle class. But with the fence and arrow towers, he could at least get a good night's sleep tonight. After inspecting the defensive facilities, Chen Ci was in a good mood and decided to celebrate with a barbecue. He returned to the shelter, opened the trade channel, and prepared to buy some tools to treat himself. He could make the charcoal himself, he had meat and cumin, and now he only lacked salt and a barbecue grill. Chen Ci instructed the workbench to produce 1 unit of charcoal first, and then searched for salt and a barbecue grill in the trading channel. The supplies were found quickly, but salt was expensive. A small bottle of salt cost 4 units of iron, equivalent to a small round shield, or 20 units of wood. Chen Ci couldn't help but sigh. Even eating salt was becoming a luxury here. But I still have to buy it. If I can afford it, I should treat myself better, especially since my body can't handle not eating salt for a long time. In comparison, barbecue grills are much cheaper. A stainless steel grill only costs 2 units of iron, and it's been hanging there for 2 days without anyone buying it. Chen Ci took advantage of the cheap price and bought it directly. After he had everything, he went to the kitchen to take out the leopard meat ribs he had obtained in the early morning, set up the barbecue grill, put the freshly made charcoal on it, lit it with a flint and steel, and then laid the meat ribs on the grill. Before long, the ribs were sizzling and dripping with oil, and the aroma gradually wafted out. Chen Ci was staring at the grilled meat, waiting to eat, when the system suddenly notified him of a new message. He had long ago set his phone to Do Not Disturb, and usually only a few close friends would still pop up notifications. Chen Ci casually opened the chat window and found that the person who sent the message was Lu Xiuya. Chapter 19 Zhuge Repeating Crossbow. Lu Xiuya sent a message saying she had picked 50 units of cotton that afternoon and was now transferring them to Chen Ci. Inside the wooden cabin, her pink tracksuit was covered in mud, making her look somewhat disheveled. While picking cotton that afternoon, she had been attacked by a jackal. Fortunately, she had remained vigilant, and, upon noticing the danger, immediately rolled to the ground to avoid being bitten. She then used the wooden-handled iron spear that Chen Ci had given her to kill the jackal from a distance. Chen Ci was somewhat surprised to see the message. He had also gone out today and knew very well how dangerous it was outside. He hadn't expected Lu Xiuya to dare to go out alone to gather materials. Surprised as he was, he quickly replied, asking her if she wanted wood, stone, or iron. Many people have now obtained torch blueprints, and a torch can be sold for about 4 units of wood on the market. 1 unit of cotton is roughly equivalent to 1 unit of wood. Lu Xiuya felt much relieved when she heard that iron ingots could be used for payment. Although iron ingots are proportionally equal to 5 units of wood, exchanging them would usually require additional payment. She didn't stand on ceremony any longer, and directly said that she was short a few iron blocks to upgrade her shelter, and hoped to exchange them for iron blocks. Chen Ci knew she was straightforward and liked this way of getting along, so he initiated the trade. He gave her 10 iron blocks and an extra serving of roasted meat in exchange for 50 units of cotton. Chen Ci casually left a message saying that he was roasting meat at the moment, and told her not to be shy, since they were partners after all. Lu Xiuya stared at the transaction box, her eyes slightly red. An ordinary person would be touched by such unintentional care, let alone someone who had rarely received kindness since childhood. After a moment of silence, she clicked. Agree. Took out the steaming hot roast meat, her palms burning from the heat, and felt a gentle warmth in her heart, her cheeks slowly flushing red. After the transaction ended, the two didn't immediately break up their chat. Most of the time, Chen Ci asked questions, and Lu Xiaoye answered. Only then did Chen Ci learn that she had been disliked by her parents, who favored boys over girls since childhood, and was often scolded. She had almost entirely saved up for her high school tuition by working odd jobs. When the conversation turned to the shelter, Lu Xiaoye mentioned that her cabin was in a grassland surrounded by waist-high grass. She had only dared to clear the vegetation near the shelter for the past few days and dared not venture further afield. Chen Ci also recounted his experience that day. Although he described it as an adventure of successfully intercepting resources, Lu Xiaoye could still sense the danger involved. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiaoye suddenly sent a transaction. She traded a blue-quality Zhuge repeating crossbow for only 1 unit of wood. She then told Chen Ci to accept the crossbow. Chen Ci's territory was far more dangerous, with too many forests, and her wooden-handled iron spear was sufficient. Chen Ci stared blankly at the transaction requests. Something seemed off today. One person after another had shown him such concern. In his 24 years on Earth, aside from his parents, he had almost never encountered anyone who genuinely cared about him like this, yet today he had met two. He looked at the panel, vaguely understanding that Lu Xiaoye might have been moved by him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Before, their transactions had mostly been normal. After a moment's thought, Chen Ci had an idea. He turned and went to the workbench, using 5 units of wood and 5 units of iron to craft 20 triangular arrows. The level 2 workbench, after scanning crossbows, could now produce ordinary arrows. Back at the barbecue grill, he didn't accept the deal and returned it immediately. Lu Xiaoye, on the other side, had been waiting anxiously for a long time without receiving a reply, wondering if she had done something wrong. Seeing the deal returned, she immediately panicked and sent a message emphasizing that she was serious, and that Chen Ci needed the Zhuge repeating crossbow more than she did. Chen Ci told her not to rush, saying that there was no truly safe place in this world. He had already revised the trade, and she could agree immediately. In the new trade window, Chen Ci had placed the blue-quality wind chaser bow and 20 arrows in exchange for the Zhuge repeating crossbow. Lu Xiaoye looked at the transaction request, unsure how to respond. However, she trusted that Chen Ci had considered it, so she agreed. Once she received the wind chaser bow, its attributes immediately appeared. It was a Tier 1 high-quality composite bow, increasing arrow initial velocity by 30%, with a bow length of 1 meter and a range of 300 meters. After reviewing the attributes, she hurriedly asked Chen Ci why he had traded his Tier 1 bow for her Tier 0 crossbow, as the bow was clearly more suitable for him. Chen Ci, however, fiddled with the repeating crossbow in his hand, replying with a smile that he didn't know how to use a bow. He had tried it today and couldn't aim accurately at all. In comparison, the crossbow was more suitable for him. Lu Xiaoye, on the other hand, possessed ranged abilities, making the wind chaser bow more appropriate for her. Lu Xiaoye declined several times, but Chen Ci refused each time, so she finally had to accept. What made her happy was not that she had exchanged a level 0 item for a level 1 item, but that she had helped Chen Ci, and Chen Ci had helped her in return. She cherished this mutual care. The two chatted for a while longer, and Chen Ci shared his experience of upgrading the level 2 shelter with Lu Xiaoye. She still needed to upgrade her shelter, so they ended their conversation. Chen Ci then ate his second piece of roasted meat while checking the attributes of the Zhuge repeating crossbow. This Zhuge repeating crossbow is a Tier 0 premium weapon, with its magazine capacity increased to 15 rounds. It's an improved version for individual use, lightweight yet powerful, with a range of 20 meters, its maximum power occurring within 10 meters. Chen Ci was very satisfied. This weapon perfectly compensated for his mid-range attack capabilities, and it was easy to operate and could fire in rapid succession. The only regret was that it would be even better if it could be equipped with a scope. Unfortunately, he didn't have the skill, and none of the people he knew how to modify it. Chen Ci put away the repeating crossbow and made 30 more bolts, costing 3 units of wood and 3 units of iron. He loaded 15 bolts into the magazine and stored the other 15 in his inventory for later use. After finishing his work, he ate his steak in peace and then made an extra order to give to Song Yarui. Song Yarui declined politely for a while, but finally accepted it. Chen Ci tidied up the barbecue grill, cleaned up, and went to the workbench to issue a new manufacturing task. The Level 2 workbench can perform 2 production tasks simultaneously. It is set to produce 50 torches and 300 small round shields. The torches will be completed quickly, but the small round shields are expected to be finished by dawn. After making the arrangements, Chen Ci went to the bathroom and took a cold shower with the remaining water in the wooden tub. While washing, he realized he had forgotten to fill the rooftop water tank today and would have to remember to fill it again tomorrow. Men usually shower very quickly. As soon as Chen Ci stepped out of the bathroom, a gust of cold wind hit him, making him shiver. He quickly crawled back into his bedroom and wrapped himself in the blankets. After a busy day, he opened the chat channel, intending to see what the other survivors were up to and relax a bit. Chapter 20: The Blueprints Delivered to Our Door. Did you guys go out today? There's a little cutie guarding my door all day. I can't go out to find food at all. I'm starving. Why don't you eat meat when you're starving? There's meat outside. Someone immediately chimed in. Another joined in, saying that you can eat bread when there's no meat, so don't starve yourself. Someone else joked that the thing guarding him was probably hungry too, so he should offer up some meat so either of them would be hungry. Chen Ci couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. It seems that these survivors have gradually adapted to the rhythm of the ruins world, and even have the mood to make jokes in the chat channel. Soon, the conversation shifted to exploring. Someone said they went out today and found plenty of wild animals, with a chance of finding treasure chests after hunting them. Immediately, someone asked if it was true, and if every animal could drop a treasure chest. The person replied that they had raided a litter of rabbits and found a wooden treasure chest. Some have also noted that the ruins world clearly encourages survivors to venture out, as gathering and hunting yield rewards, but only if they carry weapons. Currently, there are quite a few level 2 survivors selling iron knives and spears in the trading channel, offering decent value for money. Chen Ci nodded in agreement. The void world felt to him like a cold, impersonal company. As long as you followed the rules and worked hard, you wouldn't be easily eliminated, and the better you did, the higher your quality of life would be. But if you ignored the warnings and didn't take action, you would ultimately be filtered out by the rules. Just as he was studying the status of everyone in the chat channel, the system suddenly notified him that his previously posted purchase request had received a private message about a potential transaction. Chen Ci immediately became interested. What he was looking to buy were glass, blueprints, and high-quality items. Whatever the type, they were resources he needed at the moment. The person who sent the message was named Wang Lei 96. He was very polite and said that he was in the same area as Wang Lei and had acquired a blueprint that day, which he wanted to exchange for some supplies. Chen Ci vaguely recognized the name. Wang Lei's profile picture showed a refined-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, probably under 30. On his first day here, he was quite active in the regional channel, but Chen Ci stopped paying attention to the channel and didn't notice him anymore. Chen Ci directly asked him what the blueprints were, and what he wanted to exchange them for. Wang Lei, however, first explained his situation, saying that he had been tricked into joining the Blood Fiend Alliance by their recruitment notice. After joining the alliance, all supplies had to be handed over, and daily tasks were assigned. If tasks weren't completed, food wouldn't be given. During the protection period, everyone could go out to collect resources, but now there were too many wild beasts outside, and he simply couldn't consistently complete his tasks. Wang Lei added that he had risked going out today to find a treasure chest and opened it, which yielded a blueprint, but he didn't intend to hand it over to the Blood Fiend Alliance. He wanted to use the blueprint to exchange for some food and weapons, and then completely break away from them. However, many people in the regional channel were afraid of the Blood Fiend Alliance, and dared not trade with him. He knew that Chen Ci had previously confronted the Blood Fiend Alliance, and wasn't afraid of them, which was why he had come to him. After saying that, Wang Lei sent over a brief description of the blueprints. It's a blueprint for a basic wooden deck chair, a household item that enhances quality of life, suitable for sunny meadows, camping, and relaxation. The materials are simple, just 2 pieces of wood. After reading the description, Chen Ci immediately felt that the blueprints were even more useless than the charcoal blueprints. Most people are struggling to even eat and stay safe these days. Who has the time or inclination to buy a recliner to sunbathe? The reason others aren't trading with Wang Lei isn't just because they're afraid of the Blood Fiend Alliance, but more because they genuinely don't have any urgent need for this item. He could even imagine how excited Wang Lei was when he opened the treasure chest and saw the blueprints, and how desperate he would feel after seeing the contents. Chen Ci sighed inwardly, thinking what an unlucky kid. Lately, quite a few useless items had indeed appeared on the market. Just a few days ago, he'd seen someone selling rickshaw blueprints, which had been listed for a long time without anyone buying. In comparison, the recliner at least had some practical use. The key was what Wang Lei wanted to replace it with. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ci didn't beat around the bush, and asked him directly which items he wanted to trade. Wang Lei waited anxiously, fearing that Chen Ci would refuse outright. After all, the blueprint wasn't very valuable, and he had gone to great lengths to get this opportunity to test the waters. Seeing that Chen Ci was willing to continue the discussion, he immediately became respectful, saying that a day's worth of food would suffice, and he wanted a small round shield and a spear, as he wanted to go out and fight again tomorrow. Chen Ci thought for a moment and gave his offer: 5 portions of dry rations, a small round shield, and a wooden-handled iron spear. Wang Lei agreed almost without hesitation, but mentioned beforehand that he had already withdrawn from the Blood Fiend Alliance that day, and that the other party had threatened to blacklist him. He added that if Chen Ci made a deal with him, the Blood Fiend Alliance might be unhappy. Chen Ci didn't know why the Blood Fiend Alliance would blacklist a survivor thousands of miles away, but he didn't care. The Blood Fiend Alliance had long been dissatisfied with him anyway. He only replied that he was just making a deal, and whether the Blood Fiend Alliance was satisfied or not was none of his business. Wang Lei thanked him repeatedly, and quickly sent a trade request. The item for sale was a blueprint for a regular reclining chair, in exchange for 5 portions of dry rations, a small round shield, and a wooden-handled iron spear. Chen Ci told him to wait a moment, then got out of bed and went to the workshop. He first put away the 50 torches he had already made, and then produced a wooden-handled iron spear. Once everything was ready, he agreed to the trade and successfully obtained the blueprints for the reclining chair. After the transaction was completed, Wang Lei took the initiative to add Chen Ci as a friend, saying that if he had any good items in the future, he could continue to trade them to Chen Ci, and he could also help him collect information about the Blood Fiend Alliance, so that it would be convenient to ask him for advice if he encountered any problems in the future. Chen Ci did not refuse. Although he was not afraid of the Blood Fiend Alliance, the relationship between the two sides was indeed very tense. It was not a bad thing that someone was willing to provide information, in case it came in handy someday. After adding each other as friends, Wang Lei asked for some advice on wilderness survival. It must be said that this person had good eloquence and emotional intelligence. He was adept at responding to conversations and knew how to maintain appropriate boundaries. Sensing that Chen Ci didn't want to continue the conversation, he immediately ended it, making him hard to dislike. After hanging up the chat, Chen Ci turned to Wang Zixuan to ask about the recent situation of the Blood Fiend Alliance. He hadn't been paying much attention to the regional channel lately, wanting to understand how the other side operated. In this small group, Wang Zixuan and Lu Yang were the most well-informed about this kind of information. Wang Zixuan quickly replied, saying he wasn't entirely sure, only that the Blood Fiend Alliance currently uses internal referrals for membership. After joining, members must submit supplies for unified allocation within the Alliance, and are given a defensive item. If daily Alliance tasks are not completed, the defensive item will be taken back. Chen Ci pressed further, asking if the defensive item was a weapon. Wang Zixuan couldn't say for sure, because everyone who joined the Alliance had signed a fair contract with the Void World, preventing him from revealing specific information. However, he guessed it probably wasn't an ordinary weapon, since weapons weren't that appealing. As for those who left the Alliance, Wang Zixuan said very few. Because the supplies had already been handed over, those who left would likely not survive, and even after leaving, they still couldn't reveal inside information. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci felt a slight stirring in his heart, as if he had overlooked some key point, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Lu Yang chimed in, saying that the Blood Fiend Alliance was acting very mysteriously, and many survivors lacking resources had already joined in the regional chat. Xiaohua, on the other hand, angrily denounced it as an evil organization, adding that Zhang Biao had always been utterly wicked, but those people didn't trust him and would suffer the consequences sooner or later. Lu Aigua advised Xiaohua to calm down, saying that he just couldn't control his temper and would get carried away if provoked by people on the regional channel. From what Chen Ci heard, Xiaohua was clearly still entangled with the Blood Fiend Alliance in the regional channel, and was repeatedly defeated but never giving up. The group chatted for a while longer, but didn't get any more inside information. Chen Ci then left the chat and put all 50 torches up for sale at 3 units of wood each. Back in his bedroom, he planned to draw a card one more time before bed. Since crafting would consume mental energy anyway, he figured he could use it before sleep and recover it the next day. Chapter 21 Ice Pattern Repeating Crossbow. Chen Ci leaned against the headboard, and with a thought, opened the trading channel, beginning to filter blue-quality items and sorting them by price from low to high. Soon, he selected several inexpensive items suitable for testing his synthesis abilities. An electric toothbrush, a blue item called a heat stone that is out of power. It can automatically generate heat, with a temperature equivalent to that of a hand warmer. Ebony wood is as hard as pig iron and can be used in construction and weapon making. Ice crystals come from the permafrost and can continuously absorb heat to keep the room cool. After a day of use, it needs to be placed below 0 degrees Celsius to recover. Chen Ci ultimately spent 44 units of iron ingots to buy an electric toothbrush, 5 units of warm stone, 9 units of ebony, and 6 units of ice crystals. After receiving the items, he rubbed his hands together, preparing to officially begin the lottery, starting with the low-cost materials as a buffer. He summoned the crafting furnace, using crossbow bolts as the main material and fangs dropped by cheetahs and lynxes as secondary materials. The crafting panel showed that the main material was a white crossbow bolt, and the secondary material was 3 blue fangs, with a success rate of 70% and a mutation rate of 20%. Without hesitation, Chen Ci confirmed the synthesis. The next second, the synthesis furnace flashed, and a new arrow appeared before him. The system notification indicated that he had obtained a blue-quality Faln armor-piercing arrow. He immediately checked the arrow's attributes. It was a Tier 0 high-quality arrow with armor-piercing properties, possessing a significant ability to penetrate armor. Chen Ci's eyes lit up. This would definitely be a trump card against armored enemies or beasts with hard scales. After putting away the armor-piercing arrows, he didn't stop and immediately prepared for the second synthesis. This time, he used the electric toothbrush he had just bought as the main material, and tried wood and stone as auxiliary materials, but the success rate was less than 40%. Only the iron block could push the success rate to 70%. So he put in the electric toothbrush and 5 pieces of iron, and confirmed the synthesis. A portion of his mental energy was drawn from the synthesis furnace, but suddenly black smoke billowed from the furnace opening with a bang. Chen Ci's heart sank. He quickly received a notification that the synthesis had failed. Immediately afterward, the synthesis furnace transmitted new information. The residue from the failed attempt was absorbed, and the synthesis talent upgrade progress increased to 0.1%. As information continued to pour in, Chen Ci finally understood that, through the combined effects of the Void World and the will of Blue Star, the synthesis furnace had merged with his soul, becoming a true talent skill. The current synthesis furnace exists between matter and spirit. It grows by absorbing spiritual matter through synthesis. Regardless of success or failure, anyone participating in the synthesis will advance their talent to a certain extent. Chen Ci finally understood how to upgrade his synthetic talent. Someone in the chat had mentioned it before. Talent skills could be upgraded, but everyone's method of improvement was different. Even for the same strength enhancement, the upgrade path might not be the same. Looking at that pitiful 0.1%, he knew he was still far from upgrading and didn't need to worry about it too much for now. Next, Chen Ci prepared to synthesize a truly important piece of equipment. He wanted to verify a hypothesis. As long as the synthesis did not result in mutation, the result would most likely be an enhancement of the main material, rather than completely transforming into something else. He used the Juga repeating crossbow as the main material, and repeatedly adjusted the ratio of ice crystals and black ironwood. After several trials, the combination of 4 units of ice crystals and 5 units of black ironwood had the highest success rate and the lowest mutation rate. After the plan was finalized, the panel displayed an 85% success rate for synthesizing the Juga repeating crossbow and a 20% mutation rate. Chen Ci stared at the synthesis furnace, suppressed his tension, and decisively confirmed the synthesis. At that moment, a large amount of spiritual energy was drained away, and he felt his mind suddenly go blank. A strong drowsiness surged up instantly, and he almost collapsed. Chen Ci pinched his thigh hard, using the pain to pull himself back from the drowsiness. Although he was wincing in pain, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. As the synthesis furnace lit up with an orange glow, the system indicated that the synthesis was successful. He obtained an orange-quality ice pattern crossbow. The repeating crossbow on the table had changed drastically. Chen Ci immediately checked its attributes. Ice pattern repeating crossbow, Tier 0 rare quality, magazine capacity 15, with the skill frozen arrow. After consuming energy, it can fire an enchanted arrow that freezes the enemy and reduces their movement speed by 50%. The description states that the Juga repeating crossbow has been enchanted by an unknown ability, granting it the power to freeze. Currently, the freezing energy can be used 5 times. After depletion, it needs to be recharged, or it can be placed below 0 degrees Celsius to regenerate. Chen Ci picked up the repeating crossbow and examined it closely. The entire crossbow was jet black, with dark blue patterns covering the body. The original ordinary wooden structure had been replaced by ebony, which greatly increased its hardness. It felt heavy in the hand and had a cool touch. He couldn't help but marvel. This was practically magical equipment. More importantly, the synthesis results proved his hypothesis correct. As long as the mutation rate was controlled and the success rate increased, the main material would most likely be enhanced, rather than ridiculously turning into something like a cushion. As for the pattern of the main material's mutation, he could only try again later. He had originally planned to continue synthesizing it, but this time the ice pattern crossbow had consumed 2 points of mental energy at once, and he was so sleepy that his eyelids were heavy, and he no longer had the energy to do anything. Chen Ci returned to bed and fell asleep immediately. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, before dawn, he was already standing in the courtyard, carrying his Tang sword. He had slept very well the night before, and the morning air was slightly cool, with a noticeable chill of autumn, especially since he was still wearing his summer quick-drying clothes. As Chen Ci warmed up, he planned to check the trading channel that evening to see if there were any clothes at reasonable prices. Winter would eventually come, and he needed to prepare warm clothing in advance. After warming up, he practiced the entire Xuanshu sword technique in the courtyard. By the time he sheathed his sword, he was drenched in sweat, with steam rising from his head. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the fence, warming him and gradually calming his breathing. He took a red fruit from his inventory, glanced at it, and put it in his mouth. The moment he bit into the flesh, it was bursting with juice and incredibly sweet. It was almost the best fruit he had ever eaten in his life. After swallowing the red fruit, a warm current slowly surged from his stomach, flowing to his limbs and bones. Chen Ci remained calm. He had experienced a similar change when he consumed the energy fruit last time. So he immediately began to use the profound void blade technique again and again, guiding the warm current into his digestion. Once the heat within him had completely dissipated, he looked up and saw the sun was almost overhead. He was soaked in sweat. His stomach felt like it was on fire, and it was rumbling loudly. The intense hunger was driving him almost mad. Chen Ci didn't bother to wash up. He rushed into the kitchen, found the leftover roast meat from yesterday, and swallowed it in a few bites. His hunger lessened slightly, but it still wasn't enough, so he took out 2 portions of dry rations and ate them before he was barely 7/10 full. He realized that the more he practiced the mysterious void blade technique, the bigger his appetite became. Ordinary dry rations were simply not enough, and it was best to eat meat, especially premium-grade meat. He glanced at the cabinet. There were 3 premium-grade pork chops left. Someone in the chat channel said that eating premium pork chops could improve physical fitness. Whether that was true or not is another matter. What Chen Ci was most concerned about now was whether it would actually keep him full. He decided to grill one that night and try it out. After eating his fill, Chen Ci felt refreshed and realized that his clothes had been soaked with sweat several times during his morning sword practice, and the smell was truly unpleasant. He frowned, decided to put the small round shield away first, and then immediately go take a shower. He went to the workshop and listed all 300 small round shields he had made yesterday on the trading channel, with the price remaining the same, each small round shield for 20 pieces of wood, 16 pieces of stone, 4 iron blocks, and 1 piece of glass. The orders were listed separately in 4 groups, 100, 100, 80, and 20. After dealing with these, he made 5 more wooden barrels, which he added to his inventory along with the previous one. Then, Chen Ci put on his rattan armor, picked up his tank-style broadsword, and vaulted over the fence. Chapter 22 Lu Xiaoya's Surprise. The journey to the river was smooth and without any danger. Chen Ci's shelter was in a remote location, with sparse vegetation nearby, but there were grasslands and forests to the south, which herbivores preferred to roam, naturally attracting carnivores as well. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Chen Ci noticed that the water was much more lively, with several small fish swimming by from time to time. A thought struck him. If only he had a fishing net, he would need to keep an eye out for buying them on the trading channel later. He took out his wooden buckets and first fetched water from the river to take a cold shower. Since there was no one around for kilometers, he didn't care. After washing, he filled all the buckets with river water, put them back in his inventory, and quickly returned to the shelter. Back home, he first spent 3 units of timber to buy a wooden ladder on the trading channel, climbed onto the roof, and poured the river water from the bucket into the water tank. After making 4 trips back and forth, the water tank was finally full. Looking at the full water tank, Chen Ci felt much more at ease, knowing he wouldn't have to worry about water for a while. After resolving the water issue, he immediately opened his personal trading channel to check the sales status of his listed items. A flood of information refreshed rapidly, with buy and sell notifications constantly popping up. The small round shields were all sold out. Weapons, armor, and food remained the most sought-after items, almost instantly snapped up as soon as they were listed. In this round of transactions, he acquired 2,000 pieces of timber, 1,600 pieces of stone, 320 pieces of iron, and 20 pieces of glass. Chen Ci, feeling a sense of accomplishment, ran into the workshop and immediately assigned the task of making 450 small round shields on the workbench. Right now, the small round shield is extremely profitable, so he must take advantage of the situation to exchange for more resources and upgrade his shelter to level 3 as soon as possible. He already has enough basic supplies. What he really lacks are 2 blueprints. Survivors have seen the resource building blueprints before, but the troublesome one is the altar blueprint, which no one has publicly revealed yet. The survivor alliances in the chat channel had already posted high bounties, but no one had claimed the rewards. It's possible someone had already received them but was keeping it a secret. Chen Ci pulled himself out of his thoughts. The most urgent matter was still food reserves, especially meat. In the afternoon, he decided to search for supplies near the bushes he had visited before, and also see if he could hunt any small animals. Half a day passed quickly, and the sun gradually set. Chen Ci walked back to the shelter expressionlessly, and only after climbing over the fence gate did his tense nerves slowly relax. However, his expression was not good. Sitting at the wooden table, he sighed softly. No wonder there were so few meat orders in the trading channel. He originally thought everyone was keeping it for themselves, but he didn't expect hunting in the wild to be so difficult. He spent the entire afternoon searching for neither a treasure chest nor a single animal. He did manage to catch some, but the small animals were incredibly wary. The moment he raised his crossbow, they would sense his presence and disappear into the grass or bushes. After several failures, he had no choice but to give up hunting and instead search for supplies and treasure chests. But his luck was extremely bad today. He didn't find a single treasure chest. Chen Ci slowly exhaled and began to seriously review the day's gains and losses. He was, after all, just an ordinary person who stayed at home and rarely went out, and had no hunting or combat experience. His previous successful kills of enemies, coupled with the recent windfall from trading, had made him somewhat arrogant, thinking that survival in the void world was not so difficult. But today's setbacks served as a wake-up call for him. This isn't a game. Resources won't magically appear with a few clicks of the mouse. Dangers and difficulties are real. It was this failure that made him reevaluate himself. After calming himself down, Chen Ci found a piece of charcoal and began to scribble on the living room wall, listing plans that needed to be completed in the short term. First was food. He needed to stock up on enough rations before the acid rain test. Second was clothing. The weather had turned cold, but he was still wearing his summer quick-drying clothes, which were torn in several places. There are people selling winter clothes in the trading channel, but the prices are outrageously high, listed at 9,999 units of timber, clearly indicating they're not genuinely selling. Thirdly, there's water. Currently, the river water is clear and drinkable after boiling, but if acid rain continues for too long, the river may become polluted, so it's necessary to store more in advance. As for improving his strength, he could only proceed step by step. There was no use in rushing. Looking at the to-do list on the wall, Chen Ci finally felt that his goals were clear and he was no longer as aimless as before. Meanwhile, Lu Xia was also tallying up her day's harvest. She had a very fruitful trip, collecting 150 units of cotton and finding a bronze treasure chest. Upon opening it, she found food, a pair of high-quality speed boots that increased movement speed, and a blueprint. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't wait to share it with someone, and Chen Ci was the first person who came to mind. So she sent him a private message, saying she had good news and bad news, and asked him which he wanted to hear first. Chen Ci was tidying up the barbecue grill when he saw the message and paused. Lu Xiaoye usually spoke crisply and decisively, so much so that sometimes he forgot she was a girl. Now, her sudden suspense clearly meant she had encountered something good. He played along, replying, "Let me hear the bad news first, bitter before sweet." Lu Xiaoye immediately told him the bad news: she could no longer trade cotton to him. She paused deliberately, waiting for Chen Ci to ask further questions. Chen Ci didn't think it was bad news. The price of torches was now fixed at 3 units of wood, so instead of continuing to make torches, he'd rather spend his time crafting small round shields. He deliberately waited a while before asking what the good news was. Lu Xiaoye initially thought he was angry and was hesitating whether to explain, but after seeing the reply, she immediately sent him the item description. That was a blueprint for a high-quality cotton-padded coat. The resulting coat would have superior warmth and be an essential for winter. The required materials were 5 units of cotton or wool, plus 2 units of cloth or animal hide. After reading the introduction, Chen Ci was overjoyed. He had just been worrying about winter clothes, and Lu Xiaoye's design was like a pillow delivered to his sleepy head. So he replied directly that this was not good news at all, but a huge surprise. Lu Xiaoye's eyes crinkled into a smile. Indeed, happiness is doubled when shared. Chen Ci congratulated her, and also envied her luck. The two then began discussing how to maximize the use of the blueprint. The blueprint didn't belong to Chen Ci, and he couldn't provide the materials, so he mostly offered suggestions. After some discussion, they decided to take advantage of the high prices of winter clothing and sell small quantities gradually to create a sense of scarcity, and acquire a large amount of resources. They would then use these resources to purchase raw materials such as animal hides, cloth, and hair, stockpile them, and continue selling them when the weather got colder. Lu Xiaoye's next task is to collect all the cotton around the shelter before the acid rain test, and at the same time make a small amount of clothing to sell in exchange for basic resources. Before ending the chat, Lu Xiaoye traded 2 sets of cotton-padded coats to Chen Ci and even sent a message saying, "Since we're friends, don't refuse." Looking at the coats on the table, Chen Ci couldn't help but sigh. Having more friends really opens up more paths. I should make more reliable friends in the future. He sprinkled a pinch of salt onto the premium pork chop, then opened his private messages and found Wang Zixuan. Looking at the chat window, Chen Ci suddenly had a good idea. Chapter 23 Hornet Swarm. Chen Ci messaged Wang Zixuan, asking if he was free. Wang Zixuan replied quickly, saying to let him know if there was anything. Chen Ci then briefly introduced Lu Xiaoya's situation, explaining that she had cooperated with him several times before, had good character, and possessed abundant resources, especially since the area near the shelter was rich in cotton and pasture, and she also had blueprints for making cotton-padded clothing. Wang Zixuan readily agreed, only asking Chen Ci to send his name and ID number, while he would send out the group invitations. Everyone in the ruins world used their real names, and even those with the same name would have a unique ID suffix, so there was no need to worry about adding the wrong person. Chen Ci forwarded Lu Xiaoya's information to Wang Zixuan and then privately messaged Lu Xiaoya explaining the group's details. She quickly accepted the invitation. After Lu Xiaoya joined the group, Chen Ci gave her a brief welcome message and mentioned that she had cotton and forage resources, which would make it easier for everyone to exchange goods in the future. He didn't go into too much detail, since they would really get to know each other through subsequent transactions. Lu Yan was the first to jump out and welcome her, then casually asked Lu Xiaoya if she had any special abilities. Chen Ci watched helplessly. This guy was still the same as always. Soon, a chorus of teasing and criticism filled the group chat. Afterward, everyone introduced themselves in turn, and Lu Xiaoya got a general understanding of everyone's situation and added them as friends. Seeing that everyone was online, Wang Zixuan decided to move today's exchange meeting forward. He spoke first, saying that he had just obtained a water purifier blueprint, which required plastic for production. Therefore, if anyone obtained plastic, they should not list it on the trading market. He was willing to buy it all. Lu Igua was delighted to hear this. Water purifiers had always been a scarce resource. Chen Ci had previously checked the trading channel and found that a single water purifier cost as much as 1,000 wood, and they were often out of stock. Now that someone in the group had the blueprints, obtaining water purifiers would be much easier. Then Lu Igua brought out his new invention. He could now make animal traps, which he had tested today. They could only catch small animals, and the success rate wasn't high, but they could still help with hunting. The price was 2 iron blocks per trap. Chen Ci was very interested in this thing. The low success rate wasn't a problem. He could set up several and try his luck. Chen Ci immediately ordered 5. Lu Igua reminded him that animal traps are more effective when used with bait, but he didn't have the blueprints for bait, so he could use wild fruit instead. Soon, Chen Ci received the 5 animal traps. The group continued exchanging resources afterward. Song Yarui acquired several medicinal herb seeds, while Xiaohu offered a batch of animal hides for sale, which Lu Xiaoya bought up entirely. She had already accepted commissions from several people in the group to help make high-quality cotton-padded clothes, and these animal hides would come in handy. Chen Ci also had a backpack blueprint, which also required animal hides. However, backpack sales were not ideal at the moment, so he didn't plan to buy a large quantity of animal hides. Chen Ci was somewhat surprised that Xiaohu could produce so many animal hides, indicating that the other party had indeed hunted many wild animals using his special abilities. However, since he didn't sell any meat, it seemed that meat supplies were not plentiful. After the exchange, Chen Ci's premium roasted ribs were cooked. He took a bite and immediately understood that the system's description was not exaggerated. The flavor of premium roasted meat far surpassed that of ordinary roasted meat. It was rich and fragrant but not greasy, with a slightly crispy outer layer. After taking a bite, the heat spread through his stomach, and the feeling of fullness was exceptionally noticeable. If he were eating regular barbecue, with his current appetite, he would need at least 2 standard steaks. But after eating this one premium steak, he already felt noticeably full. Chen Ci stretched his body in the open space and could feel a warm current flowing from his stomach to his limbs. Even his strength seemed to have subtly increased. His physical fitness has now reached level 6, exceeding the average level of an ordinary adult, and the improvement is already so noticeable. For someone with weaker physical abilities, the improvement would likely be even more pronounced. Chen Ci quickly realized that this was probably the main way most people improve their physical fitness, since superpower fruits are extremely rare and not everyone possesses them. Without the red fruit, he would likely need at least high-quality meat chops to cultivate the profound void blade technique. While the void world ostensibly allows survivors to scavenge for resources, the true path to strength lies in combat and hunting. Simply gathering resources can only sustain survival. Combat is what brings growth. Thinking about this, Chen Ci increasingly felt that the void world was like a selection process for warriors who could adapt to harsh environments. The importance of individual strength would become increasingly prominent, and those who merely relied on the lower levels of the alliance to get by would likely be eliminated in the future. A piece of premium meat steak further solidified his resolve to cultivate and hunt. While the charcoal fire was still burning brightly, Chen Ci grilled the remaining 2 premium pork chops, intending to eat them tomorrow. Since he knew premium pork chops could improve one's constitution, he figured it would be best to include one in every meal from now on. After grilling them, he put the chops in the kitchen and tidied up a bit. At this moment, he remembered that the evolution of the Goo King beehive should be complete, so he picked up the beehive in the living room with anticipation. Sure enough, the system notified him that a new bullhorn bee queen had been born. Chen Ci focused on checking the attributes and found that this bee queen had reached the first tier, with the quality of a leader, possessing paralyzing venom, and her swarm control ability had also increased by 60%. Next, the system asked him to choose the evolution path of the hornbee colony: reconnaissance, combat, or logistics. The reconnaissance path would improve exploration and stealth capabilities, and allow the colony to understand the hive owner's intentions to some extent. The combat path would enhance the number of bees, their venom, and their size. The logistics path would primarily enhance honey gathering capabilities, and the honey produced in the future might even permanently improve attributes. This choice is not permanent. A Tier 2 queen bee hive can house a maximum of 3 queen bees at the same time, each of which can choose a different direction. Once all 3 queen bees are chosen, if you want to change them, you must kill the existing queen bees and then raise new ones. Based on today's experience, Chen Ci didn't hesitate and immediately chose the reconnaissance direction. What he needed most right now was scouts to help explore the wilderness, find supplies, and hunt wild animals. Searching alone was too inefficient and risky, and a swarm of bees could perfectly fill this gap. Being a reconnaissance target doesn't mean it lacks combat capability. The paralyzing venom of the bullhorn wasp is still present, it's just that its future growth will lean more towards exploration and stealth. After the selection was made, the beehive cover opened automatically, and a bullhorn wasp about the size of an adult's thumb flew out. Upon seeing Chen Ci, it flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, warily scanning its surroundings. This is the queen bullhorn bee. It is 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary bullhorn bees, with 3 gleaming stingers at its tail that are far longer than those of its kind. Its venom is also far more potent, and ordinary level 0 beasts would probably not be able to withstand it. In addition to the queen bee, there are about 1,000 elite bullhorn bees in the hive, which constitute its army. Following the instructions, Chen Ci removed a small, glass bead-sized model of a bullhorn bee from the queen bee hive. This was the swarm controller. By holding it, he could transmit his thoughts to the queen bee, who would then direct the swarm, while he could also vaguely perceive the meaning of the swarm's feedback. Chen Ci gripped the controller and tried to command the queen bee to lead the swarm to patrol and forage around the shelter. The queen bee immediately obeyed, leading the swarm out of the shelter and beginning to patrol the vicinity. Watching the dark mass of bees disperse, Chen Ci felt even more excited about tomorrow's exploration and hunt. Chapter 24: Glitterstones and Blaststones. Chen Ci put the swarm controller into his inventory, only to find that the 10 slots were almost full. As he needed to carry more and more things when exploring, this amount of space was clearly insufficient. He remembered that he had previously obtained a backpack blueprint, and decided to make one to try and see if it could temporarily alleviate the problem. As for whether it could expand his inventory in the future, that was something to think about later. Chen Ci immediately went to the warehouse to retrieve the blueprints and materials, and went to the workbench to input the blueprints. A flash of white light, the blueprints disappeared, and a backpack crafting option quickly appeared above the workbench list. A regular backpack requires a hide and 2 ropes. He had the hide but no ropes, so he had to open the trade channel and search for them. There are many types of rope, including paracord, metal rope, hemp rope, and cotton rope. Some are made by the survivors themselves, while others are obtained from treasure chests. Hemp rope is the cheapest, costing 1 unit of wood. Metal rope has a wildly varying price, making it unsuitable for testing the waters. Chen Ci didn't need any special effects. In the end, he exchanged 8 units of wood for 2 sets of cotton rope. He placed the cotton rope and cheetah skin on the workbench to confirm production. A minute later, a leopard print leather backpack appeared before them, about the size of an ordinary school bag on Earth. On Earth, this kind of genuine leather backpack might be worth some money, but in the ruins world, its value depends solely on its attributes. The backpack is of standard quality, can hold 2 cubic meters of items, cannot hold living creatures, and the weight of the items will not be reduced. Chen Ci tested it with a stone axe and found that the bag would automatically shrink when the item approached the opening, indicating that there wasn't actually a separate space inside the backpack. The maximum capacity was 2 cubic meters, but the weight remained. If it were truly filled with stones, it would still be too heavy to carry. He shared the backpack's attributes in the group chat, wanting to hear other people's opinions. The group quickly concluded that this item wasn't suitable for storing wood or stone, but it was perfect for carrying lightweight miscellaneous items, freeing up a lot of inventory space when exploring. After learning that Chen Ci could make backpacks, several people in the group placed orders, asking him to make them for them. Every survivor was short of inventory space, and no one wanted extra room. Chen Ci didn't charge any handling fees, only asking them to bring their own materials. After this discussion, he also changed his previous judgment. The backpack wasn't useless. It was indeed useful for people who frequently hunted and explored. However, he doesn't plan to mass-produce the backpacks as commodities for the time being, mainly because there is a shortage of animal hides. He has no inventory, and is too lazy to spend a lot of energy acquiring them through trading channels. More importantly, Xiaoyuan's shield is currently very profitable, and it's not time to switch to a different flagship product. Thinking that he had almost underestimated the backpack, Chen Ci casually entered the blueprints for the recliner he had obtained yesterday into the workbench and made one using 2 units of wood. Soon, a reddish-brown solid wood recliner appeared in the workshop. Its shape was no different from the recliners commonly seen on Earth, and its attributes had no hidden surprises. It was just an ordinary piece of furniture. Chen Ci moved it to the living room, lay down on it, and opened a chat channel, surprisingly feeling like he was back home scrolling through his phone. The description of the recliner wasn't lying. It really could make people relax. The chat channels were still lively at night. Someone posted a picture of a rabbit that had crashed into a tree and died, and someone else immediately joked about why anyone would eat such a cute rabbit, only to turn around and say that their mouth was watering. Some people were showing off roasted lamb, which made a group of survivors very envious. Some even decided on the spot that they would not cut wood the next day, and would go hunting instead. Amidst the banter, some survivors shared genuinely useful tips. That person had specifically tested the gathering skill. If you directly use the gathering skill on the prey, the entire prey will disappear, and you will get materials such as meat chops, animal hides, fangs, and hair, each of varying quality. However, if you don't use gathering skills, but instead skin and butcher the animals yourself and then have the system appraise them, these items will still be recognized, but their quality will generally be ordinary. Finally, he harvested the remaining bones and internal organs, obtaining only 1 unit of high-quality bone, so clean that there wasn't a single scrap of meat left. Therefore, he deduced that the gathering skill wasn't simply about breaking down materials, but rather about concentrating the essence of the materials to improve their quality. If you wanted more meat, you had to slaughter them yourself. If you wanted premium cutlets and high-quality ingredients, you had to use the gathering skill. As soon as this message came out, someone in the channel exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected that there would be such a research talent hidden among the fun-loving people." Qi Yang also stepped forward to express his gratitude, saying that this discovery would be very helpful for survivors who lacked food. After the expert spoke up, the comments section quickly filled with neat rows of thanks. Chen Ci looked at these messages and felt a pang of emotion. In the void world, sometimes it was truly hard to distinguish between a game and reality. At least he had never before considered using prey for such experiments. However, this experience wasn't very helpful to him. He had already decided to eat premium quality steaks whenever possible, since improving his strength was the top priority. Chen Ci always believed in his judgment of the ruins world. What was needed here was not people who wanted to live a peaceful life, but people who could survive and fight. He scrolled through the channels for a while longer on the recliner, but found no more valuable information, so he shut down the system, got up, and went to the warehouse. Synthesizing before bed had become a regular part of his routine. Chen Ci took out the materials with anticipation, intending to just make a random attempt to warm up his skills. If he could make something good, that would be the best outcome. He took out a crossbow bolt as the main material and added a thermostone as a secondary material, thinking that he would make a profit if he could synthesize a burning arrow. After repeated attempts, he found that the combination of wood and coal had the highest success rate, but the mutation rate was also very high, indicating that there was a significant difference between crossbow bolts and thermostone. The higher the uncertainty, the more it resembles opening a blind box. After finalizing the plan, Chen Ci focused his mind and summoned the talent synthesis furnace. The main material is 1 crossbow bolt, and the auxiliary materials are 5 units of wood, 1 piece of thermostone, and 1 unit of coal. After the materials are added, the system indicates that the success rate of synthesis is 80% and the mutation rate is 60%. Such a high mutation rate made Chen Ci somewhat uneasy, but he still confirmed the synthesis. After injecting his mental energy, the synthesis furnace lit up with a blue light, which faded after a moment, and a red stone landed in his hand. He immediately checked its attributes and found that the item was called an explosion stone, of excellent quality, which increased the explosion range by 50%. The normal explosion radius was 1 meter, but in its excellent state, it could reach 1.5 meters. The description also states that this stone contains high-intensity energy and is extremely prone to exploding upon impact. Chen Ci's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly put it into his inventory. When he saw the words, "extremely explosive," just now, he almost threw it away on his own. After confirming that the explosive stone was quietly in his inventory, Chen Ci breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of joy slowly appeared on his face. Isn't this just a fantasy version of a grenade? If used properly, its power is definitely not small. He immediately synthesized it again with the same materials, wanting to see if the result would be the same with the same formula. The blue light flashed again, and the synthesis was successful once more. This time, another red stone appeared, but it landed directly on the table. Chen Ci didn't dare reach out, instead using his probe from a distance. The new item is called the exploding flash stone. It is also of excellent quality. It is extremely easy to explode upon impact, producing a dazzling light that also has a certain exorcising property. Chen Ci frowned slightly. This time it was like a flashbang. What did exorcising evil mean? Did the void world harbor ghosts? The thought of the monsters and ghosts in various myths and legends made him feel a little uneasy, and he could only silently tell himself to believe in materialism and science. But since time travel has already happened, it doesn't seem entirely impossible that there are ghosts and monsters involved. He could only hope that the exorcism mentioned in the synopsis wasn't what the general public understood it to mean. After carefully storing the exploding flash stones, Chen Ci took out his usual rattan armor. Next, he planned to synthesize a piece of defensive equipment. He has no shortage of weapons, but his only armor is a snakeskin shield and rattan armor. The snakeskin shield is only of ordinary quality, and there will always be times when it fails to protect him. He plans to use his crafting ability to enhance his rattan armor, making future hunting trips safer. The main material is naturally the rattan armor itself, while the secondary materials will be 2 units of ebony, 2 units of iron ingots, and 3 units of warm stone. Both ebony and iron blocks can enhance defense, and if they also provide some warmth, that would be perfect. Chen Ci tested the success rate and found it to be quite high, at 75%. If all wood were used, the success rate could reach 95%, but that would likely offer limited improvement to the rattan armor. He quickly made a decision. Instead of steadily improving, he should take a gamble for greater gains. The synthesis furnace indicates a success rate of 75% and a mutation rate of 40%. Without hesitation, Chen Ci inputted his mental energy and directly confirmed the synthesis. Chapter 25 Fire Poison Thorn Vine. After Chen Ci confirmed the synthesis furnace immediately began drawing upon his mental energy. Through numerous attempts, he had discerned some patterns. Mental energy consumption was largely related to the quality of the finished product. Products below, fine quality, typically required only 1 point, while rare quality required 2 points. As for higher levels, he hadn't encountered any yet. This time, only 1 point of his mental energy was drained. Chen Ci stared at the synthesis furnace, judging in his mind that the finished product would be either ordinary or of high quality. After a moment, a blue light appeared, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blue light indicated a high-quality product. At least he hadn't suffered a terrible loss. When the light faded, the object that appeared on the table surprised him slightly. It looked like an oval gemstone, only the size of a pigeon egg, blood red in color, with a faint luster on its surface, and its appearance was quite stunning. Chen Ci didn't rush to reach out. The explosive stones from before had left a deep impression on him. Who knew if this thing would suddenly strike again? He steadied himself, and immediately used his detection skill. Fire Poison Vine Seeds. Level 1. Quality Premium. Attribute, Growth Speed plus 30%. Brief Introduction, a rare and extraordinary plant seed. Remember to bind it with your blood before planting. An extraordinary plant seed? Chen Ci then picked it up, and placed it in his palm. The seed felt warm to the touch, and was crystal clear, looking more like a fiery ruby. He examined it carefully for a while, but couldn't discern anything further. Could this so-called extraordinary plant be the legendary spiritual plant? What specific abilities it possessed, he would probably only know after planting it. However, the rattan armor was synthesized into a seed, but the armor wasn't enhanced. In fact, he was now missing a piece. Chen Ci was somewhat helpless, but he didn't really complain. A high-quality extraordinary seed certainly wasn't cheap. It was just a piece of rattan armor. He could always trade another one with Song Yanrui tomorrow. He quickly put away the seeds, preparing to synthesize it again. This time, he used the useless raincoat as the main material, and added lynx hide, 2 units of ebony wood, and 2 units of ice crystals as auxiliary materials. He thought that perhaps he would have a chance to create a set of clothing-type armor. Synthesis success rate 70%, mutation rate 50%, should we synthesize? Chen Ci hesitated for only a moment. Even with a 50% chance of mutation, the loss of these materials wouldn't be a big deal. Success would be a win. He decisively confirmed the synthesis. This time, he was much calmer. Raincoats and animal hides weren't exactly armor materials. The probability of creating armor through mutation was actually quite low. After the blue light dissipated, a set of clothes appeared on the table. Catprint Combat Suit. Level 0. Quality Premium. Attribute, Water Repellent. Description: this is a trendy combat suit. The spotted cat print makes it a fashion favorite. Chen Ci unfolded the clothes, his expression immediately turning somewhat disgusted. It was a one-piece combat suit, shaped like a tight-fitting battle suit, overall gray, covered with spotted patterns resembling a lynx. Wearing it, he could practically become Lynx Man. However, putting aside the appearance, the combat suit's properties are indeed quite good. Its water-repellent properties prevent the clothing from getting wet and dirty with mud and blood, almost like it has a self-cleaning effect. He tugged at it forcefully. The material was also quite sturdy. Chen Ci suddenly realized a crucial point. If the water-repellent properties could also withstand acid rain, then the value of this combat suit would be completely different. That would mean that even in acid rain, he would still have a chance to go out and operate. Thinking of this, he looked at the cat-patterned clothing again, and it actually seemed much more pleasing to the eye. After completing the combat suit, Chen Ci's mental energy was almost depleted. He didn't take any further risks, but instead organized the remaining materials and put them all back in the warehouse. The nights in the ruins world are always quiet. Having been here for 5 days, Chen Ci has gradually adapted to the rhythm of surviving alone, but he still inevitably feels lonely at night. Besides occasionally chatting in the chat channel, he also plans to slowly improve his quality of life to alleviate the pressure from prolonged stress. Having just checked the production progress of the small round shields in the tool shed, Chen Ci began to make plans. He'd take a hot shower today and change into new clothes tomorrow. The small round shields weren't finished yet, so he couldn't sleep. He had to wait until the finished products were available and put them on the shelves immediately. Otherwise, dealing with them tomorrow morning would be a waste of half a day's production capacity. He took out some charcoal, went to the kitchen stove, poured the river water from the bucket into the pot, and lit the stove to boil the water. While waiting, he spent 5 units of wood to buy a single bathtub on the trading channel. While purchasing, he glanced at the comments and noticed that the bathtubs were selling quite well, especially among female survivors. Chen Ci retrieved the bathtub, laboriously carried it into the bathroom, and slapped his forehead as soon as he put it down. Low mental strength definitely affected his judgment. He could have easily retrieved it from the bathroom, but instead, he carried it all the way there. Despite his complaints, he quickly returned to the stove to watch the fire. Once the water boiled, he ladled it into the bathtub bucket by bucket, then added cold water from the tank until the temperature was around 42 degrees Celsius. The moment Chen Ci stepped into the bathtub, he completely relaxed. Several days of high-pressure survival had brought him to the brink of death more than once. If he hadn't been used to living alone since childhood and knew how to regulate his emotions, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. The hot water made him drowsy, but he forced himself to stay awake and carefully washed off the mud and grime. Unfortunately, there was no soap or shampoo. Someone was selling soap on the trading channel, but the price was 300 iron ingots, clearly an exorbitant price, and he wasn't about to be ripped off. After washing up, Chen Ci felt much better. He threw the tattered quick-drying shirt into the tool shed, intending to reuse it as waste material later, and then changed into the catprint combat uniform he had just synthesized. Clothes I used to dislike now feel surprisingly comfortable on me. The water-repellent properties leave my skin feeling completely non-sticky, and the breathability is excellent, making me feel much more refreshed. Don't underestimate the power of a hot bath. For most survivors, after a long day of chopping trees, digging rocks, and mining, their harvest is barely enough to sustain them. They also have to haggle over supplies at night, leaving no energy for a hot bath. Being able to take a cool shower in a wooden tub is already considered a luxury. Chen Ci's advantage lies in his ability to sell rare items, eliminating his worries about basic resources. His current concerns about high-quality meat and knife skills training are not even matters for ordinary survivors. After emptying the bathwater, the small round shields were also completed. Chen Ci went to the tool room and, as usual, divided the 450 small round shields into 4 orders, listing them on the trading channel. Items for sale: small round shield X1, trade items, wood X20, total 150 units. Items for sale: small round shield X1, trade items, stone X16, total 100 units. Items for sale: small round shield X1, trade items, iron block X4, total 150 units. Items for sale: small round shield X1, trade item glass X1, total 50 units. After completing the upload, he noticed several messages from Wang Lei. The gist of them was that he had a good day, and had also learned some information about the Blood Fiend Alliance. Chen Ci glanced at them, found nothing of value, gave a few perfunctory replies, and closed the chat window. Finally, he used the swarm controller to command the queen bee to remain on guard throughout the night. Having made the arrangements, Chen Ci returned to his bedroom, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, he would go hunting again. Chapter 26: Advanced Sword Techniques. Day 6: Weather in the Ruins World. Light fog turning to clear skies, temperature ranging from 8 to 21 degrees Celsius. There are 4 days left until the acid rain test. Survivors, please prepare as soon as possible. Chen Ci woke up before dawn. The first thing he saw was a notification popping up in the void world, revealing that the system had added a weather alert function. This update came at just the right time. If it could also forecast the weather for the next few days, it would be a lifesaver for survivors. He immediately opened the trading channel after getting up to check the small round shields he had listed the night before. The screen was flooded with trading notifications. All the small round shields were sold out. Chen Ci happily withdrew his supplies, his mood instantly improving, feeling that today was destined to be a good day. He then sent a trade request to Song Yanrui, intending to exchange timber for a set of rattan armor. His original rattan armor had been replaced yesterday, and he was going hunting today. Without armor, he felt insecure. Song Yanrui hadn't replied yet, probably still asleep. He was also planning to cultivate this morning and wasn't in a hurry to leave. After a quick wash, Chen Ci took out bread and an apple, and poured himself a glass of water for breakfast. While eating, he took the opportunity to check his current resources: 4,250 units of wood, 3,350 units of stone, 603 units of iron, and only 73 units of glass. After finishing his meal, he went to the workbench and immediately began producing 600 small round shields, since time was money. Stepping out of the shelter, a light mist was indeed drifting in, reducing visibility to about 200 meters. Chen Ci, wearing his catprint combat suit, went into the courtyard, warmed up, took out a red fruit, swallowed it, and began his training for the day. The cultivation process was tedious, but it was also the core of his growth. As the heat from the red fruit spread throughout his body, Chen Ci quickly calmed his mind, continuously wielding his Tang Hengdao sword. Every move of the Xuanxu sword technique carried a broad and sharp momentum. The sword light grew faster and faster, but his movements were no longer as rigid as before. At one point, his swordplay suddenly paused, then resumed. If someone were watching, they would have noticed that his sword had become more agile, and his previously formulaic moves had begun to change. The force, angle, and transitions all unconsciously aligned with his body's natural movements. After completing the entire set of sword techniques, Chen Ci sheathed his sword and immediately opened his personal panel to check. Mysterious Blade Technique Proficiency, Mastery 2%. His swordsmanship has finally reached mastery. Compared to simply imitating techniques before, he can now make subtle adjustments to the original moves, truly transforming his swordsmanship into a combat skill suited to him. This improvement is not just a numerical change, but a genuine leap in combat power. However, Chen Ci did not stop. The energy of the red fruit was still flowing in his body, and he continued to cultivate until the heat was completely absorbed. Only then did fatigue and hunger surge up, and he finally stopped. It was almost noon by then. The morning mist had dissipated, and the warm sunlight fell on him, making him almost want to pull out a deck chair and take a nap. But this is the ruins world, not a resort. Chen Ci returned to the kitchen, reheated the premium pork chops he had grilled yesterday, and also took out a bag of braised beef noodles to soak. His knife skills had improved, so it was worth treating himself to a good meal. After taking a bite of the premium pork chops, he couldn't help but savor the taste for a while, then took out the fire-poisoned thorn vine seeds he had synthesized yesterday. The seed was entirely fiery red, making it look unlike any ordinary plant. Chen Ci planned to find a spot in the yard to plant it, but he was also facing a dilemma. He had never even seen a supernatural seed before, let alone planted one. The system hadn't provided any instructions either. Was he really going to just bury it in the soil like a regular seed? He remembered the blood oath required before planting, so he extended his finger and gently traced a line on the blade of Tang Hengdao's sword. A drop of blood fell onto the seed's surface and quickly seeped in. The next second, Chen Ci's expression shifted. He felt a faint connection between himself and the seed, and could even vaguely sense its needs. It wants to get into the land, it needs water. Chen Ci then understood why the ruins world hadn't specifically explained the planting methods. Extraordinary plants seemed capable of expressing simple emotions and needs, requiring no complex explanations. He had heard before that plants could sense external emotions, but this feeling of near-conscious communication was a first for him. He didn't delay any longer. He dug a small hole about 5 centimeters deep next to the fence gate, put the fire poison vine seeds in, covered them with soil, and watered them. He didn't stop until a feeling of satisfaction emanated from the seeds. Through his senses, he knew that this thing was relatively easy to grow and would germinate in 2 to 3 days. During this time, he just needed to keep the soil moist. After planting the fire poison thorn vine, it was getting late. Chen Ci prepared to go out and search for supplies as planned. He put on the new rattan armor that Song Yenrei had just traded and put the Gu King beehive into his backpack. The beehive could raise 2 queen bees, and he planned to look for suitable bee colonies along the way. He climbed over the fence and headed east to the river. This time, he planned to search south along the river. Animals are usually plentiful near water sources, and wild beasts are likely to come to the river to drink, increasing his chances of finding prey. Chen Ci took out the swarm controller and commanded the bullhorn bee queen on his shoulder to send out a swarm to search for wild animals and report back immediately upon discovery. While bullhorn bees might be unreliable for finding treasure chests, finding living creatures shouldn't be difficult. The queen bee quickly understood the command, flying out in the shape of an 8, in front of Chen Ci, as if responding to his order. She then ordered the swarm to split into 2 groups. The majority flew out to search for animals and resources, while a smaller group remained nearby to continue protecting Chen Ci and the queen bee. Chen Ci hadn't walked south along the river for long when several horned wasps flew back, hovered in front of him, and repeatedly flew in the same direction. This was clearly a warning that something had been discovered there. Seeing such a quick success, Chen Ci's spirits lifted, and he immediately followed. He hadn't gone far when he saw a swarm of bullhorn bees forming a circle ahead, seemingly trapping something in the center. However, the circle was too small, which immediately disappointed him. As he approached, he could finally see what the little creature looked like. It was shivering in the middle of a swarm of bees, its entire body snow-white, curled up into a ball of fur the size of an adult's fist, looking like a ball of cotton. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small white mouse. Chen Ci was somewhat amused and exasperated. For a bullhorn wasp, this size was indeed that of a large wild beast. He dispersed the swarm, reached out and gently picked up the white mouse with his thumb and forefinger, placing it in his palm to examine it. The mouse, as if terrified, suddenly lay motionless on its back with its 4 legs in the air. Chen Ci raised an eyebrow, summoned a few bullhorn wasps, and prepared to let them sting him to see if they could revive him. The little white mouse immediately shuddered, rolled over, and curled into a furry ball, trembling incessantly. Chen Ci couldn't help but laugh. This little guy could actually play dead, it seemed quite human-like. He stared at the white mouse, checking its properties. Mutant mice. Level 0. Quality Elite. Attribute, Good Luck. Synopsis. A domesticated white mouse with extraordinary luck arrives in the ruins world and is affected by changes in the rules, causing its ancestral bloodline to awaken. Chen Ci was stunned for a moment. This was actually an elite monster, and probably the least intimidating elite monster he had ever seen. What was even more unusual was that its attribute was good luck. This attribute was extremely rare, and if a pet could bring luck to its owner, its value would be hard to say. He gave the white mouse what he thought was a friendly smile, and said that finding it meant fate. He added that life was hard for everyone in this wretched world, and from now on it would stay with him, and he would protect it. As for its name, since it was covered in white fur, he would call it Little White. Whether the white mouse understood or not, it was genuinely terrified upon seeing Chen Ci's white teeth. Chen Ci was speechless, and could only put it in his combat uniform pocket. There was no time to cultivate a relationship now. He'd deal with it back home. Just then, several more horned wasps flew back from a distance, clearly having discovered the situation again. Chen Ci immediately followed them, and after rushing north for about a kilometer, he finally spotted his real prey. There were 3 adult zebras, quite large, moving about on the riverbank 200 meters away. 2 of them were drinking water with their backs to him, while the last one was facing away from the river, keeping watch over the surroundings. Chen Ci was currently to the northwest of the zebra. He spotted it early and lay down in time, so he wasn't exposed yet. But he knew very well that once he got up and approached, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. The surrounding area was all grassland, with not much cover in sight. Even crawling forward, the movement of the grass could alert the zebra on guard. A direct attack was also impractical. 200 meters was far beyond the range of the ice-patterned crossbow. He had to find a way to close the distance, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep them at bay. Chen Ci lay on the grass, thinking quickly, his gaze inadvertently falling on the hornbee queen on his shoulder, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He has a solution. Chapter 27 Hunting Zebras. Chen Ci held the bullhorn bee swarm controller and gave the bullhorn bee queen a command to bypass the zebras and drive them away from the north. The queen bee's small head twitched slightly, as if she understood his meaning, and she flapped her wings and took flight from her shoulder, leading the swarm around to the back of the zebras by the river. Chen Ci kept a close eye on the location of the bee swarm. When the bullhorn wasps flew to the north of the zebras didn't react much. After all, the bee swarm wasn't very large. In their eyes, they were just small insects, and not enough to pose a threat. Once the swarm reached its designated location, Chen Ci focused his mind on the controller, maneuvering the swarm of bullhorn bees to pounce on a zebra drinking water by the river. As soon as the swarm approached, the zebra immediately raised its head uneasily, staring at the dark shadow in the air as it slowly retreated. But the swarm of wasps didn't give it a chance to adjust, accelerating directly towards its face. Several wasps landed near the zebra's nose, their stingers instantly extending and plunging down hard. These bullhorn wasps, cultivated in the Gu King beehive, possess toxicity and sting hardness far exceeding that of ordinary bullhorn wasps. After a few stings, the zebra shuddered in pain, let out a piercing neigh, and began to frantically kick its hooves as it fled towards Chen Ci's direction. The other two zebras were also frightened and ran wildly after the lead zebra. The queen bee immediately led the swarm in an arc, surrounding them from three sides, deliberately leaving an opening, forcing the three zebras towards Chen Ci's direction. Several long neighs pierced the riverbank, and three startled zebras ran faster and faster, rushing into the range of the ice-patterned crossbow in just a few seconds. Chen Ci lay in the shadows, calmly watching the approaching prey. With a thought, he activated the crossbow's built-in freezing arrow skill. The crossbow gleamed with a deep blue light, and a chill spread along the arrow. Chen Ci's eyes darkened slightly. He raised his hand, aimed at the two intact zebras at the front, pulled the trigger, and quickly cocked the crossbow with his other hand, firing it once more. Two arrows, imbued with a chilling blue aura, shot through the air and struck two zebras charging towards them with pinpoint accuracy. Frost rapidly condensed on their bodies, abruptly halting their frenzied pace, their limbs stiffening and slowing under the influence of the cold. Chen Ci didn't waste the opportunity. He immediately stood up and began firing the ice-pattern repeating crossbow repeatedly at the heads of the two zebras. Arrows flew out one after another, and the zebra in front was hit by several arrows. Its front legs buckled, and it collapsed heavily to its knees. Immediately afterward, a second zebra was also struck in the head by several crossbow bolts, struggling to run a few steps before collapsing about 10 meters from Chen Ci. The two adult zebras fell one after another, the battle proceeding almost without delay. After dealing with the first two, Chen Ci turned to look at the last one. The zebra was already surrounded by the swarm of wasps, constantly emitting terrified cries. It had lost its way in panic, and the paralyzing venom from the bullhorn wasps in its body was beginning to take effect, making its movements increasingly heavy. Chen Ci stepped forward, dispersed the swarm of bees surrounding it, raised his crossbow, and fired 2 arrows at the poor zebra. The magazine was emptied, ending its fear and suffering. This was undoubtedly a great success. The 3 adult zebras were taken down with almost no effort. The only real cost was some crossbow bolts. Chen Ci looked down at his prey on the ground, his face beaming with undisguised joy. He also rediscovered the value of the bullhorn bee swarm. If it hadn't been for the swarm's driving and restraint, keeping 3 zebras alive at the same time wouldn't have been so easy. The only problem was the small number. More than 10 scout bees had been lost in this battle alone, and if they weren't replenished, the queen bee would eventually be out of bees. The horned queen bee can go into the wild to find wasps, introduce them into hives, and train them into new colonies. Chen Ci already had a plan in mind. Upon returning, he must strengthen colony training and expand this special fighting force as soon as possible. He then used his gathering skill on each of the 3 zebras. A system notification quickly appeared. Obtain 24 blue meat chops, 3 blue animal hides, and 3 blue bones. Seeing the bone, Chen Ci was somewhat surprised and took out a piece to examine it. The thing was clean and smooth, without a trace of flesh or blood. It definitely looked like just bone. He couldn't think of a specific use for it, so he could only put the animal hide and bone into his backpack and the meat into his inventory. A wooden treasure chest had also been found on the ground. Chen Ci bent down, picked it up, and casually opened it. Inside were a set of cotton pajamas, a set of saddle and reins, and a bottle of vitamins. He first took out the cotton pajamas and lifted them. They weighed about 2 pounds. They were gray men's 2-piece sets, and the size fit him perfectly. The system was quite user-friendly in terms of clothing sizes. At least the items it refreshed were wearable. These cotton pajamas are definitely a hot commodity right now. It was already a bit chilly in the shelter last night, and the ruins world will probably be heading into winter soon. On the trading channel, the prices of all warm clothing are rising. Smart people have clearly already realized the problem. Chen Ci carefully put away his cotton pajamas and then picked up the bottle of mixed vitamins. The bottle contained 100 tablets, including basic vitamins B and C. In the ruins world, many people struggled to even get enough to eat, let alone pay attention to nutritional supplements. Even though Chen Ci's current living conditions are relatively good, he has hardly eaten any vegetables these days, only a few apples. Those survivors still struggling to make ends meet are in even worse shape. This bottle of vitamins may seem ordinary, but its actual value is quite high. Finally, he picked up the saddle and reins, his expression turning somewhat speechless. The system description was quite straightforward. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. This was the horse's equipment, provided he already had a horse. The equipment was of average quality, but the workmanship was excellent, with fine stitching and decent materials. The problem was, Chen Ci didn't have a horse at the moment, so even the best saddle would just gather dust. He didn't bother to examine it closely and casually tossed it into his backpack. After taking stock of his spoils, Chen Ci quickly cleaned up the battlefield, retrieved 4 relatively intact crossbow bolts from the ground, and took out 11 more from his backpack, loading them all into a magazine. Looking at the 2 remaining crossbow bolts in his backpack, one of which was a fawn-shaped armor-piercing bolt he had previously crafted, he muttered to himself that he must make a larger batch of crossbow bolts when he got back. After tidying up, Chen Ci instructed the hornbee swarm to continue their reconnaissance. It was still early, and he had plenty of energy, so he didn't intend to return immediately. Instead, he continued searching for new resources and prey in the surrounding area. An hour later, the swarm had not found any new resource points. Chen Ci pondered for a moment, then adjusted the search direction, directing the bullhorn wasps towards the eastern bushes. The vegetation there was denser, and the probability of encountering small animals was higher. During his search, he discovered numerous traces of animal activity. Near several areas with footprints clearly resembling those of rabbits and birds, he successively set 5 animal traps. Although he wasn't an expert at setting traps, sometimes clumsy methods are effective enough. He placed the trap where the footprints were dense, and used the wild fruits he had gathered earlier as bait. These wild fruits had been sitting for a while and were somewhat dehydrated, but the apples from the treasure chest were still fresh, and he couldn't bear to waste them. The last animal trap was set under a small tree at the edge of the bushes. As Chen Ci retreated, he cleaned up his tracks and was about to find a place to rest for a while when several bullhorn wasps suddenly flew back. Chen Ci's eyes lit up. He knew the bee swarm had made a discovery. Immediately afterward, several more horned bees flew in from another direction, circling and dancing in front of him. They had also found prey. Chen Ci looked at the 2 swarms of bees, a slight smile playing on his lips, and whispered, 2 locations? Chapter 28 Reacquiring Bees. The bullhorn bees brought back 2 pieces of good news in a row. Chen Ci immediately stood up, brushed the dirt off his body, and followed the returning swarm of bees into the jungle. As he moved through the bushes, he secretly marveled at how useful the lynx combat suit he had assembled yesterday was. Not only was it water repellent, but its protective features were also quite reliable. Even when branches grazed the fabric, they didn't leave a single mark. However, while the bullhorn wasps could fly directly over the bushes, he had to take a detour. Unless he cut a path through the dense forest, he could only meander through the thickets. It took him quite a while to finally reach the resource point discovered by the wasps. It was a huge beehive, nearly half a meter in radius, and swarms of bees could be seen moving in and out of it from afar. Chen Ci's eyes lit up. This bee colony was perfect for raising the second queen bee in the Gu King beehive. He quickly checked the information and discovered that it was a mutated Chinese honeybee. Although it was only of ordinary quality, due to the queen's mutation, its nest-building ability and honey-collecting time were greatly enhanced, and it could also produce higher-quality honey. To him, this was simply the perfect logistical bee species. Chen Ci took off his backpack, took out the Gu King beehive, and put the 500 grams of honey he had obtained earlier into it as bait. Then he tightened the cuffs and trouser legs of his combat uniform, and whispered that the bee's stingers should not be able to pierce through his clothes. He planned to place the beehive near the hive under the protection of the hornbee swarm. As he steadily approached, the Chinese honeybees patrolling outside immediately spotted the intruder, and a portion of the swarm rushed forward, ready to launch an attack. Chen Ci did not stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed to the designated location, quickly put down the Gu King bee box, activated its properties with his mental power, and then turned and ran. As he predicted, the stingers of the Chinese honeybees did not penetrate his combat suit, and his head was protected by a swarm of bullhorn wasps. Before many honeybees could even get close, they were killed by the bullhorn wasps. The two sides were simply not on the same level in terms of combat strength. Chen Ci successfully escaped the attack, but he had 2 prickles on the back of his hand. Fortunately, the stings of the Chinese honeybee were non-venomous, though they were very painful. He endured the pain while observing the changes in the beehives from a distance. Once the Gu King beehive's special properties were activated, the surrounding bees were immediately attracted to the honey inside. Like drunkards drawn to fine wine, they dazedly flew into the hive one after another. The hive seemed like a bottomless pit. Even many returning bees bypassed their original hive and went straight into the hive. Chen Ci waited at a distance for half an hour until almost all the bees outside the hive had been sucked away before he grasped the swarm controller and ordered the bullhorn queen bee to lead the team into the hive and kill the queen bee. The bullhorn bee swarm, which had been waiting for orders, immediately sprang into action. The first-tier bullhorn bee queen led thousands of elite bullhorn bees into the hive. Before Chen Ci could wait long, the swarm flew out again, bringing with it a plump, white worm. Instead of killing the queen bee, they captured her alive. Immediately, a large number of Chinese honeybees swarmed out from behind the hive, desperately chasing after her to rescue her. Chen Ci immediately commanded the hornbee swarm to turn around and fly towards the Gu Queen beehive. Once they got close to the hive, the hornbees, following his orders, killed the queen bee on the spot. After losing their queen bee, the pursuing bees instantly fell into chaos, scattering and then being drawn back into the queen bee hive. Seeing that the plan had been successfully completed, Chen Ci quickly stepped forward to check the attributes. Nearly 100,000 Chinese honeybees had already gathered in the hive, forming a dense, overwhelming mass, and the venom-rearing mode had automatically activated. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Ci turned and began collecting honey from the enormous beehive next to him. This time, he obtained 12 caddies of premium honey, 1 caddy of premium royal jelly, and 300 premium bee eggs. All 3 items were of blue quality, instantly boosting Chen Ci's spirits. What surprised him most was the properties of honey. Long-term consumption could permanently enhance his spirit and perception. While this was already a rare tonic for others, it was even more crucial for Chen Ci, because his innate abilities required mental energy. The stronger his spirit, the stronger his synthesis ability would naturally be. Royal jelly is equally precious, with a 30% chance of permanently improving the quality of the bee colony. Although Chen Ci had heard that royal jelly was very useful for physical recovery, and had also heard of some random folk remedies, he did not intend to consume it himself. He is young and strong now. What he really needs to improve is the Hornbee Queen. The Hornbee Queen herself is extremely powerful, and her stinger is enough to instantly kill most level 0 creatures. However, he only has 3 stingers, and he has been reluctant to use them. If Royal Jelly can elevate the Queen Bullhorn Bee to Lord level, the entire swarm's combat power will skyrocket. With thousands of leader-level Bullhorn Bees, he could practically roam freely in the Tier 0 area. As for the 300 bee eggs, they are just enough to replenish the Horned Wasp's manpower. Although the raid on the hive was successful, more than 100 Horned Wasps were killed in the battle, and now the swarm only has 900 members left, which are in dire need of new members. After collecting the beehive, a bronze treasure chest spawned on the spot. Chen Ci didn't open it immediately, but put it in his inventory. It was getting late, and he needed to hurry to the next resource point. He picked up the hive of the Goo Queen bees and continued to follow the swarm through the bushes. After walking for a long time, he was starting to lose his bearings, but with the bullhorn bees leading the way, he wasn't worried about getting lost. When a deep ditch appeared ahead, Chen Ci's expression suddenly turned grim. The ditch was about 80 centimeters wide and stretched straight into the depths of the jungle, as if it had been carved out by some enormous creature over a long period of time. He stared at the mark, muttering a guess. It was probably a snake trail. Chen Ci had seen snake trails before, but never one this wide. If it was indeed left by a python, the snake must have been terrifyingly large. He stood there hesitating for a long time. Judging from the width of the snake trail, the python was at least 80 centimeters thick, and its length was even more difficult to determine, but it was definitely not short. Finally, Chen Ci gritted his teeth and made a decision. This place wasn't far from his shelter. Even if he avoided it today, he might still run into it later. He had to go check it out, and if things looked bad, he would retreat immediately. Before taking action, he found some mud and water in the snake trail, smeared it on his exposed skin, and tightened his collar and cuffs as he had done when facing the bees. Pythons are usually dull-eyed and deaf, but have a keen sense of smell. He wasn't sure if the pythons in the ruins world were like that, but if it had even a little effect, it was worth a try. This time, there was no need to look for a path. Following the snake's trail would lead to their target. Chen Ci followed the trail forward for a short while before a strong, pungent stench wafted from ahead. He knew he was not far from the python. Sure enough, following the snake's path around a large tree that would take several people to encircle, and then turning a corner, a giant snake suddenly came into view. Chapter 29: The Rapidly Growing Fire Poison Vines. What came into view was an open area about 200 meters in diameter. The bare soil was covered with traces of the giant snake's movements, and the vegetation was sparse, with only a few weeds remaining. A giant python lay quietly coiled in the center, as if resting, its belly clearly bulging, obviously having just finished eating. Its body was entirely white and blue, with scales arranged in an interlaced pattern, each scale the size of an adult's palm, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the light. The snake's body was coiled up, making its exact length impossible to discern, but Chen Ci estimated it to be over 10 meters long, with its head alone being more than half a meter long. Chen Ci crouched in the bushes, only daring to peek out of the corner of his eye. Soon, the information he had gathered surfaced. Mutant Python, Tier 0, Boss Quality. Its attribute is a 50% increase in entanglement lethality. Its skill is a serpentine charge, allowing it to charge up its entire body and launch itself forward, quickly closing the distance and swallowing its enemy. The description is more direct: jungle overlord, cold-blooded hunter, just one step away from advancing to the next tier, and possessing a movement speed disproportionate to its size. The moment Chen Ci saw this information, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't win, absolutely couldn't win. Forget about skills, just that size and scales alone meant that his ice pattern crossbow might not be able to inflict any effective damage. The bolts would probably only cause minor injuries. If it couldn't even break through its scales, then any attack would be like a tickle to it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ci immediately and quietly retreated, preparing to leave this dangerous area. However, he didn't see that after he turned around, the giant python glanced almost imperceptibly at the spot where he had just been hiding. After retreating 200 meters, Chen Ci suddenly accelerated away. Even after maintaining this distance, he still felt unsafe. He didn't stop until he had traveled a kilometer at high speed, panting heavily. He released his swarm of bullhorn bees to find a way out of the bushes and search for supplies, while he stayed behind to rest. This time, the wait was longer than usual. A full hour passed before the swarm returned, indicating that they were indeed quite far from the edge of the jungle. Chen Ci roughly understood the information transmitted by the scout bees through the swarm controller. They had found a way out of the forest, and discovered a resource point along the way. He shook his head with a wry smile, hoping this resource point wouldn't turn into another fright. The horned bees could only determine where resources were. Whether it was dangerous or not, he'd have to confirm for himself. Although still shaken, that route was the fastest way out of the jungle, and the probability of 2 Overlord-level monsters appearing nearby simultaneously was low, so he followed the swarm. 10 minutes later, Chen Ci arrived at the new resource point. It was a short tree, about 3 meters tall. The scout hornbee broke away from the group and flew to the treetop, circling continuously, clearly indicating that the resources were up there. Chen Ci looked up and saw only a bird's nest among the branches, nothing else. He was a little disappointed, wondering if the resources the bullhorn wasp had found were the bird eggs in the nest. But even a mosquito's leg is meat, so he nimbly climbed the tree instead of cutting it down to avoid breaking the eggs. The bird's nest was perched on a tree branch 3 meters high. Chen Ci could only climb up to about 2 meters. The branch couldn't support his weight any higher. He slowly steadied himself, peered into the nest, and his eyes lit up. Inside, there were not only 3 bird eggs, but also a wooden treasure chest. These respawn locations are really hard for the average person to find, Chen Ci muttered under his breath. He immediately collected all the bird eggs and treasure chests, then quickly slid down the tree. He didn't rush to open the treasure chests. Instead, after collecting his items, he directed the bee swarm to continue moving forward. After walking for about 20 more minutes, Chen Ci finally emerged from the bushes. He looked up at the sun. It was probably around 4 in the afternoon, with only an hour left before nightfall. If he quickened his pace, he should still be able to reach the shelter before nightfall. By the time the fog-shrouded shelter came into view, it was completely dark. After returning to the shelter, Chen Ci first placed the Gu King beehive at the base of the arrow tower. There was about 8 square meters of space near the base, just enough for the bees to nest. He then instructed the bullhorn bee queen to let the swarm forage for itself, while also keeping watch over the shelter, and gave it 300 bee eggs to replenish the colony. After entering the stone house, Chen Ci still didn't bother to rest. He opened the trading channel, spent 2 units of wood to buy a wooden cage, and then put the white mouse from his combat suit pocket inside. The white mouse had already woken up and had been struggling to escape the whole way, but unfortunately, the lynx combat suit was not something it could destroy. In addition, after being jostled around with Chen Ci all afternoon, the mouse was already half dead. Chen Ci brought a wooden bowl from the kitchen, poured in half a bowl of water, and added a few drops of the fine honey he had harvested that day. He was worried that the little creature might have been tortured to death, and the honey water should give it a boost. After settling the white mouse, he didn't linger, because he still had a lot of things to do. He put the day's harvest into the warehouse and kitchen, then went to the tool shed and put all 600 small round shields he had made during the day into his inventory. He then opened the trade channel and listed them all at once, 200 for wood, 200 for iron, 100 for stone, and 100 for glass, keeping the prices unchanged. After dealing with these trivial matters, Chen Ci finally lay down on the recliner, and casually opened the wooden treasure chest he had just obtained from the bird's nest. Inside the chest were a bag of rice, a box of cold medicine, and a military overcoat. The rice was a 10-kilogram bag, enough for him to eat for a while. There were 12 cold medicine pills, mainly for treating colds. The military overcoat was a lifesaver for keeping warm, but he didn't need it for the time being. Next, he took out a bronze treasure chest. Compared to the wooden treasure chest, the bronze treasure chest was clearly more anticipated. Chen Ci stared at the chest in his hand, slowly opened it, and after a flash of light, 3 orbs of light appeared inside. He crushed the first one, obtaining a bottle of underwater breathing potion. It was a Tier 1, high-quality potion, increasing the duration by an additional 30%, allowing for free underwater breathing for 20 minutes. Chen Ci was familiar with this potion. It was common in the game, and only useful in specific scenarios. He had no immediate plans to explore the river, so he decided to put it in his storage. After crushing the second orb of light, a bottle of emerald green potion appeared in his hand. The information indicated that this was a plant growth sap, a premium quality Tier 0, with an additional 30% increase in effectiveness, and could shorten the growth time of plants below Tier 1 by 50%. Chen Ci immediately thought of the fire poison thorn vine. It already had a special growth effect, and if combined with this potion, its growth time could be greatly reduced. This potion came at the perfect time. He didn't even have time to look at the last light orb. He grabbed the growth liquid and ran to the fire poison thorn vine seed. He carefully dug a hole in the soil and dripped a drop onto the seed. After the growth sap fell, it was quickly absorbed by the seeds. Through his sensory connection with the fire poison tremella, Chen Ci received a vague consciousness. The consciousness was indistinct, but it clearly conveyed one meaning: it needed this thing, and it desperately craved it. After confirming the growth solution's significant effect on the fire poison thorn vine, Chen Ci felt much more at ease. Sensing the seed's yearning, he slowly poured the entire bottle of growth solution into it. The next moment, the seed suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue light, as if time had been accelerated, rapidly sprouting, growing, and sending out vines that automatically wrapped around the fence, spreading far and wide along it. Chen Ci watched this scene with a pang of regret. He worried that he shouldn't have poured it all in at once. What if the fire poison trench couldn't withstand it? So he kept using his detection skill on it, but the only indication he got was that it was growing. He then focused his consciousness to sense the fire poison trench's emotions, and what he received in return was happiness and elation. Confirming that it was in good condition, albeit with an astonishingly rapid growth rate, and without any abnormalities, Chen Ci gradually relaxed. The system indicated that this growth would still take considerable time, so he didn't wait any longer and turned back to the stone house. Upon entering the room, he saw the last orb of light on the table and realized that the bronze treasure chest hadn't been fully opened yet. Chen Ci stepped forward, crushed the orb, and found a blueprint inside. The toilet paper blueprint is of ordinary quality. It can be used to make toilet paper, and can only make toilet paper. It requires one piece of wood attribute material. After reading it, Chen Ci felt that this item had a great market potential. Although it seemed insignificant, it was extremely useful in wilderness survival. Those who understand the pain of not having toilet paper know what it's like. He decided to first input the blueprints into the workbench, then make 10 units of toilet paper and send them to Lu Yang and the others to test the feedback. Giving toilet paper as a gift to survivors sounds strange, but the effect might be more popular than expected. Chapter 30 Resource Building Nursery. The private chat group was already quite lively. Lu Yang and Xiaohua were chatting enthusiastically. Chen Ci didn't scroll up the chat history, but from the few words he gleaned, he could tell that Xiaohua seemed to have used his superpower to hunt down a mutated crocodile and was showing off the battle, while Lu Yang was incredibly envious. Lu Yang has no special abilities, nor has he mastered any cultivation techniques such as swordsmanship or breathing exercises. He mainly relies on traps and expensive crossbows for self-defense, and has no ability to actively go out hunting. This is actually the reality for most survivors, who can only slowly endure their fate by staying in their shelters. Seeing that they were talking about trivial things, Chen Ci interrupted them, saying, "Gentlemen, I've got something good. Take a look and see if you're interested." Lu Yang immediately chimed in. "Brother Chen's online? What good stuff. Is it something to boost your strength? Give me a copy." He desperately needed something to enhance his power. Watching the other ability users go out hunting mutated beasts every day, while he could only mine for resources, although his income wasn't bad, he never felt secure. Xiaohua added, "Brother Chen, show it to us. If you think it's good, then it's definitely true." He had been hunting frequently these past few days and had a great haul. He had gradually gained a sharper edge and lost some of his former naivety. Chen Ci didn't keep them in suspense. he directly sent the toilet paper's brief information to the group chat, asking if there was a market for it. Lu Yan was immediately disappointed when he saw it wasn't equipment blueprints. Wang Zixuan, who had been lurking, suddenly surfaced. "There's a huge market for this, Brother Chen. Give me 10 units. I've really had enough these past few days." He came from a well-off family and was able to quickly accept reality and actively seek survival, but the rough life in the ruins world still caused him great pain. He almost broke down when he saw toilet paper. Xiaohua immediately changed his tune. "Equipment is nothing compared to toilet paper. Brother Chen, I need some too, I desperately need it." Lu Aigua also sent a message, asking Chen Ci to get him some. The two ladies in the group didn't speak publicly, but instead sent private messages to trade, clearly a little embarrassed. Chen Ci had initially thought there would be a market for toilet paper, but he hadn't expected it to be so popular. But thinking about it, it made sense. Everyone in this small group had their own specialties, their survival skills were all quite good, they had basically passed the most difficult survival stage, and were starting to pursue a higher quality of life. He gave everyone 10 units of toilet paper, charging only the cost price, as a benefit for the group members. Since everyone was online, they naturally started exchanging supplies for the day. Chen Ci asked Lu Aigua how much coal he had, as he needed about 100 units. Lu Aigua didn't ask further about the intended use and directly quoted a price: 1 unit of coal for 4 units of timber, then asked Chen Ci to issue a transaction order. This price is already quite favorable. Currently, 1 unit of coal can usually be exchanged for 5 to 6 units of timber on the market because coal burns for a longer time and at a higher temperature. Chen Ci didn't hesitate. The group always had a helpful atmosphere, so he quickly sent a trade request and completed the coal exchange. After Wang Zixuan saw that they had finished their transaction, he also said in the group that he had made a batch of water purifiers and originally planned to sell them after the acid rain test began. If anyone needed them now, they could trade them for the price of 80 units of timber. Everyone in the group immediately expressed their need, and Chen Ci was no exception. Regardless of whether acid rain would arrive immediately, water purification equipment was a necessity, so he directly sent a transaction request to Wang Zixuan. Soon, Chen Ci obtained a water purifier. The system introduction indicated that it was a water purifier made of ordinary materials, capable of purifying water, and its effect was even better when used with charcoal. The water purifier is about 1 meter tall and rectangular in shape. The inlet is at the top, where you can pour in the water that needs purification. The outlet is at the bottom, where you can place a wooden bucket to collect the water. There is also a working window in the middle where you can add charcoal. Chen Ci was a little surprised, not expecting that charcoal could improve purification efficiency, but upon closer thought, charcoal can indeed be used as a purification material. He put the water purifier in the kitchen, poured in a bucket of river water to test its effectiveness, while the transactions in the group continued. At this point, Song Yerui spoke up, saying that she had acquired a shelter facility nursery that day, where she could grow medicinal herbs or food, and hoped that anyone with extra seeds would trade them to her. She then showed the nursery's attributes. The nursery is a high-quality resource building with its own 20 cubic meters of planting space, which can shorten the growth time of crops by 30%. If fertilizer is used in conjunction with it, the effect will be even better. Chen Ci looked at the message and felt a little envious. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter requires resource buildings, and he was currently stuck on the resource buildings and the core altar. Song Yerui continued, saying that she had made several bottles of antidote potions. Due to a shortage of medicinal materials, each person could only trade 1 bottle, preferably using stones for the trade, with each bottle costing 150 units of stones. She then provided the potion's description. Tier 0 Premium Antidote Potion. After ingestion, one will be immune to all poisons for 10 minutes. It can eliminate Tier 0 toxins and suppress Tier 1 toxins. Lu Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. Sister Song, you're amazing! How did you even manage to make this? Wang Zixuan also remarked that the world was becoming more and more like a game. Lu Xieya, on the other hand, felt that there were far too many supernatural things in this world. Chen Ci thought to himself that they would be even more shocked if they saw the water of life. The antidote was a lifesaver in a critical moment, so everyone was trading for it eagerly. After that, no one else brought out any new items, and the exchange meeting essentially came to an end. Everyone began to share their discoveries again, most of which were already known to the participants, except for Lu Igua, who mentioned something that made him wary. Lu Igua said that wild animals are evolving rapidly. He had previously discovered a pack of wolves near the sanctuary. The alpha wolf, which was originally of ordinary quality, had now become of elite quality, and the speed and strength of the entire pack were increasing. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. He recalled the mutated python he had encountered earlier that day, and the wild boar he had seen in the back mountains. Their size and strength far surpassed those of ordinary animals. He had originally assumed they were born that way, but now he realized that they had likely evolved gradually after arriving in the ruins world. The others in the group were also worried, especially Lu Yang, whose shelter was still surrounded by dangers. Chen Ci realized that the dangerous animals around the shelter had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent them from becoming a breeding ground for trouble. He decided to go to the back mountain tomorrow. It was time to settle the score with that wild boar. Seeing the group chat gradually quiet down, Chen Ci exited the chat interface and began preparing for tomorrow. He first went to the workbench and assigned the task of producing 2,000 units of toilet paper. Judging from the reactions of the people in the group chat, sales shouldn't be a problem. After finishing that, he realized he hadn't had dinner yet. Chen Ci took out the last piece of roasted lynx meat from the kitchen, along with some dry rations and premium honey water, to simply fill his stomach. While eating, he opened the trade channel, found the survivor who had previously sold warm stones, ice crystals, and ebony wood, and placed orders for 50 units of each. The price of these materials has recently dropped significantly, costing only 350 units of timber in total. Their value isn't high, and sales are average. The other party's stock is mostly inventory, and they'll likely need to pre-order for the next transaction. Chen purchased these materials to continue experimenting with resource synthesis. Yesterday, he had already developed a somewhat stable synthesis formula, and he planned to repeat and verify it once more. Chapter 31 Experimental Synthesis and the Vine Wall. After dinner, Chen Ci looked at the materials already prepared on the table and concentrated on summoning the synthesis furnace. He was going to conduct an experiment tonight to verify his guess about the synthesis rules. He took out the materials he had used to synthesize the explosive stone yesterday, a crossbow bolt, 5 pieces of wood, a piece of thermostone, and a piece of coal, and placed them into the synthesis furnace in that order. Without hesitation, he directly inputted his mental energy to confirm the synthesis. A flash of blue light, and a red stone landed on the table. A notification appeared, obtained 1 explosive stone, blue. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and his mood immediately lifted. The same materials did indeed have a chance to produce the same synthesized item. This was the first time he had successfully replicated it. However, one success doesn't tell the whole story. Chen Ci quickly suppressed his excitement, and put the same materials into the synthesis furnace again, continuing to channel his mental energy. The blue light reappeared, but this time, instead of an explosive stone, a crossbow bolt appeared on the table. The crossbow bolt's quality improved to premium, increasing its hit rate by 30%. Chen Ci understood that this wasn't a mutation synthesis, but rather an enhancement of the main material. Although somewhat disappointed, he knew the mutation rate couldn't be 100%, and failure or enhancement of the main material was within his expectations. Undeterred, he tried twice more and finally succeeded in obtaining 2 explosive stones. At this point, Chen Ci was basically certain that synthesizing items from the same materials could indeed produce the same item, but the probability was random, and the result could be failure or simply enhancement of the main material. After putting away the explosive stone and the exquisite crossbow bolt, Chen Ci only had 2 points of mental energy left. He didn't continue to take risks, always leaving himself a little reserve. Living alone in the ruins world, too low a mental energy level would slow down his reactions, and if he encountered danger, he might not have enough time to react. After tidying up his desk, he picked up the cage containing the white mouse. The little guy didn't seem to have recovered yet, lying listlessly, completely lacking its previous energy. Chen Ci looked at it, and couldn't help but wonder if the little thing had become depressed from being confined. He'd never owned a pet before and had no idea what the mouse's condition was. He could communicate with the bullhorn wasp colony using a controller, but not with the mouse. He could only put some food in and wait for it to gradually get used to its environment before considering releasing it from the cage. Chen Ci placed the cage beside his bed in the bedroom, softened his tone, and said goodnight to it. In any case, the shelter had one more member, making it less lonely. He then turned off the light and went to sleep. The next day, the 7th day in the ruins world, the weather cleared up from a light fog, with temperatures between 9 and 20 degrees Celsius. Chen Ci didn't immediately practice his swordplay after getting up early. Instead, he went to check on the condition of the fire-poisoned thorns. He paused before the fence gate. In just one night, the fire-poisoned vines had already covered half of the shelter's front fence. The fiery red leaves swayed in the wind, and the hard thorns all pointed outwards, merging with the original wooden fence to form a thorny vine wall. Chen Ci felt a surge of warmth in his heart. If anyone were to crash into this thing, they would likely die on the spot. As the thorny vines grew, the sense of security in the shelter increased significantly. As he approached, the fire-poisoned vine extended a tendril. Chen Ci raised his hand to stroke it, and immediately sensed a vague thought, probably indicating that it needed more nutrients to continue its rapid expansion and completely surround the fence. The plant growth sap was already used up, so Chen Ci could only soothe the vines by stroking them and letting them grow slowly. He then checked the vines and found that the fire-poisoned thorn vine was still a Tier 0 boss-level vine, possessing fire-poison enhancement and mutation evolution abilities, and could continue to evolve through the environment and energy. This is a truly extraordinary plant. As soon as prey enters its attack range, it will entangle the target with its vines and then inject fire poison to kill the enemy. Chen Ci looked at the fence wrapped in vines, and the image of a future shelter already appeared in his mind. With fences, poisonous thorns, and arrow towers, as long as the thorns cover the entire shelter, he can basically declare that he no longer fears level 0 enemies. No matter how many come, they will all die, and the entire shelter will become a hedgehog that no one can bite. The nutrients needed by the fire-poison vine are mainly animal and plant corpses, fertilizer, or plant growth solutions. Animal and plant corpses are currently scarce for all survivors, making large-scale acquisition difficult. Plant growth solutions are worth trying, though, since most survivors may not need them right now. After inspecting the thorny vines, Chen Ci returned to the stone house to prepare breakfast. He took out 2 pieces of zebra meat steak and some red umbrella mushrooms he had collected earlier, and cooked a pot of mushroom stew on the stove. It was called stew, but it was more like boiling in water. He had almost no seasonings besides salt. Fortunately, the ingredients themselves were quite tasty, and even simple boiling gave it a unique umami flavor. After finishing breakfast, Chen Ci opened the trading channel, intending to check yesterday's sales of the small round shields and collect his earnings. However, his expression changed slightly upon seeing the results. Half of the small round shields remained unsold, especially the 100-priced glass shields. Not a single one had been sold. He immediately checked the trading channel and quickly discovered the problem. Several large survivor alliances began listing shields in large quantities, including not only small round shields but also large square shields, vine shields, and leather shields. Suddenly, the market was not short of shields, and his small round shield became less conspicuous among them. Its price also lost its advantage, and sales naturally plummeted. Chen Ci frowned, realizing that the period of exorbitant profits from the shields was probably coming to an end. He immediately adjusted the price, changing the exchange rate for the remaining 300 small round shields to 12 units of wood each, intending to clear the inventory as soon as possible and then observe whether to continue production. Afterward, he put the 2,000 units of toilet paper produced yesterday back on the shelves, exchanging each unit for 2 units of timber. By the time he finished processing the transactions, it was already dawn outside. Chen Ci had originally planned to seek revenge on the wild boar that morning, but fog was still swirling outside, reducing visibility to only about 100 meters. Venturing into the mountains rashly was too risky, so he had to postpone his plans until the fog cleared. He removed his rattan armor, took the Tang-style horizontal sword, and went into the courtyard. After a brief warm-up, he swallowed a red fruit and began practicing the mysterious void sword technique. Each time he used the red fruit to practice, his skill proficiency would usually increase by 8 to 10%. This practice lasted all morning. By the time the training ended, the proficiency level of the mysterious void blade technique had increased to 14% mastery. Finally, at noon, the fog outside dissipated. Chen Ci quickly washed up, ate the leftover stew from breakfast, and drank a cup of honey water. Then he put on his rattan armor, gripped his Tang-style sword, summoned the bullhorn bees through the bee swarm controller, and officially set off for the back mountain range. With a swarm of bullhorn bees leading the way, he made his way smoothly and soon arrived at the gentle slope he had climbed earlier. After a short rest, Chen Ci sent the bees ahead to scout the way, while he continued deeper into the area along the route he remembered. Entering the forest again, he still wasn't exactly familiar with it, but he was much more at ease than the first time. He walked through the dense trees to the spot where he had picked the red berries last time. Not much time had passed, and the traces of the previous battle hadn't been completely swallowed up by the forest. Chen Ci deduced that the wild boar's territory shouldn't be far from here. The last battle took place in this area, indicating that this was within its range. If the horned wasps were spread out to search, they would have a better chance of locking onto the target sooner. If he could spot the wild boars earlier, he could prepare the battlefield in advance and gain the upper hand. Not long after, movement came from the direction of the bee swarm. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Found something?" Chapter 32 Sneak Attack. Upon seeing the returning swarm of bees, Chen Ci immediately got up and followed them to search for the wild beasts they had discovered. After this period of training, the bullhorn bees could now roughly distinguish large wild beasts, and would no longer target small creatures like rabbits. The prey wasn't far away. After walking about a kilometer, the swarm indicated it was just ahead. Chen Ci didn't approach rashly, but quietly ordered the horned bees to scout ahead and confirm if the prey was still there. Soon, the swarm returned with news that the target hadn't left. Chen Ci's expression darkened. He held a shield in his left hand and a crossbow in his right. He gently pushed aside the branches blocking his path and held his breath to look. What appeared in his line of sight was not the wild boar he had expected, but a gray antelope. The antelope seemed to sense a gaze from the shadows. It suddenly stopped grazing, looked around nervously, and its hooves pounded nervously, ready to flee at any moment. But Chen Ci reacted even faster, pulling the trigger of his crossbow the instant he identified his target. A dark shadow shot through the air, heading straight for the antelope. Though alert, the antelope was a step too slow. It had barely turned to flee when an arrow struck its hindquarters. Seemingly unaware of the wound, it continued its desperate charge into the forest. Chen Ci wasn't in a hurry to give chase. He knew he couldn't keep up with this beast, so he immediately ordered the swarm of bees to follow, looking for an opportunity to deliver another sting. He himself followed the trail of blood and trampling marks, steadily keeping up behind. The antelope ahead slowed down quickly due to its continued bleeding from its wound. Unaffected by the mountainous terrain, the bullhorn wasps rapidly approached, several landing on its back and injecting paralyzing venom into its body with their stingers. When Chen Ci arrived again, the antelope had already collapsed to the ground from blood loss and poisoning, a pool of blood pooling beneath it. He drew his Tang sword and killed it with a single stroke, then calmly waved his hand to collect the loot. Obtained 4 blue meat patties and 1 white animal hide. The haul was decent, so Chen Ci didn't linger. He put the wooden treasure chest he'd found into his inventory, and continued ordering the horned bee queen to search for the wild boar. He himself followed the direction of the bee swarm, gathering supplies nearby and observing the terrain. In the quiet mountain forest, Chen Ci crouched behind a large rock, cautiously peeking out and fixing his gaze on the distant cliff face. The cliff face was steep, with a few small pine trees growing sparsely. At the junction of the cliff face and the mountainside, there was a cave half hidden by green vines. The cave entrance was quite large, about 3 meters wide and 4 meters high, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, resembling a natural triangular entrance. Chen Ci had already followed the bee swarm to several other places, but they all turned out to be small animals. This cave was the fourth suspected wild boar nest that the bee swarm had found. He was almost certain that the target was here. There were many pig hairs hanging on the rock wall at the cave entrance, clearly marks left by wild boars. Listening more closely, he could also hear muffled snoring coming from inside the cave. The horned bees had already flown in to scout, and confirmed that there was only one wild beast inside. Chen Ci calmed himself down, and considered the situation. He didn't know when the wild boar would leave the cave, and if he waited until nightfall, today's opportunity might be wasted. Therefore, he had no choice but to take the initiative. His advantage lay in the enemy's superior position and his own in the shadows. He needed to first ascertain the situation inside the cave, ideally delivering a fatal blow. Chen Ci moved quietly to the cave entrance and slowly peered inside. Fortunately, the cave wasn't deep, and the reflected light was enough to see clearly inside. A giant wild boar, over 3 meters long, lay face down inside the cave, its snoring making the cave walls throb. Chen Ci glanced around again. In front of the cave entrance was a gentle slope, and apart from the large rock where he had just hidden, there was almost no cover nearby. He guessed that the wild boar had cleared away the surrounding trees long ago. Chen Ci quickly came up with an idea. He patted the little head of the bullhorn bee queen, understanding that he had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out the swarm controller, and directed the bullhorn bee queen to quietly fly into the cave. The wild boar was still fast asleep, completely ignoring this type of flying insect. This was his chance. The queen bee slowly descended to the wild boar's neck, its stinger gradually protruding. To be on the safe side, Chen Ci decided to use the queen bee's venom once. The queen bee's paralyzing venom would be extremely effective against the wild boar that was still at level 0. The bee's stinger slowly pierced the wild boar's neck. The pain was negligible for the thick-skinned boar. It didn't even react. The queen bee quickly injected venom, discarded the broken stinger, and immediately flew out of the cave. Chen Ci immediately moved the swarm away from the cave entrance. They wouldn't be of much help in the upcoming battle. Ordinary bullhorned wasps probably couldn't even pierce a wild boar's hide. He took 2 explosive stones from his inventory, carefully held them in his hand, and hid them near the cave entrance, waiting for the venom to take effect. Suddenly, the wild boar's snoring inside the cave abruptly stopped. Chen Ci immediately realized that it had sensed something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his right hand, sending 2 explosive stones flying towards the boar as it was about to wake up. He then quickly dodged to the side to avoid the cave entrance, and took out his ice pattern repeating crossbow. The wild boar had just opened its eyes when it saw 2 small red stones fly overhead. The next second, the explosive stones collided and exploded. With a deafening roar, Chen Ci felt the rock wall behind him tremble even outside the cave, and loose rocks fell down. Smoke and dust billowed out of the cave entrance, and as he turned to look, he saw the giant wild boar stagger to its feet and slowly walk towards the cave entrance. One of its ears had been blown off, one eye was blind, half its head was a bloody mess, and the whole pig was still in a state of severe dizziness. Seeing this, Chen Ci gave it no chance to recover, and with both hands working together, he pulled the trigger of the crossbow repeatedly. Arrows rained down on the wild boar's head. The boar, dazed and confused, had no chance to dodge. Every arrow struck its mangled skull. Chapter 33 Resource Buildings, Geothermal Hot Springs. A wild boar's piercing screams echoed through the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ci swiftly retrieved the ice-patterned crossbow from his inventory, drew his Tang Hengdao sword, and rapidly approached. His mastery of the profound void sword technique was instantly unleashed. He took a step forward, using the momentum to concentrate all his strength on the blade, and plunged it viciously into the wild boar's head from the side where the crossbow bolts were concentrated. The wild boar jerked its head back, the immense force of the impact numbing Chen Ci's hands. He released his grip and leaped into the air, slamming his snakeskin shield heavily onto the hilt of his sword. The next second, Tang Hengdao was completely embedded in the wild boar's head. The wild boar let out a final howl, staggered back 2 steps, and its massive body crashed to the ground, its fat still twitching slightly. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating the formidable enemy and obtaining a silver battle chest X1. The moment the notification sounded, Chen Ci finally knew he had won. His tense nerves relaxed, and he felt his body go weak. The exchange hadn't been long, but he had poured almost all his attention and strength into it. A slight mistake and he could have been the one to fall. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and stepped forward to examine the wild boar. Only a brief description remained on the corpse: mutant wild boar, leader level, mutated by unknown influence, possessing thick hide and immense strength. Specific attributes were no longer available after death. Chen Ci walked to the corpse, gripped the hilt of the sword, and pulled hard, but the Tang Hing Dao, a type of sword, wouldn't budge. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. The sword was stuck too deep, impossible to pull out. This was the only weapon he had that was truly useful. If it got broken down into materials by the system during the harvesting process, he'd be at a huge loss. He muttered to himself that the void world shouldn't be this outrageous. But without the tools to dissect the wild boar, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and use his gathering skill. A light enveloped the entire wild boar, this time seemingly lasting longer than usual. A moment later, the wild boar's carcass slowly disappeared. Obtained 25 blue meat patties, 5 orange hides, 10 blue bone, and 2 blue teeth. Seeing his haul, Chen Ci's spirits lifted. 25 units of premium meat chops, plus his previous reserves, meant he wouldn't lack high-quality food for a while. The 5 orange animal hides were even more enviable. If he could maintain stable control over his synthesis talent, he had a real chance of crafting an orange piece of armor. He regretfully stuffed all the materials into his backpack. After taking inventory, he immediately spotted Tang Hengdao lying quietly where the wild boar had disappeared. Chen Ci's joy was just beginning to rise when his smile froze as he picked up the knife. A small piece of the tip was chipped off, clearly damaged when he forcefully pierced the wild boar's skull. This pained him somewhat. He had originally thought this Tang-style broadsword would at least last him until the first tier, but he hadn't expected it to break down so quickly. However, the damage wasn't too severe, and he could still make do for now. As for synthesizing and repairing it, he dared not attempt it recklessly. If it failed or mutated into something else, he would find it difficult to find such a sharp weapon again in a short time. Overall, although the hunt had some flaws, he had safely eliminated a major threat near the sanctuary and even obtained a silver combat treasure chest, making it a great success. Before leaving, Chen Ci searched the cave carefully one last time, but found nothing of value except animal carcasses and some wild fruit. It was getting late, so he didn't linger in the mountains. He descended the same way he came, much faster because he had already searched the area. After reaching the bottom, Chen Ci didn't immediately return to the shelter, but instead detoured to check the 5 animal traps he had set. 4 traps were empty, the bait was gone, and only one had trapped a pheasant. He rearranged the trap, tied the pheasant with vines, and rushed back to the shelter. By the time he arrived, it was completely dark. Fog had begun to spread before nightfall, and if it weren't for the swarm of bullhorn bees guiding him, he would probably have been lost in the fog and wilderness long ago. Back at the shelter, Chen Ci was still a little shaken, silently reminding himself never to stay up so late again. He quickly turned his attention back to the task at hand. First, he used wood to build a makeshift coop for the pheasant next to the fire poison vine, placed food and water inside, and then instructed the fire poison vine to keep an eye on it, and prevent it from escaping. He looked at the pheasant, thinking that it would be best if it laid eggs, but if not, he would have to keep it as a reserve food. Then, he gave the queen bee 50 grams of royal jelly. The hornbee colony had done a great service today, and this reward was necessary. He also hoped that the queen bee could use this experience to continue evolving. After finishing all that, Chen Ci simply cooked 2 bowls of instant noodles and added bird eggs to fill his stomach. It was too late for him to grill any more meat. After eating, he finally took out the 2 treasure chests he had found that day, 1 wooden and 1 silver. He casually opened the wooden chest and found a latex mattress, a tracksuit, and an outdoor headlamp inside. Seeing the latex mattress immediately lifted Chen Ci's spirits. Sleeping on a hard mattress these past few days had left him waking up with a sore back every day. Now he could finally feel more comfortable. His workout clothes could be used as a change of clothes, and the headlamp was rechargeable with a forehead strap, much brighter than a torch, and it freed up one hand. Luckily, he had a solar-powered power bank, so he didn't have to worry about charging it. The wooden treasure chest contained very useful items, making Chen Ci even more eager for the upcoming silver combat treasure chest. This was his second time obtaining a combat treasure chest, and he most hoped to find altar blueprints or resource building blueprints. The chest opened, the light faded, and 3 orbs of light appeared on the table, 1 blue and 2 orange. Chen Ci's eyes lit up. 1 premium grade item and 2 rare grade items. This was definitely a good deal. Following his usual approach of starting with the lower grade items, he first crushed the blue light sphere. A white box appeared on the table, with a red cross printed on the top, clearly containing medical supplies. Premium medical kit. Tier 0, quality premium. Attribute, increases medical effectiveness by 30%. The description states that this is a battlefield medicated kit, containing hemostatic bandages, rubbing alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, adrenaline, hemostatic forceps, and bandage scissors, essential items for wilderness survival. Chen Ci was very satisfied. In the dangerous ruins world, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt. If this medical kit were put on the trading channel, it would be worth considering even exchanging it for an orange tier item, since it could save lives. The only pity was that it didn't contain any cold medicine. With the weather turning cold, a cold could be fatal for survivors who lacked clothing and medicine. He put the medical kit into the bedroom and picked up the first orange orb of light. The thing inside the orb looked like a basin, and Chen Ci was a little confused, so he simply crushed it. The next moment, a palm-sized model of a hot spring appeared in front of him, exquisitely crafted, with even the mist floating above it lifelike. Geothermal hot springs. Rank, Tier 1. Quality, rare. Attributes, increases recovery speed by 50%, generates 1 drop of spirit spring milk per week. The description states that this was originally an ordinary hot spring, but was upgraded to a Tier 1 rare spirit spring by the influence of the Earth's spiritual energy. It can accelerate the recovery of stamina and injuries, and generates 1 drop of holy healing spirit spring milk every 7 days. Chen Ci instantly understood that this was the resource building he had been desperately seeking for days. It not only provided a stable water source but also restored stamina and healed injuries, and could even produce spiritual spring milk. The system notification informed him that this model was similar to the shelter core. Once placed in the right location, the power of the void world would automatically connect the hot spring to the Earth's veins. He gazed at the pitch-black night outside the shelter, suppressing his excitement, deciding to settle the hot springs at dawn the next day. After putting away the models, Chen Ci looked at the last orange orb of light. Inside was a blueprint. He crushed the orb with anticipation, only one thought remaining in his mind. He hoped it was the altar blueprint. Chapter 34 Beast Taming Scroll. Training Ground Blueprint. Rank, Tier 1. Quality, rare. Attributes, increases cultivation focus by 50% and reduces cultivation damage by 50%. These additional attributes are only effective for Tier 1 and below. Required materials, 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 200 iron ingots. Chen Ci was somewhat disappointed to find that the blueprints he received weren't for an altar. Being just one altar blueprint away from a level 3 shelter, this feeling of being stuck at the threshold triggered his obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The buildings that could aid in cultivation were also quite good. As expected of a silver treasure chest, the items inside were all very practical. If he had to admit, he had to thank the wild boar for its bounty. Thinking of the altar blueprints, Chen Ci casually opened the trading channel, ready to try his luck. If someone didn't recognize their value and posted the blueprints, he might be able to snag a bargain. As soon as the channel opened, the first thing that popped up was the sales records for toilet paper and small round shields. Chen Ci then remembered that he hadn't had time to check the sales of the items he had listed during the day. He went into the personal shop and was somewhat surprised by what he found. The small round shields and toilet paper were all sold out, especially the toilet paper. Because there was no limit to the number of units that a single person could buy, there were several large orders with thousands of units. Chen Ci immediately judged that the toilet paper market was very stable and could definitely be made a flagship product in the future. He planned to produce another 7,000 units later to replenish the stock. In contrast, the situation with the small round shields concerned him more. He had hastily changed the price during the day, losing 8 units of wood per shield, which amounted to a considerable loss. To figure out why the price had suddenly plummeted, he began searching for information about shields in the trading and chat channels. After a long while, Chen Ci looked up and sighed, finally understanding the cause and effect of the matter. The plummeting price of shields was actually related to him in some way. Large survivor alliances like the Chinese Alliance and the American Alliance have dedicated personnel who monitor the trading channels around the clock. They not only acquire rare items but also research the demand and profits of bulk commodities to determine which things are worth investing resources in. The small round shield that Chen Ci had previously sold at a high price thus came into their sights. Its common materials, high demand, and high profit margin, coupled with the alliance's own shortage of protective equipment, were enough to make other alliances envious. As a result, various survivor alliances quickly began to recruit and acquire them. Those who possessed shield blueprints or could reliably craft shields became their primary targets. In fact, some people had already contacted Chen Ci, but he found these messages annoying and had long since blocked them. Even if they had made contact, he would never hand over his production capacity. With the entry of large alliances, shield blueprints were consolidated in large quantities. Coupled with the massive supply of basic resources within these alliances, shield production increased rapidly. Once other alliances followed suit, the number of sell orders on the market surged, naturally driving down prices. The reason was clear, but Chen Ci still couldn't understand one thing. Even with sufficient resources, the daily production capacity of the workbench was limited. The level 2 workbench that came with the shelter could only produce 2 items at a time, and shields couldn't just appear in large quantities out of thin air. Unless a large number of shield blueprints suddenly appear on the market, or these alliances discover a way to improve the efficiency of their workbenches. The former possibility is unlikely. With his questions in mind, Chen Ci continued his search and soon found the answer in the chat channel. Someone had sent him a description of the item and instructions for use after he asked his question. Shelter Building Expansion Scroll allows shelter buildings to have an additional function added. Buildings like workshops, fireplaces, and bedrooms, which come with their own resources, can have additional attributes added by using scrolls. Each building can have up to 3 attributes added, and workshops can have their production increased by using scrolls. Chen Ci then realized that he had been busy exploring and fighting lately and hadn't paid much attention to the chat and trading channels, thus missing out on a lot of new information. However, it wasn't too late to realize this now. He continued searching the scrolls through the system and soon saw several things he had never seen before. Building Upgrade Scroll can upgrade the level of shelter buildings, but requires additional resources. Building Quality Enhancement Scroll can improve the quality of shelter buildings, requires additional precious materials. Animal Taming Scroll can tame animals, except for intelligent creatures, and make them obey the survivor's commands. The first 2 items have only been described in the chat channel. They are not actually sold in the trading channel. The last one, the Beast Taming Scroll, is being sold because it has a smaller audience. A level 0 scroll is priced at 500 units of wood. Chen Ci contacted the seller directly and tried to negotiate a lower price. He stated that the scroll could only tame level 0 animals and required that the target not resist. 500 was too expensive, he would accept it for 300 wood. The other party was clearly online and quickly replied that since this involved mysterious forces, the minimum was 400, and anything less would be kept for their own use. Chen Ci tried to negotiate the price back and forth several more times, but the seller remained adamant. He then inquired with several other sellers of scrolls, and the prices were all roughly the same. Finally, he bought the scroll for 390 units of wood. Taming Scroll, Tier 0 requires the target to be Tier 0 and unable to resist. After taming, the target can easily understand survivor commands. Chen Ci looked at the Taming Scroll in his hand, already having a plan in mind. This scroll could be used on Xiaobai. Once Xiaobai became a system-approved pet, its good fortune attribute might be able to influence him. That's right, he still remembers Xiao Bai's good luck. Chen Ci took the scroll, went to the bedroom, and lifted the white mouse out of the cage. The mouse was still lying listlessly, looking rather unwell. Chen Ci smiled gently and began to patiently guide Xiao Bai. He told Xiao Bai that wilderness survival was too dangerous, and he could lose his life at any time. By following him, he would not only be safe, but also enjoy a life of luxury. For example, he mentioned that good things like honey water were simply impossible to find outside. After saying that, he took out the honey water and waved it in front of Xiao Bai's eyes, then quickly put it away. Little White's eyes widened instantly, its gaze following the honey water as it moved from side to side. Once the honey water disappeared, it glanced at Chen Ci, then lay down again, lost in thought. Chen Ci knew that this little white mouse was very intelligent, and that forcing it might not be appropriate. It would be better to bribe it. So he took out the honey water again, added a few extra drops of premium honey, and placed it in front of the little mouse. He promised Xiao Bai that as long as she didn't resist for a while, she would have honey water to drink every day. Then, he slowly pushed the wooden bowl over. Seeing the honey water right in front of it, Little White's eyes lit up. It had already drunk some yesterday and knew it was very good for it. Just as Xiao Bai pounced on the bowl to drink water, Chen Ci silently unfurled the beast-taming scroll and used it directly on it. The next second, a white light emanated from the scroll and slowly spread to Xiao Bai's body. Little White remained completely unresponsive, focused only on drinking the honey water. The scroll's light gradually merged into its body, and then the entire scroll slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a system notification popped up in front of Chen Ci's eyes. Congratulations on successfully taming the white mouse. Chapter 35 Skeleton Reigns. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Ci immediately confirmed that the taming had been successful. He concentrated and quickly began to vaguely sense Xiao Bai's emotions. Those indistinct thoughts seemed to express that it tasted good and delicious. According to the instructions in the beast-taming scroll, after taming is completed, his perception of Xiao Bai's consciousness will gradually increase, Xiao Bai's intelligence will slowly improve, and eventually he will be able to understand the meaning of his words, and his loyalty will also become higher and higher. After drinking the honey water, Xiao Bai's spirits improved significantly, and it stopped trying to run away. It slowly walked to Chen Ci's feet and found a comfortable spot to lie down. Chen Ci picked it up and placed it on his lap, saying with a hint of anticipation that he hoped it would bring its owner good luck. He really wanted to receive the magical lucky blessing that Little White possessed. After settling Xiao Bai in, Chen Ci continued dealing with the matter from earlier. He had figured out the reason for the sharp drop in shield prices, so he reopened the trading channel and searched for the current market price of the small round shield. Currently, most listed prices are around 11 units of timber, and there is a continuing downward trend. The cost of a small round shield is 7 units of timber, leaving a profit of only 3 to 4 units, a significant reduction compared to before. What's more troublesome is that sales have slowed down significantly. Previously, the small round shields would sell out quickly after being put on the shelves, but now they're piling up in the market. Chen Ci quickly made a decision to temporarily abandon production of the small round shields and switch to a new main product. He wasn't prepared to get involved in this price war over shields. With his production capacity and resources, a direct confrontation was simply not feasible. Just as he was about to arrange toilet paper production, a private message popped up on his system. The message came from Wang Lei, the same person who had previously traded the deckshare blueprints to him. As usual, he sent a bunch of information about the Blood Fiend Alliance, along with a summary of his gains for the day. Chen Ci had a headache after reading it. This Wang Lei seemed to be completely conquered by his domineering aura, insisting on recognizing him as his elder brother, reporting his progress every day, and even spontaneously collecting intelligence on the Blood Fiend Alliance. His enthusiasm was so high that even capitalists would be moved to tears. Chen Ci wasn't interested in his gains, nor did he really intend to take on any followers. Wang Lei, however, remained completely unfazed, continuing to report daily and await instructions. Chen Ci couldn't just block him directly. After all, they knew each other, and he had even gotten a slight advantage over the recliner blueprints. So he casually offered a few words of encouragement, and eventually traded 5 units of wood to appease the other party's enthusiasm. After dealing with Wang Lei, Chen Ci immediately went to the workshop. He first produced 100 crossbow bolts, as almost all of his stockpile had been wasted during the previous hunt for wild boars, and he urgently needed to replenish it. The crossbow bolts were quickly completed, and Chen Ci then issued an order to produce 7,000 units of toilet paper. This time, it would take even longer to finish, and wouldn't be completed until tomorrow. He looked at the workbench and couldn't help but sigh, wishing he had an expansion scroll. Knowing that such a thing existed made him even more dissatisfied with how slow his own workbench was. Returning to the wooden table, Chen Ci rubbed the little white dog lying on it, then took out the materials he had prepared in advance and began today's synthesis. His first priority was to replenish his stockpile of explosive stones. The explosive stones had been at least half the reason he had been able to successfully hunt the wild boar during the day, and their power had greatly pleased him. Chen Ci concentrated and summoned the synthesis furnace. After placing the materials in, he confirmed the synthesis. A blue light flashed, and the system notified him that he had obtained 1 enhanced crossbow bolt. He froze, his face full of question marks. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, Chen Ci added another batch of materials and synthesized it again. This time, after a flash of blue light, an explosive stone finally appeared. Chen Ci breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that what had just happened must have been an accident. He considered himself to be lucky normally. Even if he wasn't a super lucky person, he certainly wasn't unlucky. After putting away the explosive stones, he decided to synthesize them again to prove himself. However, the result changed once more, and he obtained an enhanced crossbow bolt. Chen Ci stared at the crossbow bolts on the table, feeling utterly speechless and humiliated. He could only console himself that his luck had been average today, probably from opening too many chests earlier and not yet recovering. He glanced at Little White beside him and inexplicably felt that Little White seemed to be looking down on him. Chen Ci reached out and rubbed its head hard twice, hoping it would lend him some luck, since opening the box earlier was for the sake of this family. Little Whitey glanced at him indifferently, then squeaked twice and touched his hand with its little paw, as if to say that it was still the key to help him in a critical moment. Chen Ci wasn't sure if it would actually work, but he was already happy that Xiaobai was willing to interact. Since today wasn't a good day to synthesize explosive stones, he decided to try something else. He flipped through the materials and selected the saddle and reins he had obtained earlier as the main material. These weren't very useful now, so he wouldn't be too bothered if it failed. For the auxiliary material, he added 8 units of bone and then checked the success rate. The system results show a 75% success rate in synthesis and a 70% mutation rate. The success rate isn't particularly stable, but the mutation rate is alarmingly high. Chen Ci, on the contrary, thought it was perfect. If it were truly enhanced into an ordinary saddle, it wouldn't be of much use to him. So he didn't hesitate any longer and directly confirmed the synthesis. Mental energy was slowly channeled into the synthesis furnace, and soon a familiar blue light appeared. A system notification appeared, indicating that a bone reins had been obtained. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the attributes. The saddle on the table had disappeared, leaving only the reins. Skeleton reins, Tier 0 premium equipment, with the added skill charge. Upon activation, it increases linear movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds and has a chance to stun enemies. More importantly, it can summon a skeletal horse as a mount. The skeletal horse is tireless, exists for 2 hours, and can be summoned once a day. Chen Ci became excited on the spot. The value of this equipment far exceeded his expectations, essentially turning him from an infantryman into a cavalryman, greatly enhancing his mobility and combat effectiveness. He scooped up Little White, and excitedly added some honey to its food to help it recover. Little White's stroke of luck felt like a true blessing. Chen Ci grew increasingly restless. Not using today's summoning attempts would be a waste, and such waste was shameful. Even though it was pitch black outside, he had to try it himself. He quickly ran out of the shelter, took out the skeletal reins, and began to summon. The next second, a flash of black mist appeared in front of him, and a skeletal horse, more than a meter tall and more than 2 meters long, appeared in the night. The horse was made entirely of snow-white bones, with 2 black flames flickering in its eye sockets, radiating a cold and deathly aura. The saddle that had previously disappeared was on its back, but its material had also changed to bone and merged with the skeletal horse. Chen Ci mounted the horse, grasped the reins, and discovered that he could control the skeletal horse with his mind. With a thought, the skeletal horse began to run. He jogged around the shelter, and was surprised to find that there was almost no bumping, and the bone saddle was more comfortable than he had expected. The only problem was that it looked rather frightening. Riding a bone horse in the middle of the night, if someone saw him, they probably wouldn't be able to tell whether he was a human or a ghost. The shelter was surrounded by open space with no obstacles, but Chen Ci did not let the skeletal horse run at full speed. Instead, he ran around the shelter a few more times to experience the feeling of riding a horse. After having his fill of fun, he dismissed the summons. The skeletal horse immediately vanished into black mist, and Chen Ci also put the skeletal reins into his inventory. It was already quite late when Chen Ci realized he had unknowingly stayed up so long. He quickly washed up and crawled into his warm bed. Sleepiness quickly crept in. But just before falling asleep, he vaguely felt that he had forgotten something. Chapter 36 Construction and Bees. Day 8 of the Ruins World, moderate fog turning clear, temperatures ranging from 7 to 15 degrees Celsius. The acid rain test is 3 days away. Survivors are urged to make preparations as soon as possible. System notification: beasts in the fog will be more ferocious, and the drop rate upon killing them will increase. Chen Ci opened his eyes and immediately checked the weather through the system. The fog, the raging wild beasts, and the acid rain test 3 days later instantly washed away any lingering sleepiness. He stared at the prompts carefully, realizing that the fog outside would only get thicker today, and the wild beasts would become more aggressive after being affected, significantly increasing the risk of going out. However, the Ruins World also offers a corresponding reward: increased drop rates upon kills. The meaning is clear: high risk, high reward. It's like forcing survivors to leave their shelters and risk their lives for resources. Chen Ci opened the chat channel, and sure enough, it was already in an uproar. Some said the visibility outside was less than 100 meters, and it would be easy to get lost if you went too far. Some people spotted dark shadows moving in the fog near the shelter, and were too scared to go out. Others were sarcastic and cynical, believing that if you didn't fight, you would only be waiting to die. Soon, someone else shared their loot, saying they encountered a fat rabbit as soon as they stepped outside. The rabbit charged at them like it had lost its mind, but they killed it with a single strike and even got a treasure chest. The chat immediately erupted with envy and amazement, the atmosphere both tense and excited. After reading the messages, Chen Ci had a general understanding of the situation outside. The fog was too thick, and being far from the shelter was indeed dangerous, but wild animals would also be affected, as evidenced by that silly rabbit. While the dangers increased, so too might the opportunities. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He would cultivate in the morning and decide whether to go out in the afternoon based on the situation. Breakfast was quite substantial: a bowl of instant noodles, some dry food, a cup of honey water, and an apple to replenish vitamins. Chen Ci finished the honey water in one gulp and felt much more refreshed. This stuff was even more effective at stimulating the mind than coffee. If it were on Earth, it would probably be highly sought after. After finishing breakfast, he went to the front yard, intending to finish repairing the training ground before practicing his swordsmanship. After some observation, he decided to build the training ground to the left front of the stone house. The open space was spacious enough, the location was convenient, and he could also keep watch for any outside noise while practicing. After confirming the location, Chen Ci returned to the warehouse to check the inventory. There were 2,468 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 393 units of iron, and 73 units of glass. This was more than enough to build the training ground, but the inventory would be low after the iron blocks were used up. He would have to exchange some more with Liu Yang that night to prevent not being able to upgrade the shelter immediately when he got the altar blueprints. He went to the living room, took out the training ground blueprints, concentrated his mind to summon the shelter's core, placed the blueprints above the core, and confirmed construction. A familiar 3D top-down view of the shelter immediately appeared. Chen Ci skillfully selected a location on the overhead view, and the materials in the warehouse began to vanish in white light. In the open space in the front yard, a phantom gradually took shape. At the same time, the shelter provided feedback, and he finally understood why the material consumption was so high. All the materials used this time were of ordinary quality. If high-quality materials had been used, the quantity would have been much smaller. As the last batch of materials disappeared, the illusory image of the training ground solidified instantly. Chen Ci strode over and saw a square plaza, 10 meters by 10 meters, appear before him. The ground was paved with bluestone and divided into several areas. Plum blossom stakes for practicing movement techniques, wooden dummy stakes for practicing fist and foot techniques, and a training ground specifically for weapon practice. The weapon racks beside the training ground were filled with swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Almost all 18 types of weapons were available. Chen Ci stepped forward and picked up an iron sword. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. The system immediately prompted him that he could change the weapon's appearance to a style he was familiar with. The first change was free, subsequent changes would require additional materials. With a thought, the iron knife in his hand instantly transformed into a horizontal sword. Chen Ci swung it a few times casually, finding it quite smooth. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he gripped the sword and walked out of the training ground. The instant he stepped out of the training ground, the horizontal sword in his hand instantly turned into fragments and vanished, while a new horizontal sword reappeared on the weapon rack. Chen Ci was not surprised by this, but simply sighed softly. As expected, there's no advantage to be gained. He had only intended to test whether he could smuggle the weapons out. If he could, it would be like getting a batch of weapons for free, a very profitable deal whether for personal use or trade. But the ruins world clearly wouldn't leave such a loophole. After visiting the training ground, Chen Ci proceeded to deal with the geothermal hot spring. This was even simpler to install. He had already decided on a location, directly behind the shelter, close to the rock wall. There were nearly 2,000 square meters of empty space behind the shelter, which could be cultivated into farmland in the future. The hot spring could also serve as a backup water source. He arrived at the designated location, placed the geothermal hot spring model beneath the rock wall, and then stepped back. The model rapidly expanded into a phantom of about 20 square meters, before quickly solidifying. Before long, a hot spring pool appeared before Chen Ci. This was the first time he had ever seen a hot spring in person, and he couldn't help but examine it closely. The edge of the pool was surrounded by bluestone, and through the clear water, he could vaguely see a thick layer of pebbles on the bottom of the pool, suggesting that the spring was hidden beneath them. In the center of the hot spring pool, a round stone pillar protruded from the water, its top slightly concave into a bowl shape. Chen Ci looked closely and saw that a drop of milky white liquid lay quietly inside. According to information obtained during construction, the hot spring pool has its own purification function, and this stone pillar is precisely where the spiritual spring milk gathers. In other words, that drop of milky white liquid is the spiritual spring milk. Chen Ci was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected the void world to include a life-saving treasure as a bonus. He quickly took off his shoes, too lazy to even remove his combat uniform, and stepped directly into the hot spring pool. His cat-patterned combat uniform was water-repellent, so he didn't need to worry about getting wet. The pool was about 1.2 meters deep. He slowly walked to the stone pillar, and added the drop of spiritual spring milk to his inventory. This kind of thing could be a lifesaver in a critical moment, so it must be carried at all times. But thinking about his inventory, Chen Ci felt a little worried. These days, he needed to carry more and more things, and his inventory space was clearly insufficient. Back in the front yard, Chen Ci passed the arrow tower and, upon seeing the queen bee, suddenly remembered something he had forgotten yesterday. He immediately went to the bottom of the arrow tower. The queen beehive was still quietly placed in the corner, and he hadn't had time to check the changes in the Chinese honeybees or determine the direction of the colony's evolution. Chen Ci hurriedly checked the attributes. The Chinese honeybee queen had reached Tier 1, with a rare quality. Her attributes included a 50% increase in colony control and a 50% increase in honey quality. The description indicated that this victorious queen bee could control more bees and significantly improve the quality of honey production. Immediately afterward, the Gu King beehive sent a reminder, instructing him to choose the evolutionary path for the Chinese honeybee colony. Chen Ci didn't hesitate, and immediately chose the logistics direction. The queen bee's attributes clearly leaned towards production and management, making the logistics route undoubtedly the most suitable for them. After the evolution direction was determined, the Gu King beehive provided feedback again, essentially saying that only one more bee swarm was needed to fully activate the beehive's abilities. Chen Ci was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought that these effects were all there was to the second-tier equipment, but he hadn't expected that it would only be truly activated after gathering 3 bee swarms. He snapped out of his thoughts, picked up the bee colony controller from the beehive, and directed the queen bee to find a suitable location around the shelter to build her nest. But the queen bee didn't fly far away. Instead, she chose the space at the bottom of the arrow tower. Chen Ci thought about it, and decided it wasn't a bad idea. The base of the arrow tower was sturdy enough, and the space was spacious, making it safe and suitable for the bee colony. Before leaving, he checked the numbers through the beehives again. The horned bee colony currently had 1,200 bees, while the Chinese honeybee colony had reached 11,000. Chapter 37 Physical Fitness Improvement. After finishing his work, Chen Ci returned to the training ground, stretched his body, took out a red fruit from his inventory, and ate it before beginning to practice the profound void blade technique. This practice session made him immediately appreciate the value of the training ground. In the past, he would practice at least twice before he could suppress distractions and truly enter a state of focus. But this time, as soon as he began to execute his swordsmanship, his mind quickly calmed down, as if he were isolated from the outside world, with only the sword in his hand and the moves in his mind remaining. Lost in his practice, Chen Ci experienced flashes of inspiration, deepening his understanding of the profound void blade technique. Then, at a certain moment, he suddenly awoke, feeling a slight tremor in his muscles, a cracking sound in his bones, as if a force had pulled him back into place, followed by a wave of relief spreading throughout his body. He slowly calmed his breathing, carefully sensing the changes within himself. The muscle lines on his body were more defined, smooth and powerful, and every movement carried speed and explosiveness. Looking up and around, he noticed that his eye level had changed. He had grown taller, his entire being upright and lean, almost unrecognizable from his appearance on Earth. Chen Ci weighed the iron knife in his hand and could clearly feel that the blade was much lighter. A thought struck him, and he focused his mind to open his personal attribute panel, which he hadn't looked at in a long time. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Ci. Level 0. Physical condition 7. Spirit 6. Perception 5. Energy 0. Skill, Mysterious Blade Technique, Mastery 27%. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. Sure enough, his physique increased by 1 point, and his swordsmanship proficiency also increased significantly. Chen Ci's face lit up with joy. The training ground was even more effective than he had anticipated. At this rate, the profound void swordsmanship wouldn't be far from mastery, and after mastery, he could gain another 2 points of physique, bringing him close to the 0-level limit of 10 points. He could even see the hope of advancing to level 1. After the initial joy subsided, Chen Ci put away the control panel and realized it was already noon. His powerful physique couldn't combat his hunger, and a distinct emptiness soon filled his stomach. So he took out a grill from the kitchen, placed charcoal on it, lit it with a flint and steel, and then selected 3 pieces of premium antelope ribs, sprinkling them with cumin and salt, preparing for a delicious roasted lamb meal. While waiting for the meat, he unknowingly finished a portion of dry rations. The rations seemed to be digested quickly as soon as they entered his stomach, and he could clearly feel that his appetite had increased. His stomach felt like a high-speed grinder, desperately needing more energy. Soon, the fragrant pork chops were ready. Chen Ci picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The rich meaty aroma and juices were extremely satisfying. After finishing one premium pork chop, he was already 80% full, and he was even more certain that the premium pork chop had played a significant role in his improved physique. He grilled the remaining ribs and stored them in the kitchen, then made himself a cup of honey water. He wouldn't need to cook dinner. He could just heat it up and eat. He also needed to drink premium honey water regularly. Who knew, maybe one day his mental and sensory abilities would suddenly improve. For him, this steady way of becoming stronger was perfect. Around noon, the fog outside the shelter hadn't completely dissipated, and a thin layer of mist still shrouded the distance, though it was much better than in the morning, with visibility around 200 meters. Chen Ci donned his gear, preparing to venture out and explore. The fog would only thicken further ahead. He couldn't afford to sit idly by and wait for his resources to run out. Just then, a private message notification came from the system. It was from Song Yarui. She told Chen Ci that she had produced a batch of fertilizer, but the yield was low, so she could only keep 10 units for him and would use the rest herself. Chen Ci had wanted to buy some growth promoters for the fire poison vine to help it quickly climb over the fence, but no one was selling them on the trading channel. He remembered that Song Yarui often grew medicinal herbs and should have some connections, and to his surprise she actually managed to get some fertilizer. Chen Ci replied immediately, saying that anything was fine, and asked what she wanted to exchange it for. Song Yarui was also straightforward, offering 100 units of stone. Chen Ci didn't know the value of the fertilizer raw materials, but since no one was selling it in the entire trading channel, its scarcity itself made it valuable, so the transaction was quickly completed. Everyone was busy during the day and didn't chat much. After receiving the fertilizer, Chen Ci applied 5 units to the fire poison vine and instructed it to guard the house, promising to reward it upon his return. The fire poison vine stretched out a vine and waved it in front of him, as if to indicate that everything was fine. This time, Chen Ci planned to go further, his destination being the southern forest. With the skeletal reins, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the return journey speed. After leaving the shelter, the swarm of bullhorn bees flew ahead to scout the way, while he headed south. Along the way, he checked the animal traps, but unfortunately found nothing. He could only rearrange them and wait for the next batch of unlucky prey to come to him. 3 hours later, Chen Ci finally reached the edge of the forest, the furthest he had ever gone so far. The journey wasn't entirely fruitless. A swarm of bullhorn bees discovered a rabbit nest. After paralyzing them with bee venom, Chen Ci easily snapped their necks, and all 4 rabbits were put into his backpack. These rabbits were plump, but only of average quality, making it difficult to harvest premium meat. Chen Ci didn't intend to waste his skills and planned to sell the whole rabbit to other survivors in exchange for materials, which would be more profitable. He looked at the forest before him and realized he had miscalculated. The distance was farther than he had anticipated, and time was running out. Today, he could only explore the outer perimeter at most, hoping to find something of value. In the dense forest, towering canopies sliced the sky into narrow slits, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Enveloped in a thin mist, the entire forest resembled a mysterious and dangerous place. Chen Ci walked in with a serious expression. The swarm of bullhorn bees had already dispersed, keeping watch for any movement in the distance. Birdsong echoed through the forest, and the further in you went, the quieter it became, broken only by the rustling of insects fleeing in fright. Even with wasps clearing the way, Chen Ci dared not be careless. This was a pristine forest rarely visited by humans, and anything could happen. Before long, he discovered a resource site. It was a patch of hemlock wood, emitting an alluring blue glow under his detection skill. Hemlock wood was a high-quality timber, extremely resilient, perfect for crafting bows, completely different from the ebony he possessed. Unfortunately, he didn't bring any logging tools and didn't have enough time, so he could only note the location and come back to log later. Chen Ci continued deeper, using his reconnaissance skills as he went. As the sun began to set, the light in the forest grew dimmer, and the fog thickened. Just then, several of the scouting bees suddenly flew back. His eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that there might be a discovery ahead. He followed the bullhorn wasps, carefully making his way around a dozen large trees. But just then, a wolf's howl suddenly came from afar. Chen Ci paused, his face instantly darkening. Had the horned wasps discovered a pack of wolves? If it were only 1 or 2 wolves he could handle it, but if there were more than 3, he was likely in danger. Wolves rarely act alone. The probability of a pack ahead was significantly higher, and he couldn't risk his life. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ci decisively decided to abandon the prey ahead. But just as he was about to retreat, the sound of a wild beast running suddenly rang out in the distance, growing ever closer. Chen Ci's expression changed slightly, and his heart sank. Could it be that the wolves have found him? Chapter 38 The Cicada Awaits. Although his heart tightened, Chen Ci's actions remained swift. He quickly put the repeating crossbow into his inventory, glanced around, and immediately rushed to the nearest large tree, climbing up it on both hands and feet. He had only climbed halfway when the sound of wild beasts running came from the dense forest. They were very close. Chen Ci looked down and saw a gray wolf charging out from the front, its fangs bared, its snout sharp, and its body frighteningly agile. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. The gray wolf had several bloody gashes on its back, its gray fur stained red with blood, clearly injured. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat, realizing that it might not be coming for him. Sure enough, 2 more shadows emerged from behind the gray wolf. They were 2 slightly smaller wild beasts, resembling dogs, with short, round heads, small eyes and ears, and brown fur covered with dark brown spots. Chen Ci had already climbed to the top of a tree branch, crouching between the thick branches and looking down. He quickly recognized them as hyenas. In other words, they hadn't noticed him and were hunting the wounded gray wolf. Just as he was observing, the fleeing gray wolf suddenly stopped and turned around, its hind legs surging forward as it pounced on the closest hyena. The hyena clearly hadn't expected its prey to fight back, and it took a direct claw strike to the face, letting out a muffled howl of pain. The gray wolf continued its attack, opening its blood-red maw to bite at the hyena's neck. Just as the hyena was about to be bitten, another hyena rushed in from behind, also biting at the gray wolf's neck. The gray wolf was forced to abandon its prey and dodge to the side. The second hyena seized the opportunity to pounce, and the hyena with a head injury, having recovered and covered in blood, joined the attack on the gray wolf again. Chen Ci, perched in the tree, watched the 3 wild beasts fight without a change in expression. He took out his repeating crossbow again, thinking to himself that a one-sided battle wouldn't be very interesting. He seized the opportunity and activated the ice-patterned crossbow's built-in skill. A freezing arrow shot through the air, accurately striking the wounded hyena in the rump. The hyena, completely unprepared for a third party lurking in the shadows, howled again and immediately turned to look for its attacker. But before it could even see what was happening, the gray wolf seized the opportunity and pounced, its fangs biting down hard on the back of its neck. At the same time, another hyena bit at the gray wolf's belly, trying to force it to defend itself. But the gray wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it didn't dodge or flinch, biting through the wounded hyena's neck. The hyena had actually noticed the gray wolf pouncing and tried to dodge, but the freezing arrow slowed it down, making it a beat too slow, and ultimately it could only die a very frustrating death. As the gray wolf killed it, another hyena grabbed its belly. It kicked its hind legs and pushed the other away, but with a blood-curdling howl, a large chunk of flesh was torn off its abdomen. The hyena, which had been kicked away, quickly regained its footing, spat out the wolf meat in its mouth, and pounced on the gray wolf again. The 2 wild beasts rolled on the ground, tearing at each other frantically, and the stench of blood quickly filled the forest. The gray wolf was already severely injured, and it didn't last long before it was bitten to the point of near death. Seeing that the situation was about to turn around, Chen Ci raised his crossbow and steadily pulled the trigger with both hands. With a series of swift crossbow bolts, 6 arrows were fired at the hyena that had gained the upper hand. The hyena reacted extremely quickly, dodging the first 2 arrows, but the third arrow still struck its body, causing it to momentarily freeze. 3 more crossbow bolts followed, piercing the hyena's body, causing it to collapse to the ground. Chen Ci didn't rush down the tree. Instead, he expressionlessly continued aiming at its eyes, firing another arrow that struck precisely. He muttered to himself that he wouldn't rashly go down. Who knew if the thing was just playing dead? Only after confirming the hyena had completely stopped moving did Chen Ci's gaze fall on the spoils on the ground, and his tightly clenched lips finally managed a slight upward curve. He put away his crossbow, swiftly slid down from the tree, and ordered the swarm of bullhorn bees to keep watch. Then, he quickly went to the 3 beast carcasses and used his gathering skills repeatedly. System notifications appeared one after another, indicating that he had obtained wolf meat, wolf teeth, wolf fur, as well as hyena meat, hyena teeth, and animal hides, all of which were blue-quality materials. In addition, 3 wooden treasure chests also appeared on the ground. Chen Ci acted quickly, putting the materials into his backpack, the treasure chest and meat rack into his inventory, and then summoning back the horned bees, preparing to leave immediately. The battle had lasted quite a while, and the smell of blood would likely attract other carnivores. He had already made enough money. There was no need to continue the risk. After a while, on a grassy area not far from the edge of the forest, Chen Ci squatted on the ground, intently examining the small blade of grass in his hand. After leaving the battlefield, he changed direction and followed the swarm of bullhorn bees out of the forest. Along the way, he casually used his detection skill on unfamiliar plants and flowers, when suddenly a patch of blue light appeared on the ground, almost blinding him. At a glance, this patch of grass, roughly 10 square meters in size, was dotted with 40 or 50 of the same high-quality medicinal herbs. Chen Ci smiled immediately after reading the system's introduction. It is a 0-tier premium herb called mutant agrimony, which can enhance the efficacy of medicines by 30%. It can also be used as a raw material for hemostatic, detoxifying, and stimulant medicines, and has a certain insect-repelling effect. After confirming that it was a valuable item, Chen Ci immediately began collecting it. The herbs had to be picked one by one, a somewhat tedious process, but he only felt the quantity was too small and collected them with exceptional care. About half an hour later, he had finally cleared the entire meadow. In the end, he obtained 58 mutated agrimony plants and 5 mutated agrimony seeds. To his even greater surprise, these seeds could be planted and propagated. This meant that if the planting was successful, Chen Ci might one day own his own field of crane-shaped herbs. He carefully put away the herbs and seeds, then immediately got up and hurried toward the edge of the forest. By the time he emerged from the forest, it was already dark. A thick fog with visibility of less than 100 meters obscured the sun, plunging the surroundings into twilight earlier than usual. Chen Ci stood in the clearing outside the forest, took out the Gu King Bee box, and waved his hand to let all the horned bees enter the box, leaving only the horned bee queen perched on his shoulder to guide the way. Then, he waved the skeletal reins with his right hand, summoned the skeletal horse, and mounted it. With one hand gripping the reins and the other carrying the Gu King beehive, he set off at a moment's thought, and the skeletal horse galloped toward the shelter. Perhaps the skeletal horse was too fast, as the beasts lurking in the fog couldn't catch him. Without further incident, Chen Ci finally returned to the shelter unharmed. Chapter 39: Making Friends and Connecting Hearts. Back at the shelter, Chen Ci first placed the Gu Queen beehive into the arrow tower, then took out 50 grams of royal jelly, and rewarded the bullhorn bee queen. The Chinese honeybees in the arrow tower had adapted to the environment, and were busy building their nest. Everything was running smoothly. The fire poison vine beside him stretched out its tendrils and gently touched Chen Ci, as if greeting him. Chen Ci casually applied the remaining 5 units of fertilizer near the main stem. He already knew from their previous mental communication that this fertilizer would help the fire poison vine grow faster. Looking at its enormous size, Chen Ci couldn't help but shake his head. Fertilizer was indeed useful, but this amount was simply a drop in the ocean for the fire poison thorn vine. It was like a half-grown boy eating meat. It could provide some nutrition, but expecting him to grow up immediately was simply unrealistic. He doesn't yet have enough resources to sustain the fire poison thorn vine long-term, so he can only let it grow naturally for now. Because of this, he understands even more how precious that bottle of nutrient solution was. If converted to fertilizer, it would probably be worth tens of thousands of units. After calming the thorny vines, Chen Ci went into the stone house, took off his rattan armor and combat uniform, and changed into sportswear, feeling much more relaxed. After resting for a while, he went to the workbench and cashed out all 7,000 units of toilet paper that had just been produced. He quickly put the toilet paper on the trading platform for the price of 2 units of timber. As production scaled up, the time required for the workbench also increased. 7,000 units already took a full day, and if the quantity were increased further, the production time would inevitably exceed 1 day. Chen Ci knew very well that this was roughly the limit for a level 2 tool station. Ordering at night and selling the following night was the perfect rhythm. Stockpiling more would leave him with no option to cancel production should the market suddenly change. He still remembered the lesson of the price drop of the small round shield toilet paper. Although toilet paper was selling well at the moment, if supply exceeded demand, the inventory sitting on his hands would become a problem. After finishing the shelving, Chen Ci left the work area and went to the kitchen to get the lamb chops he had roasted during the day. He lit the stove to heat the meat, watching the steam rise from the pot, and casually remarked that he was getting home late and would just have a simple meal: lamb chops, instant noodles, and a cup of honey water. Little did he know that if this simple meal were posted in a chat channel, it would probably break the hearts of a whole bunch of people. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Ci, having nothing else to do, started playing with Xiao Bai. Seeing its owner return, the little guy not only didn't greet him, but merely lifted its eyelids before continuing to curl up and sleep. Chen Ci unceremoniously pulled it out of its nest and gave its little head a good rub. Xiao Bai adapts to its environment incredibly quickly. Yesterday it was acting like it was going to die, but today it's completely settled. There's much less food and honey water in its food box, so it's clearly having a good appetite and living a more comfortable life than its owner, Chen Ci. Seeing that it couldn't resist, the short-legged little white dog, kicking wildly, simply resigned itself to its fate and lay flat, looking like it didn't care what Chen Ci did to it. After playing with it for a while, Chen Ci led it to the wooden table and emptied his backpack of today's spoils. There were still 3 treasure chests waiting for him to open. He half-jokingly told Xiao Bai to share some of its luck with its owner. If it found something good, he promised to treat it to the best of everything, with plenty of honey and water. Whether Xiao Bai understood or not is hard to say, but it clearly waved its little legs excitedly when it heard about plenty of honey and water. 3 wooden treasure chests lay in a row on the table, their quality indistinguishable. Chen Ci stroked Xiao Bai as he opened them one by one. A flash of white light, and a large pile of items quickly appeared on the table. This feeling of abundant harvest instantly lifted his spirits. The 3 treasure chests yielded a total of 9 items: a cashmere quilt, thermal underwear, a thick leather hat, plastic, glass, compressed biscuits, canned beef, winter wheat seeds, and a solar street lamp. Plastic and glass are basic materials, so they were put directly into the warehouse. The cashmere comforter wasn't needed for the time being, since the temperature was still above freezing, so it was stored away for now. Thermal underwear and a thick fur hat were winter gear, so he put them together with the cotton-padded coat that Lu Xiaoya had sent earlier. Compressed biscuits and canned beef have a long shelf life, making them ideal as strategic supplies or as dry rations for extended trips. The solar streetlights can be installed at the fence gate tomorrow, allowing visibility at night. The last and only high-quality harvest was winter wheat seeds. Chen Ci immediately checked their attributes and found that they had strong cold resistance, could grow normally in the cold winter of the ruins world, and could be planted and propagated. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci's eyes lit up. This was absolutely priceless. The fertile seeds meant that, with proper management, after several generations of cultivation, he could have a stable food source, no longer relying entirely on hunting and treasure chests. This sense of security was far beyond what a few meals could provide. He carefully stored the winter wheat seeds, even wishing he could go out and cultivate the land right now. But Chen Ci also knew that he wasn't familiar with farming, and if he really wanted a harvest, it would be best to consult a professional. Thinking of this, he immediately remembered someone. The agrimony he had obtained that afternoon also needed processing, so he contacted Song Yarui directly and sent her a brief description of the agrimony's properties. Not long after, Song Yarui replied. She immediately asked how much agrimony grass she had and how many supplies she needed. She wanted it all. Chen Ci could tell that this stuff would be extremely useful to her, since Song Yeri was usually calm and rarely showed such urgency. Chen Ci didn't keep her in suspense, and told her directly that there were 58 plants in total, all of them of superior quality. Song Yeri quickly calmed down, and explained frankly that the system had indicated that agrimony could be used as the main ingredient for both the water of life and the antidote. Combined with the auxiliary materials she had, she could make 8 bottles of water of life and 6 bottles of antidote. Upon seeing this message, Chen Ci couldn't help but take it seriously. He had personally used the water of life. It could instantly heal minor injuries, which in battle was almost equivalent to having an extra life. He confirmed again, asking her if she could truly make 8 bottles of the water of life. Song Yeri's tone was unusually excited, indicating that she would never joke at a time like this. She had been searching for the main ingredients of the water of life for a long time and had only managed to gather 3 portions of raw materials, while Chen Ci had directly brought out enough high-quality herbs for 10 portions. She then outlined the distribution plan. She would provide the auxiliary materials, keep only 2 bottles of the produced water of life, and give all the antidote to Chen Ci. She did this partly to contribute the auxiliary materials, and partly to improve her own pharmaceutical skills. Chen Ci looked at the price quote, not because he thought it was inappropriate, but because he hesitated about whether it was safe to give all the agrimony to Song Yeri. Seeing his silence, the person opposite him assumed he was upset that she kept 2 bottles of water of life, so she explained that the auxiliary materials had taken her a long time to collect and were not cheap. The private message notification snapped Chen Ci out of his reverie. He recalled how Song Yeri had never asked for anything in return when she helped him before, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Material possessions were just that, material things. When did he start valuing them so much? The next second, he initiated a trade request, listing all 58 agrimony plants, with only 1 unit of wood listed as the traded item. He then told Song Yeri to distribute them as she had suggested. Looking at the remaining agrimony seeds in his inventory, Chen Ci had already made up his mind. 58 agrimony plants were nothing he couldn't afford to lose. When making friends, one must be sincere. On the other hand, Song Yeri was stunned when she received the transaction request. She had been so excited that she had forgotten that this batch of herbs was extremely valuable, and normally a contract scroll should be used to guarantee the subsequent transaction. She quickly replied, telling Chen Ci to wait a moment, while she went to the trading channel to buy a contract scroll. Chen Ci simply smiled and told her he didn't need a contract, he trusted her. Trust is never built unilaterally, but rather through a back-and-forth accumulation. Without Song Yeri's previous act of giving medicine free of charge, Chen Ci wouldn't have this moment of unreserved trust. Chapter 40 Being Targeted. When Song Yeri saw Chen Ci's message, "I believe in you," her heart warmed. However, her years of experience working in the hospital had toughened her up, and she quickly suppressed her emotions, though she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. She whispered, "Trust me, I won't let you down." She then replied to Chen Ci, saying she would go make the potion immediately, and contact him again when it was finished. After sending the message, she accepted the agrimony and hurriedly went into her workshop. Chen Ci had just seen the message when he immediately sent another one. "Wait, I have something else I'd like to ask you." But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. The smile on his face froze, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Seriously? So swift?" After confirming that Song Yeri wouldn't be replying to his messages for the time being, Chen Ci had no choice but to put the seed planting on hold and turn to other matters. He first sent a private message to Lu Xiaoye to inquire about her preparations over the past 2 days. Lu Xiaoye has been busy harvesting cotton, and expects to finish the entire field by tomorrow. However, she's exhausted and her food and water supplies are insufficient, so she plans to buy some food through the trading channel tonight. As for water, Chen Ci mentioned in the group chat that he would go to fetch water on the last day, and Lu Xiaoye has already pre-ordered some from him. She also needed to keep an eye on the trading channel to buy food. After a brief exchange of information, the two quickly ended their chat. Then, Chen Ci opened the messages from Wang Lei. This Wang Lei was quite persistent, contacting him regularly every day to report on the situation. Chen Ci had returned late today, and the messages from Wang Lei had already piled up there. At first, Chen Ci was just browsing casually, but as he read on, his brows slowly furrowed. Wang Lei wrote at the end of the message that the Blood Fiend Alliance was going to make an example of him, using him as a starting point to show the consequences of betraying the Blood Fiend Alliance to everyone in the regional channel. Chen Ci pondered for a moment and asked directly, "You said the Blood Fiend Alliance wants to kill you, what exactly happened?" Wang Lei seemed to have been watching the chat box the whole time and immediately replied with a message asking for help, saying that the Blood Fiend Alliance's enforcement hall had threatened him today and wanted to teach him a lesson to deter others. Chen Ci didn't quite understand and continued to press them on how they found him and how they got there. Wang Lei said he didn't know how the Blood Fiend Alliance located him, but he knew how they got there, and then sent a description of an item. It was a one-time use portal. Once opened, it could teleport one to a designated location, but the location needed to be marked beforehand. Chen Ci's expression turned serious after reading it. If something like this were truly in the hands of the Blood Fiend Alliance, it would indeed be very troublesome. Wang Lei continued to plead with Chen Ci to save him, otherwise the Blood Fiend Alliance would definitely kill him once they found him. Chen Ci didn't have a good solution at the moment, so he could only appease him by saying that such items were very valuable and couldn't be produced in large quantities. The Blood Fiend Alliance might not be willing to waste their resources on him, and would at most send 1 or 2 people. Wang Lei panicked, saying that even if only 1 or 2 people came, he might not be able to defeat them. He also revealed that the Blood Fiend Alliance was temporarily not recruiting and planned to recruit new members after the trials, at which point he might be used as a sacrifice. Chen Ci urged him to prepare quickly, setting traps inside the shelter, and asked if he had any ranged weapons. If not, he could provide a repeating crossbow. With sufficient preparation, they might be able to turn the tables and kill the Blood Fiend Alliance. Wang Lei thanked him repeatedly, adding that it would have been great if Chen Ci could have come in person. They would have definitely won in a 2-on-2 match. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci felt a sudden unease, a strange feeling welling up inside him. But Wang Lei quickly sent another message, asking how to set up the trap. Chen Ci's train of thought was interrupted, so he had no choice but to tell him the methods of making traps that he knew, give him some simple instructions, and then end the chat by saying that he had something to do. As soon as the chat window closed, Wang Lei's expression vanished. He turned around, put on a fawning smile, and reported to the person behind him. "Boss, Chen Ci is about to take the bait. I'll beg him a few more times and then trade him the Hearthstone, saying that I bought it at a high price, to lure him over." Before him sat a wooden armchair, in which a burly man reclined. He wore a black training uniform, his bulging muscles stretching the clothes to the point of being tight-fitting. His face was full of fierce features, making him look extremely menacing. Beside the chair, 2 scantily clad, voluptuous young women were half-squatting, smiling as they massaged his thighs. The burly man slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Lei indifferently, called him 4 Eyes, and reminded him that Chen Ci had a large amount of supplies. Wang Lei had previously guaranteed he could lure people here and even asked for an extra blueprint. If things didn't work out, he could be spared punishment because of Wang Lei's recent contributions, but it was hard to say whether he would blame him if some of the people outside starved to death due to the lack of Chen Ci's supplies. Wang Lei trembled with fear and kept lowering his head. The burly man, however, ignored him and closed his eyes again, continuing to enjoy the service of the 2 women. Meanwhile, Chen Ci was still pondering the strange feeling he'd experienced a moment ago, but couldn't quite grasp the key point. However, this incident did remind him that the internal defenses of the shelter needed to be addressed. If someone could teleport directly inside, the outer fences and arrow towers would be completely useless. He just didn't understand the teleportation mechanism yet, and didn't know where the other party would land in the shelter. He couldn't just dig traps everywhere. Internal defenses couldn't be rushed. The most important thing right now was to figure out how to get through the upcoming acid rain test. Thinking of this, Chen Ci opened the trading channel and found that all the toilet paper on the shelves had been sold out, and most of them were large orders, most likely from the Survivor Alliance. Naturally, The more large customers like this, the better. He accepted the 14,000 units of wood he received from the trade and then arranged a production task of 7,000 units of toilet paper on his workbench. Then, remembering his plan to buy iron blocks during the day, he contacted Lu Yang directly, asking how many he had to sell and what he wanted to trade them for. Lu Yang, a hardcore internet addict who was almost always online, immediately replied with a grin that he could send as many as Brother Chen wanted. Chen Ci frowned, telling him to stop joking and get down to business, asking if he had 500 units. Lu Yang chuckled, admitting he was just joking and that he currently had 300 units to spare. Chen Ci wanted it all. When it came to price, Lu Yang became serious and quoted 1,000 units of timber and 400 units of stone, based on market price. This price was very reasonable, and Chen Ci didn't waste any words. He immediately initiated the transaction, successfully obtaining 300 units of iron blocks, and instructed Lu Yang to notify him if he had any iron blocks in the future, as he would be a long-term buyer. After finishing all that, Chen Ci stretched and couldn't help but sigh, realizing he'd been working non-stop since returning to the shelter. It was like living the life of James Bond. He lay down on a recliner and casually started scrolling through the chat channel. Everyone was gradually adapting to the rhythm of life here, but being alone at night was inevitably lonely, so the channel was always exceptionally lively. Time flew by, and it was already late at night. Chen Ci reluctantly left the chat channel, looked down and stroked Xiao Bai, who was lying on his lap, and said with a smile, "Come on, it's time for you to contribute to this family again." Chapter 41 Armor-Piercing Arrows and Cooling Boxes. Chen Ci stroked the little white cat in his arms, as if trying to borrow some good luck from it, and then took out the crafting materials he had prepared beforehand. The main material was a crossbow bolt, and the auxiliary materials were 5 units of wood, a piece of coal, and a piece of thermos. He planned to use the exploding flash stone, whose recipe he already knew, as a backup. Chen Ci concentrated and summoned the synthesis furnace, placing the materials into it one by one. Without even checking the success rate, he directly confirmed the synthesis. After injecting his mental energy, the synthesis furnace quickly lit up. A notification appeared, indicating that he had successfully obtained an exploding flash stone. Chen Ci nodded in satisfaction. This was a good start, at least it meant his luck wasn't bad today. After putting away the flash stone, he took out a crossbow bolt. But this time, his target wasn't the flash stone, but a special crossbow bolt more suitable for combat. Although Chen Ci's swordsmanship has improved significantly, his most relied upon attack method remains the ice pattern repeating crossbow. Close combat is too risky. If he can eliminate enemies from a distance, there's no need to put himself in dangerous situations. He had once crafted a fanged armor-piercing arrow by chance, but had been reluctant to use it. That time, he needed animal teeth as an auxiliary material, and today he happened to have obtained a few good quality animal teeth, which was perfect for trying again. Recalling the previous recipe, Chen Ci used crossbow bolts as the main ingredient, along with 3 animal teeth and 3 units of ebony. The synthesis furnace quickly provided feedback, showing a success rate of 85% and a mutation rate of 25%. The success rate was high enough. Chen Ci didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed the synthesis. With a slight depletion of mental energy, the synthesis furnace emitted bursts of blue light. Seeing this light, he felt reassured. This was usually a sign of success. Sure enough, after the blue light dissipated, a crossbow bolt gleaming with a chilling aura appeared on the table. The investigation revealed it to be an ironwood armor-piercing arrow, a Tier 0 high-quality bolt with a knockback effect. Upon hitting an enemy, it would pierce armor and knock them back. Chen Ci narrowed his eyes. The armor-piercing and knockback effect was clearly superior to the previous fang-shaped armor-piercing arrow. This meant that when facing a powerful enemy, he not only had one more trump card, but also more room to maneuver. With one set of materials remaining, he immediately decided to synthesize it again. Having more special ammunition on hand always provides peace of mind. Chen Ci placed the same materials into the synthesis furnace and channeled his mental energy into it once more. The second synthesis went smoothly as well, and another ironwood armor-piercing arrow was obtained. Chen Ci looked at the prompts and was in a great mood. He didn't expect that not only would he have good luck today, but he would also find a useful recipe by chance. He patted Little White's head and put the 2 armor-piercing arrows into his inventory. Things that could truly save your life must be carried with you. Keeping them in the shelter is pointless. Then, Chen Ci continued to hold Xiao Bai, preparing for one last try. This time, he wasn't trying to synthesize a weapon, but a new item. He muttered to himself, hoping Xiao Bai would continue to bring good luck. Xiao Bai let out a comfortable groan, as if in response to him. Chen Ci perked up, reached out and picked up the main ingredient from the side, placing it on the table. It wasn't some rare material. It was just the backpack he'd been carrying around for the past few days. The backpack wasn't small, but it couldn't reduce the load, nor could it store living creatures. 2 drawbacks that significantly reduced its value. What Chen Ci truly wanted wasn't simply to increase the backpack's capacity, but to change its attributes. Ideally, it would become a zero-weight space device, or an item capable of carrying living beings. To change attributes, mutation is necessary. He took out all the available synthesis resources and tried them all, finally discovering that 5 units of ebony and 4 units of ice crystals yielded the highest mutation rate. The synthesis furnace reported a success rate of 75% and a mutation rate of 70%. Chen Ci quickly scanned the prompts. This was exactly the solution he wanted, so he decisively confirmed the synthesis. The blue light flashed again, then quickly dissipated. The synthesis furnace returned to its sea of consciousness, but the backpack on the table had disappeared, replaced by a small sky blue box. The box is approximately 10 centimeters wide, 20 centimeters long, and 15 centimeters high, resembling an exquisite treasure chest. The material appears to be either wood nor stone, with striking colors and meticulous craftsmanship. Chen Ci was too lazy to guess what it was, so he simply used a probe. The result showed that the item was called the Sky Blue Food Storage Box, a Tier 0 fine item, with the attribute of doubling space, having 4 cubic meters of internal space, and also possessing a food preservation function. It cannot hold living creatures, but food placed inside will not spoil as long as the space is not damaged. After reading the attributes, Chen Ci immediately had a thought. This is an enhanced version of a refrigerator. Although this wasn't the zero-weight space equipment he initially wanted, and it couldn't hold living beings, it was still very valuable to him at the moment, and it even solved a pressing problem. Recently, Chen Ci has indeed started to worry about food storage. In the past, when meat was scarce and there wasn't even enough to eat, there was no need to worry about preservation. But now that he has a large quantity of premium pork chops, he has to worry about whether they will spoil. He currently has 60 units of premium pork chops, enough to last him about 2 weeks even if he eats them all at his current rate. But nobody knows how long these chops will last, and without a reliable storage method, he'll have to risk hunting again sooner or later. Chen Ci got up, put Xiao Bai back in its nest, and took the food cooler to the kitchen. He put all the premium pork chops, red umbrella mushrooms, apples, and other food from the cabinet into the cooler, and also recounted the supplies. He now has 2 antelope steaks, 22 zebra steaks, 25 wild boar steaks, 5 wolf steaks, 6 hyena steaks, as well as 25 apples and 56 red umbrella mushrooms. As for longer shelf life supplies like rice, flour, and instant noodles, there are still some left. In terms of food reserves alone, it's enough for him to eat his fill for a month, and the food crisis is basically over. While organizing, Chen Ci noticed the 4 rabbits that had been stunned by the swarm of bullhorn bees during the day. Each rabbit weighed about 5 pounds. Following his previous plan, he listed them all on the trading channel, priced at 5 units of glass each. If it weren't for the fact that wood and iron blocks couldn't be exchanged for glass, he wouldn't have been willing to trade rabbit meat for it. But the materials needed for upgrading the shelter were more important, so when it was time to trade, he had no choice but to. After finishing these tasks, Chen Ci turned off the light and returned to bed, closing his eyes to plan for tomorrow. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to vaguely hear a scream. In the shelter's courtyard, 2 tendrils of the fire-poison vine quietly extended out, slowly reaching towards the outside of the shelter. Soon, It dragged a dark shadow back to the main vine, and several thin tendrils, like tentacles, pierced into the shadow's body. In the darkness, only a faint rustling sound of sucking remained. After a moment, the sound slowly faded away, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 42 Daily Cultivation. The following morning, on the 9th day of the ruins world, there was heavy fog and temperatures ranging from 3 to 15 degrees Celsius. Only 2 days remained before the acid rain test. Chen Ci got up early as usual, changed into his sportswear, and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, he cooked a pot of rice porridge and pan-fried some antelope ribs. Looking at the white porridge in the pot, he couldn't help but think that it would be nice to steam a pot of white flour buns. For someone who hasn't eaten carbohydrates for a long time, the craving for steamed buns can almost become an obsession. Chen Ci brought breakfast into the living room, and just as he placed the bowl on the wooden table and sat down, he felt his trouser leg being gently tugged. He looked down and saw that little white had somehow crawled under the table and was looking up at him. Chen Ci thought it was hungry, so he picked it up and brought it to the side, getting a rice bowl and pouring some rice into it. But Xiao Bai only glanced at it before standing upright and gesturing incessantly with its 2 front paws. Chen Ci couldn't understand mouse language at all, and could only vaguely sense from his consciousness what it wanted to eat. Little White squeaked anxiously, then suddenly turned and ran away, eventually pushing over Chen Ci's usual wooden drinking cup. Chen Ci then realized that the little guy wanted honey water. Helpless, he took out some honey water, poured it into Xiao Bai's rice bowl, and mixed it with the rice. This time, Xiao Bai was finally satisfied, lowered its head, and ate with relish, just like a greedy mouse that knew how to pick out the best food. After breakfast, Chen Ci walked into the training ground. The courtyard was shrouded in mist, and the stone house was faintly visible in the white fog, truly resembling the dwelling of a hermit. He had already seen the messages from survivors who had ventured out to seek refuge in the chat channel while he was eating. The visibility outside was now less than 50 meters, a distance that, for large predators, was practically face-to-face. Hunting risks have increased significantly, but Chen Ci still has enough supplies for the time being, so he decided to wait until the fog clears before making any moves. There's no need to put himself in danger for a few bites of meat. After regaining his composure, Chen Ci finished his warm-up, took out a red fruit from his inventory and swallowed it, then took out his iron knife. As the energy of the red fruit spread throughout his body, coupled with the assistance of the training ground, he quickly suppressed distracting thoughts and entered a state of selfless cultivation. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Ci sheathed his sword and stood up, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. His pores opened up, and sweat poured out, quickly soaking his sportswear completely. The attribute panel popped up, showing that the Xuanxu blade technique proficiency had reached 34% mastery. With the training ground to help him, entering a state of complete absorption became much easier for him than before. At this rate, as long as he could maintain this training efficiency every day, his profound void blade technique would have a chance to break through to the great perfection in 7 days. Furthermore, the advanced level of the profound void blade technique can increase constitution by an additional 2 points. At that time, Chen Ci's constitution will reach 9 points, and he can finally begin practicing the Vajra breathing technique that has been kept at the bottom of his chest. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be getting closer to the first level, but he wondered what changes would occur to his body once he actually stepped into it. Back inside, Chen Ci took off his soaking wet tracksuit and changed into the cotton pajamas he'd gotten from opening the treasure chest. He didn't have many clothes, so he had to make do with what he had. After a morning of intense training, he desperately needed to replenish his energy. Chen Ci strode into the kitchen, took out a pork chop from the refrigerator, cut it into small pieces, added 3 red umbrella mushrooms, stir-fried them together, sprinkled with salt, and a simple dish of mushroom and pork stir-fry was quickly ready. He picked up a piece and tasted it. The fresh ingredients paired with the simplest seasonings tasted surprisingly good. Then he rinsed a bowl of rice and put it in the pot, added water to cover the rice grains, added some charcoal to the stove, and started cooking the rice. Before the rice was cooked, Chen Ci opened the trading channel to withdraw his earnings from selling toilet paper yesterday. The system showed that he had harvested a total of 14,000 units of wood this time. The transaction records show that the toilet paper sold out in the morning. However, there were significantly fewer large orders this time. Most transactions were for 1 or 2 units, mainly individual survivors making small, scattered purchases. Chen Ci was not surprised. The day of the test was fast approaching, and toilet paper was not a necessity for survival. The Survivor Alliance would most likely be focusing their efforts on food and water now. Since the formation of numerous survivor alliances, it has become increasingly difficult for individual survivors to find good items on the market, and even exchanging basic resources has become cumbersome. Large alliances control vast amounts of resources and engage in large-scale transactions with each other. Some even prohibit internal members from trading with external individuals. If a lone wolf doesn't want to join an alliance, and wants to trade wood for iron, they must accept a higher premium. Fortunately, there are quite a few alliances, and they don't get along with each other. Otherwise, the situation for individual survivors would be even more difficult. The largest alliances are basically corresponding to some of the major powers that once dominated Earth. Their mutual sabotage and hostility ironically created a small gap for other survivors to survive. Chen Ci was also affected. The torches and small round shield blueprints he possessed were already being acquired by the major alliances. They not only mass-produced them themselves but also lowered prices to compete in the trading channels and required members to prioritize purchasing alliance products, effectively creating artificial trade barriers. Fortunately, not many people currently possess the toilet paper blueprints. Otherwise, Chen Ci would only earn a meager living each day. Although he despised the alliance's practices, he was powerless to change them and could only avoid using torches and small round shields, instead focusing on producing toilet paper, a disposable item with high consumption and stable demand. Just then, a system notification sounded. Chen Ci glanced at it. It was a message from Song Yerue. A thought flickered in his mind: could the potion have been completed? As expected, Song Yerue's message was very direct. With the water of life and the antidote ready, she immediately initiated a trade, exchanging 6 bottles of water of life and 6 bottles of antidote for 1 unit of wood. Chen Ci confirmed the transaction without hesitation, and then immediately asked her why it was so fast and whether the potion was easy to make. On the other side, Song Yerue, wearing pajamas, leaned against the headboard, her dark circles under her eyes clearly visible. She rolled her eyes helplessly and simply replied that she hadn't slept all night and was exhausted, needing to catch up on sleep immediately. In fact, after receiving the mutated agrimony yesterday, she couldn't contain her excitement and immediately began crafting the potion. She was extremely focused throughout the process, completely losing track of time. Once all the potions were made, she suddenly came to her senses, her vision blurred, and she almost fainted. However, the gains this time were equally significant. She glanced at her attribute panel and saw that her mental strength had reached 9 points. Then she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that she seemed to be ending the chat, Chen Ci quickly sent a message saying he had something else he wanted to ask her. But after waiting for a while, there was still no reply on the chat interface. He then realized that Song Yerue had already hung up, and his lips twitched. He could only wait until next time to ask. He took out the newly received water of life and examined it. Its properties were exactly the same as the bottle he had used before. It could instantly restore minor injuries and greatly heal serious injuries. 6 bottles of the water of life, if sold, would probably be worth more than his entire current fortune. Chen Ci's face lit up with joy. This time he had truly struck it rich. He carefully put the water of life and the antidote into his inventory, only to find it was full. Left with no other option, he took out the earliest fanged armor-piercing arrows he had acquired, loaded them into his crossbow magazine, and made room for 1 more. There are currently 10 items in my inventory: water of life, antidote, ironwood armor-piercing arrows, exploding stone, shining stone, red fruit, ordinary crossbow bolts, bone reins, spirit spring milk, and ice pattern repeating crossbow. As for the tank-style broadsword, snakeskin shield, and rattan armor, they could only be carried outside. Chen Ci looked at his overflowing inventory, and shook his head in slight distress. I wonder when I'll get the inventory expansion scroll. I have more and more things to carry, and if I find any good items, I'm afraid I won't even have room to put them all. This is probably the trouble of happiness. Chapter 43 Ruins World Announcement. Chen Ci smelled the long-lost aroma of rice, and his throat involuntarily bobbed. Who could understand that he hadn't had a decent main meal in almost 10 days? He quickly picked up his rice and dishes, sat down at the wooden table, and started eating. It wasn't until he was halfway through that he realized he had forgotten about Xiao Bai. After a hearty meal, he leaned back in his chair to catch his breath and decided to soak in the hot spring for a while to recover the energy he had used up during his morning training. Premium hot springs have a speedy recovery effect, perfect for someone like him who has just undergone high-intensity training. Chen Ci bought a bath towel from the trading channel for 50 units of wood. Modern items obtained from treasures are never cheap, but their quality is undeniably excellent. He walked around the stone house and could see white mist floating around the geothermal hot spring from afar, warm and gentle. As he approached, the steam mixed with the already thick fog of the ruins world, blurring the surrounding scenery, as if he had stepped into some quiet and mysterious space. Chen Ci frowned and looked outside the shelter. He had already observed through the fence that the fog in the wild was still incredibly thick, and the visibility had not improved significantly, at most less than 50 meters. He knew in his heart that he most likely wouldn't be able to get out this afternoon. Judging from the trend of the past few days, the fog would only get thicker each day, and it was really hard to say what it would be like tomorrow. Chen Ci's main reason for coming to the hot spring was to confirm whether it could restore stamina as described in its attributes. With his current physique, he could only practice the mysterious void blade technique for half a day. Pushing himself any further would injure him. If the hot spring could truly alleviate his fatigue, he might be able to practice again that afternoon. As he sank into the scalding spring water, Chen Ci couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. The warm water enveloped his body, and the mist gently landed on his face, as soft as feathers. It was as if there was a gentle force in the water, slowly soothing his tense muscles. A warm current quickly spread throughout his body, and the soreness and fatigue left from the morning's cultivation were slowly dissipating. Half an hour later, drowsiness washed over him, and Chen Ci picked up the honey water beside him and drank it down in one gulp. The cool and sweet sensation slid down his throat and into his body, restoring some of his energy. This geothermal hot spring truly lived up to its reputation. It could indeed restore physical strength and relieve fatigue, truly deserving of the name Divine Spring. After leaving the spring, Chen Ci felt all his fatigue vanish. He immediately took out the solar street light he had obtained yesterday from the warehouse, preparing to install it. He looked around and finally chose a spot between the arrow tower and the fence gate. After bringing over the ladder, he used his dusty stone axe to nail the street light into the wood, securing it firmly above the fence. Standing on the ladder, Chen Ci looked out of the shelter. The fog hadn't dissipated. In fact, it seemed to be getting thicker. Now, he could only see objects about 40 meters away. He quickly concluded that the fog wouldn't dissipate today. It would only thicken in the afternoon. Fortunately, his supplies were sufficient to cope with the upcoming challenge, so there was no need to risk venturing out. However, the 5 animal traps he had placed outside were likely doomed. After confirming that the fog wouldn't dissipate, Chen Ci abandoned the idea of searching for supplies. The fog wasn't just dangerous, it also drastically increased the difficulty of finding resources. The most likely outcome was that he would go out and search in vain. Since he couldn't go out, he decided to continue practicing his swordsmanship. Chen Ci installed the streetlights, changed his clothes, and returned to the training ground, preparing to take advantage of his recovery from the hot springs to further improve his xuanqi sword technique. As evening fell, the training ground was shrouded in a thick fog. With the energy of the red fruit depleted, Chen Ci finally could no longer maintain his state of absorption, sheathed his sword, and stopped, as fatigue returned to his body. He checked his haul. His mastery of the mysterious void blade technique had reached 42%. He had 4 red fruits left. Once those were used, he'd have to hone them slowly in the training grounds. Chen Ci returned to the stone house, took off his dirty tracksuit and threw it into a wooden basin, planning to wash it after dinner. Dinner was barbecue, and he grilled the remaining lamb chop and a few pork chops together. He put the leftovers in the refrigerator to avoid having to go through the hassle of grilling every meal. If there hadn't been no ready-made food, he wouldn't have wanted to cook at all today. He was exhausted after a day of training. But as he munched on the grilled meat, he couldn't help but complain. Eating meat every day, when will I ever get a bite of vegetables? I'm getting tired of meat. If other survivors heard this, they'd probably roll their eyes to the heavens. Most people are struggling to make ends meet. There are probably very few who can afford to eat premium steaks every meal. Chen Ci opened the chat channel while eating. As soon as he entered the small group, he saw Lu Yang and Xiaohua starting to banter again. Lu Yang was vividly recounting his experience in the thick fog, saying that on the way back he always felt something following him. He would take one step and the other thing would take one step. The kind of terror that most people could not understand. Xiaohua scoffed at this, thinking it was probably just a wild rabbit, and Lu Yang was simply a coward. If it were him, he would have turned around and chased after it, and might have even gotten a bigger piece of meat. The two were already the most active members of the group, and their banter had become a regular occurrence. Lu Yang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he proudly declared that caution was the key to survival, and the first principle of survival was prudence. A reckless person like Xiaohua would suffer sooner or later. Xiaohua immediately retorted, saying that even if a 1,000-year-old tortoise lives for a long time, it's meaningless. There's no excitement to be found. Lu Yang continued to mock him, saying he was still suffering from adolescent delusions and didn't understand that you have to be alive to have anything. Lu Igua finally stepped in to stop them, telling the two to stop being so irresponsible all the time, and also inquired about everyone's supplies preparations. He usually took good care of Xiaohua, and would subconsciously treat him like a child. When it came to serious matters, Lu Yang became earnest, saying that the food and water were almost ready, but his combat strength was not very good, and if he encountered danger in the test, he might have to rely on everyone's help. Xiaohua quickly added that he had no problem with food and water, and there was no need to worry about the battle, unlike Lu Yang who was weak. Lu Igua then reminded everyone that they could point out any weaknesses in the group chat, and everyone could work together to try and get through the challenge without taking any damage. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci joined the chat, saying that he had basically prepared everything and that everyone could let him know if they needed anything. Wang Zixuan also replied that he had enough supplies and reminded Lu Yang to be alert these next few days, and to immediately ask for help in the group if anything happened. Lu Xiuya then tagged Chen Ci, asking him to help prepare some water the next day, as there was no water source nearby. This was something the two had agreed upon beforehand, so Chen Ci naturally wouldn't refuse, especially since he also needed to fetch water the next day. Wang Zixuan then asked why Song Yarui hadn't logged on yet, and whether he should send her a private message. Just as Chen Ci was about to bring up Song Yarui's situation, the Ruins World suddenly issued a general announcement. Attention all survivors. Tomorrow is the final day of preparation for the acid rain trial, so please make the most of your time. The acid rain trial lasts for 3 days, and rewards will be distributed based on performance afterward, with the highest reward being a golden treasure chest. The evaluation of rewards will be based on a comprehensive assessment of 4 aspects: the safety and comfort of the shelter, the quality and quantity of supplies, and the individual strength of the survivors. Meanwhile, affected by unknown energy, wild plants and animals will evolve and become demonized. Survivors, please explore with caution. After the trial ends, the merit shop will officially open. Items in the shop need to be exchanged using merit points. As for how to obtain merit points, survivors will need to figure it out themselves. Chapter 44 Information Gathering. As soon as the system announcement was released, the chat channel seemed to be paused. The messages that had been flooding the screen just moments before stopped instantly, and the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Everyone was reading the announcement word for word. In this world, every system notification could be a matter of life and death. No one dared to just glance at it. Chen Ci also read the announcement carefully with a serious expression. There were 5 points in total. As he read, he broke down the key points in his mind to avoid missing any crucial clues. The first message is simple. The system reminds all survivors that there is one last day of preparation tomorrow, and those who are not ready must hurry up. This seemingly ordinary sentence carries a different meaning when placed as the first key point. The Ruins world is clearly emphasizing that the upcoming acid rain test will be anything but easy, and anyone who is careless could pay a heavy price. The second message contains a notification and a reminder. The good news is that as long as the acid rain test is successfully passed, the system will issue a reward package. Although the contents of the package are unknown, since it is a system reward, its value should not be low. The reminder is even more realistic. The acid rain test lasts for 3 days, unlike a normal rain that lasts only half a day or a day. This means that survivors may not be able to leave their shelter for 3 consecutive days, and they must prepare sufficient water, food, fuel, and protective gear in advance. The third point provides supplementary information regarding the reward package. The system will evaluate survivors based on their performance, with shelter safety, resource reserves, and comfort levels all potentially affecting the final rewards. Comfort, in particular, can be improved significantly on the final day, potentially leading to even higher rewards. The fourth piece of information was even more unsettling. After the trial, the wilderness would become extremely dangerous, and both animals and plants would change. The system mentioned demonization and evolution, the specific meanings of which Chen Ci didn't yet understand, but he was certain of one thing: without sufficient combat power, he would find it impossible to move an inch outside. The last point mentions that a system shop will be opened after the trial ends. What's truly exciting is what will be sold in the shop, and how to obtain the required merit points. Chen Ci frowned and thought. Normally, meritorious service usually comes from killing enemies or making contributions, but what are the so-called enemies in the Ruins world? This information had no answer for the time being, but it made him vaguely feel that the subsequent changes would be more complicated. He analyzed the announcement line by line, not just to understand it, but also to deepen his understanding. System announcements are not ordinary notifications. Any detail could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. At this point, Wang Zixuan suggested a solution in the group chat. He recommended that the group gather information from the World Chat channel, copy any useful content to the group chat, and organize it collectively. This would definitely be more comprehensive than thinking about it individually. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he immediately approved of the idea. Everyone's knowledge is limited, and in the face of such an unknown disaster, relying on the experience and judgment of other survivors can indeed reduce blind spots. The World Channel is cluttered with information, and it's easy for one person to miss the important points. Several people filtering together will be much more efficient. Lu Yang and the others had no objections. After agreeing on the terms, they all went to the World Channel to collect valuable information. The World Chat channel was buzzing with activity again, even refreshing faster than before the announcement. Some were marveling at how seriously the system was taking this acid rain, others were frantically asking if it would rain continuously for 3 days, and still others were despairingly stating that they hadn't stored enough water. Some people were still complaining that their shelter was only level 1. Immediately, someone mocked him for still being stuck in a log cabin after all this time, and even mentioned that in some so-called alliances, many lower-level members still lived in the most rudimentary log cabins. Soon, more and more people began complaining about the alliance. Some criticized the alliance for only having ordinary members gather resources but not providing them with even a single weapon. They argued that the wilderness would become increasingly dangerous, and those without weapons would have no way to survive. Chen Ci wasn't surprised by this. Some alliances, under the guise of mutual aid, actually just treated the lower-level survivors as tools. They gave them some food to keep them from starving, but would never provide weapons to improve their ability to fight back. For those in power, weapons were far more valuable than ordinary members. If tools died, they could simply be replaced. The channel was also filled with a lot of chaotic and useless information. Some people started exchanging photos for supplies, some self-proclaimed internet celebrities were sending private messages, and some so-called talent streamers were asking for help from big shots. Soon, a group of people joined in the commotion, and the originally tense channel turned into a chaotic mess. Chen Ci watched with a touch of melancholy. It seemed that this kind of industry would never disappear, no matter where one went. The Ruins world was oppressive and chaotic, lacking legal constraints. If survivors could meet offline, it would probably have become even more chaotic long ago. However, he didn't waste time on these things. With just over a day left until the acid rain, any distraction could come at a price. He quickly skipped over small talk, bootlicking, sob stories, and ordinary transaction information, focusing only on the truly useful content. Soon, he discovered that much of the information indeed touched on areas where his knowledge was lacking. Some survivors shared emergency measures for going out in acid rain weather. One of them, a survival expert named Chi, posted several self-rescue methods for encountering acid rain in the wild, which Chen Ci immediately copied into the small group. In addition, several familiar names among the Chinese community continued to appear. They posted simple self-help methods for poisoning, burns, hypothermia from rain, and illness, clearly trying their best to remind their fellow countrymen. Seeing this, Chen Ci was somewhat moved. The Chinese people's concept of mutual support in the face of disaster is deeply ingrained. Even in this strange and cruel world, many are still willing to share their experiences, trying their best to help others survive. Then, Chen Ci saw another extremely valuable piece of information. The poster was a crisis management expert from China, who reminded everyone that the danger of this disaster was not only the acid rain itself, but also the secondary disasters caused by the continuous rainfall. 3 days of prolonged rainfall could cause rivers and lakes to swell, flooding nearby shelters. People in low-lying areas are highly vulnerable to flooding. Shelters near mountains must be wary of flash floods and mudslides. Experts also offered some solutions, including digging drainage ditches as soon as possible, building simple flood walls around the shelters, setting up water level observation points, and planning emergency escape routes in advance. After reading it, Chen Ci felt an increased sense of urgency. His shelter was at the foot of the mountain. Although the terrain was not low, he didn't have to worry too much about flooding from the plains or river overflows. However, flash floods and mudslides were the real threats. If a mudslide were to occur on the mountain, his shelter would be too close to the mountain range, and he might not even have time to react before being buried directly. Chen Ci quickly considered countermeasures, but reality was harsh. The shelter could not be moved, and all he could do was follow the expert's advice to dig drainage ditches as soon as possible, or build a flood wall in a key direction to minimize the risk. After finalizing the initial plan, he immediately copied the message into the small group chat. Wang Zixuan and the others also felt it was very important, especially those in the low-lying shelter who had already begun planning the location of the drainage ditch. With only 1 day left, every step had to be taken with utmost care. Afterward, Chen Ci browsed through the information collected by others. There was a lot of repetitive content, as well as some supplementary information he hadn't seen. After reading it all, he clearly benefited greatly and gained a clearer understanding of disaster prevention. He noted down the key points one by one, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he closed the chat channel and opened the trading channel instead. Next, he needs to purchase some items to prepare for improving the comfort level of his shelter. Most survivors are currently busy gathering information and haven't yet realized that comfort level affects rewards, so this is a good time to act early. Chapter 45 Leather Armor and Gourd. In modern terms, comfort is roughly about living conveniently and comfortably. Chen Ci quickly linked it with livability, and decided to start with the most basic furniture, filling in the gaps one by one. He first searched for bedroom items and quickly found a wardrobe, bedside tables, and a simple dressing table. The wardrobe only cost 10 units of wood, and the bedside tables cost 5 units each. The prices hadn't been inflated yet, so he bought them without hesitation. The dressing table wasn't particularly useful to a grown man like him, but he could keep it for now and sell it later if it didn't suit him. Next, he saw rechargeable yellow lamps. 5 cost 15 units of wood. This would be very useful for him. 1 for each room would save him from carrying a lamp around. Taking advantage of the reasonable price, he quickly bought all the bedroom supplies and then immediately moved on to kitchenware. Soon, a set of seasonings caught his attention. The price was 20 units of food, containing Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, chili powder, black pepper, and celeriac. Seasonings are certainly good stuff. Regardless of whether they improve comfort or not, they're crucial when cooking, but this price was clearly too high. Chen Ci proactively contacted the seller and negotiated a price down to 10 units of food. The seller stated that 4 units of each of the 5 seasonings weren't expensive and would definitely increase comfort levels. Knowing that news of the comfort level had already spread and that finding a bargain wouldn't be easy, Chen Ci changed his offer to 12 units, emphasizing that this stuff wasn't meant to be eaten as a meal, but rather something he wanted to try. The seller was clearly also short of food, otherwise they wouldn't have offered seasonings in exchange. After a brief standoff, the seller quoted their bottom line of 15 units. Chen Ci thought about it. The seasonings were indeed scarce, so he ultimately settled the deal with 15 gin of flour. After putting away the seasonings, he found a 50-pound can of cooking oil, priced at 100 units of food. But before he could even place an offer, the oil was snapped up by someone else. After being outbid several times in a row, Chen Ci immediately realized that kitchenware and food were being snapped up, and prices were starting to rise rapidly. Without further delay, he turned to search for bathroom supplies, buying shampoo and soap before the price spike. By the time he was about to buy more, the survivors had fully realized what was happening and began a frenzy of buying up daily necessities. Major alliances also joined the buying spree, and those holding stock were waiting for the best price to sell, causing prices in the trading channel to become outrageous in the blink of an eye. Chen Ci didn't want to be ripped off. Comfort was only one part of the evaluation, and it was unclear how much of a difference it made. Even if these things could add points, it wasn't worth it at the current price. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that if something went up in price, something else must be being overlooked. He immediately searched for basic materials. Compared to the skyrocketing prices of daily necessities, the prices of ordinary materials hadn't changed much. In fact, some premium materials were decreasing in price. For example, premium cold iron ore, which used to be exchangeable for 8 units of ordinary iron ingots with 1 unit, now only required 5 units, and could even be traded for with wood and stone. Chen Ci's eyes lit up. He knew that during the construction of high-quality buildings, a fine iron block could be used as the equivalent of 10 ordinary iron blocks, but many sellers were unaware of this. Buying some fine cold iron at a low price now would definitely be a profitable venture. He contacted the seller to inquire about timber prices. The seller simply quoted 28 units of timber per unit of icy iron, with no room for negotiation. This price was reasonable in the current market, so Chen Ci continued to inquire about inventory. Upon hearing that he was a major customer, the seller immediately became enthusiastic, stating that he still had 510 units on hand, and if he wanted them all, he would only charge 14,000 units of timber. Chen Ci glanced at the warehouse. There was just enough timber, so the deal was done immediately. After receiving 510 units of cold iron ore, the seller even added him as a friend, saying that he could continue to contact him if he needed ore in the future, and the price would definitely be favorable. With this major transaction concluded, Chen Ci's timber inventory was almost depleted. However, he wasn't worried, because toilet paper production should have been completed. As long as it was sold, the timber would soon be readily available. He went to the workshop and listed all 7,000 units of toilet paper he had just produced on the trading platform, setting the price at 3 units of timber per unit. That's right, he raised the price too. These days everyone is pursuing comfort, and what could more directly enhance the experience than toilet paper? Without toilet paper, who can be comfortable? Just as he expected, the toilet paper sold out incredibly quickly. For most survivors, buying 3 units of wood for one trial wasn't expensive, and even a slight increase in comfort was worthwhile. Chen Ci estimated that it would sell out before he went to bed, and once it was sold out, he would immediately resume production, determined not to waste this opportunity. After finishing the transaction, he smiled and approached Xiao Bai, picking it up in his hands. Xiao Bai, it's time for you to contribute to this family again. Xiao Bai was already used to this routine, lying lazily in his palm as he was led to the wooden table. Chen Ci first tested his skills with stones, as was his custom. He summoned the synthesis furnace, put in the materials, and synthesized twice. The first attempt succeeded in producing an explosive stone, but the second attempt failed, with the materials turning directly into black smoke. He turned and stared at Xiao Bai seriously, deliberately saying, Xiaobai, you're not doing well today. If you fail again, I'll deduct your honey water for a day. Xiaobai's eyes widened instantly, and it squeaked anxiously, as if protesting how the employee could be blamed for the investment failure. Chen Ci was secretly pleased. Little White seemed to understand him better and better. It seemed that honey water really did have a good effect on it. However, he still kept a stern face and threatened. We don't keep idle mice in our house. If you want to drink honey water, you'd better behave yourself. Little White rolled its eyes, but having no other choice, it moved closer to him, putting on a cooperative look. Chen Ci stopped teasing it and began preparing for the third synthesis. He felt today wasn't a good day to continue crafting explosive stones, so he decided to try making armor. He chose a piece of clothing as the main material, and coincidentally, there was an unwashed tracksuit in the basin. Chen Ci absolutely refused to admit that he didn't want to wash clothes. It just happened to be there. For the auxiliary materials, he chose high-quality animal hides and warm stones. This way, the synthesized item would most likely have attributes biased towards defense or cold protection. After several trials with different proportions, he finally settled on the plan. The main material was a tracksuit, and the auxiliary materials were 4 portions of high-quality animal hides and 5 warm stones. The dirty tracksuit and materials were placed into the synthesis furnace. The notification showed an 80% success rate and a 60% mutation rate. Chen Ci patted Xiaobai's head, his eyes fixed on the furnace. When the blue light appeared, he was overjoyed. It was successful. After the light faded, a half-body leather armor appeared on the table. It protected the chest, abdomen, sides, and hips, and was made of several pieces of gray leather with the plates arranged horizontally to protect vital areas without hindering movement. The most conspicuous feature was 5 red gems, each the size of a fingernail, arranged in a pentagram on the chest, with patterns extending to all parts of the armor. Chen Ci eagerly checked the attributes. This piece of equipment was called the Starfire Leather Armor, a Tier 0 excellent item. It possessed excellent defensive capabilities, automatically adapted to the wearer's body type, and came with 5 Constitution burst effects. Each burst temporarily increased Constitution by 5 points, up to a pseudo-Tier 1, lasting for 5 minutes, but it could not be recharged. This attribute pleased Chen Ci greatly. He immediately poured Xiaobai a full cup of honey water, indicating that a good employee deserves a reward. He then put on the leather armor, which automatically adjusted its size, becoming both form-fitting and unrestricted. He tested it with a crossbow bolt. Even with 7/10 of his strength, he could only leave a white mark on the leather armor. Chen Ci couldn't help but sigh. This thing was not only sturdy but also comfortable to wear, far superior to the uncomfortable rattan armor at the door. With the Starfire leather armor, the rattan armor became less useful. Wearing it repeatedly would only hinder movement, unless it could be enhanced with practical attributes. Thinking of this, Chen Ci decided to make use of the waste, casually picking out a few materials and borrowing a few vines from the fire poison thorn vine, ready to try his luck. He used the rattan armor as the main material, and added 3 thorny vines, 3 ice crystals, and 2 pieces of ebony wood as auxiliary materials. The synthesis furnace indicated a success rate of over 60%, but the mutation rate was as high as 80%. Chen Ci gasped, which meant that if successful, mutation was highly likely. This was a perfect opportunity for experimentation. If successful this time, he could try again with similar materials to see if he could obtain the same mutated item. Soon, the familiar blue light shone again, and the synthesis was successful. The vines, stones, and wood all vanished, and what appeared on the table wasn't armor, but an oval-shaped, ice-blue seed, emanating a faint chill. Its attributes indicated it was a frost-gourd seed, of superior quality, plantable, suitable for growing in cold environments, and the vines would automatically wither after the gourd matured. It could not reproduce. Chen Ci was somewhat bewildered after reading the description. Aside from knowing it was a gourd seed, he had no idea what its specific use was. Since that was the case, he could only find time to plant it and see what happened when it matured. He then realized that he had recently acquired quite a few seeds, but he knew almost nothing about planting, and haphazardly burying them might not guarantee their survival. Song Yarui had grown many medicinal herbs and should know about this. he could ask her for clarification tomorrow. Considering she had to stay up late tonight to make potions, Chen Ci decided not to disturb her for the time being. Just as he was calculating, the toilet paper in the trading channel had sold out, and 21,000 units of wood had been recovered. He had indeed caught the wave this time. Once the survivors calmed down tomorrow, the price would most likely drop. Chen Ci took out 7,000 units of timber, reassigned the toilet paper manufacturing task, and stored the rest in the warehouse. Having finished this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He carried Xiaobai's bed back to the bedroom. With the addition of a few new pieces of furniture, the once empty room finally felt a bit cozy. Chen Ci placed Xiaobai's bed on the bedside table, turned off the newly bought little yellow lamp, and whispered, "Tomorrow is the last day. Good night, Xiaobai." Chapter 46 Landlords and Peasants. Day 10 of the Ruins World, dense fog, temperature ranging from 1 to 15 degrees Celsius. After breakfast, Chen Ci, dressed in his combat uniform, stepped out of the stone house. He was immediately stunned by the sight before him. The fog outside was so thick it resembled a white wall. Standing at the doorway, he couldn't even see the fence of the shelter. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. He couldn't help but frown and complain. What was there to prepare in this weather? If he really went out, he probably wouldn't even be able to find his way back. Originally, he planned to fetch water first, and then come back to focus on digging drainage ditches, but with this thick fog, all his plans had to be put on hold. Chen Ci turned and went back to the stone house, opening the chat channel. Sure enough, the world channel was flooded with messages about the dense fog, with everyone complaining about the limited visibility. Some said they couldn't see anything beyond 5 meters, while others had barely walked 200 meters before nearly losing their way. Some people broke down in tears, lamenting that they hadn't prepared enough supplies, but many more advised them not to go out. The wilderness nowadays isn't just about getting lost. Wild animals are also affected by the fog, becoming hungry and irritable. Leaving the shelter at this time is basically suicide. Chen Ci nodded in deep agreement, but the thought of getting lost suddenly changed his expression. He could find his way by marking the way, but if the Chinese honeybees continued to go out to collect nectar as usual, it would be troublesome. He didn't have time to check the messages anymore. He immediately rushed to the space at the bottom of the arrow tower, placed his hand on the Gu King beehive, and checked the status of the 2 bee colonies. Fortunately, the horn bee colony was fine. They had already received orders to guard the area around the shelter, and now that the Chinese honeybees were providing food, their frequency of venturing out had greatly decreased. What truly pained him was the Chinese honeybee. Although the queen bee was safe, the colony only had a little over 9,000 bees left, a loss of nearly 2,000 in just 2 days. A colony controlled by the Gu Queen beehive wouldn't betray or escape, so these bees most likely all died outside. Chen Ci immediately issued an order through the bee colony controller, instructing the queen bee to recall the colony immediately, and to forage only near the shelter for food in the near future, under no circumstances allowed to stray far. He had been too busy these past 2 days and had indeed neglected the condition of the bee colony, but fortunately the losses were still within an acceptable range. During the inspection, he also glanced at the progress of the beehive construction. In just 2 days, the beehive was already taking shape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy the honey produced by his own farm. Chen Ci gave both the bullhorn bee queen and the honey bee queen a portion of royal jelly, hoping they would evolve further in the future. He also discovered that the batch of bee eggs he had previously given to the bullhorn bee queen had all hatched, giving birth to a group of elite bullhorn bees with enhanced paralyzing toxins, significantly boosting the entire swarm's combat power. After dealing with the bee swarm, Chen Ci returned to the stone house and continued browsing the world chat channel. Some people shared methods for dealing with the fog, such as finding infrared detectors in treasure chests, or awakening pathfinding abilities, but these weren't universally applicable and offered little practical help to most survivors. While gathering information, Chen Ci sent a private message to Song Yerui. Not long after, she finally replied, saying that she was too tired from refining medicine yesterday, and fell asleep directly. She was also busy dealing with things in the morning, so she forgot to reply to the message. Chen Ci didn't mind and directly stated his purpose. He had several kinds of seeds and wanted to consult her about planting. Then, he sent her all the attribute information about the winter wheat seeds, the mutated agrimony seeds, and the eye-scored seeds he had just obtained. On the other side, Song Yeri was clearing weeds in the yard, preparing to dig a drainage ditch. Upon seeing the message from Chen Ci, she immediately stopped what she was doing, her heart jolting. Since awakening her nature heart ability, Song Yeri has been collecting various plant seeds. With more resources available, she has also bought quite a few through the trading channel, but most of them are just common ornamental seeds like pothos and star jasmine. A small number of grain or medicinal seeds, such as tomatoes and honeysuckle, are basically single-use seeds that can be planted but cannot reproduce. Winter wheat already surprised her. After all, not only is the quality good, but it can also reproduce and mutate into agrimony and eye-scored, which clearly exceeds the scope of ordinary plants. After a long while, Song Yeri finally calmed down and replied to Chen Ci that these seeds were very precious, asking him what he wanted to consult specifically, and whether he wanted to know the precautions for planting. Chen Ci, who had been waiting in confusion, immediately sent over all his questions when she finally replied. He was a complete novice when it came to planting, not knowing how to choose a site, how to sow seeds, what to pay attention to, or even the differences between planting in the ruins world and on Blue Star. After a moment's consideration, Song Yeri didn't directly discuss ordinary planting experience, but instead first mentioned her special ability. Her natural heart currently allows her to sense the emotions of plants, and also assist crops in their growth through certain means. Chen Ci was momentarily stunned by these words. He vaguely sensed something, but hadn't quite grasped the key point. Song Yeri didn't let him guess, and continued to explain that she didn't actually know much about planting when she was on Earth, but after awakening her special ability, she could sense what plants needed to grow, how to accelerate their growth, and even maximize the quality and yield of mature plants. Chen Ci immediately understood the value of this ability. The heart of nature might not directly enhance combat power in the short term, but in a survival environment, it is definitely one of the top survival abilities. Song Yeri then reminded him that if the premium seeds from the ruins world were planted in ordinary soil, they might not receive enough nutrients, ultimately leading to reduced yields or even a decline in quality. To achieve stable increases in production or improved quality, it was best to plant them in the spirit fields or nurseries provided by the system. She then directly proposed a collaboration. She had a nursery and could sign a contract with Chen Ci, whereby Chen Ci would provide the seeds, and she would be responsible for planting and fertilizing. Chen Ci would receive 90% of the first harvest, and she would keep the remaining 10%. Song Yeri spoke frankly about her thoughts. From the moment she saw the seeds' properties, she had been thinking about how to obtain a few seeds. She was willing to spend money and effort to help Chen Ci cultivate them, hoping to leave behind a small number of seeds in the end. Especially the mutated agrimony. As long as she could obtain even one seed, she would have the opportunity to continue breeding it in the future. Chen Ci carefully weighed the options. This plan was indeed very advantageous to him. If he were to grow it himself, not only would it take time and effort, but he also wouldn't have the resources and facilities for a nursery, nor would he understand professional cultivation. In the end, the yield might not even be more than 90% of what Song Yeri had given him. Entrusting it to Song Yeri is different. He won't be distracted by farm work, and he'll still have time to continue searching for building resources similar to a nursery, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Regarding safety, Song Yeri is also willing to sign a contract, ensuring impartiality through the system, making the risk virtually non-existent. After thinking it over, Chen Ci quickly agreed, but he didn't have a contract scroll and was about to check the trading channel. Song Yeri, however, said it wasn't necessary. She had just traded one and could use hers directly. Chen Ci felt a little embarrassed. He had clearly benefited from this collaboration, yet he had still made her provide the contract scroll. So he proposed to compensate her with a discount from the production output later. Song Yeri did not refuse, and the two quickly signed a contract. The content was very simple. Chen Ci entrusted Song Yeri to grow crops, and after maturity, he would receive 90% of the output, while Song Yeri would receive 10%. After the contract took effect, Chen Ci did not hesitate any longer and directly traded all the seeds in his hands to Song Yarui. Chapter 47 The Law of It's So Good! Upon receiving the seeds, Song Yarui immediately stopped what she was doing and used her special ability to check them one by one. Each of the dozen or so seeds was precious, and she couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. She had to make sure there were no dead seeds among them. In her view, winter wheat seeds represent hope for the future. Hunting can only solve immediate survival problems. To truly live a stable life, one must eventually cultivate the land. The agricultural sentiment deeply ingrained in the Chinese people is etched into their souls, and agriculture is an inevitable choice for the continuation of civilization. In this desolate world where food and clothing are scarce and wild beasts roam freely, illness and injury are commonplace. The potion made from the mutated agrimony is perfect for dealing with such situations, especially since its creation is related to enhancing her own abilities. Finally, when Song Yarui saw the frost-gourd seed, her expression shifted slightly. She didn't stay any longer, but instead sent Chen Ci a trade request, returning the seed. On the other side, Chen Ci was preparing to synthesize an item when he suddenly saw Song Yarui return the gourd seeds, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, a private message arrived from her. Song Yarui told him that the gourd seed was easy to grow, requiring no spiritual field, only a cold environment. He only needed to find a suitable spot in the shelter, plant it, and water and fertilize it regularly, and it would survive. Chen Ci then understood, and carefully stored the seeds, planning to plant them after the acid rain test was over. After all, if they were planted now and burned by the acid rain, it would be a huge loss. After dealing with that, he continued the crafting process that had been interrupted. The target was a shovel he had just acquired from the trade channel. Its quality was average, but it would come in handy right now. The shelter was quite large, and digging drainage ditches would be an incredibly demanding undertaking. Even with ordinary shovels, it might not be finished in a day. Chen Ci had no better option than to rely on his natural talent. He used a regular shovel as the main material, and selected 5 units of cold iron ore and 3 units of ebony wood as auxiliary materials. This was the highest success rate he had just tested, with the synthesis panel showing a success rate of 90%, plus a 10% mutation rate. Upon seeing this result, Chen Ci immediately thought of a possibility. Lower quality items, when paired with similar high-quality materials, might receive a success rate bonus. Therefore, when enhancing equipment in the future, one should try to choose high-quality materials of the same type. He was even curious about what would be synthesized if ordinary iron blocks were used as the main and auxiliary materials. If this question were successfully verified, it might give him a new understanding of his abilities. However, there was no time to conduct experiments right now. The acid rain test was imminent, and the drainage ditches were the most urgent matter. Chen Ci no longer hesitated and directly confirmed the synthesis. The moment he channeled his mental energy into the synthesis furnace, he sensed something was wrong. This time, it wasn't just a little, but a full 2 points of mental energy. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately wondered, could this time we get a rare-grade item? The next second, an orange light indeed appeared from the synthesis furnace. Chen Ci looked at the familiar light, and his feelings became complicated. It really was a rare item, but it just happened to be an iron shovel. The synthesized shovel doesn't change much in appearance, except that it turns entirely black with a cold, metallic sheen. Information indicates it's called the cold iron shovel, a Tier 0 rare quality shovel, possessing the attributes of saving 50% of stamina and softening the ground. The description is straightforward. Using it to dig can save half of your stamina, and it also comes with a passive effect. The ground where the shovel lands will automatically soften, greatly increasing the digging speed. Chen Ci stared at the rare tool, his feelings a mix of joy and sorrow. He had finally gotten an orange tier item, but it wasn't a weapon or armor. Instead, it was a shovel specifically designed for digging, with all its abilities related to digging. He couldn't help but complain about why his luck had to strike at this crucial moment. If only it had been a weapon. But regardless, the reality was undeniable. He did indeed possess a rare-grade shovel. Optimistic people can always accept reality quickly. Chen Ci picked up the orange shovel and went to the yard, preparing to dig several drainage ditches around the shelter to minimize the risk of it being flooded. Following the trenching guide compiled by a crisis expert in the chat channel, he quickly planned his route and began digging. After just a few strokes, he could clearly feel the difference. The moment the shovel struck, the previously firm ground became exceptionally soft, and turning the soil was almost effortless. Chen Ci had dug soil on earth before, so he knew how tiring it was to dig normally. But this shovel was ridiculously smooth to use, not only saving effort but also making it fast. He quickly changed his tune, exclaiming that this shovel made digging and hoeing effortless. It was really great. After finishing the last section of the drainage ditch, Chen Ci wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up at the sky. The sky was still hazy, and he estimated it was close to 11 a.m. He had been digging for a full 4 hours. The shelter was so large that the amount of work involved in building the drainage ditch increased dramatically. If it weren't for this orange-colored shovel saving him most of the time, he probably would have been digging until late at night. After the drainage ditch was completed, the flood control wall had to be abandoned. Chen Ci originally wanted to build a wall behind the shelter, but he had stones but lacked cement and time. He could only pray that he wouldn't be unlucky enough to encounter a flash flood. After a quick clean-up, he went to the back of the stone house, took out some wood, and laid 3 layers of it on top of the chicken coop, with plastic sheeting in between for waterproofing. This reinforcement would at least ensure the pheasant's safety as much as possible. He added more food and water to the hen house. Whether it could survive the ordeal was up to its own fate. Chen Ci didn't plan to keep the pheasant inside the house. Firstly, it was unhygienic, and secondly, it wasn't laying eggs now. It was essentially just a food reserve, so there was no need for it to take up space in the stone house. The treatment of the bee swarms was similar. He only planned to move the horned bee swarm and a portion of the honeybees into the Gu King beehive in the stone house, while the rest of the swarms would remain at the bottom of the arrow tower to continue guarding the original hive. After reinforcing the chicken coop, Chen Ci carefully checked the ropes on the pheasant's feet to make sure they were tied tightly enough to completely eliminate any possibility of it escaping in the chaos. He then went to the front yard and checked everything to see if anything needed to be moved inside. The training ground and hot spring were already buildings, so there was no need to worry about them. The fire poison vine was too big to move, so he could only temporarily build a rain shelter above the main vine. After finishing these tasks, he remembered that the street lights also needed rain protection, so he added some shields to them as well. By the time all the miscellaneous things were taken care of, it was already noon. Chen Ci stood in the courtyard, silently surveying the shelter. He had done most of the necessary preparations. Now he could only calmly accept the challenge and hope everything went smoothly. On the last day before the test, he should eat something good. With this in mind, Chen Ci prepared an exceptionally lavish lunch, stewing a pot of wild boar meat with plenty of seasonings. Even before the meat was fully cooked, the aroma filled the house. The staple food was rice. He hadn't prepared the dough in advance and didn't have time to steam buns, but hot rice with stewed meat was just right. The drink was still honey water. He originally wanted to buy a bottle of wine, but the prices of cigarettes and alcohol in the trading channel were outrageously high. Even he felt the pinch when he saw them, so he had to give up. Chen Ci sat at the wooden table, enjoying the fragrant stewed meat and rice, feeling unusually content. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly remembered the others, so he opened the chat channel to see if they had all finished their work. Chapter 48: Lone Wolf Fetching Water. When Chen Ci entered the small group, it was unusually quiet. Lu Yang, who was usually the most active member, was nowhere to be seen. He guessed that the group was probably still digging drainage ditches. After all, the rainy season was approaching, and no one dared to slack off. However, it was already noon, so they should take a break. Just then, Wang Zixuan and Lu Yang logged on one after the other. Chen Ci thought it was quite a coincidence, so he asked Wang Zixuan how the preparations were going. As soon as Wang Zixuan opened his mouth, he couldn't help but complain that he still had to dig for another 2 hours. This job was simply inhuman, and then asked Chen Ci how the progress was. Chen Ci almost burst out laughing. Wang Zixuan was usually a confident, self-disciplined, and well-mannered rich kid, it was rare for him to swear, which showed how much of an impact the drainage ditch that morning had had on him. Chen Ci replied that his progress was going well. The drainage ditch was finished, and he would do some other preparations in the afternoon. He then asked about Liu Yang's situation. Liu Yang's tone was clearly smug as he said he still had a little loose end to clean up, and then told Wang Zixuan to adjust his mindset and learn to find joy in labor. Wang Zixuan was taken aback by his words and asked him if his ideological awareness had suddenly improved, or if he was just naturally fond of the feeling of being tired. Chen Ci was also somewhat curious. He didn't believe Liu Yang would suddenly develop a love for labor. That wasn't his personality at all. Sure enough, Liu Yang quickly started boasting, saying that while he was digging that morning, his physical condition had actually improved a little. Chen Ci almost choked on his food when he saw this. Digging ditches can increase physique? Wang Zixuan was also a bit taken aback. Xiaohua, who had somehow joined the group, immediately exposed Liu Yang, saying that Liu Yang's physique didn't increase from digging ditches at all, but from eating a lot of high-quality meat ribs. If he had gone out to fight earlier, his physique would have improved a long time ago. Liu Yang, however, didn't care at all, saying it was all the same sooner or later. Why risk fighting when you can safely increase your physique? He planned to dig more in the afternoon to try and increase it a little more. Chen Ci felt a pang of sadness. He had only increased his physique a little bit after so many battles and training. He could only silently comfort himself, thinking that once his swordsmanship was mastered, it would directly increase his physique by 2 points. He didn't boast about it. At this moment, Lu Xiaoye joined the chat, saying that they were all moving very quickly, while she had only dug halfway and didn't know when she would be able to finish in the afternoon. Chen Ci's eyes lit up, and he immediately sent her a private message to ask why the progress was so slow and whether the workload was too heavy. Lu Xiaoye didn't hide the general situation, only saying that her shelter was located in a low-lying area, requiring the digging of several drainage ditches, thus increasing the workload. However, she had already completed half of it by morning, and it shouldn't be a big problem. In reality, she was being conservative. She had only completed 1/3 by morning and was even considering whether to abandon some ditches, otherwise she wouldn't be able to finish today. But if she abandoned them, the drainage effect would inevitably worsen. Chen Ci didn't ask any questions and directly asked her to accept the transaction request, saying he wanted to lend her a digging tool. He didn't need the orange shovel for the time being, and it was just sitting idle in his inventory. The other people in the group didn't have much work to do and could finish up in the afternoon. The person who needed it the most was actually Lu Xiaoye. Lu Xiaoye didn't know what the so-called divine artifact was. She would likely have declined if it were someone else, but she wouldn't refuse Chen Ci's kindness. In her heart, Chen Ci was no longer just an ordinary teammate, but someone who was gradually becoming like family. After the transaction was completed, she stared at the orange-grade shovel in her hand, stunned. This truly is a digging artifact in the literal sense. Lu Xiaoye subconsciously retorted. Brother Chen's hands are really dirty. She assumed Chen Ci had found this thing in a box. Chen Ci had been expecting her to express her gratitude, but instead received this comment, which immediately put him at a loss for words. Lu Xiaoye, having made a light-hearted remark, quickly thanked him earnestly. Chen Ci then reminded her to hurry up in the afternoon, and remember to tidy up the shelter after digging the ditch, as the rainy season might keep people from leaving the shelter for 3 days or even longer. After saying that, he remembered something else and told Lu Xiaoye that he was going to fetch water later and asked her to trade him the water-carrying tools he had prepared. Lu Xiaoye immediately declined, saying that she already had enough water and that he didn't need to risk going out. The fog outside was too thick, and some people on the World Channel had already gotten lost and couldn't even find a shelter after going out. But Chen Ci's trip to fetch water wasn't just for her. His own water tank needed replenishing, and he had originally planned to go before the test, but he hadn't expected the fog to be so thick today. However, this wasn't a reckless adventure. He had already asked the Queen Bee that morning and confirmed that it could find its way. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him otherwise, Lu Xiaoye had no choice but to agree and trade the wooden barrels to him. Chen Ci accepted the 18 barrels and went to the workbench to make 10 new ones, adding them all to his inventory. He didn't plan to make multiple trips. He intended to go once, fill all the barrels, and bring them back directly. Before setting out, Chen Ci donned his starfire leather armor, wielded a snakeskin shield in his left hand, and carried a Tang-style horizontal sword in his right, fully armed. He didn't bring the ice pattern repeating crossbow, as visibility was limited in the thick fog, and a crossbow might not be as effective as a sword. After making his preparations, he had the Hornby Queen lead the way. Not long after leaving the shelter, Chen Ci looked back and saw that the fence had been completely swallowed by the fog. The visibility was less than 10 meters. He didn't dare let the Queen Hornby stray too far from his sight, so he had it stay close and slowly lead the way ahead. The man and the bee moved forward slowly. What usually took less than 20 minutes took them more than an hour this time. Fortunately, the journey was relatively safe, and they encountered no accidents. When Chen Ci stood on the pebbles by the river and looked towards the opposite bank, he could only see a thick white wall of fog standing in the middle of the river. The fog was strange. It seemed to have solidified, showing no sign of movement whatsoever. Chen Ci didn't want to linger, so he immediately took out the wooden buckets, filled them with water, and put them back in his inventory. Then, without stopping for a moment, he returned. Halfway there, a soft click sound came from ahead. Chen Ci immediately stopped, gripped his sword, and stepped forward to stand guard, while simultaneously directing the Queen Hornby to investigate. A short while later, the Queen Hornby returned with a report that a wild beast had been spotted about 20 meters ahead. Chen Ci did not approach rashly. The thick fog limited their visibility, and his sense of smell was certainly inferior to that of a wild animal. The safest option now was to remain where he was and wait, to prevent himself from being lured into a more dangerous position. Soon, he vaguely sensed the beast slowly approaching. Chen Ci instructed the Hornby Queen to continue monitoring the beast's location, while he himself crouched slightly, adopting a lunge stance, gripping his sword diagonally, assuming a defensive counter-attack posture. If he were that beast, he would certainly launch a sneak attack under the cover of the thick fog. Sure enough, the beast didn't charge head-on. Instead, it silently circled around to Chen Ci's side and then continued moving behind him. It thought it was well hidden, but little did it know that the Queen Hornby in midair had seen everything clearly, and Chen Ci had already pinpointed its location. Chen Ci pretended to be oblivious, waiting for it to come to him. Soon, the Queen Hornby gave a warning. The beast had circled behind him, crouching low, ready to pounce. The next instant, the beast charged out, leaping almost silently and swiftly. But Chen Ci was prepared. The moment it pounced, he twisted his waist, turned sharply, and with a lunge and a sweeping slash, his Tang-style sword transformed into a streak of white light, cleaving straight at the beast's neck. The beast hadn't expected Chen Ci's counterattack to be so swift. It only snapped its jaws shut and lowered its head as the blade approached, using its front paws to protect itself. With a piercing howl, Tang Hingdao severed one of its front paws and left a deep, bone-revealing wound on its face. Having landed a successful blow, Chen Ci was preparing to press his advantage when he unexpectedly discovered the beast's extreme ferocity. Despite being severely wounded and falling to the ground, it endured the excruciating pain and swiftly turned to flee into the thick fog. The Hornby Queen wanted to give chase, but Chen Ci immediately stopped her. He looked down at the broken paw on the ground, confirmed the other party's identity, and muttered to himself. So it was a lone wolf. Chapter 49, Enlightenment of Sword Skills. Chen Ci leaped back to the shelter, and the rest of the journey went smoothly without any further incidents. After several battles, he had gradually adapted to this kind of sudden combat, and didn't take the previous encounter too seriously. He certainly didn't expect that he would encounter that wolf again soon. He first filled the rooftop water tank, then carefully sealed the lid. He then sent a private message to Lu Xiaoya, asking her to prepare to receive the water buckets. Lu Xiaoya, who had clearly been waiting for the message, quickly replied that she was ready. The two didn't chat much and immediately completed the transaction. After receiving the bucket, Lu Xiaoya asked him if fetching the water went smoothly and if he encountered any danger. Chen Ci didn't go into details, only saying that the process went relatively smoothly, but the fog was too thick, making it easy to get lost. Changing the subject, he then asked if the shovel was easy to use. Lu Xiaoya's answer was straightforward. She said the shovel was very useful, and with it, she was confident she could finish digging the drainage ditch before dark. Immediately afterward, she sent a photo. In the photo, she stood by the newly dug ditch, a bright smile on her face, covered in dust, yet still appearing fair-skinned and radiant. In her hand was none other than Chen Ci's orange shovel. Actually, while Chen Ci was fetching water, Lu Xiaoya had already started testing the new shovel. Its efficiency, so different from ordinary tools, made her exclaim that it was simply a digging marvel, getting better with use. Seeing that she was in good spirits, Chen Ci didn't disturb her further, only telling her to get to work. Chen Ci didn't waste the afternoon either. After a quick lunch, he went to the training ground. With disaster looming, while others were busy digging trenches to prevent flooding, he also needed to seize the opportunity to improve his combat skills. As evening fell, Chen Ci leaned against the edge of the geothermal hot spring with his eyes closed, letting the day's fatigues slowly dissipate in the misty air. Once his body had relaxed, he opened his eyes and looked at his attribute panel. Mysterious Knife Technique Proficiency, 51% Mastery. Seeing this progress, Chen Ci secretly calculated in his mind. His proficiency was already more than halfway there. At the current rate, he would have had a chance to reach mastery of his swordsmanship in about 5 more days of practice. Unfortunately, there weren't many red fruits left, and starting tomorrow, the hot springs and training grounds would no longer be usable normally, which would definitely slow down his proficiency growth. The feeling of this steady improvement being forcibly interrupted made him somewhat annoyed. Since he didn't need to make any further preparations that night, he quickly had an idea. Why not cultivate again tonight? Once the thought came to mind, it was impossible to suppress it. Chen Ci immediately got up, dried himself off, and ran quickly to the fence to move the street light above the training ground, preparing to use the light to create conditions for nighttime training. He stood under the light, silently completing his warm-up exercises and loosening his body. Then he took out a red fruit and swallowed it, his horizontal sword flashing as he unleashed the mysterious sword technique. With the support of the training ground and the red fruit, he quickly entered a state of near self-forgetfulness. This was Chen Ci's first time cultivating at night, but he felt surprisingly good. The surroundings were so quiet except for the sound of the wind, and above him was the vast night sky. This lonely yet expansive atmosphere resonated exceptionally well with the Xuanqiu sword technique. A deeper understanding of the sword technique naturally surfaced in his mind. The Xuanqiu saber technique he had learned consisted of 36 moves. The core principles of the moves were simple and direct, characterized by wide, sweeping movements, making them easy to learn and well-suited for actual combat. In the past, Chen Ci had always believed that this was the general outline of the Xuanqiu saber technique. However, during his recent immersive practice, a thought suddenly occurred to him. This general outline is incorrect. The next second, a sharp headache suddenly struck, jolting Chen Ci awake. When he came to his senses, he felt his head throbbing, the pain almost making him unable to stand. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly, leaving only throbbing and occasional twitching nerve pain, reminding him that what he had just experienced was not a hallucination. Chen Ci asked himself in a low voice what had just happened to him. He subconsciously tried to recall the thoughts that had popped into his mind, but as soon as he touched that feeling, the excruciating pain exploded again, forcing him to scream out in agony. Although this ordeal was painful, it finally allowed him to grasp the enlightenment he had just experienced. It wasn't that the Xuanqiu sword technique itself was flawed, but rather that the sword technique he had learned was incomplete. The 36 forms before him resembled some kind of incomplete or simplified version. The true Xuanqiu sword technique contained far more than 36 forms, and its essence was far more profound and mysterious than what he had just learned. Although Chen Ci didn't know the exact moves of the complete version, he vaguely sensed that the original Xuanqiu blade technique was in harmony with the Tao of Heaven, emphasizing the indistinguishability between reality and illusion, and unpredictable changes. But the one he was practicing now was simple, straightforward, and powerful, almost the complete opposite. After clarifying this point, Chen Ci couldn't help but complain that someone who could transform the complete version and the weakened version into 2 different styles was truly a genius. However, he didn't know that these 36 moves weren't a true simplification, Rather, those who originally learned the sword technique only memorized these moves and passed them down according to their own understanding. As a result, a first-rate sword technique was forcibly transformed into a simple and easy-to-understand beginner's sword technique. Of course, if the mysterious blade technique hadn't become this beginner version, Chen Ci wouldn't have been able to obtain it from the early treasure chests. He habitually checked his proficiency level, and was immediately stunned. His Xuanqiu sword technique proficiency was at 66%. In other words, that sudden enlightenment had increased his proficiency by 15%. Chen Ci couldn't help but exclaim softly, "This must be the legendary epiphany." If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely seek out the complete version of the mysterious void blade technique. With this incomplete version as a foundation, acquiring it later should be much easier. After dragging his weary body back to the stone house, Chen Ci didn't rest immediately. He first went to the workbench, listed the 7,000 units of toilet paper that had already been produced on the trading channel, and then issued another 7,000 units of toilet paper production orders. This was currently his most stable source of income, and he couldn't afford to relax every day. He didn't have time to check the chat channel. He directly retrieved the materials from the warehouse and synthesized the explosive stone twice in a row according to the recipe. His luck seemed to be good tonight. He successfully synthesized the explosive stone both times. After finishing all that, Chen Ci rubbed his still throbbing head and laid down on the bed without even taking off his clothes. It wasn't far from midnight, and he only planned to doze off for a short while. In his current mental state, it wouldn't be wise to push himself any further. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden, deafening roar came from outside the stone house. A torrential downpour began, as if to engulf everything in the ruins. Chen Ci was awakened by the sound of rain. He didn't know how long he had slept, only that the throbbing in his head had lessened considerably. After fumbling for the small yellow lamp on the bedside table, he got up and went to the window, looking out at the apocalyptic darkness. The deafening sound of the rain was like the final scream of the entire world. His expression gradually turned serious. If this torrential rain continued for 3 days, flash floods would almost certainly occur. Those newly dug drainage ditches would probably be no match for a disaster of this magnitude. It was pitch black outside the window. He couldn't see anything. Chen Ci calmed himself, opened the chat channel, and prepared to find some useful information. Chapter 50 Food and Beautiful Legs. When Chen Ci opened the system, the first thing that popped up was a notification. Day 11 of the Ruins World. Heavy rain, temperature ranging from 1 to 10 degrees Celsius. Dear survivors, the acid rain test has officially begun. Please stay indoors unless absolutely necessary and take precautions against getting wet. The system didn't provide much information, but Chen Ci immediately grasped the key points. No one wanted to go out in a downpour anyway, but what was truly alarming was the drop in temperature. His attention had been completely drawn to the sound of the rain outside, and only now did he belatedly realize what was happening, shivering and quickly retreating back into bed. But then, hundreds of private messages popped up. Chen Ci's face darkened, his first thought being that something had happened to the people in the group. After opening a few, he realized that it wasn't that anyone was in danger, but rather that everyone was worried about him because he hadn't been online for a long time. Lu Xie sent the most messages, dozens of them, and her tone became increasingly urgent as she sent them. Chen Ci was relieved. He first told her he was safe, and then briefly explained in the group that he was fine and thanked everyone for their concern, telling them not to worry anymore. Before he could even finish sending the message, Lu Xiaoye replied, her tone full of complaint. She said that Chen Ci, a grown man, didn't even bother to let her know beforehand when something happened, and his sudden disappearance at a time like this almost scared her to death. At this moment, Lu Xiaoye, dressed in pink thermal loungewear, sat in the living room, having kept watch all night. The candle beside her was mostly burned, with several candle remnants piled at the bottom. Last night after dinner, she had intended to return the orange-plated shovel to Chen Ci, but after sending a trade request, she had received no response. At first, she thought Chen Ci was just busy, but when there was still no news late at night, she gradually started to panic. She kept sending private messages to inquire and contacted other people in the group to ask about the situation. Although she kept telling herself that Chen Ci was capable, and it was impossible for him to get into trouble easily, the longer she waited, the more she couldn't control her wild thoughts. It wasn't until Chen Ci reported that she was safe that the anxiety weighing on her heart finally dissipated. A surge of intense joy welled up inside her, and she didn't even realize this change herself, turning all her emotions into resentment towards Chen Ci for being unreliable. Chen Ci felt a little embarrassed by what was said, and touched his nose to explain that he was too tired last night, and fell asleep in a daze. Yesterday, he first dug ditches, then cultivated, and even experienced an epiphany at night. His mental and physical energy were completely drained. When he was synthesizing items before going to sleep, his mind was already numb, and he didn't even think to check his private messages. Fearing Lu Xioya would continue nagging, Chen Ci quickly changed the subject, asking her what the situation was like outside and if there was any new news. Lu Xioya, of course, saw through his little scheme, but seeing that he was all right, her mood had improved considerably, and she didn't bother to pursue the matter further. She told Chen Ci that she didn't know the true situation outside. There were people on the World Channel saying they'd ventured out and gotten caught in the rain, but the results weren't as severe as the system had predicted. They'd only suffered minor burns and were otherwise unharmed. However, neither she nor Sister Ray and the others had gone out, so she couldn't be sure if what they said was true or false. Chen Ci had already read through all the private messages. Lu Xioya had been sending messages almost every few minutes since last night, without stopping, clearly having not rested all night. This concern warmed his heart. Besides her, Wang Lei also sent a private message last night, saying that he was safe for the time being and hoped that Chen Ci could do his best to support him after the acid rain test was over. Chen Ci did not reply immediately. The two were not related, and if he could help him when the time came, he would not mind lending a hand, but if it involved taking risks, he had to first judge whether Wang Lei was worth it. Noticing that Lu Xioya hadn't slept, Chen Ci quickly urged her to rest. Dawn was approaching, and no one knew what might happen during the day. If she wasn't alert, encountering danger would only make things worse. After ending the chat, Chen Ci opened the World Channel, hoping to find some useful information. The first message was related to acid rain. Someone claimed that they had just returned from outside, got caught in the rain, and were fine. It was just a bit heavy, but there was no danger whatsoever. This statement immediately sparked controversy. Some questioned its veracity, while others echoed it, saying they had forgotten to close their windows and got soaked in the rain, only experiencing some redness and swelling without pain or itching, suggesting that the power of acid rain had been clearly exaggerated by the ruins world. However, some people warned others to be cautious and avoid letting the acid rain come into contact with vulnerable areas such as the eyes and mouth. Others expressed disbelief, saying that the ruins world wouldn't make baseless accusations, and they wouldn't go out casually even if it meant death. Soon, several pinned messages appeared, clearly indicating that someone had used special tools. Qiyang 388 warned everyone that this wasn't Earth, and no one knew the exact composition of acid rain. It was best to observe more and act less. Obama also reminded voters to be wary of acid rain, stating that God wouldn't protect those who didn't cherish themselves. Chiang 8, citing expert research, emphasized that acid rain contained unknown substances, and that rain protection measures were essential when going out. Many prominent figures in the Survivor Alliance stepped forward to warn everyone against taking unnecessary risks. After reading this, Chen Ci became even more certain. Surely, some people had been caught in the rain due to recklessness or bad luck, but he wouldn't experiment on himself. Since the ruins world considered acid rain a test, it couldn't possibly be simple. Even if he was wrong, at most he would only waste 3 days. He leaned against the headboard, lost in thought, and drifted off to sleep again. When he woke up again, it was already broad daylight, and the torrential rain outside had subsided considerably, turning from a downpour into a light drizzle. Chen Ci rubbed his temples, wondering how he could have fallen asleep. He wondered if anything significant had happened last night. Today, the survivors were all trapped in the shelter, and the chat channel was much livelier than usual. He quickly browsed through it but found little reliable information about the outside world. It seems the celebrities' warnings last night really worked. Life is your own, and ultimately, very few people dare to gamble with it. Just as Chen Ci was about to close the channel, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. What had been a comforting survival chat had turned into a live entertainment segment. It all started when a survivor posted a photo. While the chat channel doesn't allow videos or voice messages, it does allow pictures. The photo wasn't anything suggestive. It was a wooden table with breakfast on it, and the most eye-catching element was a giant lobster. The comments section below the photo was instantly flooded with envious remarks and requests for attention. Logically, the matter should have ended there, but soon other survivors started posting pictures of their breakfasts. Seafood feasts, Chinese hot pot, whole roasted lamb, steak desserts, and even a vegetable platter were shown. This wave of reactions directly broke many people's resolve. Some lamented that they were at the bottom on Earth, and even in the ruins world, they were still just lowly Kalami. Others said that the gap between survivors was greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Then, a girl with a whiny voice appeared, saying she hadn't had breakfast yet, and asking if any big shot could give her some, saying she was starving. Immediately, people below egged her on, telling her to take a picture as proof, saying that if she really was starving, a big shot would naturally take responsibility. Surprisingly, the person actually posted a photo, and it was indeed large and round. Since there's no photo editing software in the ruins world, it's highly likely to be genuine. The comments section immediately erupted in wailing and screaming. Even the survivor who had just posted about their seafood feast traded away for a large crab on the spot. The atmosphere was completely ignited. The chat channel quickly transformed into a sea of beautiful images, with photos of all skin tones, ages, and styles appearing one after another. At that moment, it felt like this place had ceased to be the cruel, desolate world, but had become a short video platform on Earth, filled with images of large breasts and long legs. Chapter 51: The First Signs of Acid Rain. Chen Ci fully understands the revelry in the chat channel. Today, the survivors are unable to go out and have nothing to do. Coupled with the loneliness and pressure of surviving alone for more than 10 days, the survivors are in dire need of relaxation and venting. Just like during the previous flu pandemic, when they were forced to stay at home, they also found various forms of entertainment on social media. Therefore, Chen Ci deeply agreed with and diligently appreciated the work, and time was stolen away in the process of appreciating it. Glug glug. Hunger awakened Chen Ci, who was engrossed in appreciating food. It's all those show-offs' fault for wasting so much of my time. He loudly denounced the instigator, reluctantly closing the chat channel in front of him. This was truly the root of all evil. Those who achieve great things must be able to resist temptation. Sigh. Why doesn't the system have a favorites function? I wonder if I can find the chat history again. Lost in his thoughts, he subconsciously finished washing up. Chen Ci walked to the window and looked out at the shelter courtyard. Yesterday's thick fog had been swept away, and the sky was covered by thick dark clouds. The rain was not heavy now, but the light was a bit dim. However, the visibility was not affected, and he could see the situation in the courtyard clearly. Thanks to the drainage ditch that was urgently repaired yesterday, there was very little water in the yard, and there was not a drop of water on the bluestone of the training ground. The window was far from the fence, beyond Chen Ci's perception range. He could no longer sense the fire-poisoned thorn vine's emotions, but could vaguely see through the rain that the fire-poisoned thorn vine's leaves were still vibrant, struggling to open in the rain. We shouldn't have fenced off such a big yard back then. The front fence should have been closer to the stone house. Chen Ci regretted it somewhat. He had planned to leave space for cultivating wasteland in advance, but now the yard was too big to guard. Huh! Has the little vine grown longer again? Chen Ci noticed that the fire-poisoned thorn vine seemed to have grown again without him noticing, and its tendrils had begun to wrap around the side fence. Confirming that the fire-poisoned thorn vine was unaffected by the acid rain and was even in good condition, Chen Ci relaxed considerably. The arrow towers, fences, and training grounds were all fine. He had already learned from the chat channel yesterday that the corrosiveness of acid rain was generally moderate. Wooden buildings might be corroded to some extent, but stone structures would be completely unaffected. Seeing that everything in the shelter was normal, Chen Ci felt relieved and much more relaxed, because the system's repeated reminders meant that the trial day was a curse for survivors. Chen Ci couldn't go out today, but he was in a good mood. He saw that everyone in the chat channel was posting pictures of delicious food, and he felt that he shouldn't treat himself badly. He wanted to make a flatbread. Of course, it couldn't compare to other people's seafood and vegetable salad, but he just wanted to eat noodles. First, I exchanged 2 red umbrella mushrooms for 10 milliliters of peanut oil in the trading channel, and then took out an appropriate amount of flour and salt. He put the flour into a clean wooden basin, added a spoonful of salt, slowly poured in water, and then kneaded it by hand into a smooth dough. Roll the dough into a large, thin sheet, sprinkle with oil, spread it evenly, roll it up from the shorter side and pinch it tightly, fold both ends towards the middle, and press it into a pancake. Finally, brush oil on the iron wok on the stove, place the pancake on it, and flip it occasionally until it is cooked through. The flatbread cooked quickly, filling the air with its aroma. Chen Ci picked up a flatbread, stuffed some roasted meat inside, and took a bite. This is the taste of flatbread with meat. I didn't expect it to taste so good for my first time making flatbread. Carbs really can make people happy. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Chen Ci didn't continue to slack off in the chat channel, unlike other survivors who always had something to do even if they didn't go out. After moving the tables, chairs, and Xiaobai's bed from the living room to the storage room, the living room immediately felt more spacious. Chen Ci changed into his combat uniform, picked up the Tang Hengdao sword, and that's right, he was going to cultivate in the shelter. The living room space was more than enough for him to do so. He slowly went through the sword technique routine, took out the red fruit from his inventory and ate it. Without the training ground bonus, it took him a long time to enter a state of complete absorption. Time flew by as I immersed myself in my practice. 3 hours later, the red fruit's energy was exhausted, and Chen Ci was forced to exit the state of selflessness. A familiar feeling of hunger surged into his heart. Without the support of the training ground, it is even more difficult to enter the state of selflessness, and the body consumes more energy after cultivation. I just don't know how proficient I am. I subconsciously opened the Properties panel. Mysterious Blade Technique Proficiency, Mastery 74%. Chen Ci shook his head. Sure enough, it's much less effective than in the training ground. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't leave now, and he couldn't stop cultivating and waste 3 days. There's no use thinking too much. The important thing is to fill our stomachs first. Lunch consisted of heated flatbread and roasted meat. Nothing fancy, just heated it up and we ate it straight away. Chewing on a meat pie, he glanced at the newly opened chat group, where Lu Yang, Xiaohua, and Wang Zixuan were chatting animatedly. Although Lu Yang was a bit older than the other two, men's hobbies are generally similar, so the 3 of them still had a lot in common. Chen Ci interjected. What are you talking about? Where's the others? Lu Yang quickly replied. Brother Chen, are you done with your work? We're just bored, so let's talk about games on Blue Star. There's still a generation gap between us and them. They don't know many of the games and cartoons we played when we were kids. We're getting old, really old. Chen Ci didn't want to respond to Lu Yang. Lu Yang was always unserious, and he could easily imagine Lu Yang's funny sigh when he said those words. Fortunately, Wang Zixuan replied later. Uncle Lu was just here, but he logged off because he wasn't interested in our topic. Sister Rui showed up once this morning, but I haven't seen Sister Yu online. Lu Aigua is over 40 years old. He served in the army when he was young, so he probably doesn't know much about these games and anime, and it's understandable that he's not interested in them. It's likely that Song Yeri is even less interested in them. Chen Ci had a general idea of Lu Xiaoya's situation. It was just that she had stayed up too late last night. Lu Xiaoya should be quite busy today. It's getting cold, and her cotton-padded coats are going to sell like hotcakes. The lowest temperature today is already 0 degrees Celsius. It's been raining since last night, and the temperature will soon drop below 0. Coupled with the heavy fog of the past 2 days, many survivors probably haven't prepared warm clothing yet. Add to that the increased comfort requirements during the trial period, and with these three factors, it's hard for cotton-padded jackets not to sell well. With his mind wandering, Chen Ci continued to ask, "How are you three doing? Did you encounter any special circumstances?" When asked about serious matters, Wang Zixuan replied, "Everything is fine. The drainage ditch I dug yesterday is very effective. There is very little water around the shelter. Everything is normal for me." Lu Yang unusually participated in the serious discussion. "I just discovered a special situation. There's a sheep that keeps wandering around my shelter." Like Chen Ci's, Lu Yang's shelter was also located at the foot of the mountain. Not far from his shelter, there was a red rock wall with obvious excavation marks. That was an open-pit iron mine, which was Lu Yang's main resource area. Standing at the window of the shelter, Lu Yang looked regretful. He had been so engrossed in the chat that he hadn't remembered to check the situation outside the shelter until Chen Ci came online to ask him a question. At that moment, Lu Yang walked to the window without any warning and looked out. His gaze met a pair of blood-red eyes not far away. Chapter 52 Red-Eyed Monster. "Oh my God!" Lu Yang was startled by the eyes outside the window. In his fear, he almost fell to the ground. After regaining his senses, he forced himself to look out the window again. This time, Lu Yang saw clearly that what was standing outside the window was not a monster, but just a sheep. The sheep stood quietly in the drizzle, looking no different from any other sheep on Earth, except for its blood-red eyes. Let's return to the chat group. Seeing Lu Yang's unusual situation, Xiaohua couldn't help but mock. "God of Go, are you serious? You're even afraid of sheep now? Isn't this a golden opportunity? Go out and get it." Chen Ci was also speechless. He thought Lu Yang was just being silly again, because a sheep really wasn't anything to be afraid of. Lu Yang unusually ignored Xiaohua, or rather, he didn't have the energy to deal with him at the moment. He was indeed a man of the underworld, but he was not a coward. "Xiaohua is right. It's just a sheep. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's like a piece of fat meat sent from heaven." Lu Yang mustered his courage, turned around, grabbed his bow and arrow, drew the bow, aimed at the window, and looked closely to find that the sheep had disappeared. "They've left?" Lu Yang let out a soft sigh of relief and released the bowstring. Boom! A loud bang rang in his ears, startling Lu Yang so much that his face turned pale and his heart pounded. He trembled as he raised his bow and arrow again and aimed at the source of the sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, it was the wooden door of the shelter that was making the noise, or rather, something outside the door was hitting the wooden door. "What's that outside the door? Is it the sheep? Or some other wild animal?" Lu Yang was extremely flustered, his breathing became rapid, and he was gripped by the fear of the unknown. Lu Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. After all, he had survived alone for 10 days, during which he had experienced battles and seen blood. He tiptoed to the side of the door, stood on the stool against the wall, and looked outside through the observation hole above the door. A sheep came into view. Mianyang seemed to sense the movement, and looked up as well. The two, one human and one sheep, locked eyes. Upon confirming that it was indeed that same sheep that had rammed the gate, Lu Yang felt an inexplicable anger rising within him. His face flushed red, and he shouted furiously, "Damn it, you bastard sheep, I'm going to kill you!" He jumped off the stool and reached for the door. His fingertips touched the lock, which was icy cold. For some reason, a chill ran through him, and his trembling hand became uncontrollable, unable to exert any force. Lu Yang stood in front of the door, his face pale, his body trembling slightly, and beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He felt a voice whispering in his ear, "Don't open the door, you'll die, you'll die, you'll die." "Just kidding, how could I be killed by a sheep?" Lu Yang's voice trembled slightly. The image of those blood-red eyes kept flashing in his mind, refusing to leave. An intense sense of fear from an unknown source made him unable to exert any force. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, and Lu Yang even felt the door vibrate as his hand gripped the lock. He was jolted awake, startled, and let go of the lock, staggering back 2 steps before falling to the ground with a thud. Did I just lose consciousness? Lu Yang sat on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. The shelter was quiet. He stood up shakily, and stood on the stool again to look outside. The sheep was nowhere to be seen. What just happened to me? Lu Yang tried hard to recall what had happened before, but found that his last memory was the sound of Nyenyang banging on the door a second time. He had no recollection of anything else. Oh right, there's also the system. Lu Yang focused his mind and opened the system panel. As the panel opened, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to the survivor for awakening the innate ability danger perception. He clicked to view it instinctively. Danger perception, a passive ability. When you encounter danger, your subconscious will issue a warning. Superpowers? I've awakened superpowers? Lu Yang felt that happiness had come too suddenly. What was going on? Was it a windfall? He later found the reason in the system. It turned out that these survivors who had not awakened their superpowers were not destined to never have the chance to awaken them. The awakening energy bestowed by the will of Blue Star was always in their bodies, and under certain conditions, it would be stimulated again, and they would awaken their superpowers. After figuring out what had happened, Lu Yang suddenly remembered the uncontrollable fear he had felt earlier. Was that feeling a supernatural force reminding me? So that sheep wasn't simple. Oh no, I have to warn everyone else in the group to be careful of any animals. Lu Yang hurriedly opened the group chat and sent a danger warning. Everyone, please be very careful of animals with red eyes. They are not ordinary animals. They are extremely dangerous. Lu Yang had just sent the message when he saw Xiaohua's message follow immediately. God go, are you alright? That's great. You haven't replied to our messages all day. We thought something had happened to you. Lu Yang was completely bewildered. Half a day? Looking out the window, he saw that it was raining heavily again, and it was getting dark. He had been so focused on figuring out his own situation that he hadn't noticed it was getting dark. Xiaohua continued. We know about the red-eyed animals you mentioned. Many survivors have been killed by them, which is why we're worried about you. Lu Yang then realized that he had been unconscious for half a day, and he subconsciously asked, what exactly happened? Let's go back half a day. When Chen Ci and the others saw that Lu Yang was no longer replying to messages, they assumed that he had been angered by Xiaohua's words and had gone offline. Xiaohua complained. Lu Yang used to be only timid, but now he's even petty. Chen Ci didn't pay much attention. He didn't usually communicate with Lu Yang much, and didn't know much about his personality, so he assumed that Lu Yang had turned off the chat because he was angry. So Chen Ci continued. Zixuan, how are your water purifier sales? Wang Zixuan said helplessly. Sigh. Sales are excellent. I made 1,000 units, and they were all sold out shortly after they were put on the shelves. Chen Ci asked. Then why are you sighing? Are sales good or not? Wang Zixuan replied. I'm really upset. I'm out of raw materials right now, and I can't find them on the market either. I have the blueprints in the market, but I don't have the raw materials. Brother Chen, can you understand how I feel? Chen Ci considered things from Wang Zixuan's perspective. If he were in the same situation, knowing that he had the opportunity to make money, with the technology, the market, and the capital, but just unable to produce the goods, it would indeed be quite tempting. Xiaohua interjected. Brother Chen, you two chat. I'll go check the world channel. Xiaohua wasn't interested in their conversation. He was only interested in improving his personal skills and didn't care much about the market or blueprints. Now that Lu Yang wasn't replying, it was quite boring to just hang around in the group chat. Not long after Xiaohua left, Lu Xiaoye and Song Yerui came online one after the other. They were also very interested in the topic of the trading market that Chen Ci and Song Yerui were discussing. Wang Zixuan asked enviously. Sister Yu, your cotton-padded jackets must be selling well. Lu Xiaoye said modestly. It's not bad, quite a few people have bought it, but some people complain that it's too ugly. Seeing this, Chen Ci knew he had guessed correctly. Lu Xiaoye's cotton-padded coat was indeed very popular. He joked. Were you busy dealing with clients when you weren't online earlier? Lu Xiaoye complained bitterly. Yes, there are quite a few difficult customers. If it weren't for dinner, I would still be haggling with them right now. Song Yeri smiled and said, Xiaoye and Zishuan's products are selling well, unlike my rattan armor, which only sells one piece after half a day of being on the shelves. Song Yeri's blueprints are mainly for potions, and the production volume is very low, so they are basically all consumed within the group. She only has one blueprint for equipment, the rattan armor, which is now facing the same situation as Chen Ci's small round shield. The various survivor alliances have collected a lot of rattan armor and leather armor blueprints. Although the price did not plummet like that of the small round shield due to the difficulty in obtaining the raw materials, they are no longer rare items and sales are generally average. Song Yeri wasn't busy with the trading market in the morning. She was mainly busy watering, fertilizing, and harvesting crops in the nursery. Song Yeri's shelter was the least affected by acid rain. All her medicinal herbs and food were grown in a nursery, which was indoors, so she was especially busy when others were free. Just as the group was chatting enthusiastically, Xiao was suddenly interrupted. Something's happened! Lu Yang's life is in danger! The cheerful atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became tense. Chapter 53. Only by striving for self-reliance can one save oneself. Chen Ci was the first to react and asked, What happened? Is Lu Yang in danger? Others also realized what was happening and pressed for answers. Xiaohua said anxiously, It can't be explained in a few words. You guys go check the World Channel first. I just sent Lu Yang a private message but no one replied. I have to remind him again. The others agreed with Xiaohua's suggestion, saying that it was a suitable arrangement. Xiaohua knew the source of the danger and was able to contact Lu Yang, while the others could obtain information through the World Channel without delaying Xiaohua's warning to Lu Yang. With a hint of worry, Chen Ci opened the World Channel. The messages were scrolling by rapidly, and a quick glance revealed numerous cries for help, indicating that something serious had indeed happened. Someone help me, that monster is banging on my bedroom door again. No one can help you. You have to overcome your fear yourself. That monster isn't very strong. Damn it, another coward. She can't get past anyone. Big sister, you should still give it your all. There are successful comebacks in the channel. Thank goodness. There was a fox scratching at the door just now. Luckily, I was cautious and didn't open it, otherwise I would have had to call for help as well. Damn it, I just saw a red-eyed monster on the World Channel, and one just appeared outside the shelter. Can someone kindly tell me what happened? Why are so many people calling for help? What is a red-eyed monster? Asked the same question. +1. Seeing that someone had voiced his question, Chen Ci replied. Same question +1. Faced with numerous inquiries, someone couldn't resist sharing their insights and stepped in to clarify. Not long ago, some people's shelters were surrounded by animals in the rain. They weren't large carnivores, but rather small animals like cats, foxes, and sheep. These animals all shared one common characteristic, a pair of blood-red eyes. At this point, the man paused, as if to whet people's appetites, and then continued amidst a chorus of urging. Many people saw a piece of meat coming their way, and some carelessly opened the doors of the shelter. Little did they know that those red-eyed monsters were not simple, and were not as easy to deal with as they looked. What makes it difficult to deal with? Can a sheep spray water or breathe fire? This person asked the question that had been on Chen Ci's mind. Someone else answered. No one has explained in detail how difficult it is to deal with, but according to the descriptions in the group, you will feel an involuntary fear when you first make eye contact with the red-eyed monster, as if you are under a fear spell. If you can overcome it, you can fight back. Everyone knows what will happen if we can't overcome it. Chen Ci now understood what danger Xiaohua was referring to. The last message Lu Yang sent was about a sheep outside his shelter, which must be the red-eyed monster in the World Channel. Chen Ci said in a low voice. Lu Yang isn't not replying to the messages because he's angry, but because he's in danger. After figuring out the whole story, Chen Ci couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although he didn't know what other abilities the red-eyed monster had besides inducing fear, Lu Yang's prolonged silence indirectly indicated that his situation was definitely not good. Suddenly, a survivor from the Huameng, Chinese alliance, sent a pinned message. Mako. I am Mako, the Foreign Affairs Director of the Chinese alliance. As you all know, there is the matter of the red-eyed monster. Many of our compatriots are currently facing danger. I will now share the information collected by the Chinese alliance with you free of charge, hoping it will be helpful. First, the source of danger is small animals that appear outside the survivor's shelter after the rain subsides. These are mostly herbivores or small carnivores, and their most distinctive feature is their blood-red eyes, which inspire fear and require courage to overcome. Secondly, the main abilities of the red-eyed monsters are currently disproportionate to their size, such as strength, agility, and sharp claws and teeth. Statistics show that goats with sharp teeth, rabbits covered in scales, and wildcats as fast as lightning have appeared. These animals are like zombies from Resident Evil, showing no fear of pain or injury, and will only stop attacking when their heads are destroyed. Finally, if you see animals outside the shelter, never open the door to attack them. So far, none of the survivors who encountered the red-eyed monster but did not open the door have encountered any danger. Based on the commonalities found, the vast majority of survivors currently facing danger are farming-type survivors who previously focused on gathering, planting, and mining, and failed to clear wild animals around their shelters. It is speculated that this test will assess abilities such as courage, caution, and observation, requiring survivors to be vigilant and summon their courage. After reading Massachusetts' speech, Chen Ci was deeply moved, and the World Channel was immediately abuzz with discussion. No fear, no pain, isn't this just a zombie? It's not contagious, is it? Why do only farming-type survivors encounter this? That's not fair. Yes, it's unfair. We want to file a complaint. Is the person upstairs stupid? Who are you going to complain to here? Don't you understand? The Ruins world wants you to fight, it doesn't encourage you to just farm. I always said that those survivors who were supported by the Alliance would eventually reap what they sowed. Only by striving for self-improvement can we save ourselves. Chen Ci agreed with this view. He had previously guessed that the Ruins world needed warriors, and survivors who relied on the Alliance's relief to survive were obviously not what the Ruins world needed. Those who cannot overcome fear will be eliminated. Those who cannot be cautious and careful will be eliminated. Those who lie down and do nothing will be eliminated. Chapter 54 Speculation and Guarding. Having obtained all the information he wanted, Chen Ci wasted no more time and switched back to the small group. Wang Zixuan. Sister Ray, please don't open the door. As long as you don't open the door, everything will be fine. Upon logging in, Chen Ci immediately saw Wang Zixuan's message and realized that a red-eyed monster had also appeared near Song Yarui's shelter. Chen Ci's heart tightened, and he quickly browsed the message history in the group. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yarui knew the danger of the red-eyed monster, and had been hiding in the shelter. She was currently safe. Others in the group were giving Song Yarui advice, basically reminding her not to open the door. According to the experience shared by Huameng, as long as she played it safe, she would be fine. Sure enough, an hour later, Song Yarui replied in the group. That monster is gone, I'm safe now. Congratulations, Sister Ray. Sprinkle flowers. The group chat was filled with congratulations. Song Yarui added, I have a guess. The appearance of the red-eyed monster may be related to acid rain. It appears when acid rain shrinks, which is why the rain is getting heavier now. Wang Zixuan. Sister Ray, your guess is very reasonable. Lu Aigua. Indeed, the lady is very meticulous, and this deduction is very likely. Chen Ci's heart also stirred. If the acid rain shrinks again later, will that monster still appear? Everyone in the group was shocked. Indeed, if the appearance of the red-eyed monster was related to acid rain, then if the acid rain decreased or stopped, the red-eyed monster would definitely reappear. Xiaohua was in a bad mood. Bring that monster here. I'm going to burn it to death and avenge brother Lu Yang. Lu Aigua scolded. Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Lu Yang is very clever, he'll be fine. The atmosphere in the group became somewhat tense when Lu Yang was mentioned. If he were safe and sound, Lu Yang should have replied to the message long ago, since Song Yeri, who was sent after him, was already safe. Xiaohua still held out hope. No, I'll send him a few more private messages. He might be injured and unable to go online. After saying that, he left. Although Xiaohua often bickered with Lu Yang, he was the one with the best relationship with Lu Yang among them. He was more worried than anyone else when Lu Yang got into trouble. Seeing this, the others lost interest in chatting and went offline one after another. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Chen Ci gathered everyone together again. Lu Yang's situation was an unavoidable topic, and Chen Ci asked, "Do you have any news about Lu Yang?" Wang Zixuan replied, "No, not a single word." Xiao asked anxiously, "Survivors who encountered the red-eyed monster either win or die. Why haven't we heard from Lu Yang at all?" Lu Igua advised, "Lu Yang's profile picture is still normal, which means he's still alive. Let's wait a little longer." Survivors generally believe that if a person's avatar turns gray, it means they are dead, because no one has ever seen a gray avatar reply to a message. Just when everyone thought Lu Yang's chances of survival were slim, he suddenly logged on and posted that danger warning. Lu Yang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It's been so long. Xiaohua was still furious. God go, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to the group to let us know you were alright? We all thought you were dead. Lu Yang apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I lost consciousness and just woke up. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Song Yeri laughed and said, We're fine. The person who's most worried about you is Xiaohua. He's almost frantic with worry. Xiaohua disagreed. Who's worried about him? It would be better if he died. He's a coward. Ha! Hee hee. Others found it very interesting. Chen Ci asked curiously, Lu Yang, did you let the red-eyed monster into the house? Did it lose consciousness during the battle? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang remembered that he had awakened a superpower, and immediately became smug. Ha ha, no, you might not believe it, but I lost consciousness because I awakened a superpower. Xiaohua didn't believe it. God go, did you hurt your head? Or were you traumatized? It's okay, it doesn't matter if you have superpowers or not, we won't look down on you. It's not like you're the only one without them, Brother Chen doesn't have them either. Chen Ci's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, I'm really grateful that you didn't look down on me. The others didn't believe it either, since they had never heard of it before. They just thought Lu Yang was playing pranks again, and refrained from criticizing him because he had just faced a life-or-death crisis. Lu Yang panicked upon seeing this. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, look, this is my personal attribute. He then shared his personal information in the chat group. Personal attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Level 0. Physical condition 5. Spirit 5. Perception 7. Energy 0. Talent skill, danger sense, level 1. The attribute panel is very simple. His physique and spirit are at the level of a normal person. Considering that he has been eating premium meat chops for a long time, these are probably attributes that came after his physique increased. What's noteworthy is Lu Yang's perception attribute and innate skills. His perception is already 7 points, far exceeding that of ordinary people. If Chen Ci had known that he cultivated every day, his physique would only be 7 points now. The innate skills clearly told Chen Ci and the others that Lu Yang had indeed awakened a superpower. Xiaohua, always outspoken, asked, God go, you really awakened? How did you awaken? What's the use of this ability? With 3 questions in a row, he brought out all the doubts in the minds of the others. It was only because the two of them knew each other well that Xiaohua spoke without thinking. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have asked so bluntly. Lu Yang didn't care at all. He was excited and full of the desire to share. Xiaohua's question hit the nail on the head, and he immediately began to talk non-stop about his afternoon experiences and his innate abilities. Of course, the scene where he was trembling with fear was automatically omitted, only highlighting his bravery, fearlessness, and extraordinary talent. Xiaohua clearly saw through it. God go, there's a lot of exaggeration in what you're saying, but congratulations on your successful awakening. This ability suits you very well. Lu Yang, your superpower is very useful, perfect for survival. A blessing in disguise. Others also congratulated Lu Yang. Lu Yang was a little embarrassed by everyone's praise, but he was still very excited. Oh, not at all, my ability can't increase combat power. I'm still a weakling in the group. After the jokes, Chen Ci solemnly stated the purpose of the gathering. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The trial period is not over yet, and these monsters will definitely come again. I have a feeling that the next 2 days will not be peaceful. He paused for a moment, then added, I suggest that everyone take turns monitoring the world channel so that we can get timely warnings if anything happens. Everyone agreed. Without needing any prompting, they all understood that today's events were just the beginning, and the next 2 days would not be peaceful. After agreeing on their shift order, everyone hung up the chat window. Chen Ci touched the little white dog on his leg and couldn't help but sigh. This world is getting more and more exciting. I wonder what awaits me tomorrow. Although he hadn't left the house all day, he was far from calm. He felt it was even more thrilling than going out hunting. Hiss, it's getting colder in the room. Should I light a fire in the fireplace? The rain that had been falling for a day and a night caused the temperature inside the stone house to drop rapidly, and the outdoor temperature tonight is very likely to drop below 0. Composing himself, Chen Ci got up and went to the tool room. The toilet paper task was not yet completed. Let's try producing 50 units of charcoal first. Take out 50 units of wood and issue the task. The charcoal was produced quickly. Chen Ci returned to the living room with the freshly made charcoal. He had studied it before. The fireplace had a fuel compartment. If you put wood or charcoal into the fuel compartment, you don't need to keep adding firewood. Each unit of charcoal can burn for 1 hour. Just make sure the fuel compartment is not empty. As a fuel, the only advantage of charcoal over wood is that it burns at a higher temperature. Chen Ci shook his head. Charcoal burns at a higher temperature than wood. Only top-tier survivors who are starting to pursue a higher quality of life would care about that. For ordinary survivors, a 2-degree increase in room temperature is not very meaningful and is not worth the money. Mass production of charcoal is not profitable due to an uncertain market, and it will also drag down toilet paper production. While pondering, Chen Ci used a flint to ignite the charcoal in the fireplace. The roaring flames gradually raised the temperature around the fireplace. He moved the recliner to a spot not far from the fireplace and lay down, saying, This is so pleasant. Xiaobai noticed that it was warm here, but was also afraid of the fire. He cautiously approached and found a spot to lie down next to Chen Ci. Chen Ci looked at Xiaobai and almost laughed. Xiaobai, why are you so different from the other mice? Aren't white mice supposed to be lively and active? Why are you so lazy? Xiaobai ignored Chen Ci's words and didn't move. Chen Ci touched his face speechlessly. He clearly remembered that the white mice on TV loved to run around wildly, but his mouse was lazy and greedy. The fire couldn't satisfy his hunger, so Chen Ci heated up the leftover meat and bread from the daytime to make do with it. He simply didn't have the energy to cook anything. I need to rest early tonight. I have to be on duty for the second half of the night. According to the schedule, he has to be on duty for the second half of the night. I'll go to rest after the toilet paper is put back on the shelf. After clearing away the dishes, Chen Ci took out the materials for today's synthesis, all of which were explosive stones. After patting Xiaobai's head, I combined the stones 3 times in a row and obtained 2 explosion stones and 1 flash stone. My luck seems to be pretty good today. Happily putting the 3 stones into his inventory, Chen Ci lay on the recliner and browsed the chat channel. An hour later, the workbench finally finished production and put all the toilet paper on the shelves, while issuing another production order for 7,000 units of toilet paper. Finally done, Little White. Let's go back to the room and sleep. He stretched and picked up Little White, who still wanted to stay by the fireplace, but he suppressed it with his hand. The bedroom was actually quite warm. After the fireplace in the shelter was lit, it would continuously send heat to each room through the pipes in the walls, so even though the bedroom was not as warm as the living room, it was still about 15 degrees Celsius. Chapter 55 Great Advancement in Swordsmanship. Day 12 of the Ruins World. Heavy rain, temperature -2 to 5 degrees Celsius. Chen Ci was awakened by a system private message notification. According to the order of the 7 of them who agreed to keep watch, Lu Xiuya was ahead of Chen Ci. He opened the private message and sure enough, it was from Lu Xiuya. Lu Xiuya. Brother Chen, check the World Channel messages. Should we wake them up? Upon seeing Lu Xiuya's message, Chen Ci's sleepiness vanished instantly. The message indicated this wasn't a normal shift change, and he instinctively asked, "What time is it?" Then I remembered that the Ruins World lacked clocks, so it was impossible to confirm the exact time. Most of the time, we only talked about approximate times. Lu Xiuya replied, "Around 2 a.m., the acid rain turned into a downpour, and the World Channel showed that many survivors' shelters were in trouble." Chen Ci then noticed that the sound of rain outside the window was much louder than before, and the torrential rain was irritating. As Chen Ci got out of bed, he replied to the message, "What's going on? Let me check now." After saying that, he opened the World Channel. The matter must be serious. Even though it was late at night, the messages in the channel were still refreshing rapidly. After quickly browsing, Chen Ci soon understood what Lu Xiuya was talking about. "My shelter is leaking! Help! Help! Can anyone help me?" "Leaking? How could it be leaking? It's not like the developer did a shoddy job. You upstairs don't know, the one with the leak is probably still in a wooden house. He hasn't upgraded his shelter. With such heavy rain, it's normal for it to leak and seep water. Wooden house, if you don't upgrade, who can save you? You're just asking for trouble. That's right, this kind of person doesn't deserve sympathy. The shelter hasn't been upgraded in over 10 days, he deserves to die. How can you be like this? We're all from Earth. You don't help them, and you even make sarcastic remarks. Do you have no humanity? Hey, found a holy mother. Holy mother, why don't you help her? Give them some supplies to upgrade their shelter. Are you stupid? They can't leave the shelter after upgrading. What's the difference between that and being flooded? Exactly, the survivors in these wooden houses only have a few leaks, but I'm the unlucky one. My stone house was flooded. Did I even call for help? Don't cry upstairs. Look through the chat. You're not the only one who got flooded." Chen Ci flipped through the records and concluded that Lu Xiuya's description likely contained one of two possibilities. The survivors in the wooden shelters were all experiencing some degree of leakage, and some unfortunate survivors had been flooded by rainwater because the shelters were located in low-lying areas. Knowing the situation, Chen Ci left the World Channel and replied, "We are not involved in either of these situations. There are no wooden cabins for the 7 of us, and we have all dug drainage ditches. Yours is the lowest in the area. Your cabin is fine, and the others are fine. Pay attention to the water level. Call them if there is any water accumulation." Lu Xiuya felt slightly relieved after seeing Chen Ci's reply. "Okay, Brother Chen, then we won't notify them for now." Then, feeling a little embarrassed, she said, "Sorry for waking you up early. Why don't you go back to sleep?" Chen Ci didn't complain. It was normal to wake him up to discuss things in this situation. "I went to bed early yesterday and have had enough rest. Let's keep an eye on things together." An hour later, Lu Xiuya observed that the drainage ditch was very effective. The water outside the shelter was not deep, and the heavy rain would not affect them for the time being. Chen Ci then said, "Then you should log off and rest. You have things to do during the day." Lu Xiuya wanted to decline, but Chen Ci urged her to go to sleep, saying that they didn't need 2 people in the current situation. Chen Ci was indeed not sleepy. After his physical condition improved, his energy was even more vigorous. He only needed to sleep for 4 to 5 hours a day to have enough energy. After that, survivors would occasionally send messages for help in the world chat, as many people's houses were flooded. Although we don't know if exposure to acid rain will endanger our lives, we should avoid it if possible. Those shelters that have been flooded can only pray for the best. Chen Ci leaned against the headboard and stared at the sky until dawn. He didn't turn on the small yellow light. It had been raining for the past few days, so he couldn't charge the solar power bank. He wanted to save as much as possible. Sorry, I overslept. Chen Ci, why didn't you wake me up? It turns out that Song Yerui has come online. Chen Ci was followed by Song Yerui on night watch. Unless there's something special, there's no need for two people to keep watch, and I wasn't sleepy, so I didn't call you. Song Yerui said apologetically. Thank you, you've worked hard. I'll keep an eye on things, you should go and get some rest. Chen Ci didn't refuse. It was almost dawn, and since Song Yerui was awake, it was only right to let her keep watch. Just as Chen Ci was about to close the chat channel, he suddenly saw a message. Are there any abnormalities on you guys? I suddenly saw some black lines appearing on my body. However, no one replied to the message, and it was quickly drowned in the sea of information. For a moment, Chen Ci even felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Black lines? Maybe it's a prank. Chen Ci didn't pay much attention. The World Channel was a mixed bag, with all sorts of people. Not to mention anything else, there were more than one cult, and quite a few doomsday theorists. He usually ignored the information of these people. This morning's schedule is the same as yesterday. After lunch, I plan to continue my practice. For breakfast, I cooked instant noodles. 2 packs of instant noodles and an apple will be my breakfast today. Before the meal, I took 2 vitamin pills that I had received earlier. I've been eating a lot of meat lately, so I need to adjust my diet. The living room was empty. Chen Ci, dressed in combat uniform, stood in the center. With a thought, he took out a red fruit from his inventory. The last one. The cultivation speed will be slower after that. There's nothing I can do about it. Only the first 10 red fruits are effective. Eating more is useless. Otherwise, I could exchange them with Song Yerui for those 6. With a flick of the wrist, a hawthorn berry is placed in the mouth, and the excellent taste of the hawthorn berry is carefully savored. As the familiar energy spread through his body, Chen Ci picked up the Tang Hengdao sword, preparing to cultivate as usual. Suddenly, Chen Ci frowned, sensing something unusual within his body. Something's not right. This red fruit's energy is far too surging. He stopped cultivating, his mind racing, his internal power growing stronger, and he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that if I collect 10 of these, I can summon a dragon? The truth is, of course, not that a dragon is being summoned. Each person can eat 10 of these mutated red fruits. After eating 10, their physique will be strengthened by the energy of the red fruit, and red fruits of the same level will no longer have any effect. The 10th pill that Chen Ci ate was a trigger that would activate the enhancements that the previous 9 pills had given to his body, resulting in a comprehensive boost. At this moment, Chen Ci had no time to think wildly. His body was surging with energy, and his blood was boiling. He couldn't help but recall his first experience of eating the energy fruit. The two situations were so similar. Activating his swordsmanship, Chen Ci instantly entered a state of complete absorption without the aid of the training ground. If someone saw Chen Ci now, they would probably describe him as a boiled crab, completely red. On the attribute panel that he didn't have time to check at the moment, the proficiency of the mysterious void blade technique was steadily increasing by 1% at a time, even faster than when he was in the training ground. 2 hours later. Chen Ci's flushed body had returned to its normal color, but he did not wake up. Instead, the knife in his hand became even sharper, and he suddenly unleashed a lunge-step waist-cutting strike. Sizzle! Chen Ci's knife was still some distance from the stone wall, yet the stone wall seemed to be sliced by a swift blade, producing a piercing sound. The sound sent chills down one's spine, but it also awakened Chen Ci from his selfless meditation. He stared blankly ahead, where a 5-centimeter deep knife mark appeared on the once smooth stone wall. Chen Ci slowly regained his senses, muttering to himself. What is this? Blade light? Blade energy? He rubbed his eyes, somewhat disbelieving that he had done it. Even though the void world had long shown its extraordinary side, it was like the blind men and the elephant to him, incomprehensible. But the source of the knife mark in front of him was his own power. He could even recall the scene just now, as if a force of energy had enveloped Tang Hengdao, and it was that force that had cut through the stone wall and left the mark. Chen Ci took 2 steps back, then used his swordsmanship again, executing a bow stance and waist-cutting slash against the stone wall. Chapter 56 Stance Training and Variation. Call out. The sound of Tang Hengdao's sword swiftly slicing through the air could be heard, and the stone wall remained intact. Chen Ci gave a wry smile. As expected, I can't use it. That last strike was probably due to the power of the red fruit. Thinking of the red fruit, he focused his mind to activate his personal panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Ci. Level 0. Physical condition 8. Spirit 6. Perception 5. Energy 0. Skill, Mysterious Blade Technique, Mastery 91%. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. Chen Ci stared at the panel, his face filled with disbelief. Proficiency is 91%. Then he realized his mistake and regretted it. If I had eaten the last red fruit in the training ground, my proficiency would probably have been even higher. Chen Ci had a premonition that his physique would increase by 1, because the feeling he had just experienced was very similar to the first time he ate the energy fruit. In addition, he could clearly feel that his strength and agility had improved significantly, so his physique must have increased. The only unexpected thing was that the increase in proficiency far exceeded his expectations. 91%? Just give me a few more days, and I'll definitely master the sword technique. While he was happy, he remembered something else. My physique is now at 8 points, which means I can definitely learn that level 1 cultivation technique. Chen Ci immediately thought of the Vajra breathing technique, which he had previously kept hidden away, and ran to the warehouse to retrieve it from the bottom of the storage box. Recall the attributes of the cultivation technique. Vajra breathing method. Level 1. Quality perfect. Attributes. Increases constitution by 2 points per proficiency level. Impervious to all evil, with significant resistance to charm and control skills. Vajra body. Brief introduction. The Great Thousand Buddhist Sect's perfect foundation building technique, which can be perfectly transferred to other body cultivation techniques. After mastering the basics, each level of proficiency increases your constitution attribute by 2 points. Attached skill, Vajra body, active skill. After activation, a protective shield is added to the body. Requires energy. Entry requirement, 8 points of constitution at tier 0. This is the best cultivation technique Chen Ci has. Although he only has 2, there shouldn't be many perfect level tier 1 cultivation techniques. Moreover, this technique has perfect attributes, permanently improving physical constitution, increasing mental resistance, and enhancing physical defense skills, thus comprehensively improving survivability. Entry requirements, 8 points of physical fitness. Having confirmed that he had met the entry requirements for this technique, Chen Ci couldn't wait to sit cross-legged in the living room. He gently turned the cover with his right hand, and a red light flashed in the book, causing the pages to move automatically without any wind. Chen Ci's vision blurred, and his consciousness suddenly appeared in a martial arts training ground. In the center of the training ground stood a figure, a white-haired monk of medium build. Chen Ci stared intently at the old monk's face, only to find that his vision was obscured as if by frosted glass, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not see clearly. "Watch my moves!" The old monk's gentle and loud voice echoed throughout the training ground, and then he moved his body, assuming a strange, inhuman posture. "This is the Vajra stance technique." The old monk then changed into 12 different postures, each one strange, making Chen Ci wonder if it was something a human could do. "You give it a try." After demonstrating once, the old monk stood still and looked at Chen Ci. "Wait, I haven't remembered yet." Chen Ci verbally refused, but his body involuntarily began to imitate the old monk's movements, striking various bizarre poses. "Take careful attention. This is the general outline of breathing techniques and exercises. Remember, martial arts training requires nourishment. Excessive training will harm your body. The old monk stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Chen Ci, pointing a finger at his brow. Chen Ci sensed information flowing into his mind. It was the general outline of the cultivation technique, and the accompanying breathing method. Chen Ci understood. The Vajra breathing method is divided into 3 parts: general principles, Vajra stance training, and breathing techniques. The purpose of the general outline is to guide and connect the standing meditation and breathing techniques. The Vajra stance exercise consists of 12 postures, each with its corresponding breathing method. With the old monk's help, Chen Ci successfully assumed the 12 stance and practiced the breathing method once. The old monk smiled gently upon seeing this. Excellent! The next second, Chen Ci suddenly opened his eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged in the living room, his posture and position unchanged. His raised right hand was empty. The martial arts manual had disappeared. Was that a transmigration of my consciousness? Have I learned it now? Chen Ci immediately got up and tried to recall what he had just experienced in the hallucination. Just as his subconscious was about to unleash the Vajra breathing technique, his body naturally assumed the Vajra stance, and his breathing through his mouth and nose changed accordingly, gradually becoming long and regular. 30 seconds later, Chen Ci, panting heavily, exited his cultivation state. Disperse from stance training and open your personal attribute panel. Vajra breathing technique proficiency, beginner 8%. I've really learned it. It's true dream-based skill transfer. Chen Ci was just starting out with the Vajra breathing method. He could only hold each stance for 30 seconds. When he could hold each stance for 5 minutes and complete all 12 stances in one go, it would mean that he had entered the next level of the practice. Chen Ci, still feeling excited, wanted to continue cultivating, but his rumbling stomach reminded him that now was not the time. He remembered that the old monk had warned him that forcing himself to cultivate would harm his health. Chen Ci took out 4 pieces of premium pork chops and came to the fireplace. Isn't there a fire right here? It's inconvenient to use a barbecue grill indoors, but the fireplace has a fire pit and a built-in smoke extraction function, so it can be used for barbecuing. I couldn't help but smugly say, "That was so clever! I'll give myself a thumbs up." Chen Ci made a few iron skewers on the workbench, skewered the meat patties on them, and squatted in front of the fireplace to start roasting the meat. I don't know how this horse meat tastes. Just add more salt and cumin. It's okay if the taste is a little off, as long as it has enough energy. The fireplace was blazing, and the steaks cooked very quickly. Chen Ci lost control of the fire, and by the time he realized what was happening, the surface of the steaks was already slightly burnt. He tore off a piece of horse meat and put it in his mouth to taste. It was rather tough and not as fragrant as pork or mutton. The meat was very chewy and had a slightly burnt taste because it was overcooked, but it was much better than he had expected. After tasting the meat, Chen Ci picked up the steak and ate it in big bites. He was so hungry that he finished the whole steak in no time. My stomach isn't full yet, but my appetite has grown again. He shook his head with a wry smile and picked up another steak. This time, instead of wolfing it down, he took a small knife from the kitchen, cut the ribs into small pieces, and chewed them one by one. The taste and texture of the horse meat were very unique, and it had a special flavor when you savored it carefully. Has the rain outside lessened? I wonder if anything unexpected will happen today. Chen Ci walked to the window and noticed that it had turned into a light rain outside. Recalling what happened yesterday, he subconsciously opened the chat channel. As soon as she entered the group, she found that everyone was there. Lu Xiaoye took the initiative to say, "Brother Chen, you're here. I was just saying I'd send you a private message." Chen Ci's eyes flickered, and she took the initiative to ask him to explain what had happened. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Xiaoye replied, "I was just called up by Sister Rui, so I don't know the specifics yet." Wang Zixuan continued, "Let me explain. Most people probably don't know this situation. I found out about it on the World Channel." After pausing for a moment to let the others concentrate, he continued, "Some survivors have experienced physical mutations. The initial sign is that black lines appear on various parts of their bodies, including the torso, limbs, and even the head. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci's heart stirred. He remembered the message he had seen that morning. As the mutation deepens, additional body tissues, such as hair, scales, and tentacles, will grow where the black lines appear, which is extremely disgusting to look at. According to the information I gathered in the world chat, survivors whose bodies have mutated will have a demonization value attribute appearing on their personal attribute panel. The system also indicates that if the demonization value exceeds 50%, the survivor will be disqualified, and the specific consequences are unknown. Everyone was shocked to see this. Both the physical mutation and the demonization value specifically reminded by the system appeared suddenly without any warning. Chen Ci couldn't help but ask, "What caused their mutation? Is there any way to restore them?" Wang Zixuan replied, "The specific reason is unknown, but the experts from the Survivor Alliance believe it is related to acid rain. Acid rain contains unknown substances. They have counted that the survivors who mutated within the Alliance had all been exposed to large amounts of acid rain, either actively or passively." Wang Zixuan didn't say how to recover, but everyone else understood. They didn't even know the cause of the mutation, so how could they talk about recovery? Song Yeri asked with concern. If they stop being exposed to acid rain and their demonization value doesn't exceed 50%, will they be fine and able to survive with the mutation? Wang Zixuan said with a wry smile. According to the Survivor Alliance, mutated survivors will develop a craving for acid rain and flesh, tempting them to come into contact with acid rain and hunt living creatures. The deeper the demonization, the stronger the impulse, and it is impossible to control without great willpower. Lu Aigua couldn't help but interject. I contacted several mutants, one of whom was a soldier. He said that the temptation was very strong and required a lot of self-control to resist. Now that the survivors are all alone, it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to control themselves. Indeed, if they had great perseverance, they wouldn't have left the shelter in its wooden cabin form. Xiaohua said angrily. Damn it, yesterday it was an undead monster, today it's a survivor mutated, what kind of bullshit test is this? The others remained silent. The acid rain test was beginning to reveal its monstrous side. There was still half the time left in the test, and no one knew what awaited them. Chapter 57 The Invisible Leader. Chen Ci broke the silence in the group. The information Zixuan collected is very important. Everyone must remember not to come into contact with rainwater. As for the mutated survivors, we have no way to help them and can only rely on their own willpower. Uncle Lu Xiaoye, it's your turn to guard the world channel. From now on, you two will guard it together, including tonight. From now on, you two will guard it together at least until the end of the probation period. I understand, Xiao Chen. Okay, Brother Chen. We'll divide into groups according to the previous duty order. I'll be in a group with Sister Rui, and the remaining three of you, Lu Yang, Xiaohua, and Wang Zixuan, will be in a group, rotating every 4 hours. There was never a true leader in the small group. Wang Zixuan was the organizer, but he was too young and inexperienced. He was good at gathering intelligence but couldn't command his older brothers and sisters. Lu Aigua is a steady and reliable person with strong execution skills. He is an excellent executor, but he is not suited to be a leader. Lu Xiaoye has too little social experience, is rather independent, and has no ambition to be a leader. Song Yarui has a low desire for power and rarely speaks in the group chat, let alone leads others. There's no need to mention Lu Yang and Xiaohua, they're not even in the running. Only Chen Ci, being of suitable age and possessing strong survival skills, had close contact with Lu Xiaoye, Song Yarui, Wang Zixuan, and others, and they got along very well. Therefore, when Chen Ci took the initiative to occupy the main seat and assign tasks, the others did not feel uncomfortable and all expressed their acceptance of the proposal. Chen Ci had gradually become the invisible leader of the group. He concluded, everyone else can leave now. Uncle Lu, you two will have to keep watch from here. Lu Aigua simply replied, don't worry. Lu Aigua and Lu Xiaoye were left to guard the chat channel, while the others gradually left the channel. Chen Ci put down the knife in his hand and put the remaining 2 pieces of meat into the kitchen. He hadn't stopped eating while they were discussing, and he finished the second piece of meat. He now needs 2 premium meat chops to feel full. I wonder how much I'll need to eat per meal after reaching level 1. There should be a way to solve that, otherwise I'll waste a lot of my time eating every day. Chen Ci went to the living room, rested for a while, and then stopped wasting time. He stood up and assumed the Vajra stance, his breathing changing automatically. He wanted to seize the time to cultivate. If it weren't for the Xuanshu sword technique, without the training ground and geothermal hot springs to assist him, and the fact that he could only cultivate once a day, he would have wanted to quickly advance the sword technique to a high level and gain physical growth. Chen Ci, who was practicing the Vajra breathing method in the living room, found that the Vajra breathing method was really difficult. Each posture of the Vajra stance corresponds to a certain frequency of breathing. Through breathing and stance training, he mobilized all the muscles, bones and even blood in his body. He found it difficult to maintain each posture for long, and could only rest, change postures and rest in an endless cycle. I don't know when I'll be able to last 5 minutes. Bite. Chen Ci, who was resting on the ground, heard the system notification and immediately opened his private message. It was from Lu Xiaoye. Brother Chen, join the group, something's up. Chen Ci didn't bother to reply. He directly opened the chat channel and entered the small group. Others joined the group one after another, until only Lu Yang remained offline. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Lu Igua quickly said, Everyone, the monster that Lu Yang encountered yesterday has reappeared and is acting extremely aggressively. Please wait in the group chat for a moment, he may need your help. Chen Ci and the others immediately understood why Lu Yang wasn't there. In fact, they had already expected that yesterday's events wouldn't end so simply. Shortly after, Lu Yang came online. Everyone, I need help. That monster is back, and it has mutated further. It's ramming the door, and the wooden door won't hold for long. I urgently need a powerful weapon. After saying that, he sent a picture to the group. The picture shows the monster he encountered. The monster was much larger than a normal sheep, with all its fur gone, revealing red and brown skin and flesh. Its muscles were bulging and irregularly shaped like lumps of flesh. A row of stark white bone spurs emerged from his spine, the horns on his head turned into 2 bone spurs, and beneath his blood-red eyes was a huge mouth that took up half his face, with 2 rows of sharp teeth like knives, radiating a cold light, as if they could tear anything apart, and disgusting saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. If it hadn't been posted by Lu Yang, no one would have thought this thing had anything to do with sheep. Lu Yang pleaded, Please help me, everyone. I will be richly rewarded if I survive. Even if Lu Yang didn't say anything, Chen Ci and the others would try their best to help him. It's too difficult for one person to survive in this world. They need companions to support each other. If they abandon Lu Yang now, the group will fall apart. Xiaohua was the first to reply, as he was most worried about Lu Yang. I have a level 0 rare spear, do you think it's useful? Lu Igua also said, My weapon is a fine giant axe, which you probably can't lift. My ranged weapon is a crossbow. Lu Yang quickly replied, Xiaohua, I'll use your spear. I have a crossbow. Uncle Lu's giant axe is fine. Chen Ci then slowly said, Lu Yang, I'm trading you an item. Its power is comparable to a high explosive grenade, but be careful, it's very easy to explode. Don't blow yourself up. After finishing the transaction, he gave Lu Yang an explosive stone. As mentioned earlier, if they all hide their involvement and refuse to help Lu Yang, the group will fall apart, and close cooperation will become impossible. At this moment, Wang Zixuan suddenly said, Brother Chen, a monster has appeared outside my shelter as well. After saying that, he posted a picture. The monster in the picture looked very different from the one Lu Yang had encountered, but it was just as disgusting. Chen Ci's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Are you confident you can handle it? Everyone else, log off and check if any monsters have appeared around the shelter. Wang Zixuan replied, I'll try. I have a fence here. I'll try to solve it before it breaks through the fence. If it doesn't work, I'll ask for help in the group. After discussing the offline response, the others reported on the situation around the shelter. Another one appeared outside Lu Xiaoye's shelter. It looked like a feline and moved very fast. She reported it, and immediately logged off. Only Lu Yang and Xiaohui in the group hadn't built fences. Everyone else had fences to block the monsters, so the situation wasn't urgent. The other people's fences were not far from the stone house, so there was a high chance they could have shot the monsters to death with crossbows in front of the stone house. However, just in case, Chen Ci still traded each person a bomb stone, instructing them to decide for themselves whether to use it. Call out. Chen Ci suddenly heard the sound of arrows slicing through the air. He immediately thought of a possibility. The sound was from wooden arrows fired from the arrow tower. A monster has appeared in my place too, Chen Ci immediately realized. Chapter 58 Fighting Alone. Chen Ci realized that the monsters were attacking, but he didn't panic. Instead, he calmly said something in the group chat before closing the chat window. Chen Ci went to the window and looked outside. His expression changed and he said speechlessly, "The fence really shouldn't have been built so far away. Now that the fire poison vines are blocking the way, we can't even see what the monster looks like." He can only see the arrow tower occasionally firing wooden arrows. When no one is operating the arrow tower, it can automatically fire crossbow bolts, but it does not lead the shot when aiming, making it difficult to hit moving objects. Chen Ci was secretly anxious. The rain hasn't stopped yet, and I can't go out. Although the Lynx combat suit can repel water, the hand and foot areas are not sealed tightly. If they get wet, everything will be over. Call out. Another wooden arrow was fired. The arrow tower had a 30-second cooldown before it could fire again, and the fact that it fired again meant that the monster was still alive. Judging from the point where the arrow landed, the monster is about to approach the fence. Just as Chen Ci was getting anxious, he suddenly saw the fire poison vines on the fence tremble violently, and several vines as thick as an adult's arm stretched out from the gaps in the fence and extended outwards. The monster is bound by vines! Chen Ci observed that the fire poison thorn vines were taut and straight. The fire poison thorn vines are wrestling with the monster! Whoosh, puff! The arrow tower's cooldown was over, and it fired a wooden arrow. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the arrow piercing flesh could be heard. Chen Ci exclaimed excitedly, "Hit! It's a success!" Chen Ci immediately saw the fire poison thorn vine retracting, and the taut vines indicated that the monster was still bound at the front. In just a few breaths, the monster had been dragged to the fence by the vines. From a distance, Chen Ci could only see a glimpse of blood red through the gaps in the vines. "Little vine, kill it!" Chen Ci secretly encouraged himself. As if responding to Chen Ci's command, the fire poison vines extended several slender tendrils from the main vine, slowly approaching the monster before launching them into its body. Chen Ci couldn't see what the fire poison thorn vine was doing, but he could guess a thing or two from the vine bundles that were getting smaller and smaller. The fire poison vines are absorbing the monster's flesh and blood. Won't they suffer from indigestion? Chen Ci looked somewhat uneasy. He knew that the fire poison thorn vine could devour flesh and blood, but he was unsure whether the fire poison thorn vine would have any side effects after eating this monster. The distance between them was beyond his perception range, and he could not sense the fire poison thorn vine's thoughts. Chen Ci gave a wry smile. "There's no use in worrying. It keeps raining outside, so I can't go over to check on shouting. There's also good news. The red-eyed monster I was facing has been dealt with, and dealt with very easily." Chen Ci stood by the window and watched from afar as the red-eyed monster was slowly devoured by the fire poison vines. Soon, the arm-thick vines spread out, and the monster had disappeared. Suddenly, several more vines extended from the fire poison vine, picking up the monster's remaining fragments of bone one by one, and carrying them all to the gap between the arrow tower and the fence. The vines skillfully dug a hole and threw the broken bones and fur into it. Chen Ci looked at him strangely, as if he were looking at a habitual thief who had been in and out of the detention center 3 times. "It must have secretly eaten it without me knowing." Chen Ci dared to swear to heaven that this was absolutely not the first time the fire poison thorn vine had stolen food. Its actions of destroying evidence were already very skillful. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat. I think I heard screams when I was fast asleep. I thought it was a dream. It seems, humph. After destroying the evidence, the fire-poisoned thorn vine retracted all its vines, and the main vine became as dazed as usual. Chen Ci's lips twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, no sound came out. Just as Chen Ci was watching the performance of the fire-poisoned thorn vine, Wang Zixuan's battle also reached a critical moment. Wang Zixuan stood with the wooden door of the stone house wide open, about a meter away from it, a position that would protect him from the acid rain. He stood ramrod straight, a modern recurve bow already drawn in his hand, arrows gleaming coldly aimed at the stone house. The red-eyed monster that Wang Zixuan encountered was a wild dog with all its fur gone and disgusting tentacles emerging from its bare flesh, swaying in the wind. The red-eyed monster kept circling the fence. It had tried to climb over the 2-meter-high fence, but was repelled by Wang Zixuan's arrow, which was still stuck in the monster's body. Wang Zixuan muttered to himself, "It's about to lose its temper." Wang Zixuan had just discovered that the red-eyed monster had a special fondness for him, and would only attack from that direction whenever it saw him. "Only a shot to the head will be fatal. Don't rush, I only have one chance." The arrow that Wang Zixuan just shot hit the monster like it was dead flesh. The monster didn't react at all, and its movements didn't change in the slightest. Wang Zixuan stared intently at the monster outside the fence. The monster was almost unable to resist the urge to devour Wang Zixuan's flesh and blood, and its movements became smaller and smaller. Suddenly, the red-eyed monster took a few steps back, opened its mouth wide, revealing dagger-like sharp teeth, and lunged forward to bite the fence. Its sharp teeth pierced through the wooden planks, and it struggled to retreat, trying to tear the fence planks apart. "Now, Hawkeye!" Wang Zixuan roared inwardly, his pupils suddenly turning black and rapidly contracting. The monster's head rapidly enlarged before his eyes, as if the 100-meter bullseye had suddenly become a 5-meter bullseye. The disgusting head of the red-eyed monster, its crimson eyes magnified countless times, was placed before Wang Zixuan. With a gentle release of his right hand, he shot through the monster's red eyes and into its head in an instant. "We won!" Wang Zixuan shouted happily, his expression relaxed. Compared to Wang Zixuan's aesthetically pleasing attack, Xiaohua's fighting style was quite brutal. Xiaohua's shelter didn't have a fence. Well, how should I put it? It wasn't that he didn't work hard, but that he was just too unlucky. He was a typical unlucky person. He hunted every day and got treasure chests, but they were mostly basic supplies. He rarely got anything good. The only time he had a stroke of luck was when he drew a rare spear. Because there was no fence, the monster was already banging on the door when Xiaohua logged off. He wasn't afraid at all, and slowly carried a stool to the door and looked at the monster through the observation window on the door. "Hiss, as expected, I feel inexplicable fear. Ugly monster, take this ball from the protagonist." Xiaohua Qiang suppressed his fear, and a fireball the size of an orange suddenly appeared in his right hand. He casually threw it, and the fireball hit the monster's head directly. Sizzle! A sizzling sound of hot oil hitting water rang out, along with a foul stench that made Xiaohua dizzy and nauseous. "Ugh, it stinks! Here's another disgusting monster for you." Xiaohua quickly threw out another fireball, deftly closed the observation window, and moved away from the wooden door. "Vomit!" Even from a great distance, the stench continued to emanate from the cracks in the door. "I miscalculated, what should I do?" The monster died, leaving behind a stench that made Xiaohua feel nauseous. Lu Aigua, another formidable fighter in the small group, faced a similar situation to Xiaohua. They all need to clean the house. Although Lu Aigua had a repeating crossbow, his shooting skills were too poor, and he couldn't hit the head. The red-eyed monster, at the cost of being riddled with crossbow bolts, successfully broke through the fence, ran into the yard, and was about to rush into the stone house. "Perfect timing! Let's fight in close combat. We can do without this crossbow." Lu Aigua tossed aside the repeating crossbow, took out a double-edged great axe from his inventory, gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, and stared at the rapidly approaching red-eyed monster. "Drink! Unleash your power!" With a loud shout, Lu Igwa unleashed his superpower. His muscles suddenly swelled and tightened, instantly transforming him into a muscular man, increasing his height by 10 centimeters, and swinging his double-edged giant axe with lightning speed. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed up, and when it cleared, the scene came into view. The double-edged giant axe had cleaved a 30-centimeter wide axe mark in the floor, and the blood and flesh scattered around the axe mark were the head of the red-eyed monster. I overdid it. Wasn't the world chat saying this monster was really tough? How come it's so? Lu Igwa gave a wry smile, but didn't say the last word. Dish. Back to the chat channel. After logging in, Chen Ci found that only Song Yerui was online and immediately realized. Xiaohua and Uncle Lu have also discovered the monster, and are probably still fighting. Song Yerui was a little surprised to see Chen Ci online. After all, Chen Ci hadn't been offline for long. Chen Ci, you took care of the red-eyed monster? Chen Ci replied. Yes, what about you? Are you sure you don't have any? Song Yerui shook her head in puzzlement. I really didn't see anything, there wasn't a sound outside. Chen Ci exclaimed. You're really lucky, you even got a bye. Song Yerui didn't know how to respond to the praise. The two waited in silence for the others to finish their fight. After a while, Xiaohua logged on first, followed by Lu Igwa and Wang Zixuan. As soon as he logged on, Xiaohua exclaimed, This monster is actually quite weak, not as powerful as people say. It's just disgusting, extremely disgusting, absolutely disgusting. 3 disgusting experiences in a row made Chen Ci quite curious about what kind of monster Xiaohua had encountered. He muttered to himself, Unlike me, I haven't even seen what my monster looks like, let alone tested its strength. Subsequently, Wang Zixuan and Lu Igwa provided detailed information about the monster's characteristics, which gave Chen Ci a general understanding of the monster's strength. The red-eyed monster's strength and agility have been increased by about 100%. Its body no longer has any weaknesses, and its movements are still unaffected by attacks. Only by attacking its head can it be killed quickly. Staring at a red-eyed monster can trigger fear, but as long as you are mentally prepared, you can suppress the fear. The monster's strength is not as invincible as it is described. 15 minutes later, Lu Xiaoye and Lu Yang logged on one after the other. The feline monster that Lu Xiaoye encountered was too fast. At first, she used her superpower, high-frequency thinking, to repel the red-eyed monster that tried to climb over the fence several times. But after figuring out Lu Xiaoye's blind spot, the monster successfully vaulted into the yard. By the time Lu Xiaoye realized what was happening and tried to close the wooden door, it was too late. The feline monster had already reached the doorway. Fortunately, she remained calm under pressure and quickly retreated into the workshop. With the help of her supernatural high-frequency thinking, she used the cotton cloth and rope in the workshop to set up a trap. The feline monster was momentarily slowed by the trap when it entered the workshop. Lu Xiaoye seized this moment using her supernatural abilities, instantly activating the wind chaser bow and piercing the monster's body with an arrow. This ended the tightrope walk of battle. Lu Yang, on the other hand, relied on explosive stones to get through the level. He did not choose to confront the monsters directly, but instead, like Xiaohua, he threw explosive stones directly through the observation window on the door. It was only because the shelter stone walls were sturdy that he was able to hide behind them and escape the blast wave. Otherwise, it wouldn't just have been the wooden door that was blown away. As for why Lu Yang took so long to come up, it was because he was repairing the shelter. The large hole at the entrance was left unattended, and it would soon be flooded. Chapter 59 1 Billion Grey Names. As soon as Lu Yang entered the group, he exclaimed, Brother Chen, your explosive stone is amazing. The power is incredible. It almost blew my shelter down. The others did not use the explosive stones. After the battle, they all returned the transaction slips. They were amazed after learning about the power of the explosive stones from Lu Yang. They did not make any other connection to it, but simply assumed that it was a special blueprint that Chen Ci had obtained. Lu Yang asked with a hint of hesitation, Brother Chen, what's the price of explosive stones? I'll trade the materials to you. Could you sell me another one if possible? I should need it tomorrow. He was a little embarrassed after saying that, since the production of explosive stones didn't seem to be very high. Chen Ci didn't object to helping him. After considering it for a moment, he replied, "Let's price it at 20 units of iron. The production is very low, and I don't have many. I can sell you one more. Others can also keep one as a backup if they need it." The others were also very tempted. After all, according to Liu Yang's description, this explosive stone could be decisive in certain situations. They all took the initiative to complete the transaction with Chen Ci. Even if they didn't use it this time, they could keep it as a trump card. Trading 20 units of iron for a trump card was not a loss. Chen Ci has 7 explosive stones in his inventory. One for each of the 6 people, and he can keep one for himself just in case. He then thought to himself, "I need to synthesize a few more tonight. One isn't enough firepower." Today's test was insignificant to Chen Ci, but the gains were considerable, mainly in terms of personnel. Through this crisis, the small group became more cohesive, and mutual trust increased significantly. Chen Ci even became the invisible leader of this small group. Everyone in the group passed the test safely, and everyone was in a good mood. Liu Yang even kept making witty remarks, saying that those who survive a great calamity are bound to have good fortune in the future. Just as the group was getting into their conversation, Liu Ai was suddenly interrupted, saying, "Everyone, I just received 2 pieces of news from my comrades in the Huameng Alliance." After a pause, he continued, "First, most survivors encountered the red-eyed monster today, and many survivors who were unprepared for combat have been grayed out. Second, 90% of the survivors who were previously infected by the acid rain demon have been grayed out." Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful atmosphere in the group instantly plummeted to freezing point. Everyone understood what a gray name meant. It meant that the survivor status had been revoked in the ruins world, and it was generally assumed to be death. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ci took the initiative to break the atmosphere of shared sorrow. "Everyone, we are powerless to help the other survivors. There is no need to be too hard on ourselves. All we can do is mourn for them. At the same time, we should learn from this experience. Today's test wasn't particularly difficult. Those who failed simply didn't adapt to the environment, didn't strive to develop their shelter, or lacked the courage to fight proactively." He paused and then said, "Ultimately, it all boils down to one thing: we are currently powerless to resist. We can only accept reality, adapt to the ruins world, abide by its rules, and strive to improve ourselves." Like Liu Yang, if he had actively explored the wilderness before, there was a very high probability that he could have obtained the fence blueprints, and this time he wouldn't have almost been broken into by the red-eyed monsters. Liu Yang felt a little ashamed upon hearing this. Indeed, since he began his struggle for survival, he had never strayed too far from the shelter, and had been exploring the surrounding area. Although he was lucky enough to discover an iron ore mine, and his basic resources were not lacking, he only gained a few treasure chests, blueprints, and weapons. In particular, the weapons were all basic ones purchased from the trading channel, so his ability to withstand risks was naturally much weaker. Chen Ci didn't continue. The people in the group were all quite intelligent, and should understand what he meant. Neither complacency nor excessive sadness was advisable. They had no power to resist and could only obey the will of the ruins world and try to survive. "You're right, and I will stay on duty. Everyone else, if you don't have anything else to do, log off as soon as possible and get ready. The test isn't over yet." Everyone else logged off upon seeing this, while Chen Ci and Song Yarui stayed behind to monitor the chat channel. Chen Ci calmly browsed the messages on the world channel. The atmosphere today was clearly not as cheerful as the previous 2 days. He glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner of the world channel, 3,256,821,463. He vaguely remembered that there were more than 4 billion people on the world channel yesterday. Chen Ci murmured to himself, "Today, 1 billion people were eliminated for various reasons because they failed to meet the expectations of the ruins world." To be honest, this number was beyond his expectations. He didn't think today's test was difficult. As long as he upgraded his shelter to level 2 and was cautious and brave, he would most likely be able to pass without taking any damage. A moment later, the various leagues released their statistics, and the number of eliminated survivors was roughly the same as Chen Ci had guessed. Of the more than 1 billion gray names, 70% have not upgraded their shelters for various reasons, while the other 30% are either cowardly and afraid to fight, or unlucky ones who have been corrupted by acid rain due to carelessness. Since survivors are currently unable to gather together, the alliances are all based on previous social organizations and established online in the cloud. It was precisely because of the weak online control that, despite repeated warnings from League experts, some stubborn survivors remained lazy and unwilling to put in the effort, and this time they reaped the consequences of their own actions. I wonder what happened to those Western environmentalists. Chen Ci was curious whether those who insisted on the environmental protection of log cabins eventually regretted it. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Zixuan and the other two went online to take over the chat channel from Chen Ci and Song Yarui. Chen Ci went offline immediately without saying a word. The chat channel was full of negative messages today, and his negative energy was about to explode. Chen Ci was in a bad mood. He mechanically put the toilet paper he had just finished on the shelf and placed an order for 7,000 units. He lay somewhat depressed on the recliner by the fireplace. Originally, Xiaobai was lying on Chen Ci's stomach, but perhaps sensing that its owner was in a bad mood, it nodded its little head and quickly climbed off him, disappearing in a flash. Chen Ci didn't pay attention at first, but a moment later he heard the rumbling sound of stones rolling on the floor. What's that sound? He looked down at the ground in confusion and saw that Little White was pushing a warm stone about the same size as itself towards him. It was a leftover stone that he had put in the corner of the living room. Noticing that Chen Ci was watching it, Xiaobai nimbly stood up next to the warm stone, its two front paws gesturing incessantly. Chen Ci gradually understood what Xiaobai meant. Xiaobai saw that he was unhappy and wanted him to synthesize items, because he was always in a good mood after synthesizing them. A warm feeling instantly filled my heart. This little one knows how to care for people now. All the love I've given him wasn't for nothing. Chen Ci stepped forward, picking up Xiaobai and Anqi in each hand. I'll listen to you, stop overthinking, let's go synthesize them, and then go to sleep. He didn't experiment with synthesizing new items. All 4 attempts were based on the explosive stone recipe. Perhaps it was because Little White was trying his best to make its master happy today. Obtained 3 explosive stones and 1 flash stone. All 4 synthesis attempts were successful, and all 4 pieces were of high quality. Seeing this achievement, Chen Ci's mood improved considerably, and he revealed a slight smile. Chapter 60 The Final Test. Day 13 of the Ruins World, light rain turning to sunny, temperature -2 to 10 degrees Celsius. To all survivors, today is the final day of the test. The final test will be arranged based on your survival performance. New mutant creature, demonic creature. Chen Ci was woken up by Lu Xiaoya again. It was his turn to be on duty. He opened the system and his attention was immediately drawn to the announcement. The announcement was short, but it contained a lot of information. First, let's talk about today's weather. The rain has turned to clear skies, which means the acid rain will stop, and survivors will be able to go outside. With more open space, they can maneuver even if they encounter danger. Secondly, there will be a final test today, the difficulty of which will be based on the strength of the survivor's shelter, meaning that everyone will face different challenges. If a survivor has abundant resources but lacks ability, they are very likely to be defeated unexpectedly, which is not good news for some high-ranking members of the League who have made their fortunes through deception and fraud. Chen Ci expressed confidence that his career was progressing well. I may face a challenging final test, so I need to prepare in advance. The last point is for red-eyed monsters, for which the Void World gives a unified name, demonized creatures, in contrast to evolved creatures. Both are collectively referred to as mutated creatures. Is a white robot considered an evolved organism? Chen Ci glanced at Xiaobai, who was still lazing around in its nest, and thought that Xiaobai should be considered an evolved creature. Ordinary white mice are not as smart as it, and it knows how to be lazy and eat. Chen Ci greeted Song Yarui, who had just logged on, and the two of them separately monitored the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Trading Channel. The regional channel is practically defunct, with fewer than 300 members, most of whom are from the Blood Fiend Alliance. Chen Ci hasn't checked it in a long time. At around 3 a.m., very few people were speaking in the world chat. Most survivors were asleep at this time, and a few night owls were also reluctant to speak due to the influence of yesterday's gray name status. Information was refreshing very slowly. Time flows slowly but steadily. Without the fun-loving people, the entire duty shift became tedious and boring. Chen Ci stared at the light rain outside the window and the faint light on the horizon and said softly, "A new day has begun." The handover with Wang Zixuan and the other two was completed smoothly. Chen Ci went to the kitchen. He had been in a bad mood and had a poor appetite last night, so he hadn't eaten much for dinner. He was very hungry now. "Since we have some free time now, let's cook some rice porridge. We need to eat well before the test, so we won't have the energy to mess around when the final test starts." Chen Ci didn't touch the 2 steaks he had grilled yesterday. Instead, he put iron skewers on the fireplace and grilled 4 more. He wanted to eat fresh meat now, and he kept the remaining 4 cooked ones as a reserve. He had a feeling that this would be the only hot meal he would have today. 2 large bowls of rice porridge and 2 pieces of premium pork chops were served, while Xiaobai had some dry food and honey water. The 2 of them ate with great relish. Chen Ci looked out the window and said, "The rain has lessened a lot, but I don't know when it will stop." Chen Ci had made up his mind. He wouldn't go out as long as it was raining outside. Yesterday's 1 billion Grey Name survivors told all survivors to be wary of everything in the ruins world and not to treat it with their old ideas. The acid rain in the ruins world not only contained acidic substances but also a more terrifying demonic infection. Although he didn't know when the acid rain would stop, he didn't foolishly continue waiting. Instead, he followed his own plan, put on his Lynx combat suit, and began training in the empty living room. No matter what the challenge is, it's always good to improve yourself. The acid rain continued until noon before it began to show signs of stopping. He quickly ended his cultivation and recovered his strength. Chen Ci's cultivation in the morning was not very effective. Even though he kept telling himself to relax, he was still affected and couldn't get into the right state of mind for a long time. In addition, Lu Xieye and the others kept sending him private messages to report on the situation, so he gained very little from the morning's training, only increasing his proficiency by 1%. Chen Ci took out 2 spare meat chops, ate them while opening the chat channel, and instead of checking the world channel, he went directly into the small group. Everyone else is online, and as we all know, the cessation of acid rain is very likely the signal that the final test is about to begin. Lu Yang, with his sharpest eyes, immediately spotted Chen Ci. "Brother Chen is here. My brother is so calm and collected, he's got the composure of a leader." Chen Ci ignored Lu Yang's flattery and asked directly, "How are the preparations going?" It was Wang Zixuan who replied. Wang Zixuan is often responsible for summarizing information both inside and outside the group. "Everyone's weapons, food, medicine and water are all ready, but we don't know in what form this test will take, so the preparations are a bit mixed up," Chen Ci praised. "The content of the test is unclear, so everyone should just prepare actively. We need ranged weapons, melee weapons, and armor. If we don't have any, we should buy them now. Most importantly, have courage. Don't be afraid of getting hurt in battle, don't be timid or hesitant. Only by living can you have a future." After pausing and thinking carefully for a moment, he sent the introduction of the water of life to the group and continued. "As long as everyone can survive the test, even if they are injured or even crippled, there are ways to treat them in the ruins world." Some people in the group were clearly unaware of the water of life and were greatly shocked upon seeing Chen Ci's introduction. Lu Yang even transformed into a professional flatterer. "What, Brother Chen, you're the Taoist Duobao, right? So many good things, you're my strongest support." Even the experienced Lu Igua couldn't help but be moved and said, "Chen Ci, with these potions from you, our group will definitely be able to pass the test." The other 3 were also greatly encouraged. The fact that their injuries could be treated was the best logistical support for a soldier about to go to the battlefield. Chen Ci's eyes flickered, and he suggested, "Uncle Lu, we haven't experienced many battles. Could you tell us about the precautions to take during battle? Lu Igua readily accepted. Okay, then I'll tell you all about it. This is a summary from my old sergeant when I was in the army. It mainly consists of 4 aspects: being prepared, staying calm, paying attention to safety, and using tactics. First, be prepared. Chen Ci and the others were greatly inspired by Lu Igua's sharing. It was the first time he had heard of a systematic combat theory. He also benefited greatly from it by comparing it with the combat he had encountered recently. As Chen Ci listened, he made final preparations. First, he put on the Starfire leather armor over his Lynx combat suit. Then, he checked the number of crossbow bolts and found that he had 80 bolts. Fearing that it would not be enough, he urgently produced 100 bolts and added them to his inventory. He then took an adrenaline shot from the medical kit and put it on his person, stored the ice-pattern crossbow in his inventory, and placed the Tang sword and snake-skin shield beside him. Finally, he made a backpack out of animal hides and ropes, and put some compressed biscuits and water inside. After checking repeatedly and finding no omissions in the statements, he and the others quietly watched Lu Igua share how to fight. An hour later, the acid rain stopped, and at that moment all the survivors looked at the system announcement. The acid rain has stopped, and all survivors can now safely venture out. The final test is about to begin. Round 1, guard the core. Following the system announcement, everyone's shelter cores automatically appeared without being summoned, hovering 1 meter above the ground. At the same time, the sound of wild animals running could be heard outside the shelter. Someone looked up at the Gobi Desert outside the window, where 2 demonized camels appeared in the distance. Some people saw several mutated crocodiles crawling out of the lake outside. A 2-meter-long python was witnessed leaping out of the swamp. Seaside. Forest. Mountains. This time, mutated beasts appeared outside all the survivor shelters. These bizarre mutated beasts, with blood-red eyes, charged at the survivors. May you all return in triumph! Chapter 61 Demonized Wolf Pack. Chen Ci closed the chat system, grabbed the Tang sword, summoned the swarm of bullhorns, and rushed out of the stone house. Hearing a wolf howl in the distance, he immediately understood what he was about to face. Chen Ci had just run a short distance from the fence when he heard a whoosh as the arrow tower fired a wooden arrow. They've arrived so quickly. The wolf pack has already entered the 200-meter perimeter of the shelter. Chen Ci swiftly and decisively ascended the arrow tower's watchtower, glancing at the wolf pack not far away with a cursory glance. The wolf pack consisted of 13 mutated wolves. The 12 running in front all looked the same. Their fur had fallen off, revealing reddish-brown skin and flesh, their muscles were bulging, and their bodies were nearly twice the size of ordinary wild wolves. The skin around their mouths had peeled off, their gums were exposed, and disgusting saliva was flowing from the gaps between their 2 rows of sharp teeth. Investigate! Demonized wild wolf, Tier 0 elite, with sharp claws and fangs. The information obtained was very limited, including only the rank, grade, and a brief description. Chen Ci placed his sword beside him, quickly took out the ice-pattern repeating crossbow, and his gaze swept over the alpha wolf at the very back. Demonized wild wolf, Tier 0 boss, with sharp claws and fangs, a tail whip, and tentacles. The mutated alpha wolf was more robust than the ordinary mutated wolf, its entire body covered in scales, its tail was long and thin like a chain with a barb at the tip, and what attracted Chen Ci's attention the most was that the alpha wolf's right forelimb was formed by countless tiny tentacles intertwined. Obviously it had been missing a forelimb before. Chen Ci was taken aback, then realized something and chuckled. Oh, it's someone I know! Say hello? Call out. He raised his hand and fired a crossbow bolt at the alpha wolf. In an instant, an elite demonic wolf leaped up and stood in front of the alpha wolf, only to be struck in the body by the bolt. The demonized wolf turned to look at Chen Ci, its eyes filled with chilling intent. The demonized alpha wolf howled, and the pack immediately rushed towards the sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, the pack of wolves had reached the fence. With a thud, one of the demonized wolves was unable to dodge and was pinned to the ground by a wooden arrow from the arrow tower. The demonized wolf turned and bit the wooden arrow, snapping it in two with a snap, leaving the broken piece still embedded in its body as it continued running towards the fence. Chen Ci pulled the trigger with his right hand and kept cocking the bowstring with his left, unleashing a volley of arrows at the wolf pack. To minimize the number of wolves, Chen Ci directed all his arrows at the closest demonized wolf, riddling it with holes in an instant. He even targeted the wolf's head, which was targeted by the enemy, and had 5 crossbow bolts stuck in it. 12. Chen Ci murmured to himself. Ah! At the alpha wolf's command, the 11 demonic wolves in front of the fence immediately opened their mouths and swung their claws, using all their strength to destroy the fence. Little vine! Chen Ci shouted as he unloaded the crossbow magazine and loaded arrows, while simultaneously summoning fire poison vines to attack the demonized wolf. The fiery thorn vines had been poised to strike for a long time. If Chen Ci hadn't used his mind to control them and wait for an opportunity, the wolf pack would have faced an attack from the vines before even reaching the fence. The fire poison vines behind the fence immediately stretched out and wrapped around it. The demonic wolves that were gnawing at the fence bit into the spikes. Before they could even open their mouths, countless vines stretched out from the gaps in the fence and surrounded the wolf pack from both sides. Chen Ci didn't have the energy to check the results of the fire poison vine attack. He was concentrating on controlling the arrow towers. The arrow towers could be manually controlled, and in fact, only manually controlled arrow towers could unleash their full power. Call out. Under Chen Ci's control, a wooden arrow was shot toward the head of the demonized alpha wolf. The alpha wolf was clearly not expected that the arrow tower that had been attacking the wolf pack would suddenly attack it, but it reacted quickly, its tail whipping at the wooden arrow like a whip. With a crisp snap, the wooden arrow grazed the alpha wolf's body, leaving a wound and taking away a bit of flesh. The demonized alpha wolf stared intently at Chen Ci with its blood-red eyes. At that moment, it recognized Chen Ci, the human who had caused it to lose a paw. It howled and ordered the pack to speed up the destruction of the fence. It wanted to go in and kill that damned human. Upon receiving the alpha wolf's command, the pack ceased tearing at the fire thorn vines, allowing them to attack, and instead turned to destroy the fence. The fire poison thorn vine is only a level 0 weapon, and its main weapon, fire poison, is not very effective against mutated animals. When the vine's poisonous thorns pierce the mutated wolf, it has no effect whatsoever. Seeing this, Chen Ci used his senses to communicate with the fire poison trench, causing it to drive the wolf pack toward the center, while he aimed at the nearest demonized wolf and quickly emptied the crossbow magazine. 11. Seeing another demonized wolf killed by Chen Ci, the alpha wolf gave up watching the battle, ran towards the shelter, dodged the wooden arrows from the arrow tower, and approached the wolf pack. When Chen Ci saw that the alpha wolf was about to join the battle, his expression changed drastically. The fire poison vines were already struggling to stop the wolf pack, let alone adding another demonized alpha wolf that was also a leader. He immediately took out 3 armor-piercing arrows and loaded them into the repeating crossbow. At this moment, the alpha wolf had already run outside the encirclement of the fire poison vines and directly swung its sharp claws to grab at the vines. Sizzle! The alpha wolf's claws were so sharp that with a single swipe, the vine was sliced in half, and a lot of green sap dripped from the cut. Although these vines are harmless to the fire poison thorn vine, if the vine encirclement is broken, Chen Ci's plan will be ruined, and he will have to continue to withdraw vines to strengthen the encirclement, and prevent the alpha wolf from joining the pack. The demonized wolf repeatedly swung its claws to cut off the spreading vines. The speed at which the fire poison vines were reinforcing the area gradually couldn't keep up with the speed at which the alpha wolf was causing destruction. Chen Ci finally waited for the arrow tower to cool down, aimed at the alpha wolf, and fired an armor-piercing arrow with the repeating crossbow. He then immediately manipulated the arrow tower to fire wooden arrows at the alpha wolf. The demonized alpha wolf paid no attention to the incoming crossbow bolts. These small arrows couldn't even penetrate elite demonized wolves, let alone this one. It casually swung its paws to swat at the bolts. Pfft! To the horde's surprise, the armor-piercing crossbow bolt pierced its claws and pierced its body. The movement to dodge the wooden arrow was instantly distorted, and the immense force of the arrow propelled it far away. Witnessing the alpha wolf being successfully repelled, Chen Ci immediately focused his mind to help the fire poison thorn vine control the vines, and all the elite demonized wolves were surrounded by the vines. At this point, the fire poison thorn vine had abandoned the protection of the fence, and a large number of vines stretched out from the gaps in the fence, forming an N shape to surround the wolf pack. The smaller vines release their poisonous thorns, contract and surround the main vine, protecting it. Following Chen Ci's command, the fire poison vines tightened their vines and released their poisonous thorns, driving the elite demonized wolves to gather. At the same time, the vines are pulled out to wrap around the main vine, forming layers of protective netting, until the main vine becomes a huge vine ball. Sensing danger, the alpha wolf sped up, snapping the wooden arrow in two, and charged toward the surrounded pack. We can't let them merge. Although the encirclement can continue to shrink, we can't force perfection and miss the opportunity. Chen Ci immediately took out 3 fiery red explosive stones from his inventory and threw them into the center of the encirclement without hesitation. Without even looking at the result, he retrieved his repeating crossbow and Tang-style sword, and jumped directly off the arrow tower. Boom! Chen Ci heard a loud bang while he was still in midair, and a force pushed him from behind, turning his perfect landing into a staggering mess. Chen Ci steadied himself, and immediately turned to look at the explosion site. He saw only a large crater. The fence that the wolf pack had attacked earlier had disappeared. There was broken flesh and vines everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Not far away were fire poison vines, and the vine ball that wrapped the main vine was also tattered. Chen Ci ran anxiously toward the fire poison thorn vine, trying to sense the main vine's will as he ran, but he received no response until he reached the vine ball. However, he soon had to abandon his investigation of the fire poison vine. The demonized alpha wolf walked into the yard through the vanish fence. The alpha wolf was also seriously injured in the explosion. Its left side was a bloody mess, most of its left front paw was blown off, and its left eye was just a hole. Chen Ci said coldly, "Sorry, I've knocked off another one of your claws." Chapter 62 Killing the Wolf. The demonized wolf stared intently at Chen Ci, completely disregarding its injuries. It opened its massive maw, howled at Chen Ci, and charged forward. Good timing! Chen Ci felt his blood boiling, and lightly tapped his chest to activate the burst skill attached to the Starfire leather armor. Constitution +5. He clearly felt an energy flowing from his chest throughout his body, and his strength surged, making the Tang horizontal sword, which had been in his hand, feel light and airy. Is this the power of a first-tier being? After running just a couple of steps, he discovered that it wasn't just his strength that had improved. His agility, reaction speed, and striking speed had all increased significantly. Facing the charging demonic wolf, Chen Ci, whose physique had greatly increased, swiftly turned to the side and swung his snakeskin shield, delivering a powerful shield bash that slammed heavily into the demonic wolf, sending it flying backward instantly. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Ci accelerated his pursuit, closing in on the demonized alpha wolf. He unleashed the mysterious blade technique, slashing at the wolf's neck from 2 angles with unpredictable blade movements. The demonized wolf had barely landed when it was unsteady, but its reaction was incredibly fast. It raised its right claw to grab the horizontal blade, and its tail shot out like a venomous snake towards Chen Ci's face. Chen Ci kept his eyes fixed on the alpha wolf, his blade still flashing as he slashed directly at the right claw of the tentacle. But then the alpha wolf's right claw suddenly split open, transforming into several tentacles that wrapped around the blade from the side. Despite being startled by this change, Chen Ci remained calm. He changed his sword strike from a sweeping motion to a slashing motion, quickly cutting across the tentacles. At the same time, his left hand used a snakeskin shield to precisely block the alpha wolf's tail attack. He was currently far stronger than the alpha wolf. He steadily caught the attack with his snakeskin shield in his left hand and sliced off half of the tentacle with his right hand. Without the support of the pack, the demonized alpha wolf is just an ordinary demonized boss monster. However, with the support of the Starfire leather armor, Chen Ci's physique had reached Tier 1. Although it was a forced upgrade to Pseudo Tier 1, it still managed to overwhelm the alpha wolf. Despite being severely injured, the alpha wolf, with its right tentacle severed, did not move away from Chen Ci. Instead, it took the opportunity to approach and used its right tentacle, now with only half a tentacle remaining, to whip Chen Ci's abdomen. Bang! Chen Ci was pushed back half a step by a tremendous force, and his abdomen ached slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the alpha wolf stood up, used its powerful hind legs to pounce on Chen Ci's thighs, which were not protected by leather armor. Chen Ci neither dodged nor avoided. With a slight movement of his right wrist, the horizontal blade moved as if it were an extension of his arm. The blade flashed, and he gripped it in a reverse grip, the tip pointing downwards. Stab-like technique. The alpha wolf turned its head to avoid the blade above its head, but Chen Ci kicked its head first with his left foot. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh rang out as Tang Hingdao pierced the alpha wolf's neck and plunged deep into the ground. Despite its severe injuries, the demonized wolf was not dead. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the thigh that was so close yet so far away. The flexible whiptail behind it shot out, its target being Chen Ci's lower abdomen. Chen Ci's expression changed drastically. This was going to make him a eunuch. He released his grip on the knife hilt with his right hand and dodged the barbed whip to the side. Unexpectedly, the wolf's tail whip could turn, making a right-angle turn, showing no sign of giving up until it achieved its goal. You've gone too far! Chen Ci's face hardened, and he used his left hand to block the whip with the snakeskin shield. With lightning speed, he reached out his right hand, grabbed the barb at the top of the whip, and quickly rotated his wrist to wrap the whip around his arm. He then concentrated all his strength in his right hand and swung it out violently. The demonic wolf, still struggling to pull the blade from its neck, felt a sharp pain in its rear end. Its entire body was lifted into the air, its neck severed in half by the blade stuck in the ground. As it flew over Chen Ci's head, dark red blood spurted from its severed neck. Bang! The demonized wolf slammed heavily to the ground with a loud thud. Even with half its neck severed and multiple bones broken throughout its body, the demonized wolf was still struggling to get up, demonstrating its truly tenacious vitality. Chen Ci hooked his right foot, and Tang Hingdao flew into his hand. He took 2 steps forward and unleashed a powerful strike, splitting Manhwa with force, the force reaching the blade. The wolf's head rolled on the ground, and the tail whip wrapped around its right hand was no longer taut. Phew, what incredible vitality! To be alive with half its neck severed is terrifying. He touched his abdomen. Protected by the starfire leather armor, the attack from the demonized wolf hadn't injured him. The pain was just from the impact. There are many descriptions, but the two sides did not have much contact time, and even Chen Ci's physical burst still had half of its time remaining. Without bothering to check the alpha wolf's corpse, he strode toward the crater created by the explosive rock. These mutated creatures were so resilient, there might still be survivors from the explosion. Chen Ci stood in front of the hole in the fence, and looked around. His guess was correct. There were indeed still surviving demonized wolves, but what he hadn't anticipated was that they were already tightly bound by vines covered in poisonous thorns. The fire-poison vines had already dealt with them all some time ago. Chen Ci was overjoyed. "Xiao Teng, you're all right? That's wonderful!" Upon hearing Chen Ci's call, the fire-poison thorn vine gave a weak response. He sensed that the fire-poison thorn vine was severely damaged. More than half of the vines were broken, which was considered a serious injury. The good news is that the main vine is intact, just a little weak, and can slowly recover after being given nutrients. "You want these wolf carcasses?" "Sure, all the wolf carcasses outside are yours to take directly. Don't touch the alpha wolf in the yard, I still have a use for it." Sensing the fire-poison thorn vine's desire for the demonized wolf corpse, Chen Ci naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, it was a major contributor to this battle. The fire-poison vines can absorb flesh and blood to heal injuries, making the wolf carcass a perfect resource. With Chen Ci's permission, the fire-poison thorn vine dragged all the flesh and blood outside the shelter to the main vine. The severely wounded and dying demonized wolf pack was killed directly by the main vine. The system issued a notification as the wolf pack was eliminated. 13 merit points have been earned. The survivors have completed the first round of assessment. The second round of assessment will begin in 1 hour. Please prepare as soon as possible. Why is there a second round? Chen Ci couldn't help but curse. In fact, he wasn't the only one. The other survivors who received the notification felt the same way. They had gone through so much trouble to complete the test, only to be told that there was another round. After venting his anger, he regained his composure. I only have 1 hour. I need to repair the fence as soon as possible. Despite being extremely unhappy, he still had to make the necessary preparations, unless he was suicidal. Complaining is useless. The ruins world won't listen to his complaints. In the stone house. The previously suspended shelter core has been hidden again. He stood in the center of the living room, resuming the core and selecting the defensive structure, the fence. Fence damaged. Repair requires 50 wood. After all, the hole isn't big, so the repair cost isn't high. Repair confirmed. The timber in the warehouse was confiscated directly. The damaged parts of the fence were enveloped in white light and slowly returned to their original state. Call. Chen Ci breathed a sigh of relief. He had never repaired a shelter building before and was worried that it would be very troublesome. He didn't expect that the ruins world was quite humane in this regard, requiring only basic materials. I wonder how they are. Chen Ci opened the small group chat with concern. The first round of tests was not easy, and it would not be easy for those with poor combat abilities. A quick glance revealed that only Xiaohu was online in the group chat. Upon seeing Chen Ci log on, Xiaohu immediately greeted him. Brother Chen, you finished the first round? Are you alright? There was no time for pleasantries. Chen Ci cut to the chase. Yes, you're not injured. Little Fire, have you seen anyone else log on? No, they should still be in the first round of testing. The end notification is sent to individuals. Chen Ci suddenly realized. He had thought the second announcement was for all survivors. He then asked with concern. Are you ready for the second round? Xiaohu replied. I haven't prepared yet. I just finished the test and went online. Actually, there's not much to prepare, just to replenish some arrows. Let's check it carefully. You go and get ready. I'm going down too. The tasks were of varying difficulty and had different completion times, making it impossible for all personnel to be gathered, so Chen Ci decided not to waste any more time. Back in the courtyard, the demonized wolf hadn't even had time to gather any materials yet. They should be producing some good materials. With a sliver of hope, I aimed the skill at the wolf corpse. Obtain tail whip, orange, x1, claws, blue, x2, scales, orange, x5. 2 rare materials. Seeing that the harvest was good, Chen Ci was in a better mood. He thought to himself that the demonized creature was quite generous, but what puzzled him was that there wasn't a single piece of meat. He delivered the materials to the warehouse, made himself a cup of honey water, returned to the living room, lay down on the recliner, and closed his eyes to recover the energy he had just lost. He thought to himself with relief. Luckily, the Starfire leather armor's burst skill only consumes the equipment's own energy, otherwise the second round. Thinking of this, he looked at the leather armor he was wearing. One of the 5 rubies on his chest had turned gray, which meant that he could only use the burst skill 4 more times. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the queen bee slowly land on his shoulder, her wings flapping weakly, looking somewhat listless. Upon seeing this, Chen Ci immediately realized that it was because he hadn't let the queen hornbee participate in the battle earlier. His initial thought was that the hornbee swarm was countered by the demonized wolf pack, which was immune to pain. Unless a large number of stings were used, the bee swarm could not cause much damage. The hornbee colony would suffer heavy losses after being stung, and even if it won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He was unwilling to sacrifice the colony. As for the final demonized alpha wolf, it was even less necessary, since Chen Ci, having activated the Starfire leather armor, could easily end the battle in a short time. Chen Ci smiled gently, preparing to comfort the queen hornbee. The second test will begin in 30 seconds. Survivors, please be prepared. Chapter 63 Advanced Trial. Chen Ci's expression was solemn. He didn't have time to comfort the queen hornbee. He got up and checked his equipment one last time before silently waiting for the test to begin. The survivor has been detected to have multiple battle pets. Please select whether to bring them into battle. Chen Ci was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that the so-called battle pets should refer to the queen horn bee, the fire poison thorn vine, and the like. Seeing that there were still 15 seconds left on the countdown, he quickly made a decision to only bring the queen horn bee into battle. The fire poison thorn vine is still recovering from its serious injuries, the Chinese honeybee queen is not very strong, and Little White is not worth mentioning. Only the bullhorn queen is usable. The second round of challenges officially begins, strength reigns supreme. The trial begins, survivors are being teleported. Teleportation? Chen Ci felt the scenery before him change, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing in a quadrilateral space, about 500 meters long and wide. The walls and floors were white, and the space was empty except for Chen Ci and the horned queen bee on his shoulder. Survivors, pick up your weapons and defeat the enemies before you. Chen Ci looked around and saw that the place was completely empty. Where are the enemies? Just as I was pondering this, 3 human figures appeared out of thin air 100 meters ahead. What is this thing? Chen Ci's expression remained unchanged as he stared blankly at the figures in the distance. From a distance, they were dressed in tattered clothes, thin and bluish-purple, with a single horn on the forehead of the one in the middle. The only familiar thing about them was their blood-red eyes. Demon Corpse. Level 0. Grade Elite. Attribute, Constitution increased by 50%. Synopsis: humans from another world are corrupted by the power of the abyss, their bodies mutated into cruel, bloodthirsty, and irrational demonic beings, possessing immense strength and agility. This is a human mutated into this form. Could it be one of those gray-named survivors from yesterday? Chen Ci's expression turned grim as he considered the possibility. The death of a survivor and the mutation into such a monster are not the same thing. The sudden sound of running interrupted Chen Ci's thoughts. The 3 demonic corpses had already scattered and were rushing towards him in a triangular formation. Chen Ci put aside his speculations, regained his composure, raised the ice-pattern crossbow, and fired a bolt swiftly toward the demonic corpse on the left. The running demonic corpse waved its hand in an attempt to knock down the crossbow bolt, but the bolt was too fast. The moment its arm swung up, it was already embedded in its chest. Struck by the crossbow bolt, the demonic corpse only paused for a moment, then reached out to pull out the bolt and continued running towards Chen Ci as if nothing had happened. Chen Ci silently concluded in his heart. Like demonic animals, demonic corpses are not afraid of pain or death, and possess powerful vitality. Knowing that shooting the torso would be of little use to the demonic corpse, Chen Ci took long strides and began to move away from it. After all, the demonic corpse looked too much like a zombie, and it wouldn't be good if it were poisonous. Although this demonic corpse is terrifying in appearance and powerful in body, it has no intelligence and is even worse than an ordinary wild beast. It's stupid. Chen Ci fired as he ran, moving at high speed, so his accuracy was naturally very poor. Many of his crossbow bolts missed, and those that did hit the demon corpses only made their clothes more tattered. The demon corpse, however, single-mindedly pursued Chen Ci without considering encirclement or infiltration. I never thought that the kite-flying technique in the game could be used in real life. While running, Chen Ci made the best of a bad situation. He reloaded his crossbow, suddenly stopped, turned around, aimed at the nearest demonic corpse on his right, took a deep breath, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Shoot, shoot, shoot. 3 arrows struck the demon corpse in the head simultaneously, knocking it to the ground where it never rose again. Great! There are 2 more. Chen Ci quickly turned and shook off the demonic corpses that were about to hit him, circling them halfway around. He used the same old trick again, firing 3 more arrows. Double kill! Only 1 left! Chen Ci stared at the unicorn-like demon corpse that was still relentlessly pursuing him, put the ice-pattern crossbow into his inventory, and charged towards the demon corpse with his knife in his right hand. I want to test the mettle of this demon corpse. As the distance between them closed, Chen Ci could clearly see the crisscrossing black lines on the face of the demon corpse, which were exactly the same as what he had seen in the World Channel, the black lines that grew on the bodies of survivors corrupted by acid rain. Just as I expected! Chen Ci felt inexplicably angry and urgently needed to vent, and there just happened to be a target in front of him. Amidst the crisscrossing figures, Chen Ci successfully blocked the demon corpse's claw-like hands with his left-hand snakeskin shield, producing a piercing sound as the demon corpse's sharp fingernails scraped against the shield. Chen Ci unleashed the mysterious void blade technique with his right hand, slashing diagonally around the head with immense force and momentum, the powerful strike flashing across the neck of the one-horned demon corpse. The head of the unicorn demon corpse flew off instantly, and the headless body continued to run forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. Chen Ci looked down at Tang Hengdao. There wasn't a drop of blood on the blade, and even the bull-sized wound on the neck of the unicorn demon corpse didn't bleed much. Chen Ci squatted down and touched the skin of the demon corpse. It was icy cold to the touch, like dehydrated tree bark. Demon corpse, it really is a corpse. Chen Ci then realized that the demon corpse was not a living thing at all, but a walking corpse. This reminded him of the zombies in Blue Star movies. They were so similar. They were both corpses, and they could only be killed by destroying the head. However, demonic corpses are much more agile than zombies, and they also have eyesight. He had a very deep impression of those blood-red eyes. He had seen too many of them in the past 2 days. Congratulations to the survivor for passing the second round of challenges. Earn 3 merit points. The survivor's strength is far superior to that of the same period, triggering an advanced trial. Completing the advanced trial will grant an additional reward. Does the survivor wish to participate in the advanced trial? Advanced trial? Chen Ci muttered the term, reading it twice word by word, pondering the meaning of the ruins world. The literal meaning is easy to understand. Chen Ci's strength is stronger than most of the survivors of the same period, so he triggered the advanced trial. He can choose to withdraw and pass the acid rain test normally, or he can choose to participate in the advanced trial. If he passes, he can get some extra rewards. The result of failure is not mentioned in the ruins world, but looking at the corpses on the ground, it is self-evident. He pondered the purpose of the trial. Why did the ruins world demand their survival? Why was it testing them? Clearly, he can't figure this out right now, and the void world won't answer him either. The void world is just giving him a choice, to participate or to give up, to live a life of complacency or to forge ahead. Chen Ci smiled gently, a hint of determination hidden in his smile, and said softly, I will participate in the advancement trial. The survivor has confirmed their participation in the advanced trial and is currently selecting a trial target. Selection complete. As the system notification appeared, Chen Ci saw the demonic corpse on the ground disappear, and a figure appeared in the distance of the empty hall. Chen Ci stared at the other person. The figure in the distance was very burly, about 190 centimeters tall, covered in iron armor, and holding a ring-pommel sword in his right hand. A huge sense of oppression came from afar. Investigate. Bloodthirsty demon. Level 0. Grade Hero. Attributes: doubled constitution, death whale, bloodbath across the 8 desolations. Synopsis: once a Tier 1 warrior who had fought countless battles, he succumbed to the temptations of the abyss and betrayed his faith. As punishment, he fell into the trap of becoming a Tier 0 bloodthirsty demon, cruel, bloodthirsty, cunning, and a veteran of countless battles. Chen Ci's expression turned serious. Are all the advanced trials this difficult? The demonic nature of him caused his mental stress to increase dramatically. Little did he know that the difficulty for others was not this great. The difficulty of this trial was purely due to the fact that he brought too many high-quality items. He brought 6 bottles of the water of life alone. In a normal advanced trial, he would have passed 100% of the time by trading blows. If most of his items weren't at level 0, he would probably be facing a level 1 opponent. Despite the increased pressure, Chen Ci remained calm. He took out the remaining 2 armor-piercing arrows and placed them at the bottom of the magazine, then instructed the queen horn bee to find an opportunity to attack and unleash her paralyzing toxin. He took out the skeletal reins with his left hand, waved the reins to summon the skeletal horse, and nimbly mounted the horse. His constitution was only 9 points, plus 1 point from the snakeskin shield, making it difficult for him to defeat a bloodthirsty demon at the peak of level 0 in close combat, not to mention that the demon's attributes include doubled constitution. Upon seeing Chen Ci mount his horse, the bloodthirsty demon in the distance slowly halted its approach and stood still in a defensive stance. This demon actually still has a fighting spirit. Chen Ci's expression remained unchanged, but a shadow still flickered in his eyes. He thought that demons and demon corpses were mindless monsters, but he didn't expect them to give him a hard time right from the start. This demon's combat awareness was not weak. Chapter 60 for Bloodthirsty Demon. Chen Ci stared at the demon who was defending himself on the spot. The demon also looked up at him, and their gazes met. Both of them felt the killing intent in each other's eyes. Chen Ci flicked the reins with his left hand, and the skeletal horse obeyed his will, slowly approaching the bloodthirsty demon. Once he was within crossbow range, he raised his hand and fired an arrow. With a clang, the crossbow bolt was deflected by the demon's ring-pommel sword. His gaze grew even more serious. With his current swordsmanship, he couldn't guarantee that he would deflect the crossbow bolts 100%. Perhaps he could after mastering the profound void sword technique. Chen Ci continued to pull the trigger with his right hand, firing 3 shots in quick succession from different directions at the demon. This time, the demon failed to block all the crossbow bolts. To be precise, it only blocked the one aimed at its face, while the other 2 struck its body with a clanging sound. The good news is that the demon's sword cannot completely block crossbow bolts. The bad news is that crossbow bolts don't penetrate the demon's armor. As long as the demon protects its face, no matter how many arrows I fire, it's useless. After that, Chen Ci kept attacking the demon, shooting crossbow bolts from all angles, but the result was the same. Ordinary crossbow bolts could not penetrate the demon's armor. After glancing at the last 2 armor-piercing arrows in the magazine, Chen Ci reloaded it with ordinary crossbow bolts. He had just been testing the waters. The demon only defends and never attacks. I am made of flesh and blood and cannot compare with the demon's tireless body, so I have no choice but to take the initiative to attack. He waved the reins, directing the skeletal horse away from the demon. And once enough distance had been left for the charge, Chen Ci turned the horse around to face the demon. Rush! Chen Ci let out a low shout, controlling the skeletal horse to accelerate and charge towards the demon. At the same time, the ice-patterned crossbow in his right hand fired continuously, bolt after bolt aimed at the demon. As he fired, he muttered, 15, 14, 9, 8. The demon continued to use the ring-pommel sword to slightly vibrate and deflect the crossbow bolts aimed at his face. 5, 4, now's the time! Staring intently at the demon not far away, Chen Ci suddenly activated the frozen arrow skill, an additional ability of the ice-patterned crossbow. An icy blue arrow shot out instantly, striking the demon's armor directly. A chilling aura instantly spread, enveloping the demon's entire body. The demon paused involuntarily, and the ring-pommel sword in his hand slowed down slightly. Bang! That was the sound of the demon being hit by an armor-piercing arrow. Chen Ci followed closely behind with the armor-piercing arrow fired from the frozen arrow. The armor-piercing arrow was aimed at the demon's face. The demon sensed that his ring-pommel sword would be unable to block the incoming arrows, so he tilted his head back as much as possible to avoid vital organs. The armor-piercing arrow entered the demon's chin, pierced its neck, and exited from behind its helmet. At the same time, the armor-piercing arrow's knockback effect was activated, causing the demon to involuntarily lean backward, leaving him wide open. Chance! A glint flashed in Chen Ci's eyes. He switched his right crossbow blade to a new one, turned sideways and slashed diagonally. His tank-style horizontal sword flew swiftly toward the demon's neck. With a clang. With the 2 swords crossed, the demon's ring-pommel sword was now standing straight in front of him. Chen Ci's slash at his neck was blocked, and the demon fell backward from the impact. Chen Ci rode his horse in an arc, then turned and charged toward the fallen demon. When the two were 2 meters apart, the demon suddenly knelt down, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth wide as if to shout, but no sound came out. As Chen Ci wondered what the demon was doing, a malicious roar appeared in his mind. His consciousness trembled, and he instantly lost control of his body. Before falling, he subconsciously raised the snakeskin shield to defend himself. When Chen Ci regained consciousness, he was already flying in midair. The skeletal horse bypassed the demon. No, it should be said that the demon lunged at Chen Ci and swung his sword, sending him flying. What just happened? How did I lose consciousness? When Chen Ci woke up, he was filled with doubt and uncertainty. The subsequent excruciating pain told him that now was not the time to think about these things. The demon was now within arm's reach. If the freezing arrows hadn't been still in effect, the demon's blade would have already severed his head. Chen Ci did not retreat or turn to run away. This demon was not a dead demon corpse. It had excellent combat awareness and rich combat experience. He did not think it could run very far due to its physical disadvantage. He quickly tapped his chest, activating the burst skill of the Starfire leather armor. His constitution increased by 5 points, and a familiar sense of power surged through his body, even easing the pain in his abdomen. Damn it, if we don't fight, we'll die. He raised his shield to block the demon's slash, but his body involuntarily took half a step back. His strength was still lacking, and he was still injured. Fortunately, the snakeskin shield was extremely effective at defense, which allowed him to withstand the demon's continuous slashes with the combination of his sword and shield. The price he paid was a numb body and increasingly painful chest and abdomen. Tap tap. It's finally here! Upon hearing the approaching sound of horses' hooves, Chen Ci's face lit up with joy. He was waiting for the skeletal horse. He knew from the beginning that it would be difficult to defeat the demon in close combat, so he had been on the defensive. However, he did not expect the demon to attack so fiercely. In a short time, he was already in grave danger and almost did not survive until the skeletal horse returned. The demon noticed the approaching skeletal horse, but it didn't care, since no one was riding it, and assumed it was there to rescue Chen Ci. The demon did not believe that Chen Ci could turn around and mount his horse under its attack. The skeleton horse activates its charge skill! Noticing that the skeletal horse was less than 10 meters away from the demon, Chen Ci immediately activated the skeletal horse's charge skill. The skeletal horse instantly doubled its speed, crashing into the demon with lightning speed. Chen Ci seized the opportunity to step aside. He didn't want to be hit as well. Caught off guard, the demon was knocked away by the skeletal horse. Chen Ci caught a glimpse of a black dot landing on the demon's left hand. The stinger pierced the dot the instant it landed. It was the queen horn bee, injecting paralyzing venom. Although Chen Ci was worried about the queen bee's safety, he couldn't care less. He quickly took out the spirit spring milk and a bottle of water of life and drank them. The spirit spring milk could restore his injuries and strength. The 2 healing products immediately relieved his abdominal pain. Diamond body. Chen Ci calmed his mind, activated the Vajra skill, and a light shield appeared on his body. We must finish this quickly! After all, Vajra body is a tier 1 skill, and he could clearly feel his stamina draining away rapidly. Fortunately, the spirit spring milk was somewhat effective, otherwise he might not have been able to last more than a few seconds. Vajra body consumes too much energy, and is not something a tier 0 skill should use. Although Chen Ci made frequent movements, the actual time spent was very short, and the healing and skill casting were completed in one go. Chen Ci had already rushed towards the demon who had just landed. It's stunned! Chen Ci felt as if he had been saved by the heavens. The demon had triggered the side effect of the skeleton horse charge skill and was now stunned. Taking advantage of his weakness, Chen Ci lunged forward, thrusting his tank-style horizontal saber straight at the demon's face. The demon managed to recover from his dazed state, but it was too late to parry. Staring at the horizontal blade that was inches away, it opened its mouth and bit down. The sharp teeth and the blade made a piercing sound as if it were scratching glass with fingernails. Chen Ci channeled all his strength into his horizontal blade, pushing the demon backward as he aimed to pierce its head. The demon naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. As he retreated, he straightened his right leg and rotated counterclockwise around it, while simultaneously flicking his left leg to kick Chen Ci in the groin. "You're all so insidious, what did I do to offend you?" Despite his inner rant, his movements remained unaffected. He raised his right leg to block the treacherous demon, and his knife changed from a thrust to a slash, cutting across the demon's right cheek. He then flicked the knife upwards, knocking off the demon's helmet. The demon, whose face had been cut off, remained expressionless, and opened his mouth to let out a silent roar at Chen Ci. Chen Ci felt something hit the outside of the Vajra body protective shield on his head, but he didn't have time to think about what it was. He raised his left hand, revealing the repeating crossbow hidden under the shield. After the demon roared, it immediately approached Chen Ci and raised its sword to strike Chen Ci's neck. Unexpectedly, Chen Ci was not affected by its skill at all, and the sword could no longer be withdrawn to block the arrow. Puff! An ice-blue armor-piercing arrow pierced the demon's right eye, its tip protruding from the back of his head. The freezing, knockback, and paralyzing toxins worked simultaneously, causing the demon to fall helplessly to the ground. Chen Ci stepped forward. Sideways slash. The demon raised his sword to block, but his paralyzed muscles and frozen nerves wouldn't obey his commands, slowing his sword-raising speed by more than a beat. When the knife slipped from the demon's hand, and a severed head fell beside him. Chapter 65 Generous Rewards. Congratulations to the survivor for passing the advanced trial. Earn 10 merit points. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Ci's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He subconsciously cancelled the Vajra body technique, his body went limp, and his legs could no longer support his weight. He collapsed weakly to the ground, his strength completely exhausted. This was definitely the battle with the most unequal strength between him and the enemy since he entered the Void World, but fortunately he won. Despite his physical weakness, he was flushed and excited. After defeating a powerful enemy, he felt his nerves pounding. A smile slowly appeared on Chen Ci's face, which had been stiff from being tense for so long. The smile gradually widened, spreading to his entire face, and a burst of unrestrained laughter came from his mouth. Ha 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 ha! After a burst of laughter, Chen Ci truly realized that he had survived this life-or-death crisis. The muscles in his face were no longer stiff, and the fatigue in his body began to spread to his mind. He felt a swelling and pain in his head, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his arms, chest, and abdomen. Only then did I have time to check my injuries, move my arms around, and feel that it wasn't a big problem. I think I had some bone fractures when I blocked the demon's slash. The serious problem is the chest and abdomen injury. The ribs are broken, and we don't know if the internal organs are injured. Fortunately, I just drank the water of life. The demon's ring-pommel sword should also be a Tier 0 weapon. There was a deep cut on the Starfire leather armor, but it did not cut through the armor or injure the skin. The pain in his chest and abdomen suggests that his bones were broken by a tremendous force. It's unclear whether his internal organs were damaged, but either way, it's a serious injury. This is troublesome. I hope the rewards from the advanced trial are worth the risk. If I return to the shelter, I'll have to stay home to recover. Chen Ci didn't complain. It was his choice to participate in the trial. He was glad that he only suffered this little injury when facing the demon. If he had made any more mistakes, he might have been the one lying on the ground. Yes, a reward. What is my reward? Chen Ci snapped out of his battle reverie, and turned to glance at the orb of light appearing on the demon's body. Something dropped. Chen Ci used the Tang sword to support his body, slowly stood up from the ground, walked to the demon's corpse, and picked up the floating orb of light. The image inside the sphere of light was a jade-like object. He wasn't quite sure what it was, so he squeezed the sphere hard and a piece of jade fell into his hand. What is this? The legendary jade slip for cultivating immortality? System, investigate. Secret technique, bloodbath across the 8 desolations. Description: this is a deadly sword technique, a skill that a powerful being gained through enlightenment on the battlefield in their youth. Each use consumes 1 point of energy. After slaying an enemy, a blood blade is generated around the user, up to a maximum of 8. These blood blades can be controlled through mental power to attack enemies. The power of the blood blades depends on the amount of energy consumed, and the attack range depends on the user's mental range. Secret technique? Ultimate skill? Is this description for real? Chen Ci looked incredulous. After reading the description, he automatically pictured himself standing on the battlefield, surrounded by 8 blood-red blades. It was incredibly cool. I love it! I have to learn this! Chen Ci couldn't wait to pick up the jade slip and press it against his forehead to sense its contents. The next moment, he felt a surge of information flood his mind, including an introduction to the blood battle of the 8 Desolations ability, the composition of the runes, and how to use it. It felt like a detailed user manual. After the information transmission was completed, the jade was reduced to fragments and dissipated. The internal information had been copied into his mind, clear, accurate, and unforgettable. As Chen Ci continuously received and understood the information from the jade slip, his expression shifted, and he murmured with some disappointment. Cultivating secret techniques requires building skill runes in the sea of consciousness, and casting secret techniques requires energy. I'm far from that level now. What a disappointment! Even so, he was still very happy. It didn't matter that he didn't need it now, he would use it in the future, and what he learned would be his own. After a short rest, Chen Ci, whose strength had recovered somewhat, squatted down, ready to continue looting the spoils, a practice commonly known as looting corpses. Pa, you poor wretch! Chen Ci stood up empty-handed, took a few steps, picked up the ring-pommel sword from the ground, and said disdainfully, You only have this one piece of equipment. It's really not worthy of your near-to one status. His first thought was to strip the demon's armor. That armor had left a deep impression on him. The result was a great disappointment. The armor had become one with the demon's scales and could not be removed unless the demon was dissected and skinned. Although this demon was ugly, it was still a humanoid creature. He couldn't bring himself to skin it for the sake of the armor, and even if he did, he would feel uncomfortable wearing it. Fine, I'll leave you a complete corpse, a headless corpse? Chen Ci hurriedly changed his words halfway through, since this corpse was by no means a complete corpse. Let's try to collect it and see if it works. Trial objects cannot be collected. Chen Ci was somewhat disappointed. The armor was really cool. This is the only thing I got. I wonder what its attributes are. Standard ring pommel sword. Level 0. Quality premium. Attribute sturdy. Brief description: standard equipment of a certain country's army, characterized by its sturdiness, durability, and resistance to damage. Very ordinary, far inferior to my Tang Hingdao. Chen Ci commented with disappointment. His Tang Hingdao was of ordinary quality, but it was still a Tier 1 weapon. If the demon had used his Tang-style horizontal sword, he could have definitely cut through Xingho's leather armor and his stomach. Chen Ci looked around. Apart from himself and the corpse on the ground, there was nothing else to collect. He said softly, Didn't I complete the advancement trial? What should I do next? Why isn't the system giving me any reminders? As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded in his ear. The survivor is ready to receive the test reward. Do you want to receive it immediately? So they were waiting for me to be ready and confirm receipt. Reward 1, Restoration Aura. Reward 2, Energy Infusion. Reward 3, Golden Treasure Chest X1. Rewards 1 and 2 need to be used in the test field. Do you confirm the use? Wait, I need to find out what the reward is first. Restoration Aura restores the survivor's injuries, including but not limited to injuries sustained during trials, pre-existing injuries, and hidden injuries from training, restoring the survivor's body to a healthy state. Full recovery. A full recovery equivalent to resurrection. Chen Ci stared at the description of the recovery halo. For some people who had suffered from injuries and illnesses, this was equivalent to being reborn. I just don't know if it can regenerate severed limbs. The void world probably isn't that generous, is it? No one could answer his questions for the time being, and he couldn't possibly cut off a piece of himself just for an experiment. If the restoration aura is so valuable, what about the energy infusion? Energy infusion. The ruins world consumes primal energy to randomly increase the survivor's individual attributes by 3 points, with each attribute increasing up to a maximum of 10 points at Tier 0. Chen Ci was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the legendary attribute points? The Void World was incredibly generous this time. Survivors, please confirm whether you accept rewards 1 and 2, or accept them and forego them? Accept everything! Chen Ci glanced at the option to give up, then quickly looked away, afraid that he would really give up on the Void World. The survivor confirms acceptance, and the aura is restored. A white halo with a diameter of 1 meter appeared beneath Chen Ci's feet, dazzling even on the white floor. A white pillar of light rose up, enveloping him entirely in its center. Chen Ci was in the center of the pillar of light, enveloped in white light, and felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, warm and safe. White light slowly seeped into his body, the pain in his arms and waist gradually lessened, and the sore thigh muscles slowly returned to normal. In places he couldn't perceive, the hidden injuries accumulated from daily life and cultivation were swept away. Chapter 66: The Vast Ocean Dragon Visualization Diagram. The moment Chen Ci saw the pillar of light rise, it felt like he was looking down from a tall building. He had an urge to jump out of the light circle, but he managed to suppress it. If he had actually jumped out, he would have been devastated. As his body recovered, his mind became incredibly clear, filled with countless thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his body naturally assumed the Vajra stance, his breathing becoming regular. He wanted to use the recovery aura of the ruins world to practice his breathing technique for free. In the past, Chen Ci practiced the Vajra breathing method intermittently, one movement at a time, and dared not force himself to practice continuously for fear of damaging his body. Now, with the recovery aura, he is no longer afraid. Immediately begin practicing the 1st to 12th moves consecutively, practicing each move for 30 seconds. As he had expected, due to his low proficiency in the technique and insufficient physical strength, each time he forcibly switched to the next stance, he would suffer minor injuries. Then, the light spots surrounding the body will immediately cover the injured area, healing the hidden wounds. 40 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. He continued this cycle of practice until the duration of each exercise reached 4 minutes. At that point, the recovery aura realized that the healing process was complete and began to slowly dissipate. Chen Ci stared at the vanished recovery aura with a sense of loss, feeling a pang of melancholy. The thrill of such rapid advancement was too captivating. My body feels much lighter, especially my flexibility. I feel like my muscles and bones have been stretched. Chen Ci carefully experienced the changes in his body, feeling as if he had been reborn. His physique on the attribute panel had not improved, but his body's flexibility, agility, and skin's defensiveness had all increased significantly. Difficult movements that he used to practice swordsmanship could now be performed easily and effortlessly. This time, it wasn't his physical constitution that was improved, but his muscles and bones, making him more adept at practicing physical techniques. Just as he was carefully experiencing the changes in his body, the system continued to remind him. The living are requested to prepare to receive the energy infusion. Before Chen Ci could react, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on his head, a massive amount of energy surging into his body before disappearing. That's it! Chen Ci was completely confused. Then I felt that the world in front of me seemed to brighten up, and even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Some information that I usually don't notice, such as temperature, wind speed, and light intensity, became clearly identifiable. The overall feeling is like taking off thick glasses for nearsightedness. Chen Ci silently examined his body, clenching and unclenching his fists. The difference in strength was minimal, indicating that his physique hadn't improved. He concentrated his mental energy but still couldn't detect any difference. He had a bad feeling. Could it be? Attribute panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Ci. Level 0. Physical condition 8. Spirit 6. Perception 8. Energy 0. Skills: Mysterious Blade Technique, Mastery 97%, Vajra Breathing Technique, Beginner 81%. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. Chen Ci gave a wry smile. As expected, all 3 points of improvement were in perception. Perception is an attribute that Chen Ci rarely uses. To be precise, he uses his physique and spirit every day, and only uses perception when communicating with Xiao Bai and the Queen Bee. Improving perception has the least effect on his combat power. Oh well, it's already a done deal. Complaining won't change anything. Anyway, I'll need it sooner or later. Chen Ci tried to console himself, otherwise he would have been driven crazy by the void world. Huh! How did my Xuanxu blade technique proficiency reach 97%? Suddenly, he noticed something interesting and curiously opened the attribute record. Why is the proficiency level increasing so quickly? Can it be reused? If he could figure out the secret to a significant increase in proficiency, his skill development would take off. He quickly found 2 messages that resolved his doubts. The Vajra body successfully defended against the demon's death howl skill, becoming immune to this mental attack. This explains why Chen Ci lost consciousness the first time. He was attacked by the demon's mind. As for why the demon's second attack was ineffective, it's because the Vajra body can resist mind control skills. A great opportunity lies between life and death. The mastery of the mysterious blade technique will improve. This explains why his swordsmanship improved so much. Intense life or death battles can quickly improve skill proficiency. I see. In that case, this experience is completely useless. Only someone with a screw loose would use a life or death battle to improve their skills. Chen Ci scoffed at this suicidal behavior. He was improving his strength to survive and for a better life, not to deliberately risk his life for the sake of improvement. There's one last reward. He bent down and picked up the golden treasure chest that had appeared on the ground at some unknown time. The golden treasure chest looks very high-end at first glance, and it is very attractive. Chen Ci didn't open the treasure chest immediately. He planned to go back to the shelter to open it. His mascot wasn't there, and if he didn't get anything good, wouldn't that prove he had bad luck? Besides, what if Xiao Bai could influence the golden treasure chest? He risked his life for it, so even a slight increase in the reward would be good. Evaluating Survivor Advanced Trial Results. The survivor's attributes are significantly lower than the demon's, rating +1. The first test triggers an advanced trial, rating +1. Survivors who pass the trial with minor injuries receive a +1 rating. Survivors Chen Ci advanced trial rating, perfect. Please choose one of the following 4 categories as your reward selection direction. Items, building techniques, resources. 4 options? Is this where I choose the reward category, and the system then draws a prize? Chen Ci examined the 4 options provided by the system. Items are out of the question first. I have crafting abilities, so I don't lack high-quality items for the time being. Besides, items don't necessarily have to be equipment. If I get an excavator or an oven, I'll be devastated. Well, then let's exclude resources. My resources are quite sufficient. I'm just one person. Even if I have more resources, it only means a slightly higher standard of living. Even if I have a bunch of rare resources, I can't do anything with them without blueprints. They'll just sit there taking up space. So I'll give up. Architecture and cultivation techniques, both are quite useful. Chen Ci thought about geothermal hot springs and the Vajra breathing technique. Rare architecture should be very useful, but I'll choose cultivation techniques. Improving myself is more important. Survivors have selected a skill category and are drawing rewards. Rewards have been drawn. Obtain the Dragon Soaring in the Sea Visualization Diagram. Vast Ocean Dragon Visualization Diagram. Level 3. Quality Perfect. Attributes: Transformation into Snake, Dragon, and Serpent. Synopsis: After the fall of the Dragon God, some of his memories were transformed into a visualization image and left behind in the mortal realm. Practicing this diagram can greatly enhance mental and perceptive attributes, slightly improve physical attributes, and naturally generate dragon-related power within the body. This cultivation method is divided into 3 stages. During the cultivation process, the cultivator's soul will go through 3 stages, transforming into a snake, a dragon, and a serpent. Each stage allows the cultivator to comprehend exclusive auxiliary skills. This image is a manifestation of the dragon god's memories. There is only one copy, and it can only be cultivated by others after the cultivator dies. Before Chen Ci could finish reading all the attribute information of the Yulong diagram, the Yulong diagram transformed into a beam of red light and crashed into his sea of consciousness. The image of the dragon transforms into a divine dragon in the sea of consciousness, soaring through the clouds and churning the sea, instantly stirring up a storm in the sea of consciousness. Chen Ci's consciousness was like a small wooden boat sailing on a turbulent sea, and was soon smashed into the depths of his sea of consciousness by the surging waves. At the same time, Chen Ci in reality also lost consciousness and fell straight to the ground. The survivors have completed their reward selection and are about to leave the trial grounds. A flash of white light, and Chen Ci appeared on the ground of the stone house. Even as he lost consciousness, Yulongtu was still causing trouble in his sea of consciousness. Normally, Chen Ci shouldn't have received a third-tier cultivation technique at this time, but his trial evaluation was too high, and with a bit of luck, he drew this Canghai Yulong Guanyin diagram. The dragon map is, after all, a manifestation of the dragon god's memories. Although it does not possess the dragon god's power, the dragon god's pride it inherited prevents it from being controlled by a 0th level mortal. It must break through the sea of consciousness and choose a new host. The dragon that Yulongtu transformed into in Chen Ci's sea of consciousness was about to destroy the world by summoning wind and rain. Sensing the dragon's intentions, the synthesis furnace became unwilling. It was normal for this little thing to be a bit naughty and throw a tantrum, and the synthesis furnace didn't care. But it actually wanted to destroy the furnace. It had gone too far. The synthesis furnace appeared instantly beneath the dragon, small and inconspicuous. The dragon painting didn't care about the tiny figure below at all. The furnace opening faces the dragon image, and a suction force emerges within the furnace. Yulongtu felt a tremendous pulling force coming from below. Just as he was about to react, the suction suddenly increased, and Yulongtu was sucked into the furnace without any resistance. Along with him, his previously turbulent and surging sea of consciousness was also suppressed and fell silent again. Chapter 67 Still a Stray Dog. My head hurts so much! Inside the stone house, Chen Ci covered his head and got up from the floor, looking around in confusion. Am I in the shelter? The test is over and I've returned? Chen Ci's consciousness slowly returned, and he gradually realized that he had returned to the shelter. At the same time, he remembered the last scene. He was extracting the cultivation technique. What about the cultivation technique as a reward? Yes, it should be called the dragon soaring in the vast ocean visualization. I seem to remember the last scene was when it crashed into my head, and that's what made me pass out. Chen Ci finally figured out the whole story. Enduring the pain, he checked the state of his sea of consciousness. He had always thought that awakening a superpower and opening the sea of consciousness was normal. Only today did he realize that normally, one needs to reach the first level of perception to open the sea of consciousness. He was lucky. The synthesis furnace helped him open the sea of consciousness in advance when his talent awakened. Although I didn't need the sea of consciousness before, it will always be useful once it's activated, and here it is, I'm using it now. Chen Ci focused his mind and easily found the dragon map in his vast sea of consciousness, mainly because it was too conspicuous, right next to the synthesis furnace, listlessly circling around the furnace. Listless? Why would I use that word? Chen Ci was a little puzzled. This thought popped into his head the moment he saw the dragon swimming painting. How could a normal visualization painting have emotions? Chen Ci's consciousness slowly approached and stopped Yulongtu, who was making circular movements, and the two made contact. He silently comprehended the information conveyed by the dragon painting. The information was extensive and complex, requiring a long period of sorting. 2 points were particularly emphasized. One point is that the visualization he is currently receiving only has a level 0. Originally, Yulong-Tu did not have a 0-level visualization diagram, but due to Chen Ci's special 0-level situation, Yulong-Tu was forced to integrate a 0-level visualization diagram. Therefore, this 0-level visualization diagram is only of ordinary quality, and does not have any special attributes. Its only function is to allow him to advance. As Chen Ci pondered the 0th order visualization diagram he had just obtained, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. But why is the visualization diagram that has been integrated into an egg? The 0-order visualization he received looked like an oval egg covered with incomprehensible patterns. It was called the dragon egg visualization. Fine, a dragon egg it is, as long as it works. Chen Ci sighed listlessly. The second key point is that he must break through to the first level with mental power or perception, not with physical constitution as the main attribute, unless he does not want to continue cultivating the dragon visualization diagram. The main reason is that his aptitude is average standard aptitude for the Yulong-Tu class, while when ordinary people break through to the first level of the extraordinary realm, their main attribute will be baptized by spiritual energy, thereby improving their main attribute aptitude. If he focuses on physical attributes for breakthrough, the enhancement he gains will be in physical attributes, while the cultivation of the dragon scroll leans towards mental and perceptive attributes. Therefore, if he wants to use the dragon soaring diagram as his main technique after breaking through the first level, he must break through the first level in terms of either spirit or perception, and it would be best if he could break through both at the same time. Chen Ci rubbed his face. Did he have a choice? No, he couldn't possibly give up the perfect third-tier dragon soaring diagram and choose the first-tier Vajra breathing technique as his main cultivation method. Does that mean I can't break through to the first tier for a while and have to switch to cultivating spiritual power? Accumulate knowledge and experience, and one day I will become the sword god of Shirley Slope. After some self-consolation, I felt much better. How much mental energy do I have now? View properties. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Ci. Level 0. Physical condition 8. Spirit 7. Perception 8. Energy 0. Skills, Mysterious Blade Technique, Mastery 97%, Vajra Breathing Technique, Beginner 81%, Azure Sea Dragon Diagram Tier 0, Beginner 2%. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. When did my energy level increase a bit? It's about the same as my physical condition. Chen Ci was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected surprise. With the thought that the method of improvement might be reusable, he scrolled up to find the system records. By inheriting the Tsunghai Yulong-Tu, Azure Sea Dragon Diagram, the latent medicinal power of the red fruit is activated, and mental strength increases by 1. He smiled wryly and said, "This method can't be reused. Good cultivation techniques and spiritual fruits aren't exactly common. Put aside your fantasies and step into the courtyard. Now is not the time to relax. The stone house has not yet been inspected." What? Xiao Teng, why did your color change? As soon as Chen Ci stepped out of the stone house, he was shocked to see that the original fence had turned into a black vine wall. The fire poison vine has changed color, from its original fiery red leaves and emerald green vines to a completely black color, with both leaves and vines now black. Has Little Vine turned into a demon? He was very worried and cautiously walked to a spot not far from the fire poison vine, slowly sensing its condition. Sensing Chen Ci's approach, the fire poison thorn vine extended a black vine and gently touched Chen Ci, conveying a thought. The color change was due to the fire poison ivy evolving. But how did you evolve into this form? It looks too much like a demon. Chen Ci's worries did not subside. He guessed that the evolution of the fire poison thorn vine might be related to its demonization. He had just discovered that the 12 demonized wolves had been absorbed by the fire poison thorn vine, leaving only a pile of withered bones. System, investigate. Demon fire thorn vine. Level 0. Grade Hero. Attributes, Magic Fire, Mutation and Evolution, Life Drain. Brief Introduction. due to absorbing abyssal energy from acid rain and the flesh and blood energy of demonized wolves, the fire-poison thorn vine has undergone a mutation and evolution, and its grade has been promoted to hero rank. The fire poison has been enhanced and mutated into the ability of demonic fire, which can be injected into enemies through spikes. The demonic fire is inextinguishable when it comes into contact with water, and uses flesh and blood as fuel, and it will fight until the enemy is dead. The new ability, Life Drain, allows you to drain the life energy of enemies entangled by vines, instantly absorbing a large amount of their flesh and blood energy to use for evolution or to heal injuries. After browsing through the fire-poison thorn vine's attribute description for a long time, Chen Ci finally came to his senses, closed his open mouth, wiped away non-existent drool, and said, "Little vine, it seems you are the hidden master of our family." At this moment, he realized that the fire-poison thorn vine was fine, and in fact, in excellent condition. The fire-poison vine previously had a passive ability, mutation and evolution, which was described as evolving by adapting to the environment and energy. Unexpectedly, this acid rain has enabled it to achieve this. Although the fire-poison thorn vine, the demonic fire thorn vine, didn't understand what Big Boss meant, it could sense Chen Ci's happiness and affectionately rubbed its vines against Chen Ci's face. Chen Ci realized that the intelligence level of the demon fire thorn vine had also increased significantly. The previous fire-poison thorn vine would never have been able to transmit such clear thoughts, nor would it have been so human-like. Good. The stronger you are, the safer our family will be. The newly sprouted demon fire thorns were very clingy, so Chen Ci had to soothe them and instruct them to guard the shelter before he went into the arrow tower to check on the bees left behind. The top of the arrow tower was corroded by acid rain and leaked a little, but it was not serious and did not affect the base space. The bees inside were safe and sound, and the hard-working bees even doubled the size of the hive in the past 3 days. Very good. The shelter building and its members are all safe. The only loss is the streetlights, which is insignificant. Chen Ci was in a good mood. The test had been passed smoothly. The shelter's losses were very small and insignificant compared to the gains. I wonder how the others are doing. I hope everyone gets through safely. The combat abilities of the people in the group vary. Xiaohua and Lu Aigua are not a concern for him, as they both have combat abilities and have always been the mainstays of the group's combat power. Lu Xiaoya and Wang Zixuan's special abilities can also enhance their combat power, so if they are cautious, there shouldn't be any major problems. The most worrying are Lu Yang and Song Yerui. Their special abilities can enhance their combat power, and they rarely go out hunting. I hope they are safe and sound. Upon realizing this, some of the joy of the harvest dissipated. What did it matter how much he reaped? He was still just a cricket in a jar in this desolate world. An indescribable thought churned in his mind. Chapter 68: Bloodline and Cultivation Techniques. After entering the chat group, Chen Ci immediately checked the number of people online. When he found that all 6 people were online, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiaoya had been keeping a close eye on the changes in the group chat. As soon as Chen Ci came online, she asked, "Brother Chen, did you pass the test? Are you alright?" Lu Yan was obviously also keeping an eye on the messages. "My brother will definitely pass. Going online means he's passed, right? Lu Xiaoya, something's not right with you. I noticed before that you cared a lot about Brother Chen." Apart from Lu Aigua and Song Yerui, everyone else in the group calls Chen Ci Brother Chen. This is mainly because Chen Ci has never stated his age in the group, and his way of doing things makes people feel that he is experienced and reliable, which unconsciously makes people think he is older. In fact, Chen Ci is only 24 years old, while Lu Yang is already 27 years old, and Lu Xiaoya is already 25 years old. They are all older than him, and he has always addressed them that way since they met, so he has never specifically corrected them. Chen Ci ignored Lu Yang's teasing. If he were to say something, who knew what kind of outrageous things Lu Yang would say? To avoid embarrassing Lu Xiaoya, he simply ignored him. I passed safely. The test wasn't difficult. I had to deal with the shelter first, so I came up a little late. Chen Ci wasn't lying. Apart from the advanced trials, the shelter's tests were indeed not difficult for him. As for the advanced trials, he would leave them aside for now, lest they feel unbalanced. Seeing that no one was responding to his question, Lu Yang took the initiative to change the subject. Brother Chen, what is your reward for the test? Tell us quickly so we can see. I know everyone else's, but I'm missing yours. Chen Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't hide anything. Restore the aura, 3 attribute points and a golden treasure chest, is that the same for you all? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang said disappointedly. As expected, I'm still in last place. Xiaohua immediately fired back. You shouldn't have had any hope. How could Brother Chen be worse than you? Chen Ci was completely confused. What did they mean? Fortunately, Lu Xiaoye immediately explained the reason to Chen Ci. Brother Chen, you didn't check the world channel for the message, did you? The rewards for our test are different depending on the completion. Everyone has a recovery aura, but the latter two are very different. You got the highest reward, 3 attribute points and a golden treasure chest. In our group, only Xiaohua and Uncle Lu got it besides you. Chen Ci thought to himself. Are those two also from golden treasure chests? I wonder if they've triggered the advanced trial. Lu Xiaoye continued. Secondly, there are 2 attribute points and a silver treasure chest. Except for Lu Yang, the 3 of us all have silver treasure chests. Seeing this, Chen Ci roughly understood what Lu Yang meant earlier. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoye revealed the answer. The worst is 1 point of attribute and a bronze treasure chest. Lu Yang is at this level, ranking last in the group. Lu Yang weakly retorted. I'm not the worst, it's just that you guys are too strong. Most of the survivors only got bronze chests. Why do I have to be tortured in this group? Xiaohua continued to fire. God go, you should leave the group. You've lowered the average combat power of our group. Lu Yang said angrily. Get out of here, you Chinibu! I hate seeing you. What can you do besides being a contrarian? You're all brawn and no brains. Xiaohua said smugly. But I am a golden treasure chest. I still have 3 attribute points and an advanced trial. Someone has never even seen one. Chen Ci couldn't help but ask. Advanced trial? Wang Zixuan interjected with a wry smile. The advanced trial is said to be encountered only by those who exceed the expectations of the void world. Not many people in the entire survivor community have ever seen it. Xiaohua, you're making too broad a statement. Xiaohua scratched his head and said, I didn't say you guys were weak, I was just talking about Lu Yang. It seems like the more I explain, the worse it gets. Chen Ci asked curiously. Would you mind telling me what reward you chose for your advanced trial? The nitpicker's mind works fast. Brother Chen, how do you know that you have to choose the rewards for the advanced trial? Do you also have an advanced trial? Lu Yang let out a surprised cry, feeling greatly shocked, and quickly asked. What? What? Brother Chen, you have an advanced trial? Wang Zixuan exclaimed. Our group has 7 people, and 2 of them are advanced trial participants. They're amazing! Lu Xiaoye, on the other hand, looked completely matter-of-fact. In her mind, Chen Ci had always been very strong. I knew Brother Chen was definitely strong. That certain Goshen is far inferior. That's right, I participated in the advanced trial, Chen Ci admitted frankly. At first, he didn't say anything because he thought he was the only one who participated in the advanced trial. Now that he realized that although not many people participated, it was not uncommon, so he simply told him. He continued, I chose a cultivation technique as my reward. Little Fire, what did you choose? Many survivors knew about cultivation before the test, but few people had the cultivation methods at the time, so it was considered an urban legend and people rarely exchanged cultivation experiences in the chat channels. Because the progress of the cultivation method is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, master, advanced, and master. Only when the proficiency reaches the level of mastery can the complete cultivation method be passed on to others. Otherwise, even if the moves and routines of the technique are demonstrated one by one, others can only learn the basics. The specific techniques for exerting force and the key points of practice cannot be taught orally. Xiaohua did not hesitate and replied directly. I chose the bloodline. Before Chen Ci could react, Lu Yang interjected. Bloodline? Is it like the kind in games? Wang Zixuan was also taken aback. What bloodline? Werewolf? Vampire? Elf? The others had only just learned about Xiaohua's advanced trial rewards. The other three were alright. They didn't really engage with games or novels, and were simply curious. Lu Yang and Wang Zixuan, however, were different. They were extremely sensitive to this word, and their inner otaku was stirred. Chen Ci was also very curious about what bloodline Xiaohua had drawn. After obtaining the dragon map, he became even more certain that the ruins world was very complex. The dragon god had even appeared, so bloodlines and such were normal. Xiaohua didn't hide anything. Brother Chen should know that the reward is randomly drawn by the system after you choose a category. I chose bloodline, and the one I got in the end was the flame demon bloodline. Perhaps sensing some ambiguity, he quickly added. According to the system prompt, the demon in flame demon is not the same as the demon in mutated creature. Flame demons are native creatures, while mutated creatures are mutated creatures corrupted by foreign energy. Please don't misunderstand. The others didn't make that connection, since the rewards from the ruins world certainly wouldn't turn people into monsters. Chen Ci was more concerned about the ability. How is the ability? Can it improve my attributes? Xiaohua couldn't explain it clearly either. I just obtained it, and I need to develop its abilities slowly. Right now, the only thing I don't understand is that the fireball spell is more powerful. I haven't figured out the others yet. Lu Yang's focus was rather strange. Will you grow a tail in the future? Will it turn red? Will it be covered in flames? Are there male and female flame demons? Xiaohua felt a little short of breath and broke down, shouting. God go, get out of here! The others were also speechless. Sometimes they really couldn't keep up with Lu Yang's thought process. Could a human possibly come up with all these questions? Lu Xiaoya was very interested in Chen Ci's cultivation technique and took the initiative to ask. Brother Chen, I also got a cultivation technique from the treasure chest. Are there any things I need to pay attention to when practicing this technique? Chen Ci had previously mentioned that he possessed swordsmanship skills and had been diligently cultivating them. Otherwise, it would seem very strange that his character, who had no special abilities, was stronger than a bunch of people with special abilities. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoya's question, Chen Ci first congratulated her, saying, Xiaoya, you're lucky! You actually unlocked a cultivation technique. In his memory, cultivation techniques were very rare. Xiaohua and Lu Aigua had hunted every day and obtained many treasure chests, but they had never obtained a single cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoya immediately replied, Brother Chen, stop talking. It seems you really didn't check the world channel before joining the small group. Chen Ci didn't understand what she meant. Lu Xiaoya explained. The survivors who passed the trial all got cultivation techniques from the treasure chests, but the quality varied. There are people selling cultivation techniques in the trading channel right now. Chen Ci was genuinely surprised. Everyone has unlocked cultivation techniques? And some people are even selling them on the trading channel? Chapter 69, A Compendium of Strange and Wonderful Objects. Seeing that Chen Ci was truly unaware of the situation, Lu Xiaoya called out to Wang Zixuan. Zixuan, tell Brother Chen what happened. Wang Zixuan is considered the intelligence analyst in this small group. I don't know what kind of environment he grew up in, but he has a very keen sense of intelligence. Wang Zixuan replied. Actually, it's very simple. Many people share their gains from the trials on the World Channel, and the cultivation techniques are definitely the focus of their boasting. Later, it was discovered that no matter what quality of treasure chest the survivors obtained, they would receive a cultivation technique at the start, only the quality of the techniques was slightly different. Most of them are rank 0 high-quality items, with a small number of rare items. They include basic knife skills, basic sword skills, as well as iron shirt and bagua palm, among other things. Later, some people felt that the martial arts techniques offered didn't suit their needs. For example, they wanted sword techniques but received hard martial arts techniques instead. So they put them up for trade in exchange for other types of techniques, and others followed suit. Chen Ci couldn't help but ask, "Are they exchanging cultivation techniques, or selling them?" Wang Zixuan affirmed, "Yes, it's mostly just exchanges. The events of these 3 days have made many people realize the importance of martial arts. Very few are willing to sell their martial arts techniques, and the prices are extremely high." Seeing this, Chen Ci thought to himself, "It is indeed a good idea, but it is not very useful to me. The 3 techniques I have are of high quality and suit my needs. Huh! My golden treasure chest can also yield cultivation techniques? I wonder what type they are." He was eager to try, but the timing wasn't right. He couldn't log off and open the chest yet. Chen Ci's heart stirred as he pondered. Although exchanging cultivation techniques is useless to me, it might be of some use to the others, since what they offer may not be suitable for them. He then replied in the group, "You guys have all unlocked your cultivation techniques, right?" He immediately received an affirmative answer from Wang Zixuan. Seeing this, Chen Ci continued, "Then I'd like to share 2 points of experience regarding cultivation with you. Firstly, energy fruits found in the wild or in treasure chests can accelerate the improvement of skill proficiency. Also, special buildings in the shelter, such as the training ground, can help." Lu Yang interjected with a wry smile. "Brother Chen, I've never heard of any of this. We might not be seeking the same fate." Lu Xiaoya complained. "Lu Yang, can you stop interrupting? How could you possibly find the treasure chest if you don't go out hunting? Brother Chen, please continue." "The second point is something I just learned as well. When you have 10 attribute points, you can break through to the first level. The key point is..." Chen Ci told everyone about the spiritual energy baptism that would occur when breaking through the main attribute. You can choose a suitable cultivation technique based on your own attribute characteristics, while you can exchange cultivation techniques in the trading channel. Wang Zixuan exclaimed in surprise, "There's such a setting? I used the basic sword technique, and I was just about to switch to another one. I'll have to think about this." Lu Xiaoya also said with lingering fear, "That's true. If we had just made do with cultivation for now, we would have been heading down a dark path in the end." Lu Yang said speechlessly, "My special ability is more focused on perception, but swordsmanship and knife skills can't enhance my perception, can they?" Xiaohui boasted, "You're so ignorant. There are many kinds of cultivation techniques, such as techniques, breathing methods, and visualization methods. If you want to improve your perception, you need to find visualization methods." Lu Yang was overjoyed. "So that's how it is. I've learned something new." Xiaohui said smugly, "I'll ask the seniors for advice if I need anything." Chen Ci quickly interrupted their chatter. All right, you two should quickly consider which path suits you best, and then hurry up and exchange your cultivation techniques. Don't waste any more time." Everyone readily agreed, as this was indeed a matter concerning the future, and could not be delayed for even a moment. Chen Ci also logged off immediately. He had a lot to do. Looking down, he noticed Little White guarding his side, watching the outside warily. His heart warmed, and he patted its little head, saying, "It's all right, the danger has passed, it'll be over soon." Lying beside the fireplace, the burning fire gradually relaxed Chen Ci's mind. The 2 consecutive battles and the busy work just now had left him feeling exhausted. After dinner, Chen Ci felt much better. During that time, he also tried to find some cultivation techniques on the trading channel, but as Wang Zixuan said, after this test, the survivors basically all knew the importance of strength. The techniques of trading, or the exchange itself, or the high cost, were of little use to Chen Ci. However, because a large number of treasure chests were opened, the trading channel was filled with many strange and unusual items, from robot vacuum cleaners to cultivation talismans, from bulletproof vests and riot shields to magical equipment, which broadened his horizons. With prices this high, is this a genuine attempt to sell or not? Is it just pure showing off? Chen Ci stared helplessly at the prices of several items he liked, almost as if he wanted to write in the notes that whoever bought them would be ripped off. "Huh, what's this?" Chen Ci suddenly noticed a peculiar item, a book. Monster Encyclopedia. Level none. Quality none. Description: This is a special and rare item with the ability to identify attributes. No level, no quality, Monster Encyclopedia entry. I feel like I've seen this in the game before. Is it the same thing? Chen Ci asked the seller curiously. Boss, how do I use this Monster Encyclopedia? The description is quite vague. The seller had obviously been asked many times, and actually sent a picture directly. The picture showed a piece of paper covered with writing, and the answers to the questions Chen Ci wanted to know were all on the paper. Can you write on a book? Answer, no. Is it the same as in the game? Answer, I don't know. He also found ways to use it to solve all sorts of strange and unusual problems. How to use: obtain a drop of monster blood and drop it onto a blank page of the Monster Encyclopedia. The monster's attributes will automatically appear on the blank page. The seller has verified that the attributes are 100% accurate. Isn't this just a youth version of the detection skill? It can only detect monsters, not other items. Chen Ci immediately thought of how to describe the item's function. No wonder people are asking about it, but no one is buying it. Exploration and gathering are additional functions of the Ruins world system, which are of great help to survivors. However, this item has fewer functions than exploration and is much more complicated to operate, requiring the acquisition of monster blood. Chen Ci didn't mind that the item was useless. Such a strange item was perfect for testing one's talent. However, the price the seller had set was unacceptable to him. Chen Ci asked, Boss, the value of this item is seriously inconsistent with the price tag. I usually like to collect some strange items. How about you quote a price again, and I'll take it if it's reasonable. The seller was also online. Upon seeing Chen Ci's message, he fell into thought. How can I quote a price without scaring him away? He had had this item for a while, initially thinking it was a treasure, and even excitedly testing it out. However, he discovered that the information from the Monster Encyclopedia was often less comprehensive than the exploration skill, making it utterly useless. The seller saw a lot of strange and unusual items listed on the trading channel today, which gave them the idea to sell, just in case they ran into a sucker. However, there were clearly not many suckers. Many people asked about it, but after learning about the function, the information disappeared without a trace, and no one made a bid. He was even thinking of taking it down directly, but he couldn't scare away a sucker who suddenly made a bid. The seller had a sudden inspiration. Many people have asked about my item, and everyone's items are different. It's too troublesome to give a price to each one individually. I asked them to send a tentative price to each of them. You can do the same. I will contact the successful bidder in 10 minutes. After sending the message, the seller said smugly, Haha, as long as the price you offer doesn't exceed my bottom line, it's yours. After understanding the seller's meaning, Chen Ci found it somewhat amusing. This useless item is being auctioned off with a sealed bid? Will anyone even participate? There will definitely be very few people interested, so the price will not be high. Just consider it a bid for fun. With a neutral mindset, Chen Ci sent the purchase price to the seller. 2 cold pills. What if he just decides not to buy it? The seller was a little uneasy, but then saw Chen Ci's offer. He's made an offer! 2 cold pills sold, it has to be sold! Just as Chen Ci was about to leave to browse other items, he received a transaction request from the seller. Didn't they say the results would be announced in 10 minutes? Damn, have I been tricked? Actually, the seller regretted it as soon as he sent it. He shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Although Chen Ci was somewhat speechless, he did not intend to back out. Since he had made an offer, he considered the price acceptable. Obtain Monster Encyclopedia X1. After extracting it, Chen Ci held it in his hand and examined it carefully. The material of the Monster Encyclopedia was very peculiar, either gold, wood, nor paper, but extremely tough. He tried to tear it, but even with all his strength, he could not destroy it. You should know that with his current strength, he can bend a steel bar. The material is really nice, but it's a pity the functionality is lacking. Chen Ci felt a little regretful. He hadn't tested the Monster Encyclopedia's function. The encyclopedia's cover page had instructions on how to use it. He had already seen the previous owner's experiment when he flipped through the pages, and the attribute information inside was not much different from the system's detection. Put it in the warehouse first. With such good material, it can definitely be shipped as the main material. When the time comes, we need to choose a solution with both high success rate and high mutation rate. Chapter 70 Ability Test. After carefully putting away the item catalog, Chen Ci continued browsing the trading channel and made a series of purchases, buying 3 items that interested him. Standard combat boots. Level 0. Quality average. Brief description: leather combat boots, sturdy and durable, but the downside is that they are sensitive to both cold and hot temperatures and can easily cause foot odor. The price of the timber is 100. I'll buy it. These are combat boots produced by Huami. The repeated battles took a toll on his mountain boots, forcing them to stop working as a sign of his resolve, leaving him without shoes to wear. As the weather turned cold, he actually wanted to buy a pair of thick fur boots, but unfortunately they were out of stock, so he could only make do with a pair of single-layer leather combat boots for now. Basement blueprints, to construct a basement of equal size beneath the shelter. Materials required, depends on the size of the shelter. Someone's actually selling blueprints. This was Chen Ci's first reaction when he saw someone selling architectural blueprints on the trading channel. After realizing what was happening, they immediately offered a price to buy it. The seller was clearly aware of the value of the blueprints, and directly allowed buyers to bid in the comments section. The bidding competition was fierce, and someone quickly offered 1,000 units of timber. Fearing complications, Chen Ci immediately offered 2,000 units of timber to deter competitors and successfully won the bid before the alliance procurement began. His strategy at the time was very correct. Soon after he took a picture of the blueprints, many people contacted him, offering to pay an extra 1,000 for the timber so he could resell them. Chen Ci definitely wouldn't sell it. Although it was just a basic building blueprint, he always believed that shelter buildings must be of the highest quality, especially since additional attributes could be added later. After accepting the blueprints, the last item he purchased from the trading channel was a batch of Tier 1 seeds. Demonized soybean seeds. Level 1. Quality premium. Attribute demonic. Description: ordinary soybeans are corrupted by acid rain, mutating into Tier 1 seeds that cannot reproduce or be planted. Consuming them increases the degree of corruption. When Chen Ci checked the product attributes, he also saw that the comments section was full of ridicule for the seller. Apparently, this person was careless and forgot to harvest the grain before the acid rain arrived. When he hurriedly harvested today, he found that all the soybeans he had planted had been corrupted by the demon. TSK, how pitiful. A level 1 seed can't be planted, can't be eaten, basically useless except for counting them for fun. Chen Ci was also somewhat gloating, but he immediately realized that these seeds might still be of some use to him. It is very suitable as a synthetic auxiliary material. It is cheap, available in large quantities, and of high quality. I just don't know if the synthesis furnace can eliminate the demonization. But it's so cheap, it's not a big deal to throw it away if it's unusable. If we succeed in synthesizing it once, we'll make a fortune. The seller knew the seeds were worthless, but seeing that they were only level 1, he was still reluctant to throw them away. So he put them on the trading channel to try his luck. The price was very low, only 1 unit of food, which was practically free. Chen Ci then easily won the bid after paying 1 gene of flour. This batch of demonized soybeans weighs about 1 pound and contains 620 beans. The original golden yellow surface is now crisscrossed with several black lines. The demonized soybeans need to be placed out of Xiaobai's reach, otherwise it will be troublesome if it accidentally eats them. While pondering, Chen Ci kept 10 demonized soybeans and put the rest into the warehouse and locked the door. At the same time, he secretly resolved that when he needed to synthesize something, he would only take the amount he needed and never take more than necessary, in order to prevent any from being accidentally eaten by Xiaobai. Before returning to the living room, he stopped by the workshop and put the newly produced toilet paper on the shelves at the price of 2 units of wood, just as he had previously rescheduled for a production task of 7,000 units. Back in the living room, based on the estimated time in the chat channel, the test would officially end in about 2 more hours. Almost everyone was still awake, waiting for midnight to arrive. There are still 2 hours left. I have nothing to do, so why don't I try out my previous ideas? He had previously come up with several experimental ideas about his innate abilities, but he had to put them aside temporarily because of the acid rain test. Now that the test is over, he can pick them up again and verify them. Without hesitation, Chen Ci quickly retrieved the materials. Let's test whether enhancing the same item is feasible. He took out 10 units of iron blocks, using 1 ordinary quality iron block as the main material and ordinary quality iron blocks as the auxiliary material. After repeatedly adding auxiliary materials, he discovered a pattern. A maximum of 9 sets of auxiliary materials can be provided. With only 1 set, the success rate is 10% and the mutation rate is 1%. If 2 copies are provided, the success rate is 20% and the mutation rate is 2%. By filling all 9 auxiliary material positions in this way, the success rate is 90% and the mutation rate is 9%. A success rate as high as 90% means that combining items is feasible. I just don't know what the finished product will look like, or whether it's worth it. I'll have to try combining them once to see the result. Main material, iron block. Auxiliary material, 9 iron blocks. Synthesis success rate 90%, mutation rate 9%, should we synthesize? He immediately focused his mind to confirm the synthesis, which went very smoothly, and soon he saw the familiar blue light. The blue light dissipated, and the 10 units of ordinary iron blocks in the synthesis furnace had disappeared, leaving behind a piece of iron block on the floor that was much darker in color. I'm looking forward to it. System, check attributes. Refined iron. Level 0. Quality premium. Attribute, increases durability by 30%. Description, this is a piece of refined iron, which, as a raw material, can make the finished product more durable. 10 ordinary quality items can be combined to create a premium quality item. This is a reliable way to obtain premium materials, but the yield is too low, so ordinary premium materials are not worth it. His eyes lit up. Could 10 high-quality materials yield 1 rare material? Or even 10 rare materials yield 1 perfect material? If that's possible, then there's great potential. With that in mind, he decided to try the high-quality synthesis one more time. Chen Ci took out the demonized soybean seeds he had just kept. It wasn't a big deal that they were lost, since he had originally planned to try the synthesis furnace to see if it could remove the demonization. He decided to try it this time as well. Main ingredient, 1 demonized soybean. Secondary ingredient, 90 demonized soybeans. Synthesis success rate 90%, mutation rate 9%, should we synthesize? Chen Ci adjusted his posture and prepared to input his mental energy. Based on past experience, synthesizing a rare item required 2 points of mental energy each time, and he didn't want to fall down due to dizziness. As he confirmed the synthesis, just as he had expected, 2 points of his mental energy were suddenly drained, causing him to feel dizzy. The orange light gradually faded, indicating that the synthesis was successful. Soon, a completely black seed was left behind. Chen Ci cautiously refrained from touching it, instead releasing his probe from a distance, fearing that he would be corrupted by demonic influence if he did. Demonized soybeans. Level 1. Quality, rare. Attribute, increases magic power by 60% when corrupted. Description, a rare enchanted item that has a strong attraction to enchanted creatures and can increase the enchanted energy of a Tier 1 enchanted creature by 60%. Ordinary creatures can be directly upgraded to Tier 1 demonic creatures by consuming it, and physical contact will not contaminate or corrupt them. What? This is a demonized version of the energy fruit. Chen Ci stared enviously at the black beans on the ground, his eyes filled with intense regret, as if he were seeing a pure young girl fall into prostitution, and his sorrow was beyond words. The good news is that 10 high-quality materials were successfully synthesized into a rare-grade material. The bad news is that the synthesis furnace not only failed to remove the demonization, but also became stronger. In that case, the use of the enchanted soybeans will be greatly reduced, so try not to mix them with rare items for synthesis. Suddenly, he thought of something. Hey, can the red fruits from before also be synthesized? Can they be synthesized into perfect-grade red fruits? A hint of regret surfaced in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and said softly, "It's a pity I didn't realize it at the time. However, the normal consumption of the red fruit has already greatly improved me. Too much of a good thing can be bad. My physique at that time might not have been able to withstand the perfect-grade red fruit." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Have Song Yeri used those 6 tokens? With a thought, he sent a private message to Song Yeri. Sister Ray, have you used the red fruits I gave you before? Song Yeri quickly replied, I've already used it all. It greatly improved my abilities. Chen Ci gave up, thinking to himself, I'll deal with it again when I encounter a similar spiritual fruit in the future. Song Yeri continued, I was thinking of sending you a private message a while ago to ask if you still had any, but my abilities told me that taking 10 of them would bring extra benefits. Chen Ci's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected Song Yeri's abilities to be so sharp. He himself only felt the difference from the surging energy when he took the 10th pill. Chen Ci replied regretfully, No, the vines withered after I picked the red fruit. Song Yeri also looked regretful. She had already eaten 6, and now she might never be able to collect the remaining 4. Chen Ci asked Song Yeri for 2 sets of rattan armor, and the two ended their chat. He stared at the demonized soybeans on the ground, deep in thought. What's the use of this stuff? Got it! Just as he was thinking of how to use the bean, a scene in the distance startled him so much that he shouted. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Get away from that bean! While Chen Ci was deep in thought, Xiaobai sneakily approached the demonized soybean, wanting to see what was so magical, and kept making Chen Ci stare at it. Chapter 71 Extreme Cold Test and Name. Startled, Chen Ci used both hands simultaneously, grabbing Xiaobai with one hand and putting the demonized soybean, orange, into his inventory with the other. He was furious. Little White, do you know how dangerous that was? If you had eaten that thing, you would have turned into a demon wolf, losing all your beautiful white fur, getting covered in bumps, and developing disgusting tentacles. Imagine if other mice saw you like that, they'd think, Ugh, drawn out, what an ugly white mouse! Xiaobai's intelligence is already about the same as that of a 2-year-old child. He can roughly understand what Chen Ci is saying. In addition, when Chen Ci speaks, he uses the contract to convey the main idea. Xiaobai is immediately terrified and trembles. At this moment, Chen Ci calmed down. Seeing that Xiaobai was holding its head tightly with its 2 front paws, looking very scared, he couldn't help but comfort it. All right, remember in the future, unless I give it to you, you must never eat these dark beans, or you will never be able to face the rats again. Little Bai nodded its head vigorously, indicating that it remembered and would never eat indiscriminately. After disciplining the troublesome little thing, he sat down again and took out 2 more sets of materials, the same materials he had used to synthesize the frost gourd, except that the thorny vines had been replaced with demonic fire vines. He wanted to test whether this mutation was controllable. If it was, he would have a stable way to obtain Tier 1 extraordinary plants. Main material, rattan armor. Auxiliary materials, 3 vines, 3 ice crystals, 2 black ironwood. Synthesis success rate 65%, mutation rate 80%, should we synthesize? Chen Ci looked at the mutation rate and said softly, Last time, the same formula mutated into an ice gourd seed. I wonder what it will be this time. Confirm synthesis. The familiar blue light appeared. Success! He stared intently at the blue light until the synthesized item was revealed, then sighed. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, it's not a seed. The mutation rate was too high this time, and it might not necessarily point to the seed. The moment he saw the item on the floor, he knew the experiment had failed. The new crafted item resembled a vine. As Chen Ci observed it, the vine on the floor twitched like a snake. This vine is alive? Demonic Fire Vine Whip. Level 0. Grade Elite. Attribute, Magic Fire. Description: a biological weapon, existing between plants and animals, possessing the regenerative and growth capabilities of plants, as well as the bloodlust of animals. It can parasitize trees to absorb nutrients for growth or to heal injuries, and is also extremely obsessed with flesh and blood. It comes with the skill Demonic Fire, which, when activated, covers the whip in demonic fire, burning enemies. Once the energy is depleted, it needs to consume blood to replenish it. Chen Ci touched the vine whip on the ground with his finger, and the vine whip twisted uneasily a few times. A living weapon, the ruins world is truly full of wonders. Judging from the description, this weapon can continue to grow like a plant? Then, with a touch of regret, he added, the attributes are good, and it even comes with a skill, but why is it a whip? His current preferred weapons are a horizontal sword, a repeating crossbow, and a snakeskin shield. In addition, he is about to study the Azure Sea Dragon painting, so he really doesn't have the energy to study whip techniques anymore. Therefore, no matter how excellent this weapon is, it is not suitable for him. Let's plant it next to the demon fire thorn vine for now, and trade it away later depending on the situation. He shook his head regretfully, got up and walked out of the stone house, handed the demon fire vine whip to the demon fire thorn vine, and instructed the thorn vine to keep an eye on it and not let it run away. But he soon discovered that his worries were completely unnecessary. You quite like staying here. Before Chen Ci could let go, he noticed that the vine whip in his hand was trying hard to get closer to the thorny vine. After he let go, it swam towards the thorny vine even more vigorously, as if it couldn't wait. Could it be that because the auxiliary material is made of thorny vine, the vine whip has come to regard the thorny vine as a relative? He was just curious, and had no intention of investigating further. The vine whip couldn't communicate, and guessing wouldn't be accurate. Even if he knew the reason, it wouldn't seem to be of any use. After settling the vine whip, Chen Ci returned to the stone house and casually picked up another set of crafting materials to prepare for another experiment. Although the demon fire vine whip was of little use to him, it was undeniably an excellent weapon, and he very much hoped to make another one. Summoning the synthesis furnace, Chen Ci placed the materials in one by one and said expectantly, "Confirm synthesis." As he channeled his spiritual energy, the synthesis furnace slowly rotated. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke billowed out of the furnace, and his heart sank. This scene seemed familiar. It was just like the last time the synthesis failed. Sure enough, the synthesis furnace disappeared in the black smoke, leaving nothing behind. A system notification message followed. Synthesis failed. Talent upgrade progress 2%. The success rate is too low, so failure is normal. It's not a loss, at least it improves my talent. Chen Ci's self-regulation ability is gradually improving, and he suddenly had a whimsical thought. If I deliberately fail, can I quickly improve my talent level? Unfortunately, it's not possible now. Resources are scarce, and we can't squander them. When I have more money in the future, I'm definitely going to use my pay-to-win talent. Lost in thought, he glanced at his remaining 2 points of mental energy, and decided not to continue synthesizing. With a wave of his hand, he took out a golden treasure chest from his inventory. He patted the little white thing beside him and said, "Little white thing, let's wait a little longer. There will be another treasure chest. We'll draw from it together then. You have to try your best and try to draw a miracle." Squeak, don't worry. Chen Ci was very happy. He didn't really believe in miracles from consecutive draws. Back in Blue Star, every consecutive draw was guaranteed to be the minimum, like New Year's Eve. He just wanted to add a sense of ritual, otherwise life in the ruins world would be too monotonous. A man and a mouse lay by the fireplace, silently waiting for midnight to arrive. All survivors, the acid rain test has officially ended. The current number of survivors is 2,739,546,282. Nearly 40% of the crew were killed in 10 days of survival. This is not a test, it is a selection process, a brutal selection process. Chen Ci remained silent, pondering to himself. When he first arrived in the ruins world, there were over 5 billion Blue Star people. Now 40% of them have been permanently relegated to this place. The system announcements continue to update. The ruins world is about to enter winter, and the extreme cold test of winter has officially begun. Chen Ci's expression was somewhat grim. The acid rain test has just ended, and now we're immediately entering the extreme cold test? Is this meant to force the survivors to their deaths? Could my guess about the void world be wrong? Does the void world just want to watch us try to survive? A strong sense of unease welled up in Chen Ci's heart, not only because the trials were coming one after another, but also because he had always suspected that the void world was spending so much effort to develop the survival game not for entertainment, but to train warriors. The large-scale distribution of cultivation techniques indirectly confirmed his suspicions, but the continuous tests at this time made him doubt his judgment. Not only was Chen Ci affected, but the survivors on the World Channel were also in an uproar because of the upcoming extreme cold test. Ha ha, die! Die! All of you die! This damned ruins world is just trying to toy with us and torture us. An acid rain test killed more than 1 billion people, and now an extreme cold test is coming, haha! Everyone stay calm. The test is inevitable. Things will work themselves out. There's definitely a way to get through this. Yes, don't panic now. We've survived the apocalypse. Are we going to kneel down over a little cold snap? At this moment, Chen Ci also calmed down. No matter what the void world was like, as long as he was strong enough, there would always be a day when he could break free from its control. Chen Ci continued to check the system announcements with a cold expression. The extreme cold test will last for 3 months, during which the drop rate of cold weather items from treasure chests will be increased. Giving a stick and then a sweet treat is good news. On the 30th day of the ruins world, the monthly test will begin, which will be a monster siege. Survivors are requested to prepare in advance and improve their strength. Besides, Chen Ci took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, because he knew that no matter how angry he was, it was a powerless rage that could not have any effect on the ruins world. Killing mutated creatures will earn you merit points. The system shop is now open. Survivors can use merit points to purchase items in the shop. 2 messages in a row, literally meaning that if you want items from the system shop, then go kill the mutated creatures. Chen Ci read aloud. I currently have 27 merit points. I wonder what I can buy with them. However, he didn't rush to check the system store. Instead, he read the system announcement first. The evaluation rewards are now being distributed. The first 10,000 survivors will receive an extra gold mark and an extra 10 merit points. Next up is a personal reminder. Congratulations to Chen Ci 997 for entering the top 10,000 in the overall evaluation. Rewards include 1 gold treasure chest, 10 merit points, and a gold name strip, 7 days. A golden treasure chest. A golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air before Chen Ci's eyes. His attention was drawn to the brilliant golden light. 2 golden treasure chests on the floor reflected each other, turning the surroundings into gold. Ding! 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 Chen Ci was taken aback when the system notified him that he had received a large number of private messages. Could it be that something happened to Lu Xiaoye and the others? I hurriedly opened it to check. Lu Yang. Brother Chen is awesome. You're my idol. Lu Xiaoye. Brother Chen, you're amazing. Song Yari. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wang Zixuan. I'm so envious. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Xiaohua. Brother Chen, I knew you were good, but I didn't expect you to be this awesome. I really want to have a match with you. Lu Aigua. Congratulations. You've really made me proud. Wang Lei. Boss, you're awesome. You have to help me. With your help I'll definitely succeed. It wasn't just acquaintances or people who had previously traded with them and sent private messages. A large number of strangers were also frantically sending private messages, including some big names from the Survivor Alliance. Chen Ci glanced around and saw a number of young women in tattered clothes. They were trying to seduce him with their beauty. He scratched his head, wondering what had gotten into them. So he found Lu Xiaoye and asked, What are you all congratulating me about? I'm completely confused. Lu Xiaoye replied quickly. Top 10,000 survivors! Bro, don't you even know what your name looks like? Upon seeing Lu Xiuya's reminder, Chen Ci looked at his name on the panel. What, the damned ruins world? Chapter 72 Unboxing a Bountiful Harvest. Chen Ci stared at the enlarged, bolded, and gleaming golden name on the panel, feeling his brain throbbing and his head throbbing violently. What's going on with the ruins world? How am I supposed to find bargains on Taobao or pretend to be weak while actually being strong now? The thought of the gold name tag lasting for 7 days made Chen Ci feel dizzy. No matter where he was not a person who liked to be high profile. Calm down, I'm not angry. Chen Ci set all private messages, except for those from the 6 people in the group, to do not disturb. As for private message requests, he no longer bothered to read them. He couldn't possibly read them all, and he didn't intend to accept them. He didn't need those people anyway. He'd deal with them when he needed them. After adjusting his mood, he turned his attention back to the treasure chests placed side by side, which made his eyes sparkle with gold. Xiaobai, come here! You have to work hard this time. Whether you become a hot model at a club or just a piece of junk food depends on you. Chen Ci lifted Xiaobai up and gave her a serious lecture. Little White had already spotted the treasure chest on the ground, and even went over to nibble on it just now. Upon hearing Chen Ci's words, Xiaobai nodded his little head vigorously, indicating that he had to work hard. Without further hesitation, he took one of Little White's front paws and placed it on the treasure chest, opening the chests one by one. The dazzling golden light made the man and the mouse involuntarily squint, trying hard to control their blinking instinct, for fear that the treasure in the chest would disappear in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the golden light disappeared, leaving behind 6 orbs of light emitting blue and orange light, 2 blue and 4 orange. For rare items! Xiaobai, you're amazing! Chen Ci said excitedly, rubbing his dry eyes. Let's start with the best. We'll save the surprises for later. As he spoke, he picked up the blue orb on the far right. Looking through the orb, he saw what appeared to be a blueprint. He then crushed it forcefully. Altar blueprints. Level 0. Quality premium. Attribute, heavenly eye. Materials needed, 100 stones. Description, the core building of the shelter, which can store the shelter core. The altar is located in the shelter. The shelter is destroyed when the altar is destroyed. It comes with a Sky Eye skill, which allows survivors to summon a Sky Eye within the shelter, currently capable of illuminating a radius of 500 meters. An altar! It really is an altar! Finally, I can upgrade my shelter! Chen Ci laughed heartily. He had already prepared all the other materials, and was just waiting for the altar blueprint. He never expected that the first treasure chest would be the one he had been dreaming of. He glanced out the window. It was pitch black. It's too late today. Tomorrow, I'll upgrade the shelter early tomorrow morning. I gently placed the altar blueprints and the basement blueprints together. These are what we'll be building tomorrow. Little White, let's look at the second one. What's this? Chen Ci examined the second exquisite light sphere. The thing inside vaguely resembled a person. Could it be a doll? His thoughts wandered to other things. Ghost Armor Guardian. Level 1. Quality Premium. Attribute, Self-Repair. Description, once a basic defensive unit of a mage tower, it has been reprogrammed in the ruins world. After being bound to a master by blood, it can execute simple commands and automatically defend its sanctuary. It comes with a self-repair skill. After the outer armor is damaged, it can absorb high-quality iron blocks to slowly restore its strength. Chen Ci looked the armored man who appeared in the living room up and down. Judging from his appearance, the man was about the same height as him, around 1.8 meters. The armored man held an iron shield in his left hand and a double-edged greatsword in his right, his entire body covered in Western medieval armor. He reached out and lifted the visor of the armored man's helmet, only to find it empty. There was no one inside. Empty? Just a set of armor? Ghost armor. Chen Ci muttered a few words and suddenly realized something. He used his senses to communicate with the armor, and automatically learned how to use it. This armor was indeed driven by a ghost, and the owner's information needed to be recorded with blood before the ghost could be activated. Thinking of this, Chen Ci cut his finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the helmet of the armored man, where it was instantly absorbed. A red light suddenly shone from the originally dark eye area of the armored man's helmet. Chen Ci instinctively wanted to draw his knife, but he was currently allergic to red eyes. But then, the armored man knelt on one knee, and a thought came through him. "Master, please give the order!" He snapped out of his daze. This wasn't a demonic creature. Curious, he tentatively ordered, "Get up!" The armored man immediately stood up. "Kneel down!" The armored man knelt down on one knee again. "Get up!" The armored man stood up again. Chen Ci couldn't help but smile. With the armored man as his first guard, plus the evolved little vine, he would no longer have to worry about the safety of the shelter when he went out. Chen Ci, who was terrible at naming things, thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you a name. Since you're called Ghost Armor Guardian, let's call you Number 1. The ghost armor bowed its head. "As you command, Master." Chen Ci nodded in satisfaction. "Number 1, you can stay inside the stone house and keep watch for now." "Yes, sir." Number 1 readily accepted the order, walked towards the stone house gate, and stood to the side of the wooden door. The red light in his eyes gradually faded, as if an antique suit of armor was displayed beside him. Seeing how reliable Number 1 was, Chen Ci's lips curled up even more. This batch of rewards from Xiao Bai is really amazing. I wonder what other surprises are in store. Who does the little rooster point to? You. Chen Ci picked up the orange ball of light under his finger. The image inside looked like a blueprint. He crushed it forcefully, and sure enough, a blueprint fell into Chen Ci's hands. Practice Room Blueprints. Level 1. Quality, Rare. Attribute, Gravity Adjustment, Spirit Gathering. Materials needed, 1000 wood, 1000 stone, 200 iron blocks. Description, a rare building in the shelter that can gather spiritual energy and improve the efficiency of meditation or breathing exercises. The shelter owner can adjust the gravity multiplier in the training room, up to 10 times. We'll build this tomorrow, even if it means selling everything we own, Chen Ci said resolutely. He had experienced the benefits of the training ground firsthand. This special building that could accelerate cultivation was something that would benefit him sooner it was built. With upgrades and construction, the shelter is destined to be completely different tomorrow. Lost in thought, he placed this drawing together with the altar drawing. Next. He grabbed directly to the far right, and this time the image inside the sphere of light was a book. Could it be a cultivation technique? This treasure chest will definitely contain a cultivation technique. After crushing the ball of light, a thread-bound ancient book fell into Chen Ci's hands. He looked down and exclaimed, "Just as I thought! No power leg techniques. Level 1. Quality, Rare. Attributes, Movement speed increased by 60%, leg movement speed increased by 60%. Introduction. This leg technique comes from a famous general on the battlefield. It combines combat tactics with leg techniques and is named after a skilled warrior who has achieved great feats. The leg techniques are divided into 5 forms: straight to the yellow dragon, sweeping across the army, flying general seizing the flag, retreating swiftly, and trampling mountains and rivers. Chen Ci looked at the antique book in his hand and commented calmly, "It's perfect for making up for my shortcomings. There's no need to consider exchanging it." After acquiring the Azure Sea Dragon painting, his horizons broadened dramatically, and he became quite immune to these low-level cultivation techniques. His lower body strength has always been weak, so this leg technique came at just the right time.